On May 20th, an explosion occurred in Yanhuang City, creating a breach of approximately 10 meters in the Golden Wall. A massive uprising of malevolent spirits ensued within. To prevent these spirits from escaping Yanhuang City, the Council of Light has dispatched joint military forces for defense, and the Golden Wall will. Residents of neighboring cities are advised to exercise caution and refrain from venturing outside in the coming days. The news reports the latest developments regarding Yanhuang City, and despite the deployment of troops, many residents remain apprehensive. 5 years ago, terror resurfaced, rendering the human realm akin. Countless malevolent spirits emerged worldwide, proliferating like mushrooms. In certain nations, tens of millions of citizens were slaughtered by these spirits overnight. The Xia kingdom mysteriously vanished, yet Yanhuang City, a part of Xia, out of a global population of 7 billion, fewer than 1 billion. Following extensive international discussions, the Council of Light was established to counter the onslaught of. Henceforth, national borders were abolished, replaced instead by districts, with Yanhuang City designated as the 9th. Conventional human weaponry proved ineffective against the spirits, and even nuclear arms failed. Subsequent research revealed that spirits harbored a fear of gold. Consequently, humanity upgraded its weaponry, substituting copper bullets with golden ones for the military's arsenal. 2 years later, humanity commenced its first effective counteroffensive against the spirits. By resolution of the Council of Light, the remaining unvanquished spirits were expelled into Yanhuang City. In the vicinity of Huangyang City, towering walls reaching heights of 100 meters have been erected, with transport aircraft pouring molten gold upon them to prevent malevolent spirits from. Huangyang City has devolved into a veritable hell on earth, its inhabitants nearly consumed by the gas. While the colossal golden barrier stands as both a prison for the specters and the final epitaph, presently, Huangyang City is no longer a realm for human existence. It has transformed into a city of phantoms, a hellish domain. Outside the golden walls of Huangyang City, hundreds of armored tanks and thousands of armed helicopters stand. 3 aircraft carriers are anchored in the harbor, their naval cannons elevated, ready to unleash fire at a moment's notice. An explosion of unknown origin has breached the 10-meter-thick Golden Wall, creating a mass. Should armed defenses not be established, the spirits within the city may surge forth, plunging the world. At that juncture, it would be a formidable challenge for humanity to once again contain. Journalists from around the globe have gathered to document this scene, aiming to demonstrate that the Council of Light stands as humanity. Darkened gun barrels are aimed at the breach in the Golden Wall, while transport planes are laden with molten gold, prepared to reinforce. The soldiers are on high alert. Some among them have previously participated in the expulsion of spirits and are acutely aware of their terror. When a spirit possesses a comrade, witnessing a once steadfast ally being overtaken by a malevolent force, they can only weep as they are. Surrounding the breach in the Golden Wall are thousands of armed personnel. Yet in this moment, they are acutely aware of the impending ordeal they are about to confront. Nearly 1 billion viewers across the globe are transfixed by the live broadcast, rendered speech. 3 years have passed, 3 entire years. Humanity is once again poised to face those. Even the sight of the gaping breach in the Golden Wall evokes a profound. This moment resonates deeply within the hearts of people worldwide, as the senior members of the Council of Light gather, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding images on the screen. These are individuals wielding the highest authority on the planet, accompanied by titans of global finance. A general strides before the camera and solemnly declares, "The armed forces of the Council of Light are in position, prepare to launch the final assault. Beginning tomorrow, the world shall no longer harbor the existence of these specters." Upon the general's words, heavy artillery is raised, poised for imminent. 1 billion viewers stand agape. What does this mean? Are they truly about to unleash a cataclysmic strike? For 5 years, humanity has been shrouded in a veil of terror. Even after banishing the specters into Yanhuang City 3 years ago, the dread that loomed over humanity, governed by these apparitions, has Yanhuang City hangs over everyone like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode. Is the breach in the Golden Wall intended as a catalyst to eradicate all the specters? Have the senior members of the Council of Light lost their minds? They are wagering the lives of all humankind. Have they forgotten the horror? Have they truly overlooked the consequences witnessed in Tuyu City? The entire city was laid waste. 1. Subsequently, the Council of Light inundated the creature with 10 tons of gold, ultimately vanquished. Had they failed, humanity would have faced its apocalyptic demise at that moment. The general issued a command. Thousands of tanks, brimming with valor, surged toward the breach in the Golden Wall. Armed helicopters hovered above, poised to strike at the slightest disturbance. The hearts of people worldwide beat like war drums, thundering in a cacophony of fear, hope, all sentiments intertwined in a complex tapestry. Once more, the sound of an explosion reverberated from within the Golden Wall, a billowing cloud of dust. With a wave of his hand, the general ordered an immediate halt to the advance. The soldiers within the tanks swallowed hard, uncertain of what awaited them in the The demon is about to break free. Why are you hesitating? Open fire. What are these buffoons doing? Are they waiting for the demon to come face to face before it? Kill it. Unleash a barrage. For 3 years, even if there were humans inside, they have surely become demons. Whatever emerges, it must be destroyed. Billions of viewers, filled with righteous indignation, echoed these sentiments as the dust slowly cleared. A frail figure emerged from the haze. It was a human. Every heart froze in disbelief. How could it be? How could anyone survive the inferno of Juan? Is he man or demon? An armed soldier's finger rested on the trigger, his forehead glistening with. Before him stood a boy clad in tattered garments, his face smeared with. Beside him was a little girl in a once white dress, now soiled beyond recognition. The boy clutched the girl tightly, as if fearing that someone might snatch her away. What a sight! The journalists erupted in excitement, their cameras clicking incessantly. The general's gaze sharpened, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Upon seeing the armed forces before him, the tension that had held the boy taut seemed to snap. His body weakened, and he sank to his knees. He gazed out at the cerulean sky and the blinding sunlight beyond. Everything felt both familiar and alien. Sister, we're finally out. The boy's voice was tinged with hoarseness. 3 years. The boy and the girl had been trapped in Yanhuang City for a full 3 years. No one knew how they had endured during that time. As the barrels of numerous guns were aimed at him and the girl, the boy swiftly positioned himself in front of her, raising his hands and the little girl, with her adorable wide eyes, mirrored his actions, placing her hands atop her head. Inside the meeting room of the Council of Light, Yanhuang City has become a ghost town. How could these children possibly have survived? They must be possessed. Eliminate them. One voice spoke coldly. The chairman, observing the reaction, declared, "Let us vote those in favor of extermination. Please raise your hands." In the chamber, every hand was raised in agreement. Unanimously approved. Chapter 2. Return. The young man was named Yi Tuesday. In the past, he and the Red Moon team were tasked with a cleansing mission in Yanhuang City when the Council of Light unexpectedly ordered the expulsion of the remaining demons into the city. In an instant, Yanhuang City descended into a hellish nightmare. Driven by madness, Yi Tu rushed home, only to find his sister, Yi Xing, trembling in fear behind the wardrobe. His parents had already fallen victim to the demons. Yi Tu managed to rescue his sister from their home, and under the protection of the Red Moon team. His 5-year-old sister thrived in health. Yet, the grim reality remained. Yanhuang City had become a city of demons. Even though the Red Moon team was the most formidable squad within the Alliance for demon slaying, they were no match for those fiends. They struggled to secure resources while simultaneously combating the demons. They could handle those of lower than 3rd rank. Yet Yanhuang City harbored all manner of demons from across the world. Those above the 3rd rank posed an insurmountable challenge. And 2 of the 11 members of the Red Moon team had already perished at the hands of 3rd-rank demons. As for the most powerful 9th-rank demons, they had yet to encounter one. Should they ever cross paths with such a creature, it was likely that none would survive. Over the span of 3 years, the members of the Red Moon team fought for their lives while striving to rescue the remaining citizens of Yanhuang City. However, the entire city had been encircled by golden walls, transforming it into a prison for demons and, inevitably, a cage for humans as well. Even if they managed to save the survivors from the clutches of the demons, what would it matter? Ultimately, escape remained an impossibility. They could only endure a life steeped in fear and despair, leading many to madness, insanity, or even suicide. Thus, the 15-year-old Yi Tu and his comrades survived in Yanhuang City for 3 long years. The members of the Red Moon Squad have dwindled from an initial 11 to the current 6, accompanied by the sister of Yi Tuesday. In the first year, they could still find survivors in Yanhuang City who had not fallen victim to the demons, but as time passed, sightings became increasingly rare. By the 3rd year, No living souls remained in sight. The entire Yanhuang city was left with just the 6 of them. Although Yi Tu is the youngest in the Red Moon Squad, his wisdom surpasses that of all his companions. The squad has narrowly escaped perilous situations multiple times thanks to Yi Tu's astute insights. He carries a notebook that meticulously documents analyses of each confrontation with the demons, detailing their ranks and abilities. The demons' ranks range from level 1 to level 9, from weakest to strongest. With thousands of battles recorded, the demons exhibit a myriad of peculiar abilities, which Yi Tu has aptly named. For instance, the Garment Demon, ranked at level 2, possesses the ability to transform its form into that of clothing, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities that make it difficult to inflict damage even with a demon-slaying blade. The Information Demon, also ranked at level 2, can infiltrate all electronic devices. The Avian Demon, ranked at level 1, is capable of flight. The Giant Demon, ranked at level 5, stands 40 meters tall and can demolish a building with a single punch. Notably, 2 squad members perished at its hands. Yi Tu's notes contain countless pieces of information about the demons. Relying on this notebook, they have managed to navigate through various encounters with the demons, transforming potential disasters into miraculous escapes. His companions refer to Yi Tu as a genius, as his grasp of the demons' information significantly enhances their chances of survival. However, the challenges they face extend far beyond this. The entire city is strewn with decaying corpses and spoiled food, left in disarray due to neglect, with only the rats and cockroaches of the sewers remaining as witnesses to life. Over the span of 3 years, the Red Moon Squad has changed their dwelling countless times, moving from filthy sewers to fetid garbage dumps, and even to rooftops soaring hundreds of meters high. Yet, they continue to live in fear and despair. Nevertheless, Yi Tu's sister, Yi Xin, has become a beacon of hope in the hearts of everyone in the Red Moon Squad. Whenever someone is injured, she would share the candy she collected, reassuring her brothers and sisters that consuming the sweets would alleviate their pain. In moments of despair, she would offer her beloved teddy bear to them, encouraging them to hold on, for hope is always within reach. When Yi Tu struggles to fall asleep, she would allow him to lean against her petite frame, softly singing lullabies to lull him into slumber. Unlike other 5-year-old girls, she has never cried or fussed. She has traversed miles alongside the Red Moon Squad without a single complaint, even when her stomach growled in hunger. She would simply shake her head and insist she was not hungry. The remaining members of the Red Moon Squad have managed to endure thus far, buoyed by Yi Xin, who shines like a little angel illuminating their path through the darkness. A month ago, the Red Moon Squad inadvertently stumbled upon an arsenal in Yanhuang City, housing a substantial amount of explosives. This discovery sparked a bold plan within Yi Tu's mind, to blow up the Golden Wall. Only in this way could they escape from this hellish existence. Only then could he bring his sister back to a world of normalcy. Let the younger sister, like other children, engage in her studies, don beautiful dresses, savor the delight she craves, and enjoy restful slumber. This plan garnered unanimous approval from all members of the Crimson Moon Squad, who fought their way from the armory to the vicinity of the Golden Wall. Along the way, they suffered the loss of 2 more comrades. To shield Captain Su Feng, Yi Tu, and the younger sister, the remaining 2 members diverted the attention of the demons, leading them into an alley, their fates hanging in the balance. Finally, they arrived at the Golden Wall. The trio caressed its surface, yet the golden walls conveyed only a frigid touch to their fingertips. Nevertheless, it represented their final glimmer of hope. They stuffed all the explosives beneath the Golden Wall, preparing for detonation. Suddenly, several demons appeared behind them. Captain Su Feng resolutely handed the detonator to Yi Tu, drawing his demon-slaying sword from his waist. Yi Tu would forever remember Su Feng's words as he patted his shoulder. "Little Tu, I shall not be going out. You must ensure that Xin survives. You are the hope of the Crimson Moon Squad, and do help us glimpse what the world outside is like." Su Feng gently ruffled the younger sister's hair, then raised his sword to strike at the demons. Yi Tu detonated the explosives. The Golden Wall erupted, creating a breach, through which a beam of light streamed in. He tightly grasped his sister's hand, moving towards the radiant light. At last, they had escaped. However, upon witnessing the ominous row of black gun barrels, Yi Tu could only raise his hands, shielding his sister. "I am Yi Tu of the Crimson Moon Squad, combat number 10527. Yi Tu attempted to explain, but the general immediately interrupted him. "Get back." Chapter 3. The Murder of My Sister. Go back. The 3 words struck Yi Tu's heart like a heavy hammer. Why? We have been confined within these walls for 3 years. Why must we retreat? Are you oblivious to the despair experienced within the golden walls? Why address us with such a frigid tone? Upon hearing those chilling words, Yi Xian hid behind Yi Tu, clutching at the hem of his garment. Brother, they will save us, won't they? Yi Xian implored, her wide eyes filled with hope. Yi Tu turned to her, affectionately ruffling her hair. Do not worry. They will rescue us. Once we are free, I will take you to enjoy some delicious food. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then shook her head. I don't want to eat good food. I just want to see my brother sleep well. You are too tired. A wave of emotion washed over Yi Tuesday. Throughout these 3 years, his sister had traversed with the Red Moon Squad, enduring countless hardships. Yet her first thought upon the prospect of freedom was to ensure her brother could rest. She truly was so considerate. Yi Tu turned to the general, stating, We are indeed members of the Demon-Slaying Alliance's Red Moon Squad. You may verify my identity. Gold can restrain demons, should we be possessed. You can test it with gold to ascertain the truth. Yi Tu's words resonated with 1 billion internet users. If we say to go back, then return obediently. Do not waste time. It has been 3 years. Who knows if the demons have mutated? If you release a demon, will we still live? Claims of being from the Demon-Slaying Alliance and the Red Moon Squad seem like mere fabrications from this lad, a ruse to evade responsibility. What is the Radiant Council waiting for? Hurry and open fire. Killing them would resolve everything. But can't you see how pitiable those two are? Their clothes are tattered. And they have endured 3 years in the Ghost City. The little girl is probably only 7 or 8 years old. It is truly heart-wrenching to contemplate how they have survived. Shut your mouth, you self-righteous hypocrite. If the ghosts are released, you wouldn't be speaking so compassionately. General Steve observed the 2 individuals before him, while the soldiers behind him awaited his command, whether to escort them away or to execute them. With a mere word or gesture from Steve, the decision could be made. Steve answered a call from the Radiant Council. The speaker's voice came through, stating, This matter is of utmost importance. Mishandling it could tarnish the reputation of the Radiant Council in the eyes of humanity. I need you to be adaptable. Steve inquired, Mr. Speaker, we have not entered Yanwang City for 3 years. We are uncertain if the ghosts inside have mutated, and whether they are immune to gold remains an unknown. I suggest we execute both individuals to alleviate the concerns of humanity worldwide. The speaker pondered for a moment before replying, executing them would contradict humanitarian principles. The opposition would seize upon this incident. The next speaker is already campaigning, and I do not wish for any complications at this juncture. As the speaker ended the call, Steve found clarity in his mind. He and the speaker belonged to the same faction. If the speaker could ascend to the next term, Steve too could realize his ambition to become the Minister of War in the Radiant Council. This is the ultimate dream of all generals. Steve felt that this incident was divinely orchestrated for him to ascend to the position of Minister of War. He withdrew a golden pocket watch from his pocket and approached the 2 individuals ahead. General Steve, be cautious. A soldier cautioned from the side. Steve smiled faintly and replied, As a warrior, should one retreat in the face of danger on the battlefield? He walked up to Yi Tu and his sister, initially placing the golden watch before Yi Tu, who remained unfazed. If possessed by a spirit, one would typically exhibit a fearful reaction upon close proximity to gold. Steve nodded and then extended the watch towards the sister. The girl, unfamiliar with the man before her, instinctively shrank behind Yi Tu in trepidation. Xinshin, do not be afraid. Just take a look at Uncle's watch, and we shall be able to leave, Yi Tu reassured her, encouraged by his words. The sister took a deep breath and bravely approached the golden pocket watch. At that moment, a ghostly wail echoed throughout Yanwang City. Upon hearing the eerie sound, Yi Xian seemed to be haunted by a terrifying memory, retreating further behind Yi Tuesday. The little girl was indeed a ghost, her fear of gold palpable. Do not let that girl emerge. She is an omen of misfortune. Act swiftly to eliminate them. The billions watching the live broadcast online were fervently bombarding the chat with messages. Yi Tu, however, remained oblivious to the chaos online. His sole concern was whether he could escape with his sister. Steve cast a glance at Yi Xian and remarked, I cannot fathom how such a small child could survive for 3 years in the Ghost City. It is utterly unbelievable. Yi Tu was taken aback and inquired, What does this mean? A meaningful smile graced Steve's lips. You do not possess the privilege to question me. You are presented with 2 choices, either accompany me alone, or both of you may return whence you came. Yi Tu was momentarily stunned. Why must he go with them? Did they assume that his sister was frightened by the ghostly cry, believing she feared the golden treasure? Xinshin, go take another look at that pocket watch and prove to them that you are not a ghost. Yi Tu urged his sister. Uxian peeked from behind Yi2, still shaken by the ghostly wail that had left her trembling. Yet, she obeyed her brother and stepped toward the pocket watch. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Steve drew a handgun from behind and shot Uxian in the forehead. Her body froze in place before collapsing backward. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The reporters, clutching their cameras, gaped in astonishment at the unfolding drama. In the operations room of the Council of Light, the speaker observed the scene with a satisfied smile. The global audience erupted in outrage. It was indeed human. But so what? She should have perished in Yanwang City. Indeed, the denizens of Ghost City deserved to die. The viewers were engulfed in righteous indignation. Yi2's mind felt as if it had been crushed by a truck, echoing with turmoil. Summoning every ounce of strength, he rushed forth, cradling Uxian in his arms. Blood oozed from the gaping wound on her forehead. Yi2 yearned to call out to his sister, but his voice was hoarse, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. He could only helplessly hold his sister in his arms, his body trembling, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Why? She was merely 8 years old. What had she done wrong? The rain poured relentlessly, drenching both Yi2 and his sister. The world was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 4. Do you wish to annihilate the world? In the downpour, Yi2 clutched his sister's lifeless body tightly. Once, he would hold her like this, and she would ask if he was tired. But today, she could no longer utter a word. Yi2's eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to burst. His sister had been his only family in this world. She had not perished at the hands of ghosts, but rather at the hands of humans. How absurd. Yi2 found himself incapable of shedding tears. The sensation of losing a loved one felt as though someone had seized his heart. There was no pain, only numbness. In the torrential rain, the soldiers still pointed their weapons at him, unwavering. 2 men in medical attire rushed forward, grasping Yi2's shoulders. Yet, they realized that no matter how hard they tried, he remained utterly immobile. Young man, you are saved. You have emerged from the Ghost City. We are here to rescue you. Come with us. The medical personnel attempted to lift him, but upon meeting his gaze, they were instantly paralyzed with fear. They had never encountered such a look before. How could one describe it? Like the gaze of a venomous serpent? No, it was the eyes of a demon. Terrifying, cold, indifferent, and cruel. How could such a dreadful gaze exist, more horrifying than those of the specters themselves? Would killing this boy's sister lead to his retribution? What does vengeance accomplish? He is merely one man, and they are the Radiant Council. In my opinion, it would be best to eliminate both, as their mere existence is a curse. Yi2 held his sister's frail hand, dirty and worn, yet he placed it against his cheek, reminiscent of the countless times she had caressed his face. With their parents gone, the Red Moon Squad annihilated, and now his sister lost, Yi2 had never felt such self-loathing as he did today. If only he possessed the strength to charge forth with his sister instead of seeking the worthless aid of the Radiant Council, might the outcome have been different? He despised himself, he loathed the Radiant Council, he abhorred this world. Wire. For 3 years, she had not known a full meal or a restful night. She was so understanding. The only light in Yi2's world had been extinguished. Steve approached, addressing Yi2. Do not be ungrateful. Leave now, or the specters of Yanwang City will emerge. Steve's intimidation bore no effect, as Yi2's gaze remained fixed upon him. Was her death truly for your benefit? Amidst the rain, Yi2's voice was subdued yet icy. He bore no weapon, but had he possessed a gun, he would have unleashed every bullet upon this murderer before him. Yet, perhaps he should be grateful for his unarmed state. Behind Steve loomed countless aircraft and tanks. Thousands of gun barrels aimed directly at him. Any movement on his part would invite a deluge of fire upon himself. He must survive. Only by enduring could he exact vengeance for his sister. What? Steve failed to hear clearly. Yi2 let out a cold hum. Is it not laughable to put on a facade before the world, to slay others in a display of valor, while simultaneously rescuing some to showcase your compassion? Steve gazed intently at Yi2, recalling the information he had gathered. As a member of the Red Moon Squad, Yi2 may not possess the greatest strength, yet his analytical mind is meticulous, and nothing escapes his scrutiny. Even the upper echelons of the Ghost Slayer Alliance find him inscrutable. Slowly, Steve approached Yi2, leaning close to whisper in his ear, what does it matter if you know? You are but an ant, a mere tool of the Council of Light. However, thanks to your little incident, the speaker and I can enhance our image before the eyes of the world. Who cares about your life or death? Aha. Steve's words did not provoke Yi2. On the contrary, Yi2 remained utterly composed. He gently stood up, cradling his sister, and turned to walk towards the opening in the Golden Wall. What? This kid actually refuses assistance and chooses to return to Yanwang City? Has he lost his mind? I believe he has. Just because his sister has died, he is willing to sacrifice himself. I certainly would not return. Crazy. The Council of Light sends so many to assist, yet he still refuses. Such arrogance. A person like him deserves to perish in the Ghost City, alongside his sister. Is it not a deep sibling bond? Remaining in this world is but a blight. The online discourse raged with fury, all directed at U2. They could not comprehend his actions, for they were timid, cowardly, and only capable of hurling insults from behind their keyboards. U2's return to Yanwang City undoubtedly struck a blow to their pride. In their eyes, U2 ought to be kneeling on the ground, begging the Council of Light to take him away like a dog, rather than returning to the Ghost City without so much as a word of gratitude. Go back. For that is hell, and hell is where someone like you belongs. U2's silhouette loomed like a great mountain, suffocating them with its weight. They could only vent their dissatisfaction through their keyboards. As U2 paused beneath the golden wall, he declared, I shall unleash my wrath upon the entire world, making you experience what true despair feels like. With that, he resolutely entered the golden wall. Ha ha ha, what is he saying? He claims he will take revenge on the world. It truly makes me laugh. Such a naive, middle school mentality. A single individual standing against the entire world. No novel would dare to portray such a scenario. Whether he can survive in the Ghost City remains a question, yet he fantasizes about vengeance. What a joke. U2's words detonated like explosives, inciting fury among netizens. For one to utter such statements, there are two possibilities. Either they are a delusional individual or they genuinely believe it. However, people are more inclined to believe the former. General Steve raised his hand, prepared to issue the command to attack Yanwang City. Suddenly, a colossal, ghostly figure loomed over the golden wall, gazing down upon them. Keep in mind, the golden wall towers over 100 meters high. Just how immense must this ghost be? With merely a glance, the immense apparition rendered all soldiers present motionless. Steve hastily retracted his order, commanding all troops to retreat. Bearing his sister in his arms, U2 returned to Yanwang City. The maiden he cradled was still, as if slumbering peacefully. How U2 yearned for his sister to be merely asleep in his embrace. He sought the place where the Red Moon Squad had once dwelled, where a crystal sarcophagus resided. This artifact, akin to gold, possessed the ability to ward off specters. With deliberate care, U2 gently placed his sister within the crystal sarcophagus. He leaned against the coffin, resolved to remain by her side. This was the sole solace he could offer her. Though the inevitable intrusion of specters loomed, U2 was prepared. Even in death, he would remain united with his sister. U2 closed his eyes, his mind besieged by the memory of his sister's assassination. He envisioned the ghastly visages of her assailants, their human masks torn away, revealing their spectral forms. This world, in its entirety, deserved annihilation. Ding. Host's animosity towards humanity has peaked, exceeding normal human levels tenfold, exhibiting an intense desire to obliterate the world. Therefore, do you desire to annihilate this world? Chapter 5. The Extinction Spectre King. In the aftermath of the colossal specter's departure, the armed forces swiftly dispatched transport aircraft to recast the Golden Wall. Once more, Yanwang City became an impenetrable spectral fortress. The onlookers who witnessed the recasting voiced their sentiments. Now that the Golden Wall is recast, we can rest assured. The specters within are now confined. That scoundrel has likely been devoured by specters by now. Good riddance. It's better that way. So we don't have to harbor any lingering unease. The forces of the Radiant Council have withdrawn from the Golden Wall. Although no battle took place during this incident, those returning will certainly be recognized for their merits and rewarded accordingly. U2 leaned against the crystal coffin, listening to the voice resounding in his mind. So, do you wish to annihilate this world? His thoughts were consumed by the haunting image of his sister being shot in the head. To destroy the world. Much like the cruelty it had shown his sister. If he possessed absolute power, he could avenge her. The entire world would become a canvas for his vengeance. I am willing. U2 gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the World Annihilation Demon King system. Suddenly, a prompt echoed in U2's mind. Name, U2 race, human level, none ability, none commencing transformation. U2 was suddenly afflicted by a piercing pain, as if something writhing like a worm surged beneath the skin of one side of his body. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he stuffed a towel into his mouth, forcing himself to remain silent. His left eye began to emit a crimson glow, transforming into that of a demon. The agony persisted for nearly an hour. Transformation successful. The previous information began to refresh, and new details appeared before Yi Tuesday. Name: Yi2 race. Ghost level: 1 resentment value. 300. Can be exchanged for terrifying items in the horror shop. Horror shop. Ghost blood pact. Can transform humans into ghosts or bind ghosts to follow one's commands. Requires a resentment value of 100. Ghost blood curse. Can turn blood into a nightmare for humans. Requires a resentment value of 100. Arrival of vengeful spirits. Can summon 100 vengeful spirits from Yanhuang City. Requires a resentment value of 100. In light of the host's initial use, this system offers a complementary explanation feature. The host may inquire about any uncertainties for clarification. Listening to the system's words, Yi2 slowly spoke. What is the resentment value? Resentment is a human emotion. Betrayal, failure, and loss can all give rise to resentment. The resentment value is a tangible representation of emotions generated by individuals. It can be acquired from others, and through this value, one can procure items in the horror shop, thereby enhancing the host's abilities. So, the resentment value is derived from others' animosity towards oneself. In other words, by acquiring resentment from others, I can augment my own strength. If I destroy the world, can I resurrect my sister? Yi2 asked, his voice trembling with trepidation. He feared the answer might not align with his hopes, yet he eagerly awaited the system's response. The greatest flaw of humanity lies in emotions. Once you successfully annihilate the world, all your emotions will dissipate. Even if you possess the ability to resurrect others, you will not act upon it. Listening to this response, Yi2 felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. The system did not explicitly state its inability to resurrect his sister, yet it implied that after the world's annihilation, all emotions would vanish. Even if he were to acquire the power of resurrection, he would not remember that he had a sister. However, the system paused. When the resentment value reaches an unfathomable level, the host would gain a power transcending that of deities. Upon hearing this, Yi2 gritted his teeth. Sister, I will undoubtedly bring you back to life. For you, I shall obliterate this world. Suddenly, the electronic screen in the room began to flicker, displaying countless snowflakes. Yi2 sensed something was amiss. After transforming into a ghost, he had acquired abilities he had never possessed before, whether in strength, speed, or perception. A ghostly visage appeared on the electronic screen. Information ghost. In an instant, Yi2's mind was flooded with all knowledge of this entity. His memory was astonishing, and all previous notes were vividly intact in his mind. Information ghost. Level 2, capable of infiltrating all electronic devices. Its lethal capability lies in its ability to remotely control tools for murder through electronic systems. The Red Moon Squad had previously encountered it when the information ghost commandeered all vehicles on the street, charging toward the squad. Had they not reacted swiftly and fled into the sewer, the Red Moon Squad would have likely been crushed to pulp. When they returned the following day to survey the area, an entire block lay in ruins. Although the information ghost could only exist within electronic devices, the destruction it could wreak was far from negligible. The control range of a Level 2 information phantom is limited to a mere city block. Yet should it ascend to Level 5 or Level 9, infiltrating the nuclear control systems of the Radiant Council, the entire world would be engulfed in nuclear devastation. The information phantom, upon spotting Yi2, commanded the television in the room to explode. Yi2 raised his arms defensively, absorbing the brunt of the tremendous blast. His arms were lacerated with deep wounds, yet they gradually healed. In a short span, his limbs returned to their pristine state. The information phantom then manipulated the refrigerator, fan, and computer to hurl at Yi2, who retaliated by shattering each projectile with his spectral hand, leaving behind a mere handful of electronic devices. The only exception was a charging electronic watch resting on the table, a gift Yi2 had bestowed upon his sister. The information phantom swiftly entered the watch, prompting Yi2 to yank out the power cord. He then pressed his ghostly hand against the watch. I am aware of your abilities, should you lose your electronic refuge. You will vanish entirely. I now present you with 2 choices. First, I shatter the watch, and you cease to exist. Second, you enter into a pact with me and obey my commands. The watch remained unresponsive, and without hesitation, Yi2 raised his ghostly hand, intent on striking it. At that moment, the watch began to vibrate, and a voice emanated from it. I choose the second option. Upon hearing the information phantom's declaration, Yi2 lowered his raised hand. He invoked the blood pact, slicing his palm and allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the electronic watch. Yi2 sensed an unfamiliar essence within him. It was the connection forged with the information phantom, granting him direct control over it. With a mere thought, Yi Tu commanded the information specter to take control of a car parked downstairs. The vehicle blinked its headlights twice before it began to move forward, only to erupt in a resounding explosion. A wicked smile crept across Yi Tu's lips as he slowly donned his watch, marking the first spirit of his pact and heralding the dawn of global annihilation. Chapter 6. I shall bury the entire world alongside you, the Council of Light. A congregation of those wielding immense power observed the footage from the battlefield of Yanhuang City. The scene froze at the moment Yi Tu cradled his sister as they returned within the Golden Wall. Damn it. We had the opportunity to save one while eliminating another to showcase the might of our Council of Light. Yet this insolent brat dared to refuse us, bringing shame upon us before the global populace, exclaimed one irate council member. A female council member delicately sipped her red wine, rising to interject. We should have anticipated this outcome when we decided to expel the remaining spirits into Yanhuang City. Our approach this time was flawed. Had we eliminated both of them, we would not be facing such repercussions now. The senior council member puffed on his cigar thoughtfully, responding, repercussions? What concerns could a mere child possibly have? With the entirety of Yanhuang City in ruins, what tempest could he possibly stir? At that moment, a soldier entered the chamber. Report. We have identified the cause of the explosion at the Golden Wall. As he spoke, he projected a segment of footage onto the screen, revealing Yi Tu placing explosives against the Golden Wall and pressing the detonation switch. The senior council member nodded, a glimmer of realization lighting his eyes, before bursting into laughter. Release this video online. Those foolish netizens will surely rally behind us once again. The video was uploaded online, creating a ripple of outrage. Countless netizens condemned Yi Tu, questioning his sanity for breaching the Golden Wall and releasing the spirits within, as if he intended to bring about the world's destruction. I had suspected that the explosion of the Golden Wall was orchestrated, and indeed, this fool was the perpetrator. Let him perish. I propose that the Council of Light send someone to the Ghost City to eliminate him completely. Yi Tu gazed impassively at the television ahead. This was the capability of the Information Ghost, enabling a connection to the digital realm and transmitting external information. Observing the comments of netizens, Yi Tu let out a cold laugh. The entire Yanhuang City had transformed into a ghost city, with millions perishing. What fault lay with them? The Red Moon Squad had breached the Golden Wall in a desperate bid for freedom. What was their crime? His sister was merely 8 years old when she was gunned down. What wrong had she committed? The fault did not lie with them, but with this world. As accusations rained down upon them, had they forgotten that it was Yanhuang City that had sealed these spirits away, granting them 3 years of peace? Flames of hatred ignited in Yi Tu's eyes. These people deserve to die. He unfolded a map, locating Yanhuang City, which was positioned in a triangular formation alongside Dashan City and Haishur City, merely dozens of kilometers from Dashan City and 100 kilometers from Haishur City. Yi Tu circled Yanhuang City in red and marked it with a cross. Next, he should seek out the contract with that ghost. With that, Yi Tu instructed the Information Ghost to search for details about the spirit. He ventured into an alley, where he found a winged ghost feasting on the carcass of a rat. As the humans approached, a crimson glow flickered in its eyes. Yet, Yi Tu strode forward into the alley, followed closely by 100 specters. The avian specter, upon witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, unfurling its wings in an attempt to flee. However, Yi Tu deftly leapt onto the wall and seized the bird-like entity with his hand. Despite its struggles, the avian specter was firmly pinned down by Yi Tu, who smeared its blood upon its head. In that instant, a contract marking materialized, binding the avian specter to Yi Tuesday. He felt the connection solidify between them. The mission was accomplished. Tonight marked the commencement of his campaign. He intended to instill fear in all of humanity through his counteroffensive to unleash the wrath of his vengeance upon the entire world. For the sake of freedom, for Yanhuang, for the Crimson Moon, and for his sister, he sought to plunge the world back into an era of terror. He aimed to let them experience the anguish of being ruled by fear, the torment of losing loved ones, and the despair of utter hopelessness. Those humans who recklessly disseminated slander online were the true parasites of the world. They were the ones who deserved to perish. A fierce red light erupted from Yi Tu's left eye. The contracted specters resonated with his emotions, emitting a chorus of howls that reverberated throughout Yanhuang City. Meanwhile, miles away in Dashan City, the populace was stirred by the echoes of these ghostly cries. Some awoke from their slumber, yearning to flee with their spouses, only to be interrupted by their partners. What are you afraid of? The Golden Wall has been fully fortified. The specters cannot escape, and even if they could, the army is stationed to protect us. There is nothing to fear. Upon hearing her husband's words, the wife clutched her chest and returned to bed as the news from Dashan City played on the screen. The recent incident involving ghostly howls has been confirmed by experts to be the manifestation of spirits in Yanwang City. Residents are advised to remain calm and stay indoors. Upon hearing this news, Yitu finally felt a sense of relief. Harnessing the flight capabilities of the bird spirit, he ascended into the air. Standing atop the towering Golden Wall, surveying the entirety of Yanwang City from a height of 100 meters. 3 years ago, the city was ablaze with light, a vibrant tapestry of life. Now, however, it lay shrouded in darkness, with only the faint glow from Yitu's home piercing the gloom. His sister had expressed her fear of the dark, prompting him to keep the lights on for her. Gazing towards the distant Dashi City, a chilling murderous intent flickered in Yitu's eyes. Let the despair begin with you, he thought. Sister, I shall make the entire world mourn alongside you. Chapter 7. Accumulating grievance points. Yitu utilized the bird spirit's ability to fly directly into Dashi City. This marked his first opportunity to roam freely in a city since emerging from the Golden Wall. Dashi City, still far from the devastation that had befallen Yanwang, remained unscathed, and its inhabitants continued their lives as usual. Yitu descended onto the rooftop of a skyscraper, reveling in the power bestowed upon him by the Annihilation System. He leaped from the rooftop, plummeting towards the ground below. With a resounding crash, he landed on top of a parked car, utterly demolishing it upon impact. Yitu reveled in the might coursing through his body. This first-tier physique far surpassed any human capabilities in strength and speed. The sensation was exhilarating. Yitu murmured to himself, even an E-rank ghost hunter from the Ghost-Slaying Alliance would likely be no match for me now. The ranking of the Demon Slayer Alliance ranges from F to S, with F being the weakest, equivalent to a first-tier malevolent spirit. E-tier is comparable in strength to second and third-tier malevolent spirits. Although Yitu is a first-tier spirit, his physique has already transcended that of an ordinary malevolent entity. Turning around, Yitu suddenly noticed a man standing beside him. Did you smash my car? The man exclaimed angrily, rushing over to seize Yitu by the collar. Yitu waved his hand dismissively and replied, It was me. A wicked grin crept across the man's face. Then you are in trouble. I just bought this car not long ago for 200,000 yuan. You will have to replace it with a new one to settle this matter. Yitu glanced at the man's vehicle, which had clearly been purchased at least 2 to 3 years prior, its front end already peeling with paint. It was evident that the man was seizing the opportunity to extort money. Yitu chuckled. What if I refuse to replace it? Refuse? Try it. Do you know what my family does? Do you think you can survive in Dashi City if you don't comply? As Yitu approached the man slowly, a crimson light flickered in his eyes. The man's face turned pale with fear upon witnessing this. A ghost. He gasped, attempting to flee, but Yitu caught him. You were so arrogant just a moment ago, thinking to extort over a dilapidated car. Tell me, what holds more value, your car or your life? Yitu demanded. The man was too terrified to utter a single word. Observing his fear, Yitu sliced open his palm and let his blood drip onto the man's forehead. The blood, akin to sulfuric acid, bore through the man's skin, creating a gaping wound. The man fell to the ground, writhing in agony and screaming. The ghostly blood from Yitu possessed a corrosive ability, piercing through the man's head as if ants were devouring his brain. After struggling for 2 or 3 minutes, the man finally ceased his cries, having transformed into a pool of blood. The system notified Yitu of a 50 resentment value, prompting him to sigh. Such a meager amount of resentment indicated that this torment was still too mild. He elegantly departed from the alley and boarded a crowded bus at the station. On the bus, he found himself behind a strikingly beautiful woman with fair skin. She wore sheer black stockings that accentuated her long, slender legs, and her brown hair cascaded down her back. With glasses perched on her nose, she appeared to be a working professional. A group of ruffians jostled their way toward Yitu's day. In a moment of distraction, he inadvertently bumped into the woman's backside. She immediately turned, glaring at him in anger. Just as Yitu intended to apologize, she scolded him. What the hell are you doing? Taken aback, Yitu replied, just one. The woman, unwilling to engage further, promptly moved toward the back of the bus. The ruffians, seeing their opportunity thwarted by Yitu, approached him menacingly. One of them, with bleached hair, patted Yitu's shoulder forcefully and warned, Kid, you're ruining our fun. Do you want to die? Don't let it happen again. Yitu waved his hand dismissively, responding, What can I do if she was pushed away by you lot? just as the bleached-haired thug was about to retort. He noticed the woman exiting through the rear door and hurried after her. Yi2 followed suit, only to witness the ruffians cornering the woman in an alley, preparing to make their move. The beautiful woman, upon noticing the young man from the earlier bus incident standing behind the ruffian, cried out, "Please save me. I beg you. Help me." Yi2 recalled the woman's unpleasant demeanor on the bus and, standing aside, remarked to the ruffian, "There are too many of them. How can I possibly contend with such odds?" The ruffian, sensing Yi2's compliance, turned back to the woman to continue his assault. The blonde thug forcefully tore the woman's clothing, exposing her fair skin. Drawing on an unexpected surge of strength, the woman pushed the ruffian away and fled towards the alley. As she passed Yi2, she swiftly took refuge behind him. The blonde thug approached, intent on recapturing her, but Yi2 stood resolutely in her way, thwarting his advances. "Get the hell away from me, you bastard," he shouted, striking Yi2's chest with a punch. Yet, Yi2 remained unmoved. When the thug looked up, he was met with Yi2's eyes, which blazed a fierce crimson. They were unaware that the mention of sister was Yi2's Achilles heel. "You fool." The blonde thug's hand recoiled as if struck by lightning, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror. The other ruffians rushed to support him. But when they turned to face Yi2, they were met with his glowing red eyes. "A ghost," they exclaimed, their faces drained of color as they turned to flee. However, their legs felt as if they were paralyzed, refusing to obey their commands. Yi2 slowly approached the last of the ruffians, who, upon seeing him, was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. "Spare me, I beseech you. I am but a youth. I am not ready to meet my end," the ruffian implored, his voice quivering. Yi2 smeared blood across the miscreant's visage, instantly rendering it a grotesque tapestry of gore. The sanguine fluid relentlessly corroded his flesh, the macabre process descending inexorably. In the end, the thug dissolved into a pool of sanguinary residue. Vengeance points accumulated. 40 the remaining delinquents, witnessing this ghastly spectacle, fled with every ounce of their strength toward the alley's exit. The flaxen-haired ringleader sprinted desperately, his acolytes trailing behind, their complexions ashen. A profound terror gripped their hearts, for they had beheld this man's countenance on the screen. He was one who had emerged from the gilded walls, and to him, subduing them was as effortless as slicing through produce. And they, in their audaciousness, had dared to assault them. Truly, they had reached the culmination of their existence. After what seemed an eternity of flight, they collapsed, drenched in perspiration, leaning against the walls, gasping for air. "Chief, we must alert the authorities," one of the henchmen blurted out, addressing the flaxen-haired leader. The leader, struggling to catch his breath, shook his head vehemently. To summon the constabulary would be to deliver ourselves into their clutches. "We must flee. Escape is our only salvation." As the words left his lips, his gaze darted into the distance. Cursed, how is he so swift? Indeed, Yi2 approached them with measured steps, his eyes regarding them as if they were already deceased. "Why do you tarry? Flee," the leader bellowed, and forthwith he resumed his frantic dash in the direction from whence they had come. His underlings, casting aside all pretense of composure, followed suit. To run was to cling to the hope of survival. To halt was to surrender to certain doom. Suddenly, the flaxen-haired leader, halfway through his escape, froze in his tracks. A few lackeys, unable to halt their momentum, collided with the yellow-haired figure. "Why aren't you running, boss?" One could see the yellow-haired man raise his hand, pointing forward. Yi2 stood silently in place, seemingly awaiting their arrival. "Damn it, how is he so fast?" one of the thugs exclaimed, astonished. The group collapsed to the ground. Realizing their predicament was dire, Yi2 began to approach them slowly. "Big brother, please spare us. We were wrong. We won't dare again. Tomorrow, we'll do good deeds, helping the elderly cross the street, assisting children with their homework. We'll never engage in such mischief again," the thugs pleaded, their voices tinged with desperation. As Yi2 neared, he cast a glance at the gangsters, whose bodies immediately prickled with goosebumps under his gaze. Fear, helplessness, and regret surged within them. Yi2 spoke slowly. "However, it seems it is too late. Perhaps you can be good in your next life." He paused momentarily before continuing. With that, a powerful aura erupted from Yi2, summoning the bird ghost. The creature rushed towards the thugs, devouring them amidst their anguished cries. Anger value 50, anger value 50, anger value 50. As the thugs were dispatched, Yi2 felt no joy. The accumulation of anger was painfully slow. Just as he prepared to depart, the woman from earlier suddenly stepped before him. "Thank you for saving me," she exclaimed, her hands clasped protectively over her chest. her clothing tattered and torn by the yellow-haired man. Chapter 8. Assault on the city. However, the spring radiance is boundless, and tattered garments cannot conceal her form. At a loss on how to repay you, I suggest that if you have time, we could retreat to a city hotel. I am quite skilled. The woman remained unaware of Yi Tu's encounter with the ruffians. Had she witnessed it, she likely would not have uttered such words. She merely perceived that this young man before her was rather handsome and had driven off those thugs, and she would not mind engaging with him in some manner. The thought stirred a flutter of excitement within her. Yi Tu regarded the woman with a hint of playful amusement. My apologies, but I am rather pressed for time and in a bit of a hurry. Upon hearing this, the woman assumed Yi Tu intended to stay here, and her cheeks flushed. Noticing the absence of others, she thought this could suffice. It appeared he enjoyed a thrill, as she crouched down, preparing to unfasten her clothing. Her gaze caught a glimpse of several pools of blood nearby, sending her plummeting back in fright. Ah! Her scream pierced the stillness of the alley. A profound terror glimmered in her eyes. This youth had slain them, transforming their forms into mere blood. When she next met Yi Tu's gaze, she was met with an eruption of crimson light within his eyes, an unsettling sight. Attempting to flee, she found herself seized by Yi Tu's day. Did I not mention I am in a hurry? Amid her mounting terror, Yi Tu pressed the blood against her face. Instantly, the foundation on her visage collapsed, revealing the flesh beneath. Blood coursed down her attire, pooling upon the ground, leaving only her tattered top and a single black stocking, strewn amidst the sanguine liquid. With a surge of resentment valued at 60, Yi Tu harvested his anger but chose to ignore it, preparing to depart. Suddenly, the blaring of sirens pierced the air as several armed personnel surrounded him, demanding, "Don't move. Raise your hands." Yi Tu complied, slowly lifting his hands. The armed individuals, who had been patrolling nearby, rushed over upon hearing the commotion in the alley. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they noticed the pools of blood beside Yi Tu's. Turn around. They ordered. Obediently, Yi Tu turned, his crimson eyes unabashedly displayed before them. "Oh my God, it's him. The boy from behind the golden wall." One of the armed personnel exclaimed, his emotions surging as his finger instinctively tightened on the trigger. Bang! A bullet was fired at Yi Tu's. As he watched the projectile hurtling towards him, memories of the day his sister was slain flooded back. With a subtle tilt of his head, he evaded the bullet. Then let the city of Dashan be obliterated. Yi Tu resolved, directly exchanging 100 resentment points to summon vengeful spirits. Hundreds of these malevolent entities, previously roaming the streets of Yanhua City, abruptly materialized around Dashan in response to his call. Although Dashan lacked the golden wall constructed in Yanhua City, various golden nets were erected around the perimeter of the city. These nets could delay the actions of the spirits, and coupled with the armed personnel's gunfire, spirits below the second tier found it challenging to breach the city, despite all the spirits in the world being forcibly driven into Yanhua City. Nearly every urban area was fortified in this manner to ensure absolute security. Armed personnel patrolled within the golden nets, some yawning from fatigue. One soldier nudged his yawning comrade. "Such a lack of spirit. You must have been out gallivanting last night." The individual did not refute this and replied, "It was simply too dull. After all, nothing significant was happening, so I slipped away for a moment, feeling quite invigorated. This marks the third yawn for you this week. 3 yawns in a week is hardly concerning, yet today is merely Wednesday." Suddenly, the yawning soldier gazed ahead, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Before him lay hundreds of crimson eyes, eerie and terrifying, drawing nearer to the city of Dashan. "What on earth is that? A ghost?" the soldier hastily exclaimed. The soldier beside him glanced in the direction he pointed and chuckled. "What a fuss. Haven't you ever seen a wolf? Ghosts are confined within Yanhuang City. It's impossible for it to be a ghost." Nevertheless, the soldier remained somewhat apprehensive. Whose wolves stand at such a height? They are nearly 1.8 meters tall. It was then that the other soldier realized his complexion turned ashen, and he hurriedly reached for the communicator on his shoulder. Yet, there was no communicator there. Instead, a shadowy figure descended behind him. Before he could react, the specter seized his neck and with a gentle twist, snapped it. Another soldier, witnessing this, drew his handgun. But just as he raised it, he found the phantom standing coldly before him. "Prepare to die," he shouted, squeezing the trigger, yet the specter afforded him no opportunity. With a single punch, the soldier was sent hurtling through the air, colliding with the golden net, his body sliced apart by its shimmering strands. The horde of malevolent spirits surged forth, charging into the city of Dashan. At the Dashan Defense Command Center, a soldier burst in without a formal report. "It's dire. Demons have infiltrated the city." "What? The commander of Dashan slammed his hand on the table, rage evident in his voice. What is happening? Aren't the demons confined to Yanhua City? How could they be here? Sir, just 10 minutes ago, the Golden Wall fell, and over 100 demons have breached Dashan, initiating a massacre. What shall we do? The commander swiftly issued orders. Mobilize all defense forces, establish a barricade to contain the demons within the 3rd district, and eliminate them with golden rain. Yes, sir. There is one more matter. Speak. The 3rd patrol team has spotted the silhouette of that boy within the Golden Wall. What? The Dashan commander slammed the table again, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He had already entered the Golden Wall. How could he appear here? This demonic onslaught must be connected to him. Inform the 3rd patrol team to eliminate that boy. What Steve failed to accomplish, I shall rectify. Understood. The soldier then rushed out of the command center. Hundreds of armed defense personnel mobilized, fully equipped, advancing towards the location of the demons. Chapter 9. The Fall of Dashan. Yi-Tu observed the armed personnel before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then dashed towards one soldier, who had yet to react, swiftly snapping his neck. Yi-Tu seized the submachine gun from his hands and began to unleash a barrage upon the other soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the entire 3rd Patrol Squad was annihilated. A voice crackled through the intercom, calling the 3rd Patrol Squad. If you encounter the youth from Yanhuang City, please execute on sight. Repeat, if you encounter the youth from Yanhuang City, please execute on sight. Yi-Tu picked up the intercom and replied darkly, I'm afraid they have already perished. The voice on the other end trembled in fear. Drenched in cold sweat at the sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, Yi-Tu leapt to the rooftop of a towering building. Surveying the procession of vehicles below, he summoned several apparitions, commanding them to infiltrate the convoy. Moments later, gunfire erupted from within the vehicles, and the specters emerged, leaving no living soul behind. All had fallen victim to their comrades' bullets. Soldiers stormed into the command center in a frenzy. Commander, we have grave news. The 3rd Patrol Squad and the armed forces sent out earlier have been completely wiped out. DSHN cannot be held. The commander, upon hearing this, felt a cold sweat beat upon his forehead and hastily instructed his men to prepare the helicopter. Damn this cursed place, he muttered, a bunch of useless fools. Forcing me to flee. The helicopter touched down on the open ground, and the commander scrambled aboard. He cast a glance at the ravaged DSHN, a smirk creeping upon his lips. Let them perish. I shall not meet my end here. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly past the commander. Suspecting a flaw in his vision, he leaned forward for a better look. A hand grasped his collar, yanking him forcefully from the helicopter. The damned cannot escape. Yi-Tu's voice echoed like a ghostly whisper. The commander gazed upon the figure before him, sensing a familiarity as though he had encountered this person before. Suddenly, realization struck him. This was the very youth he had seen outside the Golden Wall of Yanhuang City. Yet, when he looked into those eyes, it was akin to staring into the abyss. It's not my fault. It was Steve. I have no part in this. Spare my life. I possess wealth beyond measure. Anything you desire, I can provide. I implore you, grant me mercy. This position of commander was purchased. I have only recently assumed it, and I do not wish to perish. You wish to live? But who deserves to die? With that, Yi-Tu exerted force, and the commander was hurled from the helicopter like a discarded sack of refuse. Upon striking the ground, he was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Yi-Tu hovered outside the helicopter, delivering a powerful blow that ruptured the fuel tank. The cockpit was awash in a flurry of red lights, as the pilot fumbled in a futile attempt to regain control. The aircraft spiraled directly into a nearby skyscraper, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. 40 resentment points, Yi-Tu descended onto the streets, observing the spectral figures wandering through the city, while humanity wallowed in despair. Reminiscent of Yanhuang City 3 years prior, he strode through the streets with the poise of a deity, as thunder rumbled and rain poured down in torrents. Though his garments were drenched, he remained unfazed. As he witnessed the anguish of these desperate souls, his heart felt neither exhilaration nor pity. Throughout it all, he remained as still as a tranquil well. The Council of Light convened an emergency meeting. The city of Dashan has fallen. The news detonated like a bomb in the conference room. It was the boy. He had not perished, but returned with vengeful spirits. On the screen, Yi-Tu stood amidst the rain, coldly observing the carnage of 100 demons. It was live footage relayed by drones. The Council of Light issued a top-level command, fortifying defenses across several nearby cities, with one city deploying an entire division of troops. Yi-Tu had departed from the great city. 10 minutes later, His ethereal form alighted upon the golden wall. Suddenly, a drone illuminated him. Shintu's eyes glowed a fiery red as he gazed at the drone. The malevolent spirit directly infiltrated the drone's network, causing it to self-destruct. The Council of Light and the entire world bore witness to this scene. My goodness, it is that boy. He has not died. From his appearance, he seems transformed into a specter. I had always warned that we should have shot him dead. Now, the great city has fallen. This boy is ruthless. We merely killed his sister, and he dared to annihilate an entire city. The Council of Light's phones were nearly overwhelmed with calls, all denouncing Yi Tu's atrocities. As one drone exploded, the Council did not cease their operations. Instead, they dispatched even more drones into Yanwang City. However, they had grown wiser, employing the latest swarm technology, with countless drones the size of bees, equipped with pinhole cameras, infiltrating Yanwang City. Now, Yi Tu was designated an S-class wanted criminal by the Council of Light, with every one of his movements under surveillance. Upon returning to his room, Yi Tu noticed the light still aglow within. In times past, whenever Yi Tu returned home, his younger sister would hide in the cupboard, only daring to emerge upon seeing him. She was afraid of the dark, yet to prevent the spirits from discovering their presence, Yi Tu forbade her from turning on the lights. I'm afraid you won't find your way home if the lights are off, was her constant retort. Gazing at his sister's figure encased within the crystal coffin, Yi Tu approached, gently caressing the transparent surface as he admired her delicate features. Sister, I have already brought the great city of Dashi to its knees. Those people have received their just desserts. Yet, this is merely the beginning. I shall ensure that the entire world experiences despair. Ding. Congratulations to the host for annihilating a city. Grievance points 10,000. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the second tier. The items in the horror shop have been updated. Horror shop, Ghost Blood Contract owned. Ghost Blood Curse owned. Arrival of malevolent spirits, summon 1,000 vengeful spirits from Yanwang City, requires 1,000 grievance points. Ghost Blade, Shuruk transforms loathing and hatred into power, requires 100,000 despair points. Ghost Domain, requires 10,000 grievance points. Observing the accumulation of over 10,000 grievance points, Yi Tu resolutely chose the Ghost Domain. Ghost Domain, once activated, it can ensnare individuals within, with the initiator becoming the sovereign of the Ghost Domain. Yi Tu regarded the system notification before unleashing the Ghost Domain, and in an instant, the room transformed into a crimson hue, exuding an aura of terror and eeriness. The surrounding spirits, sensing the presence of the Ghost Domain, fled in fear to distant corners, trembling before its might. The Ghost Domain was a realm only comprehensible to fifth-tier spirits, yet here he was, a mere second-tier being, possessing such power. The strength will double. Chapter 10, Target DHI City. Yi Tu retrieved his notebook and began to meticulously document the upcoming battle in DSHN City. Whether contending with spirits previously or now facing humanity, he intended to record every detail of the combat in his notes. Subsequently, he commenced formulating his plans. With DSHN City having fallen, the remaining cities had significantly bolstered their defenses, rendering the previous invasion of the 100 spirits ineffective. Furthermore, he had not encountered particularly formidable humans in this conflict. Should the Spirit-Slaying Alliance mobilize, the situation would undoubtedly become far more complicated. It was evident that the Spirit-Slaying Alliance would soon make its move, unless they faced second-tier spirits capable of matching them. For first-tier spirits would likely prove inadequate in defense. Thus, he required greater power. Yi Tu leafed through his notes. Cloth Spirit, Tier 2. Possesses the ability to transform its form into a garment, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. Even a golden spirit-slaying blade finds it challenging to inflict damage. Yi Tu's gaze sharpened slightly. This is it. This spirit could enhance his defenses. Once he acquired it, he could transcend Tier 3, granting him the strength to contend with even the D-grade spirit slayers within the Alliance. He instructed the Information Spirit to search for the Cloth Spirit's whereabouts in Wainuing City. The Information Spirit marked the location on his watch. Yi Tu retrieved the spirit-slaying blade from the previous Red Moon squad and promptly leaped from the rooftop. At this moment, he was accompanied by the Bird Spirit, allowing him to fly. Even a jump from a 100-meter-high golden wall would not inflict any harm. Upon arriving at the Cloth Spirit's location, Yi Tu drew the golden blade and activated the Spirit Domain. The Cloth Spirit drifted downwards like a fallen leaf, carried by the breeze. This is its ability, to transform into something akin to clothing. Yitu seized the opportunity, his body darting forth like a cheetah, lunging towards the garment ghost. However, the ghost's reflexes were astonishing, as it instantly evaded from its original position. Yitu exhibited no hesitation, swiftly countering with another thrust. The ghost's defense was remarkable. When the golden blade struck its form, it sparked with a brilliant flare. Yitu sought to strike again, but the garment ghost was already upon him, gripping his throat tightly. Yitu found himself struggling for breath as the ghost's fingers left 2 crimson marks on his neck. In a swift response, he utilized his ghostly hand to grasp the garment ghost, while the bird ghost emerged from Shuntu's body, launching an attack against it. The garment ghost's eyes glowed a fierce red, intent on exterminating the human before it. Yet, under the combined assault of 1 human and 1 ghost, it found itself at a severe disadvantage. Sensing the dire situation, the garment ghost attempted to flee, but Yitu would not allow such an escape. He sliced his palm with the golden knife, blood oozing from the wound, and pressed his hand against the ghost's head. The garment ghost appeared to be branded, wisps of white vapor emanating from its skull as a pattern formed on its forehead. Yitu felt a connection forged between him and the ghost, and in an instant, he absorbed the garment ghost into his being. A flowing black robe materialized from behind Yitu's day. The drones of the Council of Light observed this scene intently. The world stood in awe. Was this still a human? Such strength was unprecedented. It seemed he had subdued the ghost. Did you not see it transform into the cloak upon his back? He is gathering power, preparing to declare war upon the world. I perceive that the fall of Dashi City is not an end, but rather a beginning. It seeks to annihilate this world. Within the high-level conference room of the Council of Light, all present are taken aback by the unfolding scene. One council member, with a scowl upon his face, remarks, "This scoundrel has truly reached the end of his rope. How foolishly reckless he is. Mobilize the military immediately and eliminate this wretch." A female council member retorts with a cold smile, "He is the one who single-handedly caused the entire Dashi City to fall. Even if we were to dispatch a division of troops to Yinwang City, they might never return." A magnate, tapping his pipe against the table, interjects, "There is no need for alarm. I have already summoned the members of the Demon Slayer Alliance. With their intervention, this youth will soon be vanquished." At that moment, a woman strides into the room, clad in a striking black combat suit, a dark blade sheathed at her waist, and a golden insignia adorning her left arm. Her flowing golden hair cascades down to her waist, and her alluring silhouette resembles that of a goddess of war, Lien, the vice-captain of the Demon Slayer Alliance's Killing God Squad. A D-class Demon Slayer, tasked with this operation. Currently, Yitu harbors 3 spirits within him: the Information Spirit, the Bird Spirit, and the Garment Spirit. Coupled with the Demon Domain, his strength has transcended the 3rd tier. Yet, it remains insufficient. To conquer another city, he requires a greater number of spirits. The prior fall of Dashi City was primarily due to their lack of preparation. Presently, the surrounding cities have significantly bolstered their defensive capabilities, making it impossible for a mere 100 spirits to breach their defenses with ease. Should he aim to assault Dashi City, he must possess no fewer than 1,000 spirits. As he seeks to amass 1,000 units of resentment, will slaying a ghost increase the resentment value? Yitu inquired. Indeed, it will. The ghost itself lacks emotion, however. The resentment of the humans it has slain can be transferred to the host upon its demise. Yitu grasped this concept, meaning that by vanquishing those ghosts with numerous human lives claimed, his resentment value would amplify. The most expedient method would be to locate a 3rd-tier ghost that he could contend with. Although Yitu currently possessed only 2nd-tier strength, with 3 ghosts residing within him, he still held a fair chance against a 3rd-tier ghost. Yet, thoughts of his sister ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Ascending into the sky, he sensed the fluctuations of ghostly energy throughout the city. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He detected the presence of a 3rd-tier ghostly aura within a nearby skyscraper. With a sudden surge of power, he shattered the tempered glass of the building with a single punch and entered the structure. Inside, darkness enveloped him, rendering visibility non-existent. However, Yitu's eyes had acclimated to this obscurity. Ghosts require no sight in the dark, as night is akin to daylight for them. A swarm of drones followed him into the building. What was he planning to do next? Huangyan City, known as a forbidden zone for the living, now felt as familiar to him as home, and this youth was truly formidable. What was the Radiant Council waiting for? Why had they not moved to eliminate him? If they lingered, he would only grow stronger. Today, he could lead the city of Deshan to ruin. Tomorrow, he could annihilate the surrounding cities. Would the Radiant Council stand idly by and witness his ascension? At this moment, the Radiant Council interrupted with a news broadcast. In the city of Yinhuang, the youth remain within the jurisdiction of the Radiant Council. There is no need for excessive alarm, for the Demon Slayer Alliance has dispatched its most elite teams to defend the surrounding cities, ensuring that the daily lives and work of the populace are not disrupted. Furthermore, the Radiant Council has organized a counteroffensive against the city of Dashan, and it is anticipated that it will not be long before Dashan is reclaimed. Humanity shall prevail. Victory is destined to belong to mankind. Chapter 11. Slaying a third-order demon, Yi Tu made his way toward the source of the ominous third-order demonic energy. Clutched in his hand was the demon slayer's blade, his gaze imbued with a fierce intensity. In the past, Yi Tu's eyes were not so. They were pure and innocent. Yet, after 3 years in the demon city, he had been compelled to adopt such a demeanor to instill fear in the hearts of the survivors. These survivors had been rescued from the clutches of malevolent spirits by the Red Moon team, but in their despair, they had completely lost their humanity. Faced with hunger, they would descend into madness, and in the presence of women, they would shamelessly unfasten their belts before all. Had it not been for the captain wielding his blade to put an end to these inhumane beings, one shudders to think how many girls would have suffered dire fates. And this was just a glimpse of their encounters. Among the 5 million citizens of Yinhuang, countless others remained unseen. Some survivors even harbored sinister intentions toward Yi Tu's sister. But they were swiftly deterred by the wild ferocity reflected in Yi Tu's eyes. As he pushed open a door, a foul stench assaulted him. Before him stood a demon, its upper body exposed, with a faint light filtering through the window behind it. Yi Tu's pupils contracted sharply. Behind the ghost stood a tree composed of lifeless corpses, adorned with shriveled human skin, hollow eye sockets, and pulsating hearts. A network of veins intricately connected the hearts, causing blood to flow toward the ghost's heart with each rhythmic beat. The ghost remained motionless, eyes closed, as if it had merged with the horrifying spectacle surrounding it. Through a swarm of drones, the onlookers beheld this ghastly scene, many collapsing in terror. What abomination is this? It is utterly revolting. This formidable ghost, if unleashed, would spell doom for humanity. Observing the scene, a female legislator rose from her seat, exclaiming in anger, "This is a third-tier ghost, capable of annihilating an entire city. What does it intend? Does it seek to be released?" A wealthy tycoon, amused, gazed at the screen and chuckled, "A third-tier ghost? How delightful. It could fetch a handsome price, though it comes at a cost." The female legislator glanced at the tycoon and warned, "I am aware that your consortium secretly trades in ghosts, even breeding them. However, I urge caution. Do not play with fire. These entities could plunge the world into chaos." The tycoon laughed heartily, replying, "Dear legislator, what do you fear? The ghosts are currently contained within Yinhuang City. Even if that brat manages to conquer a few cities, what of it? We could simply launch a few nuclear weapons, raise those cities to the ground, and then reconstruct the Golden Wall." The female legislator let out a cold snort. Conversing with these tycoons felt akin to playing a lute to a cow. The third-tier specter slowly opened its eyes, fixating on Yi Tu before it. It reached out towards the heart, extracting the blood vessels with a swift motion. Suddenly, it lunged towards Yi Tuesday. In that fleeting moment, Yi Tu activated the ghost domain, enveloping the entire floor in a crimson glow. His form materialized from another location, despite the rapid movement. He still bore a wound from the third-tier specter's strike. A deep gash, spanning several centimeters, marred Yi Tu's chest, blood oozing forth from the injury. The specter, its fingers stained with Yi Tu's blood, brought them to its mouth, savoring the delectable taste. Subsequently, it drew forth a rusted long knife from its being and swung it menacingly at Yi Tuesday. In haste, Yi Tu raised his ghost-slaying blade to block. The force of the third-tier specter was astonishing, cleaving the blade in two with a single strike. How bold of this lad to challenge such a formidable specter. He truly knows not the meaning of death. However, perishing at the hands of a ghost would spare us the effort of exterminating him ourselves, remarked one legislator with a sardonic smile as he observed the screen. The female legislator, however, held a different perspective, interjecting, What if this young man manages to slay the third-tier specter?" The laughter from another legislator grew louder, and soon the entire conference room erupted in mirth. "That is a third-tier specter. Only a D-grade ghost slayer could hope to vanquish it. This fellow is at best an E-grade. He can barely ensure his own survival, let alone defeat a third-tier specter. It is sheer fantasy." The female legislator remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. Yi Tu traversed the realm of spirits with remarkable agility. As the third-tier specter lost its bearings, he swiftly appeared beside it, wielding his half-blade of ghost slaying to strike at its cranium. A smirk crept upon the specter's lips as, in that very instant, its form abruptly materialized behind Yi-Tu, thrusting its blade towards him. The long knife pierced through the cloak that shielded Yi-Tu, revealing the astonishing defensive prowess of the garment spirit. The strike from the third-tier specter failed to penetrate the spirit's formidable defenses. Though classified as a second-tier entity, the garment spirit's resilience was extraordinary. When the Red Moon Squad confronted it, even an RPG failed to breach its defenses. It is worth noting that the current weaponry was infused with gold, rendering it ineffective against the garment spirit, thus underscoring its defensive capabilities. The third-tier specter appeared visibly taken aback. Such a blow would have felled any being of lower rank. Why did it not affect this human? The specter began to regard the young man with newfound seriousness. In response, it activated its spectral domain, engulfing the previously crimson-lit floor in darkness once more. Yi-Tu's domain was constricted, shrinking relentlessly. As it diminished to the size of a single person, he would be entirely ensnared within the third-tier specter's domain, rendering him utterly vulnerable. Clenching his teeth, Yi-Tu resolved that he could not succumb to death. He sought vengeance. He aimed to obliterate the very world itself. Although the specter's previous strike had not inflicted physical harm, it delivered a tremendous shock, leaving Yi-Tu with the sensation of shattered ribs. He must eliminate this third-tier specter swiftly. Yi-Tu unleashed both the bird spirit and the garment spirit, then commanded the information spirit. I require every visual record of this third-tier specter across the world. The information specter directly uploaded all details regarding this third-tier specter into the electronic watch. Yi-Tu observed the video of the third-tier specter. In a certain nation's catastrophic event that nearly obliterated the country, the shadow of this third-tier specter was present. This specter invaded a city, its body spreading like a web to envelop the entire metropolis. The web ensnared fleeing humans, their bodies rapidly withering as blood coursed through the spider-like veins toward the third-tier specter. In response, the nation deployed fighter jets, launching several bombs at the specter hovering in midair. The bombs detonated against its form, creating a gaping hole. Within, a crimson heart throbbed violently. Soon, the webs began to converge upon the third-tier specter, mending the wound around its heart. Once its entire body was restored, the specter unleashed a massacre within the city. The video abruptly ceased. Yi-Tu's mind raced. The bird specter and the clothing specter had proven no match for the third-tier specter, which held them firmly in its grasp. Suddenly, Yi-Tu's eyes widened as a realization struck him. The weakness of this third-tier specter lay within its heart. Typically, specters lack a heart. Even piercing one with a blade would not inflict serious harm. Only decapitating a specter could lead to its demise. However, this particular specter appeared to possess two bodies, one upon the human tree and the other engaged in battle here. The nation's missile had ruptured the specter's true form, exposing its heart, clearly inflicting severe damage. The heart upon the human tree might very well be the specter's head. Upon this realization, Yi-Tu abruptly took action, forcibly expanding his own ghost domain under the oppressive influence of the third-tier ghost. In an instant, he arrived at the location of the flesh tree, swiftly plunging his blade into its heart. The body of the third-tier ghost trembled violently, its domain becoming increasingly unstable, oscillating between the realm of reality and an abyss of darkness. It was effective. Without hesitation, Yi-Tu pivoted the blade, causing the heart to explode, blood gushing forth in torrents. The third-tier ghost sustained grave injuries, collapsing to the ground as its form began to carbonize and gradually vanish. Revenge points, 800. According to Yi-Tu's analysis, this third-tier ghost must have suffered severe injuries in a certain nation, subsequently being exiled to Yanhuang City by the World Alliance. It had sustained further wounds, forcing it to seek refuge here to recuperate. Had it been a typical third-tier ghost, it would have proved much more formidable. With 900 revenge points accumulated, he was still short of the 1,000 required to summon 100 vengeful spirits. However, the remainder could be procured from humanity. As Yi-Tu relished witnessing the despair etched upon their faces, he gazed toward the direction of the Great Sea City. It too must be on the brink of ruin. Chapter 12. Do you wish to avenge them? All present watched the live broadcast in stunned silence. The female counselor crushed the red wine glass in her hand. He actually slew the third-tier ghost. As for Great Sea City and Great River City, the speaker remarked with ease. The Godslayer squad has already arrived into High City, where Lien, a D-rank demon slayer, has previously vanquished 4 or 5 third-tier demons. Moreover, There is a battalion of troops stationed there, and I have just notified the addition of another battalion. Even if third-tier demons appear, they shall not breach Dahai City. At this moment, Dahai City stands on high alert, fortified with 2 battalions of troops and over 100 tanks and aircraft. Lien, the vice-captain of the Godslayer squad, along with other team members, is seated in a tank, engaged in a game of poker. No way, vice-captain. I refuse to believe you can beat me with 17 cards. If you manage to do so, I shall eat the tracks of this tank on the spot. Lien gazes at Quinn with a stoic expression. Quinn, feeling somewhat awkward, is about to say something to ease the tension when a sudden commotion erupts outside. Lien's gaze shifts instantaneously, signaling to Quinn and Arnold. They both poke their heads out of the tank for a brief moment, only to retract them swiftly. It's nothing, Vice-Captain. It's merely the army assembling. Arnold informs Lien. She nods in acknowledgement. The Godslayer squad, classified as a D-rank unit within the Demon Slayer Alliance, comprises Captain Lister and Vice-Captain Lien, both of D-rank strength, while the remaining 5 members are of F-rank. A squad of such caliber poses no challenge against third-tier demons. However, Captain Lister is absent from Dahai City due to other duties, leaving Lien in command of the Godslayer squad. Vice-Captain, I heard you know that guy? Arnold inquires. Referring to Tuesday, Lien nodded and said, he was recruited into the Ghost-Slaying Alliance at the same time as I was. We met during the initial training. Later, he joined the Red Moon squad while I became part of the Killing God squad, and we never crossed paths again. Tell us, what kind of person is that lad? Lien closed her eyes and slowly replied, E2, lauded as the most outstanding Ghost Slayer by the Ghost Slaying Alliance, achieved near-perfect scores in all assessments during the preliminary training, be it in combat or theory. After joining the Red Moon squad, he is said to be regarded as the brain of the team. Quinn exclaimed, to have such a person as an enemy is truly terrifying. Lien remained indifferent and said, it's merely a matter of differing beliefs. If it were you, after spending 3 years in Ghost City, you would soon see the light of day again. If your sister were killed, what would you do? Quinn pondered for a moment, sighed, and replied, I doubt I possess his kind of courage. One person causing the fall of a great city is too horrifying. What has he endured? Arnold murmured. Lien closed her eyes again. Indeed, what has he truly experienced? Regardless of who he was before, he is now our enemy. Remember, if you encounter him on the battlefield, first and foremost, be cautious, and secondly, show no mercy in killing him. Yes, Vice-Captain. Meanwhile, E2 had gathered over 1,000 vengeful spirits, poised to launch an attack on the city of Dashi at any moment. He returned to his dwelling and cast a final glance at his sister, who seemed to be in a deep slumber within the crystal coffin. Then, he placed a toy dog in her embrace. This recounts a moment when the younger sister was alive, playfully teasing Yi2 by likening him to a stuffed dog. The elder brother, having to step out yet again, regrettably could not accompany her, so he suggested that the stuffed toy keep her company. After completing this, Yi2 soared beyond the golden walls, arriving at the coastal city. Strolling through the streets, he found himself enchanted by the perspective of viewing the world from a divine vantage point. The occurrences of the earthly realm were astonishing. Numerous sins lay concealed beneath the surface of flesh. Yet, he harbored no qualms about employing destruction to cleanse these transgressions. With a mere few dozen resentment points remaining to reach 1,000, E2 remained unperturbed. He yearned to witness humanity's despair, for their anguish served as his canvas. And he intended to appreciate human suffering as one would admire art. Suddenly, E2 spotted a girl seated on a park bench, weeping, her face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Beside her lay a suitcase. The girl, adorned in a fresh and vibrant outfit, appeared to have just graduated and commenced her career. E2 seemed to grasp the essence of her plight. Accordingly, he approached and naturally settled beside her. Hello, is there anything I can assist you with? He inquired. The girl shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Offering her a tissue, E2 gently remarked, crying will not resolve your troubles. If you wish to share, I believe I could be a wonderful listener, for no one understands despair better than I do. Captivated by his alluring voice, the girl gradually ceased her sobbing and turned her gaze towards Tuesday. His radiant smile evoked a sense of familiarity within her, as if she had encountered him before. She slowly replied, do you genuinely wish to listen? Yi2 nodded in affirmation. My name is Li Wei. I have just graduated and joined the workforce, where he is my supervisor, treating me with great care. Eventually, he confessed his feelings for me, and I fell for him. A year later, today, his wife stormed into the office and slapped me. I had thought he would stand by my side, but to my dismay, he allowed his wife to strike me. As Yitu observed the red imprint left on Li Wei's face, he understood the nature of the man's actions. I harbor a deep resentment towards this world. Initially, my parents advised me against engaging with him, leading to a rift between us. I had believed he would cherish me for a lifetime, only to discover today that he has a 3-year-old child. Why? Why treat me this way? Yitu gazed at Li Wei, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Was she not precisely the person he had been seeking? He looked at her and slowly inquired, "Do you wish to exact revenge upon them?" Chapter 13. I am willing. I shall bring about their demise. Revenge? Li Wei hesitated, unsure of her words. She was merely a fresh graduate. What means did she possess to retaliate against them? The man's wife had forgiven him, while he pointed a finger at her, threatening her with disgrace should she persist in pursuing him. What wrong had she committed? He had a wife, yet she remained oblivious, leading to this tragic conclusion. All that remained was an overwhelming hatred and infinite fury towards them. What could she possibly wield to take vengeance upon them? I yearn to end their lives, yet I lack the power to do so. Yitu shook his head. You possess the capability, it is just that the world has always been fair. You shall obtain what you desire, but in doing so, you will inevitably forfeit something in return. It is entirely your choice. Should you decide to relinquish your life and embrace the existence of a specter, you would possess the power to vanquish those who have wronged you, much like I have. A crimson light ignited in Yitu's eyes. When Li Wei beheld the glow in his gaze, fear eluded her. Instead, a thrill coursed through her veins. To eliminate those who have inflicted pain upon me, she envisioned the countenance of that man and the wicked woman, all of them deserving of death. This man before her seemed capable of granting her deepest desires. He resembled the devil, enticing her willingly into his snare. I am willing. I yearn to slay them. A murderous intent gleamed in Li Wei's eyes. Yitu's crimson orb shimmered with excitement. Yes, just so. Seize the power you crave. He sliced open his palm, and Li Wei opened her mouth to accept his offering. As she slowly wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, her body began to convulse violently. Veins bulging on her forehead, and her eyes radiating a deep, red luminescence. This was the blood pact of the specter, capable of transforming one into a being that is half human, half ghost. She retained a semblance of human consciousness, yet her form had morphed into that of a ghost. Go forth. Seek vengeance upon those who have wronged you, and make them feel despair. Li Wei's body surged towards a nearby company. Yitu followed slowly behind. At the entrance of the establishment, a man was engaged in conversation with a woman. Suddenly, Li Wei's appearance widened the man's eyes in shock. How dare you return? Get lost. My wife is furious because of you. A peculiar smile graced Li Wei's lips. The man, sensing danger, spoke nervously. What is happening? Leave. Now. A woman approached, striking out at Li Wei. Li Wei swiftly seized the woman's arm. Unyielding, the woman retorted, You little harlot. Do you dare strike me? Before she could finish her sentence, Li Wei sank her teeth into the woman's neck. Blood gushed forth from the woman's veins, splattering the man nearby. The man screamed in terror, abandoning his wife as he fled into the distance. Li Wei charged after him, grasping his neck. He fell to his knees, pleading, Xiao Wei. I still love you. I had no choice. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Li Wei responded with a cold, mocking laugh, as if deriding him. She then embraced the man, who mistakenly believed she had spared him, wrapping his arms around her waist. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. His body began to tremble violently, ensnared as though Li Wei's grip was unbreakable. With a resounding crunch, the man was crushed like a watermelon, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Anger points increased by 50. Anger points increased by 50. Yitu gazed with satisfaction at the outcome. The anger points had reached a total of 1,000. With a snap of his fingers, countless vengeful spirits emerged from beyond the golden walls. A swarm of drones captured the scene. The global audience, witnessing this spectacle, felt their skin crawl. Those with a fear of clusters would surely faint at the sight. He was about to annihilate the city again. What could be done? I am currently in the Great River City. Now, only the Great River City and Ocean City are closest to him. It seems these two cities are destined for calamity. Do not utter any cynical remarks from above. I am currently in Dahuai City. If he were to come here, could we defend our city? Do not fret. For the Council of Light has dispatched 2 divisions of troops, and even the Exorcist Alliance has sent representatives. Dahuai City stands as a formidable bastion. He shall not breach our defenses. At this moment, the Dahuai City television station urges all citizens to remain calm. We have summoned General Steve, the most esteemed psychological expert from the Council of Light, to analyze this incident. A man appears on the television screen, responding to the reporter's inquiries. He speaks slowly. The young man emerging from Yanwang City has endured 3 years of darkness, resulting in a profoundly warped psyche characterized by an intensely anti-human persona. I believe persuasion is futile. He must be utterly eradicated to restore peace and stability to the world. This young man possesses the ability to control spirits, and his sister has fallen victim to human gunfire. Should we allow him to persist, he may plunge the entire world into chaos. The reporter inquires, does General Steve believe he intends to launch an attack on a specific city? Steve replies deliberately, currently, Dashi City has succumbed to his influence, with Dahui City being the closest target, followed by Dajiang City. I suspect he will target Dahui City, for only then can he seize control of both Dashi City and Dahui City, thereby establishing a formidable counterforce. The female host then asks, so does this mean Dajiang City is now secure? Steve nods in affirmation. Whether he attacks the coastal city or the river city, he will ultimately face inevitable defeat. For the proximity of the two cities ensures that the armed forces of one can swiftly reinforce the other. Just imagine the sheer force of 3 or 4 divisions. How could he possibly breach their defenses? Numerous viewers engaged in animated discussions while watching the video. According to General Steve, it seems he cannot conquer either city, which brings me great relief, allowing me to sleep soundly at night. With General Steve stationed in the river city, what do we have to fear? I refuse to believe that he can succeed with merely 1,000 specters. However, let us not forget the example of the mountain city. It fell due to insufficient defenses. Now, the river city is fortified to such an extent that not even a fly could penetrate its barriers. Let us see how he intends to enter. It is an affront to our strength. He mistakenly believes he can bring the mountain city to its knees, and, emboldened by a fleeting victory, dares to approach the river city. This time, we shall ensure his demise. Such a man is nothing but refuse. He had the chance to survive but chose to return. This time, I shall witness his end with my own eyes. Yitu gazed at the television broadcast displayed on his electronic watch. This Steve is the very murderer of my sister, and today he shall pay in blood for his crimes. Chapter 14, The Butcher of the Rainy Night. Calling headquarters, we have detected the Spectre army 10 kilometers ahead. Reported the armed forces of the coastal city to their command center. General Steve was indeed correct. He is truly a master of psychological warfare. As that youth has ventured into the coastal city, let the armed forces of the coastal city eliminate him. To their astonishment, they dared to venture into the city of Dhi, intending to demonstrate the formidable might of the Illuminated Council. At this juncture, a division of troops from Dijing was also en route to Dhi. Should Yitu initiate an assault on Dhi, the armed forces of Dijing could encircle him from behind, thus completely surrounding him. With the combined strength of 3 or 4 divisions alongside the members of the Ghost-Slaying Alliance, there would be no escape for Yitu's day. As the ghostly army approached the gates of Dhi, the soldiers stationed atop the walls beheld the dark, ominous figures below, their hearts filled with trepidation. They swallowed hard, gripping their rifles, poised to fire at a moment's notice upon receiving the command. Something felt amiss. One commander remarked, "What seems to be the issue?" Another inquired. "There are only 200 or 300 ghosts here," he replied, "but according to our intelligence, there should be thousands emerging from Wang Nuing City. Why are there so few?" The two commanders exchanged apprehensive glances. "This is troubling," they exclaimed, promptly contacting the Dijing command center. "Employ the strategy of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair. Swiftly recall your forces." The personnel at the Dijing command center were taken aback by this message. Aren't we to assault Dhi? Our defensive capabilities have already diminished by 2/3, and our troops are likely nearing Dhi as we speak. To recall them now. Yet, they had no time to ponder further, hastily attempting to reach the troops dispatched to support Dhi. However, to their dismay, only a crackling sound filled the line that could not establish contact with the armed forces. Countless vengeful spirits closed in from all directions, encircling Dijing, and the remaining defenders felt a chill of dread as they beheld the few hundred apparitions before them. Alas, he did not venture to the coastal city but instead arrived at the great river city. We have been deceived. He has astonishingly anticipated General Steve's predictions. This young man is profoundly astute. What shall we do? The entire city's signal has vanished, and the forces dispatched to the coastal city are unreachable. The great river city has now become an isolated fortress, utterly cut off from the outside world. We are left with no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Yet, with only our meager numbers, Yitu stands above the great river city, gazing down upon it like a deity. The rain pours down in torrents. Hundreds of malevolent spirits unleash their fury upon the city during the stormy night. Among them are the mighty specters and the fist phantoms, their blows crashing against the city walls, which soon crumble under the onslaught. Immediately, the army of phantoms surges into the heart of the great river city. The soldiers fire upon the vengeful spirits, but their sheer numbers render the soldiers powerless. In less than half an hour, the city's defenses are utterly dismantled. The Enlightenment Council hastily deploys drones to broadcast real-time footage of the great river city. In the downpour, Yi-Tu resembles a harvester, reaping the lives of those soldiers. Bullets fly towards him, yet all are deflected by the specters. What? He has seemingly lost all fear of bullets. His rate of growth is staggering. Has he emerged from the depths of hell? In the rain, like a butcher of the stormy night, he is truly terrifying. Just like the butcher of the stormy night. A scene straight out of a film. Within the Enlightenment Council, all eyes are coldly fixed upon this unfolding spectacle. The youth is truly terrifying. Instead of choosing to attack the nearest city, Dahai, he has decided to lay siege to Dejiang City, which is currently defenseless and cannot possibly withstand his onslaught. An irate council member exclaimed. The speaker immediately placed a call to the command center of Dahai City. Issuing a directive, deploy all armed forces from Dahai City to Dejiang City at once. Surround him within Dejiang City. No one is allowed to take his life without my command. I require him alive. With that, the speaker abruptly ended the call. Lighting a cigar, he calmly remarked. Even if he conquers Dejiang City, what of it? For divisions will encircle him. Let us see how he escapes. Numerous tycoons applauded in agreement. Meanwhile, at Dejiang City television station, General Steve's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news that Yi-Tu was assaulting Dejiang City. He hastily exited the studio. Protected by dozens of soldiers and boarded an armored vehicle, he had been responsible for the death of Yi-Tu's sister. And it seemed that Yi-Tu's attack on Dejiang City was directly linked to his presence at the television station. Yi-Tu was seeking vengeance. Steve's vehicle was positioned centrally, flanked by 2 armored cars leading the way, while a jeep carrying a dozen fully armed soldiers followed closely behind. He was headed for an underground shelter, a refuge prepared for high-ranking officials in case of a nuclear attack, situated several hundred meters beneath the ground with exceptionally stringent security. Even in the event of a nuclear explosion directly overhead, safety within the shelter was assured. Drive faster, Steve shouted angrily at the driver ahead. Yet, in the beams of the headlights, a frail figure stood resolutely in the middle of the road. They blocked their path. Chapter 15. The Demon Slayer Alliance. Yi-Tu's eyes resembled those of a venomous serpent, fixated intently on Steve. As Steve met that gaze, a shiver coursed through him. What manner of look was that? It was akin to a demon awakening from the depths of hell, burning with the flames of vengeance, ignited within those eyes. Charge forward and crush this insignificant insect. Steve commanded the vehicles ahead. The armored vehicle roared to life, akin to a furious beast, hurtling towards Yi-Tu, who remained utterly motionless. The armored vehicle collided directly with him, but Yi-Tu activated his ghostly powers. The vehicle hit him as if it had struck an iron wall, its front crumpling instantly. The rear wheels abruptly lifted, executing a complete 360-degree flip, soaring over Yi-Tu's head before crashing heavily to the ground, rendered inoperable in an instant. Steve's eyes widened in disbelief. He seized a submachine gun from the back seat and unleashed a barrage of fire upon Yi-Tu's day. The others, witnessing this, joined in a frenzied assault, bullets pouring down like rain upon Yi-Tu's day. Yet, with his ghostly defenses, the projectiles failed to penetrate. Yi-Tu advanced steadily, launching a punch with his ghostly hand towards the armored vehicle, causing the front, weighing 5 tons, to cave in instantaneously. The engine was rendered useless. Seeing this, Steve urgently commanded a retreat. As Yi-Tu observed the vehicle's withdrawal, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the armored vehicle tumbling through the air. Steve, seated within, sped away down the path they had come. Meanwhile, Yi-Tu soared forward, his fist aimed at the window in front of Steve. However, the window was fortified with bulletproof glass, and the force of his punch did not shatter it, leaving merely a slender crack. Inside, Steve gazed mockingly at Yi-Tu, as if to say, "What do you possess to challenge me?" Undeterred, Yi-Tu struck again with a powerful blow. In an instant, the glass, capable of withstanding missiles, shattered into fragments. Observing this, a flicker of terror crossed Steve's eyes, prompting his bodyguards to draw their weapons and fire towards Yi-Tu outside the window. Yi-Tu shielded himself with his dark cloak, the bullets ricocheting off with a metallic clatter. The driver accelerated and swerved, attempting to dislodge Yi-Tu from the vehicle. Yet he grasped the door handle with an iron grip, swiftly seizing one bodyguard and flinging him from the window. The vehicles trailing behind also opened fire on Yi-Tu. Though his spectral defenses were formidable, they could not endure indefinitely. Yi-Tu was forced to leap onto the front windshield. The driver, catching sight of Yi-Tu's piercing gaze, panicked and jerked the steering wheel. Yi-Tu delivered a devastating punch that obliterated the glass and hurled the driver from the car. The assailants in the rear vehicle attempted to continue firing, but a cacophony of wails erupted from within. Those were the nearby malevolent spirits summoned by Yi-Tu, mercilessly slaughtering everyone inside the car. Standing atop the wrecked vehicle, Yi-Tu fixed his gaze on Steve in the backseat. "I promise to make you feel what despair truly is." Steve trembled as he stared at Yi-Tu, declaring, "It is the command of the Council of Light. I am a soldier, bound to follow orders." Before Steve could finish his words, Yi-Tu seized him from the backseat with a swift motion. "This is not a justification for your murderous intent. What fault lies with my sister? She is merely 8 years old, yearning only to escape the gilded confines. Why do you treat her thus?" Yi-Tu screamed, his eyes wide with fury. "To hell with you," he declared calmly, launching a punch at Steve. In a flash of golden light, Yi-Tu swiftly dodged, only to see a shadowy figure dart past them, whisking Steve away. Several figures landed nearby. "Yi-Tu, cease your resistance and return with us to the Alliance to face justice," one of them commanded. Yi-Tu cast a cold gaze upon these figures and replied, "The Ghost Slayer Alliance, I advise you not to involve yourselves in this matter." These individuals were indeed members of the Ghost Slayer Alliance's Death God Squad, which had been divided into 2 groups, one in the Great Sea City and the other in the Great River City. The members present were those aside from Lien. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Ghost Slayer Alliance, Steve felt emboldened. "Yi-Tu, weren't you intent on killing me? Come then, strike. I stand before you. Let us see what you are capable of." Yi-Tu remained silent. Today, Steve must perish here, regardless of the Ghost Slayer Alliance's presence. Moreover, there have been prior conflicts between the Death God Squad and the Red Moon Squad. Initially, the Death God Squad was assigned the mission in Yanhuang City. But the squad leader had somehow learned of the plan to seal Yanhuang City and transferred the task to the Red Moon Squad. A realization that dawned on the latter only later. At that moment, the 3 figures simultaneously attacked Yi-Tu's. The 3 demon-slaying swords converged from 3 directions, ensnaring Yi-Tu and leaving him with no escape. As the swords approached his body, Yi-Tu instantly activated the ghost domain. The area was enveloped in a crimson haze. Yi-Tu's form abruptly materialized before Steve, who gazed at the sudden apparition with an indescribable terror in his eyes. Almost immediately, a stain of urine spread beneath him. The esteemed 3-star general had, in that moment, soiled himself in front of all onlookers. Yi-Tu wasted no words. He summoned 10 malevolent spirits nearby to invade Steve's body. When a person becomes possessed by a single malevolent entity, their existence transforms into a living hell. In Steve's case, over 20 spirits took residence within him. Initially, he writhed in agony on the ground, desperately clawing at the shards of glass scattered about, his palms sliced and bloodied. He sought to alleviate the torment of possession through the physical pain he inflicted upon himself. The spirits within him swarmed like ants, feasting upon his flesh and blood. On his knees, Steve relentlessly bashed his head against the unforgiving ground. "Is this the suffering endured by the people of Yanhuang City? I understand now. I was wrong. Can someone save me? I swear I shall never dare again," he pleaded, crawling beside Yi-Tu in desperation. Yet Yi-Tu remained silent, turning away. He drew a long knife and plunged it mercilessly into Steve's body. He did not desire Steve's immediate demise. He yearned to torment him slowly. Everyone watching through the drones witnessed this harrowing scene. At that moment, all present covered their mouths, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "He seeks vengeance upon us. This method is utterly ruthless. A youth. How did he cultivate such a ruthless heart? His psyche has become twisted. He must be eradicated. Fear not. The Demon Slayer Alliance has encircled him. There is no escape for him." In that moment, Yi-Tu's cold gaze swept over the 3 members of the Killing God Squad. "Do you wish to continue your assault?" The 3 members exchanged glances, still shaken by the earlier scene of Yi-Tu tormenting Steve. However, their mission was to capture Yi-Tu alive. Without hesitation, they launched their attack. Yi-Tu deftly evaded their strikes within the realm of spirits. The Demon Slayer blade struck against the Clothing Spectre's defense, failing to breach it. Suddenly, a helicopter whirred overhead. A dark figure brandishing the Demon Slayer blade descended upon Yi-Tu with ferocity. Chapter 16. Lister, the captain of the Killing God Squad, a D-rank Demon Slayer. Lister, like a deity descending from the heavens. Having completed his mission, he happened to pass through the city and witnessed this scene. With that strike, Lister shattered Yi2's clothing specter defense. Yi2 staggered back a few paces, slowly wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. Truly, Lister is worthy of being a D-rank demon slayer. That blow carried the force of an avalanche, its power immensely formidable. In his early days as a newcomer in the Demon Slayer Alliance, Yi2 had heard of Lister's name. At that time, Lister was not yet a captain. Yet his potential and strength were exceptional. I have warned you, the Demon Slayer Alliance must not interfere. This individual is mine. Yi2's voice rasped as he shouted at Lister. Lister brandished the Demon Slayer blade before him. His voice cold as ice. The Demon Slayer Alliance has intervened in this matter, intent on capturing you alive. As the captain of the Reaper Squad, it is my duty to bring you, this ruthless murderer, to justice. Upon hearing the phrase for justice, Yi2 erupted into laughter. Ah, what a splendid notion of justice. When you framed the Crimson Moon Squad and led them into the city of Yinhuang, where was your sense of justice then? It seems to me that this world is filled with individuals like you, self-serving in your pursuit of justice. Today, it appears, is the time to settle the grudge between our two teams. List's gaze turned icy, and he ceased his words, launching himself into action. The three members behind him, witnessing their captain's assault, followed suit, encircling Yi2's day. The latter unleashed his ghostly domain, conjuring an invisible barrier that separated the four assailants. He materialized before one of the Reaper Squad members, seizing the man's throat with a ghostly hand. A sickening crack echoed as his bones dislocated, and the squad member's life force extinguished. List, observing this grim sight, displayed no trace of anger on his face. Gripping the Demon Slayer blade tightly, he struck down upon the barrier before him. It shattered with a resounding crash, and in an instant, List surged forward, confronting Yi2's die. He bellowed, veins bulging on his forearm. The Demon Slayer blade radiated a powerful aura as it cleaved toward Yi2's day. The latter moved like a specter, dodging through the blade's shadow. Just as he prepared to counter with a ghostly strike, two more presences emerged behind him. Those two squad members had also breached the barrier, launching their assault on Yi2's day. The figure of Yi2 suddenly vanished from his original position, causing the attacks of the two team members to miss their mark. Yi2 grasped the Demon Slayer blade, which belonged to the slain member of the killer's squad, and assumed an offensive stance. Upon witnessing this, Lister's expression shifted slightly. This was a technique that all members of the Demon Slayer Alliance were required to master, yet it was now wielded by a demon. He understood the implications of Yi2's actions. Yi2 intended to combat in a manner befitting humanity. With a powerful push from his legs, Lister surged forward, raising the Demon Slayer blade to strike at Yi2's day. Yi2, with closed eyes, sensed Lister's movements within the demon realm. At the very moment Lister's blade descended, Yi2 pivoted slightly, evading Lister's assault. He then thrust the Demon Slayer blade towards Lister. Realizing the blade was aimed at him, Lister swiftly altered his stance, bending low to evade, narrowly escaping as Yi2's attack merely grazed his dark combat attire without inflicting any substantial harm. The two swiftly turned, engaging in a fierce struggle. In an instant, the night was filled with the clashing of metal, sparks flying. Although Lister possessed the strength to breach Yi2's ghostly defenses, he found himself at a disadvantage compared to Yi2's might. Each of Yi2's strikes was devastating, leaving Lister struggling to counter them. Observing Lister's visible distress, two members of the killer's squad charged forward. This time, Yi2 did not evade. Instead, he whirled around and swung his blade at the two members. The force of his strike was tremendous, sending both members of the killer's squad flying. With their mere E-rank strength, they stood no chance against Yi2, who was a formidable foe requiring at least D-rank prowess to contend with effectively. At that moment, List gestured, and the two squad members, upon noticing his signal, nodded and commenced their actions. One member of the squad obstructed Yi2, while the other charged towards Steve, intent on rescuing him. Yi2, observing the approaching member of the Killing God squad, felt a chill in his gaze. He could not allow Steve to be rescued so easily. He intended to show Steve the true meaning of despair. This murderer must pay for his crimes. Yi2 seized the demon-slaying blade and, with a sudden burst of power, appeared directly in front of the squad member. He then swung the blade with swiftness. In that instant, no one could react. The squad member, staring at the blood-dripping blade in Yi2's hand, widened his eyes and slowly reached for his neck. Gulp. The head fell from the body, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Witnessing this, another member of the Killing God squad gritted his teeth and charged at Yi2's day. Yi2 turned the blade's edge and plunged it directly into the man's heart. Within half an hour, 3 members of the demon-slaying alliance lay dead. All who beheld this scene captured by drones held their breath in astonishment. Chapter 17. I abhor justice. He is a demon. He is an executioner. He is the disgrace of humanity. To kill 3 in one breath, his gaze devoid of emotion, he must be torn to pieces. Is the demon-slaying alliance so inept that 4 could not bring him down? You are mistaken. The inability of the demon-slaying alliance to vanquish him signifies that this individual is beyond the reach of ordinary retribution. The entire world has underestimated him. Both the Council of Light and the demon-slaying alliance have grown complacent. As List beheld the demise of 3 squad members, an eruption of fury ensued within him. He could no longer maintain his composure, his gaze ablaze with wrath. I shall avenge them and execute justice. U2 regarded List with a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Justice? Apologies, but I have grown to despise that term, and furthermore. U2 paused thoughtfully. What right do you have to utter the word justice? 3 years ago, in your quest to expel the vengeful spirits, you, List, stained your hands with the blood of countless innocents, wielding the name of the spirit-slaying alliance as a guise to ruthlessly slaughter humanity within the city. List was momentarily taken aback, retorting coldly, How could you possibly know that? U2 scoffed derisively. Did you truly believe that the higher echelons of the spirit-slaying alliance could suppress your sordid affairs without the truth being revealed? I have accessed all the encrypted documents of the alliance's squads through the information specter. It is utterly corrupt. Fury and humiliation ignited within List, prompting him to raise his spirit-slaying blade to strike. Yet U2 swiftly seized the weapon, reversing its trajectory and forcefully slicing into List's arm. In an instant, List's left limb was severed, blood saturating his combat attire, causing veins to bulge upon his forehead in agony. When one lacks power, hope transforms into a hellish existence. When one is powerless, even if others err, they will not extend an apology. When one lacks strength, even the closest companions become unprotectable. Do you now comprehend that sense of despair and impotence? Today, I shall proclaim to the world that everything done to me and to my sister shall be repaid 1,000-fold. With these words, U2 swung down upon the head of Lisite. All who witnessed this scene were left wide-eyed in shock. Lisite's head split open like a watermelon, crimson juice spilling forth. An eerie silence enveloped the world. Within the ghost-slaying alliance, a senior member rose in outrage. His eyes ablaze with fury. U2's audacity was astounding. He had the audacity to disregard even the ghost-slaying alliance, despite once being a member. Now, he was neither human nor ghost, a true disgrace to our alliance. The other high-ranking officials, hearing these words, were equally enraged. The ghost-slaying alliance would spare no effort to eliminate U2. Meanwhile, within the Council of Light, all eyes were glued to the screen, the meeting room steeped in silence. With the members of the ghost-slaying alliance now dead, this individual was becoming increasingly terrifying. He must be dealt with swiftly. One councilman spoke up first. The speaker gazed coldly at the screen, lost in thought. A wealthy magnate suggested, why not obliterate him with a nuclear bomb? Even a god would not survive such an onslaught. A female counselor shook her head, stating, the use of a nuclear weapon is far too perilous. We have painstakingly contained those spirits with the Golden Wall. If we unleash a nuclear bomb, it may breach the wall, plunging the world once again into chaos. The affluent magnate sighed and remarked, this won't do. That won't do either. We cannot stand idly by and watch this brat run amok. At that moment, the speaker turned around, his countenance darkened as he stated, at this stage, we cannot resort to nuclear weapons, but since he is still considered human, we shall employ gas bombs. I refuse to believe that unleashing gas bombs upon Yanwang City will not bring about his demise. Gas bombs? The assembly gasped in shock. Such devices are inhumane. Should the Council of Light deploy them, they would undoubtedly face global outrage. The speaker coldly retorted, as long as we eliminate this wretch, the world will be grateful to us, not opposed. They will only care for themselves. Compared to the gas bombs, U2 is their true nightmare. Meanwhile, U2 observed the barely conscious Steve on the ground. A few malevolent spirits rushed forward, intent on tearing him apart. U2 cast a frigid gaze upon them and slowly uttered, take him back. I want him to experience the agony of despair. The spirits complied, refraining from further assaulting Steve. One spirit possessed Steve, who, like a lifeless husk, followed the spectral army towards Yanwang City. Currently, the great city has been seized, and U2 has taken control of 3 cities. He now finds himself in a position of both advance and retreat, able to extricate himself safely regardless of the number of troops the Council of Light may send. However, After his confrontation with Lister, Yi2 sensed a deficiency in his own strength. The battle with 4 adversaries had drained him for half an hour. Should the next Demon Slayer Alliance arrive with an entire squad, or perhaps a more advanced team of Demon Slayers, it is likely that my endeavors would not be so effortless. It appears that upon my return to Yinhuang City, I must enhance my abilities. Only through strength can one declare war upon the world, for dignity resides solely upon the edge of a blade, and truth exists only within the range of cannon fire. A few hundred demons remain in the Great River City, while the rest accompany Yi2 back to Yinhuang City. I command that those demons confine Steve in a small dark room, unleashing the curse of demon blood and the demon blood pact upon him. One has the capacity to corrode humanity, while the other transforms a being into a demon, endowing them with regenerative abilities. Thus, Steve endured 3 days and nights of torment, caught between corrosion and regeneration. Chapter 18. Illusions of the Demon Realm. Yi2 intended for Steve to experience the despair that all of Daxia had faced. Yet, Steve could not withstand even 3 days, while Yi2 and his sister remained in this state for a full 3 years. Steve met his demise. This was not the conclusion, but rather the beginning. He would retaliate against the world, for the citizens of Yinhuang City who perished during these 3 years. And for his sister, Yi2 returned to his chamber, where tranquility reigned, and no one could disturb him and his sister any longer. She need no longer live in fear, yet she remained unresponsive. Yi2 retrieved a handful of candies from his pocket and placed them beside the crystal coffin. He had procured them from a supermarket in Great River City, carrying them all the way back solely for his sister. In the past, when someone from the Red Moon Squad was injured, Yi Xian would always produce the candies she had painstakingly gathered and offer them to the wounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the fall of Great River City. Reward: the host's level has ascended to the 3rd tier. Reward: the information spirit's level has risen to the 3rd tier, expanding its network infiltration range to 10,000 meters. Reward: the bird spirit's level has advanced to the 3rd tier, extending its flight duration by 10 hours. Reward: the clothing spirit's level has increased to the 3rd tier, doubling its defensive capabilities. Reward: the ghost domain has been elevated to the 2nd layer, now possessing the ability to create illusions. Yi2 listened intently to the system's rewards. His strength had now progressed from the 2nd to the 3rd tier. He could contend with C-level demon slayers and face at least 4 or 5 D-level demon slayers. As for the ghost domain, with its illusionary capacity, Yi2 was uncertain of its implications. System, what does the ability to create illusions entail? The system's voice responded. The ghost domain belongs to the host and can manifest anything the host envisions, excluding living beings. Upon hearing this answer, Yi2 was filled with exhilaration, for he wished to encounter certain individuals within the ghost domain. He activated the ghost domain, and a crimson light enveloped the room. Within this crimson glow stood a line of figures, the members of the Red Moon Squad: Captain Su Feng, Vice Captain Lin Nan, the weepy Su Xing, and the hulking Chang Ge. A total of 8 individuals stood before Yi2's day. Yi2 was taken aback. Where were Chen Dali and Jiang Xiaoyan? These two had sacrificed themselves to ensure that Su Feng and Yi2 could successfully detonate the Golden Wall, luring the demons into a narrow alley as bait. Could it be that they had survived? Before Yi2 could ponder further, Captain Zhao Feng approached with a smile, patting Yi2 on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Little two, you did it." Upon hearing these words from his captain, Yi2 felt an overwhelming surge of emotions, as if 1,000 thoughts were clamoring to be voiced. Yet, they lodged in his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. Soon after, Lin Nan approached. "Yi2, you've grown taller. I presume Xiao Xian has too." Lin Nan had perished in the 1st year, sacrificing herself to shield the Hanyue team during their retreat. She had fused herself and a 3rd-tier ghost in a cauldron of molten gold exceeding 1,000 degrees, ensuring the safe escape of the team. Then, Chang Ge came over, his robust arms thumping against Yi2's chest with such force that Yi2 nearly lost his breath. "Kid, I won't be able to accompany you on the road ahead. But remember, no matter how arduous the journey may be, you must walk steadfastly. Chang Ge will be watching over you." Chang Ge, whose real name was Wang Xiaoqiang, was a surprising contrast to his imposing stature, yet true to his name, he embodied resilience. No matter how grievously injured, he would spring back the next day, flashing his bright white smile while greeting everyone. Tragically, Chang Ge had met his end while battling 5 second-tier ghosts, fighting valiantly to protect a young survivor. Finally, Su Xing approached, enveloping Yi2 in a sudden embrace. Yi Yi Tu, there is something I never got to tell you. I like you. After uttering these words, she rose on her toes and planted a quick kiss on his cheek before hastily covering her face and running away. Yi Tu stood frozen in place, taken aback by Su Xing's unexpected bravery within this realm of fantasy. Su Xing had always harbored feelings for Yi Tu. During his moments of injury, she would encourage Yi Xin to rest while remaining steadfastly by Yi Tu's side. She tended to his wounds, changed his bandages, assisted him in walking, and prepared her signature tomato and egg noodles for him. Naturally, Yi Tu was fond of this girl. When she smiled, her eyes sparkled like stars. Yet, such a radiant girl met a tragic fate while attempting to save the survivors. Their final words remained unspoken, as the figures of the crowd slowly faded. A little girl appeared before Yi Tu's day. It was Yi Xin. Yi Tu's body trembled involuntarily. Although the ghost realm was an illusion, he felt as though she were truly his sister. Given the choice, Yi Tu would prefer to linger in the ghost realm, spending eternity with his sister. Yi Xin turned around, and, upon seeing Yi Tu, beamed with joy as she hurried toward him. Yi Tu embraced her tightly, unwilling to let go, fearing that if he loosened his grip, even this illusion within the ghost realm would vanish. Yi Xin, with wide eyes, looked up at Yi Tu and asked, "Brother, why are you crying? Who has bullied you?" Yi Tu wiped away his tears, gently ruffled Yi Xin's hair, and replied with a smile, "Who would dare bully my brother? I am merely overwhelmed with joy at seeing you." Yi Xin seemed to understand that she was but an illusion, and she reached out to wipe away the tears from Yi Tu's face. "Brother, please take good care of yourself. If next we meet, and I see you have lost weight, it would sadden my heart." Yi Tu pinched Yi Xin's cheek, smiling as he said, "Brother understands and will certainly look after himself." They intertwined their pinkies, sealing their promise with a playful oath. "If you disobey, you shall be a little dog." Yi Xin opened her mouth in joyful laughter. Then her figure gradually faded away. "Brother, do remember to be obedient." Yi Tu watched as Yi Xin disappeared from his side, and a smile finally graced his lips. Xin, I shall rescue you." Now, he needed to enhance his strength. Yi Tu opened the demon-slaying notebook, perusing the recorded abilities of various spirits. He set his sights on 3 particular demons: the Clone Demon, the Petrifying Demon, and the Thunder Demon. The powers of these 3 were decidedly formidable. The Clone Demon, level 2, capable of creating duplicates. The Petrifying Demon, level 2, anyone who gazes into its eyes will be turned to stone. The Thunder Demon, level 2, possessing the power of thunder. Currently, Yi Tu had the Garment Demon, enhancing his defenses, the Information Demon, allowing him to infiltrate networks, and the Bird Demon, granting him the ability of flight. With the addition of these 3 demon abilities, he could face even 10 D-rank demon slayers with composure. Exiting the demon realm, Yi Tu stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the towering golden wall that pierced the heavens. To hell with this world. With that declaration, Yi Tu leapt from the balcony, landing gracefully on the ground. The Garment Demon materialized, forming a black hooded cloak around him. Yi Tu began his search in Yanwang City for the whereabouts of those 3 demons. Previously, I encountered the doppelganger spirit in a shopping mall, the petrified ghost at a construction site, and the thunder spirit in a chemical factory. After 3 years of confinement, these spirits typically linger in their familiar surroundings, only responding to summons or the presence of the living. Generally, they do not venture away from the places they know well. Yi Tu, being in close proximity to the shopping mall, entered it directly. Through his perception, he discerned that there were no fewer than 10 spirits within this mall. He did not sense any presence of spirits above the 3rd tier. Thus, Yi Tu, unarmed, began to navigate the mall. Upon encountering a spirit, he effortlessly knocked it down with a single punch. The spirits, feeling the formidable aura emanating from Yi Tu, dared not act recklessly. Suddenly, Yi Tu spotted a familiar figure. They had previously faced an assault from the doppelganger spirit, which not only could split into 2, but also assume other forms. At that time, the doppelganger had taken on the appearance of Chun Dali. Had it not been for Shin Tu's keen insight, the Hangyue team would have faced dire consequences. The doppelganger spirit recognized Yi Tu and immediately divided into 3 dark shadows, charging towards him. Yi Tu was momentarily taken aback. This spirit's power had evidently grown stronger than before. A year prior, it could only split into 1 form, yet now it was capable of dividing into 2. The current doppelganger spirit had ascended to the 3rd tier. But what of it? A 3rd-tier spirit? I have 3. Without hesitation, Yi Tu charged at the doppelganger spirit, seizing one of its forms and forcefully slamming it to the ground. Instantly, the second doppelganger rushed at him. and Yi-Tu employed the same method, pinning both of its forms beneath him. The clothing spirit now possessed double the defensive capability, rendering the third-tier doppelganger utterly incapable of breaching its defenses. Yi-Tu grasped the form of a specter with one hand, casting a cold gaze towards the original entity of the doppelganger. Upon witnessing this, the original let out a fierce roar. In an instant, the two specters in Yi-Tu's grasp transformed into swirling clouds of darkness, rushing towards the doppelganger. Once the doppelganger absorbed these two forms, its aura intensified further. Yi-Tu comprehended the doppelganger's capabilities. Summoning 3 doppelgangers meant that 1/3 of the original's power would be transferred into each. Thus, the doppelganger was stronger when united and weaker when divided. However, a third-tier specter was within Yi-Tu's capacity to handle, provided he invoked the ghost domain. A crimson light unfurled, and Yi-Tu's figure abruptly appeared near the doppelganger, his spectral hand pressing upon its head. The blood contract between specters was instantly inscribed upon the doppelganger's form. Yi-Tu sensed a newfound connection with the doppelganger within himself, directly absorbing it into his being. He then invoked the doppelganger's abilities, causing 2 additional Yi-Tus to materialize before him. These duplicates could execute actions at Yi-Tu's behest. After retracting the doppelganger's power, Yi-Tu hastened towards the petrifying specter. Following a search and a skirmish, he successfully contained the second-tier petrifying specter within himself. Glancing at his watch, Yi-Tu noted that the chemical factory lay 5 kilometers away. Utilizing the abilities of the avian specter, he surmised that the journey would take merely 3 minutes. With that, Yi-Tu dashed towards the chemical factory. Meanwhile, at a military base in the 10th district, a fighter jet equipped with 6 canisters of toxic gas began its slow ascent. Within the Council of Light, an assembly member observed the departing aircraft with a sinister smile. The 10th district was poised to make its mark, for it was the sole nation within the entire 10th district. According to the analysis, only the 10th district is in close proximity to Yanwang City, allowing the combat aircraft to safely return after dropping gas bombs. As the black fighter jet approached Yanwang City, it released 6 gas bombs, which fell towards the Golden Wall. Boom! The gas bombs detonated upon impact, unleashing a cloud of green mist that began to envelop Yanwang City. Chapter 20. The poisonous ghost Yi-Tu landed atop the chemical factory, witnessing the 6 bombs plummet from the sky, initially believing them to be explosive missiles. He soon observed the green mist beginning to spread. A sense of foreboding washed over him. This was poison gas. Fortunately, the chemical factory's distance from the bombs meant that the gas would not reach his location immediately. Yi-Tu entered the factory, intent on searching for Lei Gui. While his mind raced with thoughts, the gas bombs were undoubtedly deployed by those from the Council of Light, despite possessing third-tier strength. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the effects of the gas bombs. As Yi-Tu traversed the factory, a sudden appearance of green mist loomed ahead, accompanied by fluctuations of ghostly energy. Upon closer inspection, he was elated to discover that this was merely the poisonous ghost documented in the Ghost Slaying Chronicles. 2 years prior, they had encountered it near the chemical factory, where it had the ability to release toxins that paralyzed the nervous system, ultimately leading to death by poisoning. At that time, every member of the Red Moon Squad had succumbed to the poisonous ghost venom. However, thanks to the presence of the Dr. Su Xings, they had been provided with an antidote, allowing them to escape tragedy. Now, 2 years later, the potency of the poisonous ghost had likely intensified. Yi-Tu sensed the fluctuations of ghostly energy emanating from it, indicating that it had reached 4th-tier strength. At present, Yi-Tu possesses merely 3rd-tier strength. Though it is not entirely impossible to confront a 4th-tier specter, it undeniably demands considerable sacrifice. The Radiant Council has unleashed a gas bomb. Unless he combine this toxic specter to his own being, he fears he may not survive. Without hesitation, Yi-Tu charged forward, extending his hand to grasp at the poisonous specter. However, a 4th-tier ghost is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary malevolent spirits. The toxic specter transformed into a swirling green mist, spreading its noxious essence throughout the chemical plant. Observing this, Yi-Tu summoned the garment ghost, which manifested as a colossal barrier, confining the toxic gas to a minuscule area. Yi-Tu gazed at the writhing green mist enclosed within the barrier. The mist attempted to breach the garment ghost's defense, yet to no avail. Venturing into the protective sphere, Yi-Tu invoked the ghost domain, where crimson light intertwined with the green mist. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed his hand firmly against the head of the toxic specter, branding it with the contract seal. All the poisonous vapors began to surge into Yi-Tu's body, and he sensed the acquisition of the Spectre-S abilities. Outside the chemical plant, The toxic gas enveloped the facility. Yi2's gaze sharpened as he spoke, a green mist emanating from him before he leapt forth from the chemical plant. Swiftly escaping through the noxious haze, Yi2 embarked on his plan to conquer Dao City. With Daxiang Dajiang already under his control, capturing Dao City would grant them dominion over 4 cities. Consequently, they would advance through Dao City, traverse the East Sea, and cross the 10th district, setting their sights on the Radiant Council. Only by uniting the 4 cities currently within their grasp can the Council of Light be rendered incapable of encircling them. Furthermore, the Council will no longer be able to deploy large-scale forces to this area, except through aerial drops. However, such drops are limited by the number of troops that can be deployed at once. Once these 4 cities are allied, the Council's only recourse against them will be through airborne assaults. Presently, with the cities of Dshn and Dijing under his control, he can swiftly mobilize all the spirits from these 2 cities. Given the proximity of these cities to one another, even if the Council wishes to reclaim them, it would not be an easy endeavor. Therefore, he can directly transfer all spirits from the 2 cities to Dhi City to execute a blitzkrieg. The remaining spirits in Wai Nuing City will provide support from the rear, ensuring that should Dhi City face a siege or ambush, additional forces can be summoned. By leveraging the close distances between Dshn and Dijing, he aims to catch the enemy off guard. YT burst forth from the Golden Wall, summoning the spirits from Dshn and Dijing, and commenced his advance towards Dhi City. He had already infiltrated the swarm drone system with information spirits, not to disrupt it, but to substitute the surveillance footage with a video from an hour prior. This way, the Council of Light would be oblivious to his plan for a swift assault on Dhi City. Even if they wished to provide support, they would require time to prepare, during which YT could ensure the complete downfall of Dhi City. A blitzkrieg, as the name suggests, entails a lightning-fast attack that annihilates the enemy in an instant. Hundreds of spirits surge forth, resolutely heading towards Dhi City. At this moment, the city of Dahai was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility and peace. It was only after the ghost army encroached upon the city's perimeter that alarms began to blare. Yet, the enemy was already less than a kilometer away. Citizens, still enshrouded in slumber, awoke to the cacophony and surged frantically towards the streets, some without garments, rushing towards their vehicles in a state of undress. Chaos reigned within the city. However, the armed forces were preoccupied and had dispatched all their personnel to the front lines. The urban landscape was rife with disorder and despair, reminiscent of the tragic events that unfolded 3 years prior in Yanhua City. Reporter Li Wen hastily gathered valuables from his home before dashing outside. He glanced back at his camera, clenched his teeth, and returned to retrieve it. He then sped away in his vehicle, racing towards the expressway that led out of Dahai City. Even when other vehicles collided with his, he lacked the composure to be perturbed. It was a moment of life and death. A mere second's delay could mean falling victim to those malevolent spirits. He dialed the number of his ex-wife in distant Dashi City. After several rings, she finally answered, her voice laced with irritation. Li Wen, do you even realize what time it is? Disturbing us at this hour? Are you out of your mind? In a state of panic, Li Wen replied, please, just listen to me. The ghosts have begun their assault on Dahai City. I'm en route to Dashi City now. If something should happen to me, please tell Tong Tong that her father loves her. With that, he ended the call. His ex-wife, listening to his voice, felt a surge of alarm. She was restless, yearning to reach out to Li Wen, yet the thought of him fleeing weighed heavily on her mind. Calling him now would only serve as a distraction. Li Wen drove towards the checkpoint ahead, where countless vehicles were already halted. The soldiers could be heard shouting at the crowd. The exit from Danghai City has been revoked. Please return swiftly. Chapter 21. Confronting evil, Li Wen listened to the chilling command, immediately leaping onto the hood of his vehicle to confront the soldier. Why are we, the ordinary citizens, not allowed to leave safely? The soldier cast a cold glance at Li Wen before responding. Danghai City cannot fall. If all the soldiers perish, you must take their place. Regardless, Danghai City must not be lost. The soldier's words echoed in the ears of the crowd, inciting a wave of curses. Suddenly, Li Wen spotted several familiar figures hurriedly advancing towards the soldiers, heading for the helicopter on the battlefield. Though it was night, a glimmer of light and his years of experience as a journalist allowed him to recognize them instantly. It was none other than the mayor of Danghai City and several prominent CEOs. In that moment, Li Wen comprehended the truth. It was not that they were prohibited from leaving, but rather that this group was deemed unworthy of escape. Only the mayor and the wealthy could flee. This world was shrouded in darkness, and Li Wen gritted his teeth. He retrieved a camera from the trunk and aimed it at the mayor. I would like to ask the mayor why you have abandoned Danghai City in favor of your own escape. Li Wen's words struck like thunder, reverberating through the crowd, rendering them silent. They all turned their gaze towards the mayor seated in the helicopter. At that moment, people across the globe were tuning into Li Wen's live broadcast. Faced with Li Wen's thunderous inquiry, the mayor shielded his face with his palm, urging the pilot to hasten their departure. What? They are not allowing the citizens of Dao City to exit? Is this not akin to consigning them to perdition? What does the Council of Light think? To deny people the chance to leave? If our city were in such a predicament, would we also be subjected to this fate? Do not panic, for the Council of Light must have their reasons for such actions. The current prevalence of ghostly powers might have infiltrated Dao City unbeknownst to us. If we allow such a multitude to depart, other regions could suffer dire consequences. But why is the mayor permitted to leave? Shouldn't he be at the forefront, standing in solidarity with Dao City in its hour of peril? Why has he chosen to flee first? The online commentators were abuzz with speculation. Meanwhile, the crowd at the checkpoint grew increasingly agitated, yearning to break through the barricades. Observing this, the mayor hastily instructed the pilot to initiate takeoff. The helicopter's rotor blades began to whir, lifting off the ground, and the mayor exhaled a sigh of relief. The onlookers gazed at the helicopter, now soaring several dozen meters into the air, their hearts heavy with despair. They recalled the invasion of Yanhua City by the Spectres 3 years prior, when the Council of Light erected golden walls. The mayor of Yanhua had steadfastly stood with his people until the very end. In stark contrast, this mayor of Dao City was a mere shadow of that noble spirit. Suddenly, a figure darted towards the helicopter, striking it like a cannonball. The pilot struggled to regain control, but the dashboard lit up with flashing red lights, and the alarm blared incessantly. He suddenly looked up and beheld a figure suspended in midair before the helicopter, cloaked in black, resembling a deity. The divine being delivered a powerful kick to the helicopter, causing it to lose its balance and plummet into the distance. A thunderous explosion ensued, igniting a blaze where the helicopter had fallen. Li Wen's camera captured this scene with crystal clarity. Witnesses were seized by an icy dread, their backs slick with cold sweat. One individual had effortlessly dispatched a helicopter. Was this person even human? The demon had emerged, and now the city of Dahai was doomed, destined for destruction like those 2 cities before it, falling into the hands of this youth. How could he still be alive? Hadn't the Council of Light already unleashed a gas bomb upon Dahai? Why was he still standing, seemingly unscathed? Not only the bystanders, but even the high-ranking officials of the Council of Light were taken aback by the sight of Yi Tuesday. How could he be here? Was he not supposed to have perished in the gas attack? Why did he appear as if nothing had befallen him? The chairman glared at Yi Tu, his teeth clenched in rage. The gas bomb initiative had been his proposal, and witnessing Yi Tu's vitality signaled its apparent failure. If even the gas bomb could not vanquish him, it seemed only a nuclear option remained. The chairman's declaration reverberated through the conference room, eliciting astonishment from all present. They had contemplated deploying nuclear weapons, but never did they expect that day to arrive so soon. The release of a nuclear bomb was no trivial matter. Should the Golden Wall of Yanhua City be compromised, the world would plunge into chaos once more. The speaker unfolded the combat map of the cities surrounding Yanhuang, encircling Dayuan and Dashue with a deliberate gesture. He spoke slowly. These 2 cities are situated at a considerable distance from the Golden Wall. According to the explosion radius of the smallest nuclear weapon, only by deploying nuclear warheads on these 2 cities can the Golden Wall remain unscathed. However, before taking such drastic measures, we must seek alternative solutions for Yi Tuesday. The use of nuclear weapons should be regarded as a last resort. Indeed, should we unleash a nuclear strike, millions of lives in a single city would vanish in an instant, tarnishing the image of the Luminary Council in the hearts of humanity. Thus, we must refrain from resorting to nuclear arms unless absolutely necessary. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the speaker's analysis. Chapter 22. Lotus. The first wave of specters had breached the defensive lines of Dahai City. Under the relentless assault of 2 waves of specters, Dahai City had transitioned from external to internal defenses in less than an hour. At this moment, all armed forces had retreated to the vicinity of the Dahai City Armed Forces Department. The remaining 3 members of the Reaper Squad were present: Lien, Quinn, and Arnold. They awaited the arrival of Yi Tu, driven by the desire to avenge their fallen leader, Lister, who had perished in Dajiang City. The moment Lien spotted Yi Tu, her eyes blazed with fury as she drew her blade to strike at him. Yi Tu recognized the girl. She had entered the Demon Slayer alliance alongside him. Without hesitation, he parried Lian's strike with his hand. At that moment, the double-layered defense of the Clothing Spectre proved effective, as Lian's attack failed to breach Yi Tu's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tu lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch towards Lian's body. However, Lian resolutely crossed the demon-slaying blade before her chest, bracing herself against Yi Tu's assault. The world's public enemy, Yi Tu, shall face your judgment today. Upon uttering these words, Lian charged forward alongside Quinn and Arnold. Amidst the clash of blades and the glint of steel, the armed forces stood in astonishment. A soldier raised his firearm and fired at Yi Tu, only for the bullet to ricochet off his defenses. Instantly, Yi Tu cast a menacing glare at the soldiers who had dared to shoot at him. In an instant, their bodies began to petrify, starting from their faces and gradually enveloping their entire forms, until they ultimately transformed into lifeless statues. Witnessing Yi Tu's terrifying ability, the remaining soldiers, who had raised their weapons, lowered them in fear. To petrify a person with merely a glance, such power was unfathomably dreadful. This was the ability of Medusa. He was indeed a devil from the depths of hell. Observing Yi Tu's power, Lian quickly warned Quinn and Arnold, do not meet his gaze. Heeding her words, Quinn and Arnold refrained from looking at Yi Tu's day. Within mere moments, they fell victim to his might. Lian, too, suffered grievous injuries under Yi Tu's relentless onslaught. He had not even unleashed his full potential, merely summoning the clothing demon. Had he released the poison demon and the doppelganger demon, Lian would have been defeated far more swiftly. Clutching her injured arm, Lian coldly glared at Yi Tu's day. Yi Tu, do not act foolishly. Your actions could lead to the world's destruction. If you turn back now and return with us, perhaps you may yet retain your life. Upon hearing this, Yi Tu erupted into laughter. Return with you? Retain my life? Are you jesting with me? If I were to accompany you back, I would surely find myself imprisoned as a mere subject of your research. Moreover, you are powerless against me. The notion of you compelling me to return is nothing short of ludicrous. Yet, consider the countless lives you have extinguished, millions inhabiting a city ruthlessly slaughtered at your hands. Is your heart devoid of compassion, akin to that of a demon? Lian roared. Yi Tu's laughter echoed chillingly, instilling dread in all present. Why did you not voice such concerns when the Radiant Council banished the demons to Yanwang City? Millions perished, how many families were left shattered? Why did you not implore the Radiant Council to reconsider their actions? And let us not forget, you too have stained your hands with blood during your missions. You showed no mercy even to those unpossessed by demons. Is this the so-called justice you proclaim? Lian found herself rendered speechless by Yi Tu's accusations. Indeed, as he articulated, numerous demon-slaying squads had developed a habit of eliminating ordinary citizens during their operations, perceiving them as mere insects that hindered progress. Suddenly, Lian erupted into laughter. She recognized that her past actions mirrored those of Yi Tu's present conduct, yet today, even at the cost of her own life, she vowed to vanquish him. He was privy to the secrets of the demon-slaying alliance, and should these truths be unveiled, the ramifications would be unfathomable. Her laughter astonished both Quinn and Arnold. Had the vice-captain lost her sanity? Lian remained silent, instead retrieving a syringe filled with crimson liquid from her bosom. She inhaled deeply. With a swift motion, she plunged the syringe deep into her own heart. The crimson liquid coursed through Lian's veins, and her body began to convulse violently, her heart beating like a war drum. Her hair transformed from black to white, and red patterns emerged upon her visage, as if she had been transformed by the blood pact of a demon slayer. Yi Tu gazed at Lian, uncertain of the transformation she was undergoing, yet aware that she had grown significantly stronger, her aura now eerily akin to his own. Quinn, witnessing this alarming scene, was instantly thrown into disarray, shouting angrily at Lian, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? That is an untested experimental substance, once injected. You will become a half-human, half-demon entity, losing your sanity and never returning to your former self." Lian responded to Quinn with a smile, her demon-slaying blade slicing through the night sky as she lunged toward Yi Tu's day. Whoosh. The sound of her long sword cutting through the air resonated sharply as it sped toward him. Yi Tu sensed Lian's growing power, just as she approached. It seemed her strength had ascended to that of a sea grate. What had she injected herself with? Yi Tu pondered, musing that if this substance truly enhanced one's abilities, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for the Light Council to cultivate a formidable army with it. However, before he could contemplate further, Lian's assault surged forth once more. Chapter 23, A Declaration of War upon the World. Lian's offensive was fierce, leaving all present in stunned silence. Under Lian's onslaught, Yi Tu found himself slightly at a disadvantage. Boom! Lian's strike landed before Yi Tu, shattering the defenses of the ghostly apparition like glass. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Tu charged forward, seizing Lian's arm that clutched the knife, and with a forceful twist, a distinct crack echoed as bone fractured. However, Lian retaliated with a fierce kick, breaking free from Yi Tu's grasp. Once steadied, Lian twisted her severed arm, astonishingly reattaching it in the process, all while remaining eerily silent. It was unclear whether this stoicism stemmed from a facade of strength or a complete numbness to pain. Lian then launched another tempestuous assault against Yi Tu's day. This time, Yi Tu no longer held back, unleashing the domain of spirits. Lian roared, yet she found herself losing control over her own consciousness. Although the crimson liquid had bestowed her with formidable power, it simultaneously stripped her of her will. Bathed in red light, Yi Tu and Lian engaged in a deadly struggle. With the manifestation of the spirit domain, Yi Tu's strength rivaled that of a fourth-tier specter. The two fought fiercely within the spirit realm for nearly 10 minutes. As the crimson light faded, Lian emerged, limping, with her own ghost-slaying knife embedded in her body. Just when Quinn and Arnold believed Lian had triumphed over Yi Tu, he emerged from behind her, withdrawing the knife and delivering a swift strike to her head. Lian was slain. Quinn and Arnold glared at Yi Tu with eyes ablaze. Yi Tu's hand reached towards the two, and amidst their anguished cries, he extinguished their lives. This world has no need for saints. After dealing with the three, Yi Tu retrieved a mobile phone, allowing the information specter to infiltrate it. The specter transmitted the scenes from Yi Tu's vicinity to a satellite, broadcasting it across the globe. At that moment, every television screen displayed a singular image. Thus, there sat Shin Tu, his gaze cold and indifferent upon the ground. With the ruins of a fallen city looming behind him, anyone who encountered that gaze shivered uncontrollably. Slowly, Yi Tu spoke. I am Yi Tu. The harbinger of death you speak of, a demon emerging from the depths of hell, a ruthless executioner who has brought about the downfall of 3 cities. I bear guilt, yet it is you who require judgment. My sister and I emerged from the golden walls, believing we would find light, salvation from our kin, and friends to guide us from the abyss. Alas, I was mistaken. The Council of Light executed my sister, plunging us once more into darkness. You are the true demons. It is not the specters that inspire fear, but humanity itself. Today, I formally declare war upon the entire world. As his words echoed, Yi Tu commanded the bird demon to release his phone into the sky. Within the city, countless vengeful spirits erupted into a chorus of howls, resonating through the streets and towering buildings as they faced the device. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. When had they ever witnessed such a sight? Even in the absence of these spirits, the mere sight of them sent chills down their spines. Had he truly declared war upon the world? What were they to do? Where could they possibly flee? A declaration of war? Did he truly believe himself capable of confronting the world simply by bringing cities to ruin? What a farce! The Council of Light would not remain passive. They would undoubtedly strive to rescue these citizens. The mayor of Dayuan City, upon viewing Yi Tu's declaration of war, was instantly consumed by rage. The mayor of Dayuan City declared, with a populace of 10 million and an army of 100,000. We await his arrival to see who will subdue whom, this boy who has yet to fully mature. His words ignited the passion of the citizens. Let him come to Dayuan City. Our 100,000 troops will ensure he does not return. We declare war upon the world. Once he steps foot in Dayuan, he shall learn the true meaning of brutality. No other city can rival our strength. Does he truly believe himself a deity? Dayuan City is invincible. Dayuan City fears nothing. Yi Tu, observing the provocation from Dayuan City, smirked slightly. What of 10 million citizens and 100,000 soldiers? They will inevitably fall. Ding. Congratulations, host. For the annihilation of a city. Despair value 50,000. Items updated in the Horror Shop. Horror Shop, Ghost Blood Contract, owned. Ghost Blood Curse, owned. Ghost Blade, Shura transforms hatred and loathing into power, requires 100,000 despair value. Vengeful Ghost Summoning, summons 10,000 vengeful spirits from Yanhuang City, requires 10,000 despair value, currently possessing over 50,000 despair value. I need an additional 50,000 to unlock the Ghost Blade, Shura. It seems I must obliterate Dayuan City to achieve this. As the destruction of Hai Shura unfolded, The Light Council convened once more. This Yi Tu can command so many spirits simultaneously. What manner of creature is he? A female council member remarked. The chairman, dismissive, replied. To combat a monster, one must summon a stronger monster. With that, he tossed a document onto the table before the female member. Upon witnessing the events, the female legislator's expression shifted dramatically. Are you studying the supernatural? The speaker chuckled heartily. I have stated before, only monsters can contend with monsters. Fortunately, we have retained a strategy containing these apparitions for research. We have now mastered the manipulation of these entities. Moreover, there is even better news. The divine ghost gene has successfully analyzed the capabilities of these spirits, allowing for potential infusion into the human body. Chapter 24. The Assault on Dayuan City Divine Ghost Gene. They have already deciphered the sequence of the spirit's abilities? The female legislator exclaimed in astonishment. The speaker nodded affirmatively. However, it remains in the experimental phase. Did not a member of the Ghost-Slaying Alliance utilize it when confronting Yi Tu? Yet, it was evidently a failure. Nonetheless, we have achieved an 80% completion rate, and soon we shall fully command this power. When that day arrives, not only will we dominate the spirits, but the entire world will be under our control. Listening to the speaker's words, the female legislator found it hard to believe. The Divine Ghost Gene is a clandestine research institution of the Radiant Council, primarily focused on the study of spirits. It was the Divine Ghost Gene that first discovered the spirits' aversion to gold. To her surprise, their progress has been remarkably swift, successfully analyzing the spirits' abilities to transfer them into human vessels. If successful, this would herald the emergence of a new breed of superhumans. With research already reaching 80% completion, success appears imminent. At that point, Yi Tu would likely be thoroughly suppressed. One cannot deny the multitude of methods employed by the Radiant Council. Before the offensive on Dayuan City, certain preparations must be undertaken. Yi Tu inquired whether the Information Ghost had a means to disable the swarm drones monitoring them. The Information Ghost displayed on the electronic watch. It is possible. We need to control one of the drones and upload the Trojan virus I have crafted into its system, thereby infiltrating the main control network and rendering the entire drone system utterly incapacitated. Consequently, Yi Tu located a concealed drone within the city and uploaded the Trojan virus created by the Information Ghost. As the drone rebooted, it erupted in a shower of sparks, quickly engulfing it in flames. Those monitoring Yi Tu's every move through the swarm drones were momentarily stunned when the screen suddenly went black. After accomplishing this task, Yi Tu summoned 10,000 vengeful spirits using 10,000 despair points. The multitude of spirits surged toward Dayuan City like a dark tide. At that moment, the citizens of Dayuan City remained blissfully unaware in their slumber. Mayor Zhang Tianwei, having released a provocative video days prior, had swiftly organized military deployments overnight, effectively encircling the entire city. Furthermore, he had summoned numerous advanced weapons from the Council of Light, including Golden Rain launchers and Golden Nets, tools specifically designed to combat spirits in warfare. During the previous exorcism, the fundamental versions of these weapons had been employed, and now, after 3 years, they had undergone significant upgrades. 100,000 soldiers stood ready, with countless aircraft and tanks mobilized to patrol 10 kilometers from Dayuan City. Should any disturbance occur, they were to report immediately to the command base. Moreover, Zhang Tianwei issued an edict. Any individual, be they soldier or affluent civilian, who flees during a state of combat shall face execution. The objective was to unify the defensive line and avert occurrences reminiscent of the absurdities witnessed in the Great Sea City. Zhang Tianwei's mantra was clear. It is preferable to advance and perish than to retreat even a single step. He vowed to confront the ghost army to the bitter end. His presence was a constant among the citizens of Dayuan City. Whether commanding from the base or at various scenic spots in the grassland city, reassuring the populace, I stand with you. Consequently, the citizens of Dayuan City exhibited remarkable solidarity, with countless vigorous young men eagerly enlisting. Within less than 3 days, the ranks swelled from 100,000 to an astonishing 300,000 soldiers. Such a formidable force was unparalleled by the few cities that had succumbed to Yi Tu's onslaught. Even the Enlightened Council sent accolades to Dayuan City, expressing gratitude for Mayor Zhang Tianwei's efforts. As for Yi Tu, he was far from idle in his pursuit of Dayuan City. En route, he commanded the Information Spectre to extract all data pertaining to Zhang Tianwei. Upon witnessing the rapid expansion of the army from 100,000 to 300,000 reported in the news, Shin Tu's gaze sharpened. This vast army posed a significant challenge. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes as he discerned an anomaly regarding Zhang Tianwei's IP address. Following the analysis by the Information Spectre, it became evident that the location from which Zhang Tianwei disseminated his war declaration videos was not within Dayuan City. He immediately commanded the Spectre to retrieve all of Zhang Tianwei's declaration videos for further scrutiny. The Information Spectre swiftly identified the flaw within a minute. Upon analysis, it was revealed that Zhang Tianwei's declaration of war video had been uploaded from a clandestine base, utilizing green screen effects for the backdrop. It appears that Zhang Tianwei is indeed a despicable character. Consequently, Yi Tu instructed the Information Spectre to disseminate this evidence online, igniting a considerable uproar in Dayuan City. How could it be possible that Mayor Zhang Tianwei would abandon the city in the face of battle? He proclaimed a vow of life and death alongside Dayuan City. This must be the machinations of those with ulterior motives. We must not be deceived, for their aim is to undermine our morale. Mayor Zhang has remained in Dayuan City, fighting alongside us. I have faith in our mayor. We, the people of Dayuan City, are confident in overcoming all adversities. However, have you not noticed that since the declaration of war, Mayor Zhang has only appeared in videos and has scarcely shown himself in reality? Within Dayuan City, opinions diverged regarding whether Mayor Zhang Tianwei still resided within the city. One faction believed he remained, while the other contended that he had deserted Dayuan City. Those soldiers engaged in defense, though outwardly professing their belief in Mayor Zhang's solidarity, secretly harbored doubts. Yi Tu's legion of specters had already crossed Haishur and was advancing robustly towards Dayuan City. At this pace, they would reach Dayuan City in less than 2 hours. Just 10 kilometers from the city, the sentinels detected their presence. The alarms of Dayuan City rang out instantly as countless aircraft and tanks surged towards the location. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers emerged from the city of Dayuan, armed and ready to unleash a barrage against the relentless horde of malevolent spirits. At the command of Yi Tu, the ghostly army surged forward towards Dayuan. The vengeful apparitions unleashed their unique powers, launching frenzied assaults on the outskirts of the city. The soldiers wielded golden rain sprayers, directing streams of gold towards the malicious specters. Upon contact with the golden substance, the ghosts recoiled in retreat. Shells were fired into the sky, and a cascade of golden rain descended, enveloping the heavens. As the golden deluge fell, the spirits found themselves ensnared within its grasp. Countless soldiers surged forward, diligently capturing the trapped phantoms. Observing this, Yi Tu recognized that Dayuan was indeed fortified for battle. Its defenses surpassed those of the combined 3 cities. Consequently, he swiftly altered his strategy, opting for the ghost ladder tactic, rendering the golden rain ineffective. The vengeful spirits, now seemingly driven to madness, charged towards Dayuan with fervor. The high-tech weaponry was not inexhaustible. As the soldiers reloaded, the spirits lunged at them. Heart-rending cries echoed as the frontline soldiers were swiftly overwhelmed. The onslaught of the malevolent horde proved insurmountable for the beleaguered soldiers. A second wave of troops commenced firing, yet the golden weaponry merely served to slow the spirits, failing to halt their advance. Panic gripped the soldiers' faces. Some, realizing the futility of their resistance, discarded their weapons and fled. The sharp reports of gunfire rang out. Those retreating soldiers were mercilessly shot down by their commanding officers. Such was the fate of the deserters. Chapter 25. The arrival of the nuclear bomb at this moment. The periphery of Dayuan resembled an inferno on Earth. The flames of war spread, and the sounds of explosions reverberated. Yi Tu gazed upon the city of Dayuan engulfed in conflict, his heart stirring with tumultuous emotions. Once, he and his sister emerged from the Golden Wall seeking a life of normalcy. However, the ruthless decree of the Council of Light and the indifference of the world led to his sister's tragic demise. She was merely an 8-year-old child, and even in death, she was subjected to the scorn of a faceless crowd online, branded as the sister of a demon, deemed worthy of vilification. They labeled her the root cause of chaos, claiming that without her existence, such turmoil would never have arisen. Yet today, as Yi Tu led the army of 10,000 vengeful spirits against Dayuan City, astonishment gripped all. Their previous disregard for life was now returned to them in kind by Yi Tu's day. The second line of defense was breached, followed swiftly by the assault on the third line. A gap was opened in the third line, and the army of vengeful spirits commenced their full-scale assault on Dayuan City. Although Dayuan City boasted an army of 300,000, over 200,000 of them were hastily assembled and lacked formidable combat prowess. Compounded by the blunder orchestrated by Mayor Zhang Tianwei, A prevailing notion took root among the populace that Dayuan City was destined to fall. Meanwhile, in a clandestine defensive base, Zhang Tianwei sat in the conference room, flanked by senior officials of Dayuan City. Mayor, are you truly resolved to proceed with this? There are still millions of citizens in Dayuan City, one official cautioned. Zhang Tianwei replied with a cold smirk, if we do not eliminate him here in Dayuan City, the consequences will be far more terrifying. He can already command thousands of malevolent spirits. Give him a little more time, and he will control all the vengeful spirits of the entire Yanwang City. This world will face annihilation at his hands. What I intend to do is to exchange the lives of millions for a world devoid of malevolent spirits. Once I have completely vanquished them, I shall personally face the military tribunal. Upon hearing Zhang Tianwei's words, a chill ran down the spines of those around him. Zhang Tianwei aimed to sacrifice the lives of countless citizens of Dayuan City, seeking mutual destruction with Yi Tuesday. He was a madman. Should he proceed with such a plan, he would be branded a criminal in Dayuan City. He aspired to be the savior of this world, yet at the cost of an entire city. The price was exorbitant. Zhang Tianwei remained silent, his black briefcase in tow. Within it lay Dayuan City's secret weapon, a nuclear bomb. Once opened, there would be no turning back. He had dubbed this scheme the Divine Retribution Plan, intending to lure Yi Tu into Dayuan City and subsequently detonate the nuclear device. The explosion would level the entire city. And even if Yi Tu were a deity, he could not possibly emerge unscathed. At this moment, Zhang Tianwei coldly fixed his gaze upon the screen. The images transmitted via satellite revealed that the swarm of drones had been rendered inoperative, allowing for a direct lock on Yi Tuesday. This was a matter that could alter the fate of humanity, determining whether the sacrifice of millions of Dayuan City citizens was justified. It was imperative to ensure absolute precision. Yi Tu had already entered Dayuan City, accompanied by 10,000 vengeful spirits who were ruthlessly hunting humans within the city. The once formidable force of 300,000 soldiers had been reduced to a mere 100,000, decimated by the army of spirits. Yi Tu strode through the city streets, accompanied by his legion of vengeful spirits. When he emerged from the Golden Wall, he had once held a fervent desire to stroll leisurely through the safe streets of this city with his sister. Now, having returned for vengeance, Yi Tu truly savored the sensation of wandering through the streets. Zhang Tianwei observed as Yi Tu successfully infiltrated Dayuan City and immediately commanded the thousands of concealed soldiers within the city to launch an assault. Countless soldiers began to take aim from the rooftops, targeting Yi Tu with relentless gunfire. Zhang Tianwei strategically employed these forces to delay Yi Tuesday. He produced a sleek black briefcase, opened it, and without hesitation, pressed the crimson button within. At that moment, a blinding white light erupted from a distant location, and a colossal nuclear missile ascended from the ground, hurtling towards Chaoyuan City. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed in shock. Who could be so utterly depraved? Dayuan City is home to millions. Must the lives of countless innocents be sacrificed to eliminate a single individual? The citizens of Dayuan City, upon witnessing the descending nuclear missile, were plunged into despair. The Council of Light intended to use us as bait, luring Yi Tu into their trap and unleashing a nuclear strike upon Dayuan City. This was an act of utter annihilation, a heinous crime against humanity that the Council of Light could not be forgiven for. How long until the missile reaches us? Is there still time to escape? It was too late. Death awaited us all, and the entirety of Dayuan City would accompany me to the grave. I shall not suffer loss in this endeavor. As the nuclear missile descended ominously toward the ground, the countdown began. 3, 2. The Council of Light and the command center of Dashua City observed this harrowing scene. Yi Tu gazed upwards at the swiftly approaching missile. It was too late to flee. His eyes turned toward the nearby lake, the only small body of water in Dayuan City, its depths reaching over 10 meters. Without hesitation, Yi Tu plunged into the lake. Immediately, the petrification ability was activated, and above, tens of thousands of tons of lake water began to turn to stone. Layer upon layer condensed above their heads. Yi Tu fled into the distance. This was not a dead lake. By following the water, one could escape from Dayuan City. Boom. A nuclear bomb detonated over Dayuan City. In an instant, a small sun rose in the sky above the city. The earth trembled violently, and the tremendous explosion obliterated all structures in Dayuan City, the intense heat melting everything in its path. At that moment, Dayuan City had transformed into a hell on earth, with millions perishing beneath the nuclear onslaught. Devoid of any chance for escape, hiding at the bottom of the lake, Yi Tu felt a wave of heat wash over him. The petrified lake water above disintegrated in an instant, and billions of tons of seawater evaporated. Yi2 spotted a drainage pipe, and, just as the shockwave approached, he slipped inside. He immediately enveloped himself with his clothing ghost ability. The drainage pipe began to shatter layer by layer from the front, and the ground started to collapse. Yi2 was buried beneath the fallen debris, his fate uncertain. The soldiers stationed around Dayuan City were all engulfed by the explosion, and in a heartbeat, tanks and aircraft were reduced to mere scrap metal. After a moment, the explosion finally ceased. Dayuan City lay in ruins, and from a distance, the once towering buildings had vanished without a trace. In their place was a colossal crater. At this moment, everyone was watching the scene unfold via satellite broadcast. Dayuan City. Had it truly vanished? The power of the nuclear bomb was unfathomably immense. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, one could scarcely believe such devastating force was possible. Surely, that young man must be dead now. With that, we can finally breathe easy. In exchange for the prosperity of a grand city, world peace is a worthy trade. Within the Luminous Council, all eyes were fixed upon the unfolding scene. A jubilant cheer erupted, signaling the demise of that wretched individual. 3 years prior, he had managed to banish the specter into Yanhuang City. Now, 3 years later, he could be vanquished as well. This world knows not the presence of a deity. Even if one existed, it would be none other than ourselves. One council member laughed heartily. A female member glanced at the serene lake depicted in the video, murmuring, "If a nuclear bomb cannot obliterate him, we shall find ourselves in dire straits indeed." Another member patted her shoulder, chuckling, "Fear not. For no one can emerge unscathed from a nuclear blast, unless he is a god." Chapter 26. Silence the witnesses. Yi2's attire was tattered and torn. The defenses of his spectral garments shattered. Not a single inch of his skin remained unscathed. Every surface bore the marks of searing burns. He exhaled deeply. "If I do not avenge this grievance against the Luminous Council, I, Yi2, shall consider my existence a folly." His cold gaze, transmitted via satellite, penetrated the hearts of the world's populace. How could this resilient fellow withstand the nuclear onslaught? Has he become an indomitable cockroach? This situation has spiraled into chaos. The Council's actions will undoubtedly incite his wrath, and soon we shall brace for his vengeance. Meanwhile, within the clandestine defense base, Zhang Tianwei observed the youth in the nuclear crater, unable to suppress a grimace. He sank heavily into his chair, groaning in despair. Should he succeed in eliminating Yi2, he would bear the weight of infamy. Yet, the Luminous Council would bestow upon him a false identity and boundless riches, allowing him to reside on a distant isle for the rest of his days. At this moment, Yi2 was still alive. He had already accepted the blame, and the Council of Light would imprison him, demanding an apology to the people of the world. The thought sent a chill of sweat trickling down Zhang Tianwei's forehead. The base commander let out a heavy sigh and promptly dispatched troops. They restrained Zhang Tianwei, awaiting the Council of Light's orders. Suddenly, dozens of armed personnel stormed into the conference room, unleashing a hail of bullets at everyone except Zhang Tianwei, sparing no words. The base commander, in shock and disbelief, turned his gaze towards Zhang Tianwei. Rising to his feet and wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Tianwei coldly remarked to the base commander, "The security here has been replaced by my people. Even if the heavenly punishment plan fails, who among you can judge me? The Council of Light must think carefully before approaching. After all, 10,000 demons in Dayuan City await them. Would they dare to come? Once I leave this place, neither the Council of Light nor Yi2 will ever find me again." Zhang Tianwei was engulfed in madness as he spoke fiercely to the base commander, who had been struck by several bullets and soon ceased to breathe. Zhang Tianwei ordered the secret base to be sealed, declaring that no one could enter without his command, and instructed his subordinates to prepare the vehicle. He intended to leave this place. At this moment, Zhang Tianwei realized that both Yi2 and the Council of Light sought his life. Remaining in the secret base would be tantamount to courting death. The only option was to flee to a place unknown to anyone. Yi2 unfurled the wings of the bird demon and soared away. Through the positioning of the information specter, Yi2 has successfully identified the location of the nuclear missile launcher, which is none other than a secret base. The information specter retrieved nearly 2 hours of footage from the base, revealing Zhang Tianwei pressing the nuclear launch button and subsequently executing the base's commander. The heinous actions of Zhang Tianwei, the mayor of Dayuan City, have now come to light. Seated within a 5-centimeter thick armored vehicle, Zhang Tianwei began his departure from the secret base. He had learned from the lessons of previous cities that fell, reinforcing his vehicle for added protection and making a discreet exit without the ostentatious display of a convoy of 5 or 6 escort vehicles. Nevertheless, Zhang Tianwei remained vigilant and cautious, refusing to let his guard down. Though he had initiated the nuclear strike, it was at the behest of the Illuminated Council. Without the Council's involvement, how could a city like Dayuan possess such a weapon of mass destruction? All blame now rested upon Zhang Tianwei's shoulders from the very beginning. He had plotted his escape route. Regardless of success or failure, he had ensured his own safe retreat. Once he left Dashua City and boarded a vessel bound for an island in the Pacific, Zhang Tianwei, a man of military background with exceptional counter-surveillance skills, would evade detection. No matter how thoroughly the Illuminated Council investigated, they would find no trace of him. As the vehicle traversed the highway, it suddenly screeched to a halt, jolting Zhang Tianwei. Before him stood a ragged youth, his head raised, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on Zhang Tianwei within the vehicle. Alarmed, Zhang Tianwei urgently instructed the driver. Step on the gas and run him over. Obeying his command, the driver pressed the accelerator firmly to the floor, charging towards Yi Tuesday. Yi Tu pressed his ghostly hand against the front of the vehicle, gripping it with such force that the front end instantly crumpled. With a fierce determination, Yi Tu seized the armored car and lifted it effortlessly. Inside, Zhang Tianwei's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Yi Tu then slammed the armored vehicle to the ground, prompting the soldiers within to burst forth from the doors and commence firing at him. In an explosive rush, Yi Tu charged forward, effortlessly snapping their necks. Trembling, Zhang Tianwei crawled from the vehicle, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, pleading with Yi Tu not to attack. The nuclear missile was ordered by the Council of Light. It has nothing to do with me. I'm merely a tool. The fall of Dayuan City is not my concern. Yi Tu's icy gaze fixed upon Zhang Tianwei, who felt as though he were encased in frost, the chilling aura penetrating him from head to toe. Grasping Zhang Tianwei by the neck, Yi Tu tightened his grip, watching as Zhang's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Yi Tu had no intention of allowing him to die so easily. He demanded that Zhang confess the Council's heinous deeds. Producing his phone, Yi Tu activated a live broadcast, connecting via an information specter to the satellite. The entire world bore witness to the sight of Zhang Tianwei kneeling on the ground. Is this Dayuan City's mayor, Zhang Tianwei, the mastermind behind the nuclear missile launch? How could he possibly be here? Given the wreckage of the armored vehicle behind him, is he attempting to flee? Surely. He must have been intercepted. It's evident that the armored car has been utterly destroyed. The mayor of Dayuan City must provide an explanation to the world. Has Yi Tu captured Zhang Tianwei? Zhang Tianwei is now cornered. He will reveal all the sordid dealings he has with the Illuminati Council. Yi Tu declared coldly. Zhang Tianwei stammered, hesitant to utter a word. Yet, upon meeting Yi Tu's piercing gaze, he felt compelled to comply. I am Zhang Tianwei, the mayor of Dayuan City, and I was the one who pressed the button to launch the nuclear strike. The online community erupted in outrage. Indeed, it was he. How could he be so heartless? Millions of lives extinguished in an instant. This time, I stand with the executioner, Yi Tu. Let him end Zhang Tianwei's life. Both of them deserve to perish. Zhang Tianwei continued, I apologize to the millions of citizens of Dayuan City, but the nuclear bomb. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out. In an instant, his head exploded like a watermelon before the eyes of all the spectators. Witnessing this gruesome scene, countless audience members were rendered speechless. Yi Tu glanced in the direction of the gunfire and spotted a distant helicopter, where a sniper lay poised, having taken the shot at Zhang Tianwei. The helicopter was nearly 1,000 meters away, and after firing, it swiftly retreated. Even if Yi Tu wished to pursue, he could not catch it. Zhang Tianwei's death was tragic. He was brutally executed. Yi Tu had intended for him to disclose that the Illuminati Council masterminded the nuclear launch, but instead, Zhang Tianwei was assassinated. It appears that the individual in the helicopter was indeed affiliated with the Illuminati. They are silencing him. As long as Zhang Tianwei is dead, there will be no evidence to prove that the nuclear bomb was launched by the Council of Light. Zhang Tianwei has perished, yet Yi Tu remains coldly gazing at the camera. He has descended into hell bearing his sins, yet the darkness of the Council of Light remains unexposed. One can only imagine how a mayor of a city could wield such a weapon as a nuclear bomb, without the Council's tacit approval. How could he dare to press the button? The Council of Light is the true executioner of humanity, and I merely share a similar fate with them. Chapter 27. The Spider Demon What? Is this truly the case? A global uproar ensues. If the nuclear bomb was indeed sanctioned by the Council of Light, it would be utterly terrifying. Within the Council of Light, the chief counselor coldly observes the scene, hastily shutting down the satellite. This Yi-2 is attempting to drag the council into the abyss. If the people of the world believe his words, it would spell disaster for the council. One counselor chuckled and remarked, "Do you truly believe these foolish humans would choose to trust Yi-2 over the Council of Light? Of course, they would trust the council, for it is the council that has ensured their survival. Without the council's defenses, they would have perished long ago." A female counselor, however, spoke with solemnity. Yi-2 is indeed a terrifying individual. He understands that the people of the world will not believe him, yet he plants this seed. Once sown in the hearts of the populace, it will be irrevocable. A subordinate approached to report, "Honorable Senator, the satellite has been deactivated. What are your further instructions?" Beside him, a prominent tycoon interjected, "Given that this Yi-2 is so formidable, having eluded us multiple times, we might as well request a high-tier ghost from the Ghost Slayer Alliance. We can deploy this specter into Yanwang City under our control, allowing it to uncover the secrets of Yi-2's existence." The senior senator nodded in agreement. Conventional methods, such as gas bombs and nuclear weapons, had proven ineffective against Yi-2's day. It seemed that deploying a controllable high-tier ghost into Yanwang City was their only recourse. Thus, the subordinate exited to carry out the plan. Ultimately, the Ghost Slayer Alliance selected a 5th-tier ghost as a gift to be sent to the Great Xia. Yi-2 gazed at the severed live stream and promptly destroyed his phone. The Council of Light was in fear. However, Yi-2 had achieved his objective, to reveal the connection between the nuclear weapon and the Council of Light to the global populace. This revelation spread like wildfire across the world, inevitably diminishing the trust in the Council of Light. Yi-2 returned to Yanwang City. With Dayuan City obliterated by nuclear fire, it had become a desolate wasteland. Consequently, Yi-2 set his sights on the last city of Zone 9, Dashua City. Capturing Dashua City would enable the consolidation of the entire Zone 9, forming an impregnable defensive network. From there, he could advance directly towards Zone 10, securing it entirely, thus liberating himself from any lingering concerns and targeting the headquarters of the Council of Light. Yi-2 received a system notification. "Congratulations, host, on the destruction of a city. Despair value 30,000. Congratulations, host, on advancing to Tier 4. Yi-2 gazed at the system prompt, initially anticipating a reward of 50,000 despair points following the annihilation of Dayuan City. However, he was taken aback to find that he had only received 30,000. It appeared that the swiftness of the nuclear devastation had not afforded any time for despair, resulting in the diminished reward. Retreating to his chamber, he found solace in the absence of any distractions. His sister lay as she always did, peacefully ensconced within the crystalline coffin. As he beheld her countenance, a rare smile graced his features. Leaning against the glass sarcophagus, a surge of fury welled up within him. Should he conquer Dashua City next, he would be poised to traverse the East China Sea and obliterate District 10. Beyond the Pacific, he could finally exact vengeance for his sister. Under the cloak of night, a transport aircraft approached from the distance. Within its cabin, the gentleman's squad sat in their seats, a gilded sarcophagus resembling a mummy positioned among them. As they neared Yanwang City, a contingent of soldiers rose from their seats, seizing their blades to sever the bindings of the golden coffin. They gently pried it open, revealing a ghastly figure with green skin and protruding fangs. An ornate collar encircled its neck, a demon control ring, a product of the divine and demonic gene research. Once affixed, it would grant control over the demon while also serving as a safeguard against its potential rampage. Should the demon spiral out of control, the ring would unleash a torrent of golden liquid, injecting it into the creature's body to ensure its demise. Subsequently, the gentleman's squad thrust the gilded sarcophagus from the aircraft, where it landed heavily in Yanwang City. Yi-2 was abruptly jolted awake, sensing an overwhelming wave of demonic energy. While this aura bore similarities to the demons within Yanwang City, it possessed a distinct quality, most crucially, an extraordinary potency. Grasping his demon slayer blade, he leapt directly from the upper floor. He soared towards the ominous fluctuations emanating from that spectral presence, swiftly arriving before the ominous entity. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a collar adorning the ghost's neck, which pulsated with a flickering red light. At that moment, the specter was engaged in a frenzied onslaught against the apparitions within the golden walls. Its hands emitted strands akin to spider silk. Any ghost ensnared by these threads would, in mere moments, begin to carbonize, ultimately evaporating into a cloud of white vapor, exuding an acrid scent reminiscent of sulfuric acid. Yi2 meticulously scrutinized this ghost, recognizing its prowess to be at least of the 4th tier, likely a 5th-tier specter. Its formidable ability lay in the use of corrosive silk, dissuading even other ghosts from approaching. This was presumably a spider ghost, whose emitted threads possessed lethal corrosive properties. Having finished dispatching a few 2nd-tier ghosts nearby, the spider ghost turned its attention to Yi2, launching a mass of silk in an attempt to ensnare him. Without hesitation, Yi2 activated his ghost domain. In the presence of a 5th-tier specter, concealing his strength was not an option, and he had to confront it with full force. The instant the ghost domain was unleashed, Yi2's figure abruptly vanished from sight. In a flash, he reappeared behind the spider ghost, wielding his blade to strike at its neck. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, swiftly penetrating the spectral flesh. However, he was taken aback to witness the severed portion of the spider ghost begin to reattach, as the strands of silk bound the head and body together once more. Yi2 was astonished. This ghost was indeed a formidable adversary. Truly, it was a 5th-tier specter, capable of withstanding even the Ghost Slayer blade without sustaining injury. Chapter 28. Devour. Yi2 summoned the powers of the Poison Ghost and the Petrified Ghost, manifesting 3 doppelgangers that charged towards the spider ghost. In an instant, the spider ghost unleashed its ghostly domain. Within this eerie realm, countless webs hung ominously, adorned with remnants of human skin and tongues. A chill ran through Yi2 as he observed the fresh flesh and eyes scattered within the ghostly domain, indicating that this creature had claimed lives in quick succession. It was evident that this ghost had not materialized from thin air, had there been other spirits outside. The Council of Light would have dispatched agents to contain them long ago. The collar around the ghost's neck, combined with the fresh blood and flesh within its domain, suggested that this entity was under the control of the Council or was, in fact, being farmed. As the spider ghost's domain expanded, it collided with Yi2's own, leading to a swift amalgamation of their ghostly realms. The spider ghost leaned back, its hands pressed against the ground, as leg after leg, resembling grotesque appendages, emerged from its abdomen. Undeterred, Yi2 surged forward, aiming a strike at one of the spider's legs. The clang of metal echoed as his ghost-slaying blade met the formidable limb, producing a resonant sound akin to steel clashing against diamond. With a nimble leap, Yi2 sought a more advantageous angle and delivered a horizontal slash aimed at the collar encircling the spider ghost's neck. Should he sever it, the creature would likely lose its grip on control. Yet, the material of the collar proved to be impervious. His blade failed to penetrate its defenses, igniting a spark of frustration within him. However, before he could regroup, the spider ghost launched its counterattack, unleashing a torrent of its spindly legs in a ferocious assault against Yi2's day. Yi2 gripped the demon-slaying blade, persistently fending off attacks. Crack! A sharp blade from the spider's leg struck the demon-slaying blade, shattering it into 2 pieces in an instant. Subsequently, the spider demon lunged forward, pinning Yi2 beneath its weight. It unleashed 2 sharp stingers aimed directly at him. The razor-sharp mandibles charged towards Yi2's day. However, under the spider's oppressive force, he found himself immobilized. With his eyes burning crimson, only his mind remained active. Was it not merely a struggle for survival? Just as the mandibles were about to pierce him, Yi2 lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the spider demon's neck, tearing at it voraciously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Devour ability. Devour, the ability to consume demons into one's own body, enhancing strength. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi2 did not relent, but continued to bite into the spider demon. Its body seemed to suffer immense damage, beginning to tremble violently. It attempted to break free, but soon realized it was utterly trapped. A powerful force emanated from Yi2, whose body resembled a black hole, voraciously absorbing the spider demon's strength. Whoosh! After a few minutes of stalemate, Yi2's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The spider demon was successfully consumed into his body. This was a 5th-tier demon, with the support of several demons. Combined with the demon domain and the final enhancement of the Devour ability, he was able to eliminate it completely. The collar of the spider demon fell to the ground, and within the demon-slaying alliance, the commanding personnel were left astounded as they received the alarm from the demon controller ring. A 5th-tier demon had been eradicated just like that? The 5th-tier spider demon, possessing formidable regenerative abilities, was unexpectedly slain by Yi. This young man is truly terrifying. Alas, we must promptly inform the Council of Light, as they are awaiting this news. The Demon Slaughter Alliance conveyed the unfortunate tidings to the Council of Light, which erupted in astonishment. A fifth-tier demon, vanquished by this youth. Just how powerful is he? A female council member, seated in contemplation, remarked, if even a fifth-tier demon stands no chance against him. Shall we resort to deploying 8th or 9th-tier demons? Another council member interjected, demons above the 7th tier are not easily managed, should they spiral out of control. The consequences would be dire. It seems we have underestimated this youth. The female council member asserted vehemently, what is the current completion rate of the Divine Demon Gene Serum? We must eliminate you post-haste. At his current rate of growth, if he matures, our fate will be sealed. A skeptical council member replied. The Divine Demon Gene is already 90% complete. I believe it won't be long before we can commence mass production, leading to the emergence of a formidable superpowered army. The female council member's gaze softened slightly with a hint of hope. Let us pray that it comes to fruition. At this moment, a senior council member intervened with a forceful thump on the table. Currently, only the Great Snow City remains in Zone 9. Should he gain control over it? We may face grave peril. Before the fall of the Great Xia Nation, it consistently opposed the Council of Light. And Zone 9 is still home to many who once stood against us. The power held by these individuals must not be underestimated. If he aligns himself with them, we will find ourselves in a precarious situation. Now, it is imperative for the Divine Demon Gene to expedite the development of the serum and to assemble a formidable army. Additionally, the spirits contained by the Ghost Slayer Alliance could prove invaluable, urging the Divine Demon Gene to swiftly create the 9th-tier spirit controlling ring. Chapter 29. The mysterious figure's two dark silhouettes stood atop the 100-meter-high golden wall, which offered no means of ascent, making their presence there all the more enigmatic. One shadowy figure spoke slowly. This young man possesses the will to annihilate this world, meeting the criteria of the ghostly emissaries. The other figure, a graceful silhouette, responded with a sweet, feminine voice. Alas, if it were 5 years ago, there might have been a chance. But now, whether he can escape this place remains uncertain. The dark figure shook his head. This location is shrouded in mystery. Even we cannot fully ascertain the nature of the forces at play here. Too many have vanished in the past, and none have emerged alive. The woman's voice echoed. This place may be a higher-order ghost realm, yet it is exceedingly rare for such a realm to ensnare so many souls. If it is indeed crafted by a ghost, we currently have no means to counter it. Unless someone can survive the ordeal and escape. The woman nodded, then remarked, we expended immense energy merely to enter from the outside, and exiting from within is akin to scaling the heavens. However, this young man may stand a chance. Upon uttering those words, the two figures abruptly vanished, as if they had never existed. Yi2 returned to his chamber. Ding. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a 5th-tier specter. Grievance points 10,000. The items in the horror shop have been updated. Horror shop, Demon Blade, Azura transforms hatred and loathing into power, requires 100,000 grievance points to unlock. Phantom Substitute, summons a doppelganger to take the host's place in death, requires 100,000 grievance points to unlock. Blood Will manipulates the blood within the bodies of those weaker than the host, requires 100,000 grievance points to unlock. Horror Creation bestows power upon humans, transforming them into terrifying phantoms of the host's imagination, requires 10,000 grievance points to unlock. Upon receiving this news, Yi2's heart raced with exhilaration. The abilities of the Phantom Substitute and Blood Will were utterly remarkable. The Phantom Substitute essentially granted him one chance at invulnerability, while the Blood Will allowed him to control another's blood. Just imagining the sensation of crushing an enemy's heart from afar was exhilarating. Yi2 navigated to the system panel. Observing the displayed attributes, name, Yi2 race, Spectre level, 5th tier grievance points, 100, 500 abilities, Spectral Blood Curse, Spectral Blood Pact Contracted Spirits, Information Ghost, Bird Ghost, Garment Ghost, Petrification Ghost, Doppelganger Ghost, Poison Ghost. With his current 5th tier strength, he could contend against C-tier demon slayers. However, the summons of formidable specters from the shop had vanished, indicating he could no longer summon thousands of vengeful spirits to engulf the city. Moreover, the spirits in the remaining cities are now beyond my control, as the connection between us has been severed, leaving me powerless over them. It appears that I must devise alternative strategies. At present, only the city of Dashue remains. Dashue City serves as the gateway to the 10th district, for it is separated from the 9th district by the East Sea. with Dashue City being the closest point to the 10th district. Essentially, Dashue City is the key to entering the 10th district. Only by mastering this key can one launch an assault on the 10th district. Yi Tu has entered Dashue City, shrouded in a hooded garment conjured by his spirit, concealing his face so that none would recognize him. He roams the streets in search of a fortunate soul, for only such an individual can swiftly elevate his resentment value. Before long, Yi Tu encounters a scene on the bustling street. A man is mercilessly assaulting a woman. The man, bare-chested and adorned with a golden chain, boasts a dragon tattoo etched across his back, revealing his nefarious nature. Witnessing the man brutally beating the woman, her companion cannot stand idly by and swings her bag towards the man's head. In retaliation, the man seizes the companion by her hair and forcefully slams her head against a stone by the roadside. Still unsatisfied, he summons several accomplices from his vehicle, and they begin to pummel the two women mercilessly. Thus, the two girls find themselves overwhelmed and beaten to the ground by 7 or 8 men. With blood staining the pavement, a crowd gathers to witness the spectacle, yet not a single soul steps forward to intervene. It is rumored that the man, having consumed alcohol, attempted to flirt with the woman, seeking her contact information. When she refused, he resorted to physical aggression, and after a few words exchanged in anger, he commenced his assault on her. TSK, what a world we live in. It's best to keep our distance and avoid getting embroiled in such matters. Better to steer clear than to invite trouble. As for that woman, if she wanted contact information, she should have simply asked. Now look where it has led her, suffering such a brutal beating. It seems she is not a virtuous person either. Yi Tu gazed coldly at the scene before him. This world is indeed so indifferent. In broad daylight, a group of men viciously assaulted 2 women without a shred of hesitation, while the onlookers stood by silently. Not a single soul daring to intervene. Had even one person spoken up, these ruffians would not have felt so emboldened. Yi Tu pushed through the crowd, making his way toward the 2 women. Chapter 30. A helping hand. As the onlookers noticed someone approaching, they parted to make way. Could this young man be out of his mind, intervening in such a situation? Judging by his physique, he hardly seemed capable of matching even 2 of those men. Truly, some find amusement in chaos. The men continued to hurl insults. Damn you, filthy wench. I sought your contact information out of respect. Do you truly think I find you appealing? I can have 100 women more beautiful than you. How dare you refuse me? Today, you shall learn the consequences. The woman lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, her face a grotesque mask of injury. Her companion was also sprawled on the ground, unconscious. As Yi Tu approached, one of the men locked eyes with him, a menacing glare in place. Ah, look who we have here, a meddler. The man's lips curled into a sneer as he cracked his knuckles, advancing toward Yi Tuesday. Young man, have you never been beaten? Do you know the names we bear? In Snow City, few dare to provoke us. You have delivered yourself right into our hands. Even if you wish to retreat now, it is too late. Yi Tu slowly removed his hat, his eyes emanating a crimson glow. Good heavens, you are the one from the Golden Wall. The man's legs buckled beneath him, collapsing to the ground. Those nearby, upon witnessing Yi Tu, were thrown into a state of panic. This individual was a demon, having conquered 4 cities without so much as a blink. Yi Tu paid them no mind as he approached the woman, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear. Do you wish for them to perish? This statement sent a chill through the men, causing them to contemplate flight. Had it been uttered by anyone else, they might have dismissed it as a jest. Yet, this was Yi Tu, the man who stood against the world alone. However, before they could take more than a few steps, the surroundings abruptly shifted to a hue of red. Yi Tu had activated the ghost domain. The men found themselves immobilized, their bodies caught in a paralyzing grip. The woman, listening to Yi Tu's words, trembled slightly, her emotions a mixture of tears and laughter. In her eyes, a resolute glimmer emerged as she declared, I want them dead. Yi Tu remained silent, methodically slicing his palm to let his blood drip into the woman's mouth. As the blood entered her, a fierce crimson light ignited in her eyes. She gradually rose to her feet, advancing toward the trembling men who, upon witnessing her transformation, were seized by terror. We did not intend to. Please do not kill me. I do not wish to die. We truly erred. The men who were once so arrogant are now stripped of their bravado, pleading for mercy from the woman. With a cold smile, she responds, erroneous? Just moments ago, you did not acknowledge your faults. What has changed now? Is it because you find yourselves in a position of weakness? In your world, are the weak not meant to be oppressed? Approaching the man who had flirted with her, she slowly states, you seem to relish the feeling of others submitting to you. When faced with rejection, Your fury is palpable. As she speaks, she forcefully extracts his tongue and yanks it, severing it entirely. The man clutches his mouth in agony, rendered speechless. You articulate with that tongue, yet it is tainted. Oh, how could I forget? Your teeth reside within your mouth. The woman picks up a stone from the roadside and brings it down mercilessly upon his mouth, shattering his teeth. She forcefully restrains his mouth, compelling him to swallow rather than spit. Yet her thirst for vengeance remains unquenched. She grips his chin, squeezing until beads of cold sweat form on his brow. With a sinister chuckle, she yanks, dislocating his jaw with a brutal force. Now his face is a canvas of blood, and he wails in excruciating pain. Still unsatisfied, she returns the very methods he had used against her, tormenting him for nearly half an hour. Ultimately, the man succumbs to his suffering. The men who witnessed the scene beside them were utterly terrified, reduced to tears as they pleaded for mercy from the woman. Yet, she showed them no compassion, employing the most excruciating methods to bring about their demise. The resentment meters surged with 70, 70, 70. Yi Tu observed the score of 70, pondering that these men must have succumbed to despair in their final moments. Once the woman had dealt with the situation, she turned to Yi Tu, gradually kneeling before him. Thank you for granting me this power. My body belongs to you, master. Use it as you wish. Yi Tu responded with a cold smirk. What need have I for your body? What I desire is despair. Those onlookers seem quite bothersome. The woman nodded in understanding, saying, I comprehend, master. With that, her fingers morphed into sharp blades as she charged towards the spectators trapped in the realm of ghosts. Chapter 31. The Alliance War God after mercilessly slaughtering the onlookers. The woman slowly approached Yi Tuesday. Do you wish to attain even greater power? He inquired. She nodded, having transformed into a being that was half human, half ghost. With only a vestige of human consciousness remaining, Yi Tu extended his arms wide. Then embrace your rebirth once more. He expended 10,000 points of resentment to conjure a terrifying creation. Using the woman as a vessel, he manifested the horrors that resided within his mind. Before her, the woman's form began to swell, dark skin spreading across her entire being. Flesh and blood surged chaotically, as crimson liquid solidified into thread-like strands adorned with countless tiny eyes and tendrils. All features of her face began to vanish, replaced by a mouth lined with minuscule, sharp teeth that grew vertically from her head. What a sublime work of art! You too marveled. Let all within the city be obliterated, fueled by your fury and strength. Annihilate everything. The woman charged madly towards Dashua City. What? What is that? A witness stammered, trembling at the sight of the creature. But before he could comprehend, the red strands from the monster ensnared him, binding him to its grotesque form. His body began to dissolve into the vile mass of flesh and blood. At the Dashua City Defense Center, alarms blared as a report of terror in the city center triggered widespread chaos. A soldier relayed the information. Upon hearing this, the mayor promptly instructed a nearby aide, dispatch soldiers to eliminate the threat. The soldier responded swiftly. There are reports of a youth seen near the Golden Wall in Dashua City. The mayor's expression darkened at this revelation, and he commanded urgently, fetch Mr. Ishikuro immediately, and ensure that boy is eradicated here. The soldier hurriedly departed. Yi Tu stood atop the highest point of the city, observing the terror he had unleashed as it wreaked havoc. Anger points increased by 40, 50. Watching the accumulation of anger points rise so slowly left Yi Tu feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He opened the terrifying shop, and a flicker of excitement danced at the corner of Yi Tu's mouth as he beheld the presence of the terror manufacturing ability. This power, akin to the descent of a vengeful spirit, could only be utilized a limited number of times after being unlocked. Unlike the perpetual curses of ghostly blood or the contracts of ghostly blood, the fact that this ability still lingered meant he could conjure forth more horrifying monsters. Following the pattern of transforming women into spirits, Yi Tu resolved to create several humans in the same manner. In an instant, the city of Dashua was engulfed in a wave of panic. A chilling roar echoed from the square as one human was seized by a ghost conjured by Yi Tuesday. Let me go. Someone, please save me, echoed the frantic cries, drawing the attention of all. They witnessed the unfortunate soul being torn apart as effortlessly as one might rip a piece of paper. Run for your lives. The crowd erupted into chaos, with those unable to react swiftly falling victim to the merciless spirits. The armed defense forces of Dashua City swiftly mobilized, launching attacks against the malevolent apparitions. However, these spirits, birthed from Yi Tu's will, were formidable, ranking around the 4th tier, far beyond the efficacy of mere golden bullets. the vengeful spirits surged into the ranks of soldiers, initiating a frenzy of slaughter. Disorder has erupted in the city center. Please refrain from gathering and remain indoors, announced the television host broadcasting an emergency news segment. A message mirrored on the large screen in the square. Yi Tu gazed at the screen, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he contemplated finding a vantage point to relish the unfolding chaos. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in demon-slaying attire appeared before him, wielding a golden demon-slaying blade that was strikingly different from that of the Red Moon Squad. His demon-slaying sword bore intricate engravings, as if imbued with some arcane magic. Yi Tu regarded the man before him with a frosty gaze. Teacher Ishiguro. It has been a long time. Yi Tu greeted him with courtesy. Ishiguro, whose real name is Kazuo Ishiguro, is one of the 4 great war gods of the Demon-Slaying Alliance, a B-class demon slayer with strength equivalent to that of a 5th-tier demon. During Yi Tu's initial training with the Alliance, Kazuo Ishiguro served as their swordsmanship instructor. Now, as Ishiguro confronted Yi Tu, one could only wonder whether it was fate or mere coincidence. Yi Tu was well aware of his former teacher's formidable prowess. 3 years had elapsed, and he was likely even stronger now, perhaps having ascended to A-class demon slayer. Indeed, it has been quite some time. 3 years have passed. Yet you remain unchanged in appearance, though the stench emanating from you is utterly repugnant. Ishiguro taunted, polishing the blade of his sword provocatively. Yi Tu recognized that this was Ishiguro's customary tactic. He relished in provoking others through words, igniting their ire. Furthermore, the most grotesque aspect was his penchant for pedophilia. He had committed countless heinous acts against young girls, yet his status as one of the 4 great war gods shielded him from consequence. Teacher Ishiguro had not altered in character. He remained, as ever, a beast in human guise. You have not changed at all, Yi Tu remarked coldly. It seemed that Ishiguro's secrets had been laid bare, leaving him momentarily flustered. In a sudden burst of rage, he surged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Yi Tu's abdomen with his knee. Yi Tu was propelled backward like a cannonball. Chapter 32, The Demon Blade Azura. Just how formidable is Kazuo Ishiguro's strength? The blow that just struck Yi Tu seems to have provided the answer. Clutching his abdomen, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. This strike felt as though it had detonated like a cannonball, displacing his very internal organs. Honestly, Yi Tu had never witnessed the prowess of Shigeo Ishiguro before. Yet, he was acutely aware that this man possessed an extraordinary strength, standing unwavering even when compared to the other 3 war gods. Enduring the pain, Yi Tu rose resolutely and launched an attack against Shigeo Ishiguro. However, at the very moment he lunged forward, Ishiguro's figure appeared before him with blinding speed. The Demon Slayer blade was drawn and swiftly slashed across Yi Tu's throat. In a desperate attempt, Yi Tu summoned his clothing spirit, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. The blade struck with a resonant clash against his defense. Yet, Ishiguro's onslaught did not relent. He wielded the blade with a tempestuous ferocity, raining down blows upon Yi Tu's day. Following this, a spinning kick sent Yi Tu hurtling through the air, and Ishiguro's silhouette pursued him relentlessly, delivering a crushing stomp that pinned Yi Tu to the ground. The earth trembled slightly, fracturing beneath them and creating a sizable crater. Gasping in pain, Yi Tu found himself firmly pressed against the ground, agony coursing through his body as if it had been cleaved in two. The defense of his clothing spirit had shattered, had it not been for this spirit. He feared that this kick would have left a gaping hole in his body. Summoning his ghost domain, Yi Tu abruptly reappeared behind Ishiguro. Struggling to rise, he slowly wiped the blood from his mouth and let out a faint, sardonic laugh. Shigeo Ishiguro, one of the 4 war gods of the Demon Slayer Alliance, possessed an absolute dominion of power and speed. Before him, ordinary humans appeared as mere ants. At that moment, he regarded Yi Tu with the same disdainful gaze reserved for the diminutive creatures. Yi Tu, what further tricks do you possess? Do you truly believe that a mere handful of specters can annihilate this world? Shigehiro observed Yi Tu with a mocking smile. Do not indulge in fantasies. You have merely conquered a few cities and fancied yourself a harbinger of destruction. As one of the 4 great war deities, I could effortlessly obliterate an entire city. And you? Your self-proclaimed cleverness is utterly laughable. As a member of the Red Moon team within the Demon Slayer Alliance, you ought to dutifully follow orders, striving for the fate of all humanity, sacrificing your life for the world. Yet, you and your team detonated the Golden Wall solely to allow your escape, recklessly releasing the vengeful spirits within and jeopardizing the safety of all humanity. Now, you seek to plunge the city into terror. Tell me, Yi Tu, Are you a man or a specter? Each word of Shigehiro's was laced with accusation. Am I a man or a specter? Yitu pondered this question himself. Perhaps. Ever since the day his sister was slain, he had ceased to be human. After spending 3 years behind the Golden Wall, every day was a torment. Yet it was the unwavering resolve to survive for his sister that sustained him. He merely wished to escape with her, to free her from the depths of despair. However, what he brought them was not hope, but an abyss of hopelessness. Not a single individual stood forth to utter a word on their behalf. He had once been a member of the Demon Slayer Alliance, dedicating himself to the eradication of vengeful spirits. Yet the Alliance failed to even utter a single word for those suffering. Shigehiro, let them emerge. The circumstances would not have culminated in their present state. Yet, am I a specter? I empower the despondent souls within this city, urging them towards vengeance, much like Kazuo Ishigiro's characters. I am their savior. In this realm, absolutes of good and evil are elusive. However, justice remains unequivocal. The Council of Light is willing to sacrifice the very existence of Yanhuang City for the sake of global tranquility. Just as I would lay the world to waste for my sister's retribution. What, then, is virtuous, and what is malevolent? Neither exists, save for the justice that resides in one's heart. This query has crossed my mind too, yet it seems I should pose it to you. Nonetheless, the answers have become trivial. Given the world as desolation, I shall cleanse it in my own manner. This is the path that you two shall tread, even if it is fraught with bloodshed and thorns. Ishiguro gazed coldly at Yitu, akin to observing a dying, incoherent rodent. It must come to an end. Ishiguro raised his demon-slaying blade, exuding an aura of lethal intent. With a powerful leap, the ground erupted, the surrounding air shredded by the edge of his weapon. Like a mountain's roar or a tsunami, he charged towards Yitu. Yitu's pallid visage broke into a smile. This is the arrogance of the demon-slaying alliance. Must one possess numerous justifications to annihilate the world? No, a singular reason suffices. Anger points 50, anger points 30. The terror instigated by Yitu continues to wreak havoc throughout the city. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your anger points have reached 100. 000. The Demon Blade Azura can now be unlocked. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yitu bellowed. Unlock. A palpable aura of dread swiftly enveloped the area. As a shadow descended from the heavens, hurtling towards Yitu's day. It was a blade. Yitu grasped it firmly. And at the moment of contact with the Shura Demon Blade, he felt his entire being ablaze with fervor. In that instant, veins bulged upon his forehead as he swung the blade towards Ishiguro. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a torrent of demonic fury, as if the heavens themselves spared no one. Chapter 33. You are not worthy of praise. Yitu struck forth. The clash with Ishigiro's Demon Slayer blade resonated through the air, unleashing a tremendous force that swept across the surroundings. Ishiguro was instantly propelled backward, and with a desperate thrust, he embedded the Demon Slayer blade into the ground, sliding back several paces before barely stabilizing himself. Is this truly your power? He spat, blood staining his lips. Never had he anticipated that his A-class prowess could be so easily overpowered by Yitu, leaving him wounded. The secrets that shrouded Yitu were profound. You are quite intriguing. The gene of the divine and demonic will surely take an interest in you. Capturing you for dissection and study might prove to be a wise choice. As Ishiguro spoke, Yitu let out a cold chuckle. That depends on whether you possess the strength to attempt it. He slightly raised his head, fingers coalescing. The Shura Demon Blade sang with a resonant chime, its blade emanating a haunting wail, as if the cries of 1,000 tormented souls echoed forth. This was the essence of the Shura Demon Blade's power. It could amplify its strength based on the user's inner turmoil, channeling that energy back to the wielder. Only through the depths of utter despair could its full potential be unleashed. Yitu extended the realm of the ghosts to the feet of Kazuo Ishiguro. At the very moment the specter made contact with Ishiguro, Yitu's figure abruptly materialized before him, his gaze fixed intently on Ishiguro's heart. He came to an abrupt halt, then delivered a thrust of his blade. This was the most direct and incisive stab, born from thousands of encounters with demons over 3 years. Despite any disparity in strength, his extensive combat experience served to bridge that gap. The past 3 years behind the Gilded Wall had bestowed upon Yitu not only darkness and despair, but also the most primal combat techniques honed on the brink of life and death. Ishiguro attempted to evade, yet within Yitu's ghostly domain, his body was constrained, his speed significantly hampered. In this transcendent battle, life and death hinged on a mere moment. A second's delay could result in fatal consequences. Yitu's blade aimed directly at Ishiguro's heart. Ishiguro grasped the knife with both hands. But the force behind E2 and the sharpness of the blade left him aghast. The Shirademon blade pierced through Ishiguro's heart, blood gushing forth. In disbelief, Ishiguro looked down at the knife embedded in his chest. E2 did not withdraw the Shirademon blade but instead pressed it firmly. His eyes locked onto Ishiguro. Teacher Ishiguro, you have been lost in a haven of gentleness these past 3 years. It seems your strength has not progressed significantly. E2's words rang true. Among the other 3 battle gods, one had already ascended to S rank, and Ishiguro, once on par with them, now found himself the most lagging of the battle gods. Indeed, some captains of the demon-slaying squads appeared to possess an emerging momentum that surpassed his own. Ishiguro coldly snorted and addressed E2. Should you take my life, you will undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Ghost Slayer Alliance. They will not spare you. E2 remained silent, delivering a swift blow that cleaved Ishiguro in two. You lack the standing to utter such words to me, he retorted, before gradually departing. At that moment, the city of Dashue was on the brink of collapse. E2 observed the ever-increasing aura of resentment and realized that the city was beyond salvation. The populace was shrouded in terror, reminiscent of the time when horror first descended. Congratulations, host, for slaying an A-class entity. Congratulations, host, for conquering the city. Resentment value 10. 000. Resentment value 500. 000. Congratulations, host, for ascending to the 7th tier. Rewards. The level of information ghost has been elevated to tier 5, expanding the network infiltration range to 1 million meters. Rewards. The level of bird ghost has been raised to tier 5, extending flight duration by 20 hours. Rewards. The level of clothing ghost has advanced to tier 5, enhancing defense by 5-fold and granting the ability to become invisible. Rewards. The ghost domain has been upgraded to 3 layers, now possessing restorative capabilities. Unexpectedly, the resentment value accrued was so substantial that it propelled me directly from tier 6 into tier 7. It seems that only by unleashing true terror will they experience despair. The items in the horror shop have been updated. Horror shop, ghost stand-in, allows the summoning of a substitute spirit to take the host's place in death, requires 100. 000 resentment points to unlock. Blood will, enables control over the blood within the bodies of individuals weaker than the host, requires 100. 000 resentment points to unlock. The Ghost Array Kill, capable of creating a formation that absorbs life force to vanquish foes, requires a resentment value of 500. 000. The Power of Giants, which enables the summoning of the 9th tier giant ghost from Yanhuang City, demands a resentment value of 400. 000. E2 gazed upon the newly acquired abilities of Ghost Array Kill and Giant Ghost, both of which he deemed somewhat monstrous. The more life force absorbed by the ghost-killing array, the greater its power, suggesting that if the entire population of the world were ensnared within the formation, it could potentially slay deities. The giant ghost, even more fearsome, could obliterate an entire nation with its 9th tier might, currently possessing 7th tier strength. Even an A-level ghost slayer would be no match for him. After slaying Shigehiro Ishiguro, one of the 4 great gods of war, it was inevitable that the Ghost Slayer Alliance would dispatch even stronger Ghost Slayers. Thus, precautions were essential, with 5 cities already fallen. He was on the verge of entering the 10th district, where the branch of the Light Council resided. E2 was in no rush. He intended to toy with the members of the Light Council. Before their demise, Shigehiro Ishiguro and his comrades had lived in constant dread. In the 10th district, hundreds of thousands filled the streets. What had transpired? Did you not hear? Shigehiro Ishiguro, one of the 4 great gods of war, perished in Dashua City, inciting the wrath of the Ghost Slayer Alliance. A memorial service was being held at the 10th District branch of the Light Council, attended by the remaining 3 gods of war and their respective teams. I surmise that the young man within the Golden Wall is destined for ruin. The 10th District is perilously close to it, and once the memorial concludes, I suspect that a full mobilization will ensue to eliminate him. Chapter 34. The Memorial Service. Behold, television stations from around the globe have converged here. What a grand spectacle. The fall of a war deity has drawn countless spectators. Speak softly. Should those present overhear your words, it would spell your doom. Such tributes are reserved solely for beings of divine stature. Consider the many who have perished before. Who has ever been honored with a memorial service? This time, in our 10th district, the memorial ostensibly mourns the war deity. Yet in truth, it may very well be a prelude to a counteroffensive. Ishiguro, the war deity, is a source of pride for our 10th district. and avenging him is but our duty. Today, the shrine in the 10th district hosts the memorial for Ishiguro Aikaru. The event is being broadcast live, and you has already witnessed the unfolding scene. The remains of Ishiguro Aikaru have long been consumed by the horrors of Daisetsu City. At his memorial, there exists only a black and white photograph. According to the reporters, high-ranking officials from the 10th District's Light Council will also be in attendance. In addition, the three war deities of the Demon Slayer Alliance and all members of the Demon Slayer teams will partake, all prominent figures at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. A faint smile graces E2's lips. Such an illustrious occasion cannot proceed without him. He intends to present Ishiguro Aikaru with a final tribute. After all, he was once his mentor. E2 soars towards the 10th District. Between the 9th District and the 10th District lies the East Sea, and the flight duration of the bird demon now extends to 20 hours. However, the speed of the bird demon is remarkably swift, allowing it to reach the 10th District in just 1 hour. At this moment, the scene of mourning is bustling with activity. The minister of the 10th District's Council of Light, Inuger, along with high-ranking officials and military dignitaries, has arrived, creating a throng of people. They await the arrival of the Slayer Alliance members. Suddenly, a magnificent warplane flies in from the distance. There is no airstrip here, leaving everyone perplexed about how the members of the Slayer Alliance will disembark. The aircraft sweeps overhead, revealing a series of tiny black dots in the sky. Upon closer inspection, these are indeed people. The members of the Slayer Alliance leap directly from the warplane, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Observing their descent, Inuger hastens to greet them. Dozens of figures gracefully descend, all clad in black combat attire, adorned with a small white flower on their chests. After landing, they divide into two factions, forming an orderly line. 3 figures slowly descend, one of whom is a man with a hawk-like nose, his expression grim, standing at the forefront. Behind him are a stunning woman with flowing red hair and a scholarly man wearing glasses. The presence of these 3 is as imposing as a mountain, the air seemingly thickening and suffocating. Could these 3 individuals be the war gods of the Slayer Alliance? Their aura is overwhelmingly powerful. Indeed, these 3 individuals stand as the mightiest in the contemporary world. The man in the center, known as the Victory Eagle Adolf, is the sole S-rank demon slayer. It was he who single-handedly forced several level 8 malevolent spirits into the city of Yanhuang during the infamous Yanhuang incident. The bespectacled gentleman, named Benjamin, though merely an A-rank demon slayer and appearing rather feeble, employs methods that are exceptionally ruthless. It is said that the scenes of his demon slayings are horrifically sanguinary, earning him the moniker, the suit-clad thug. Lastly, the striking woman, referred to as Blood Rose Elizabeth, is also an A-rank demon slayer. She possesses an alluring physique, and one might jest that spending a night with her would be worth dying for. Such words should not be carelessly uttered, for should she overhear, one might not even realize the peril they invite. As the two conversed, Elizabeth glanced in their direction, prompting them to hastily silence their chatter. To their astonishment, she approached them directly. Upon reaching a man, she leaned slightly forward, causing her prominent assets to sway enticingly. I heard what you just said. Do you prefer hot wax or a whip? I'll come find you tonight. Upon hearing this, the man felt as if his heart had ceased. He swiftly clutched his chest, striving to quell his excitement. However, his complexion began to pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His heart truly stopped beating, and he collapsed to the ground. A bystander hastily exclaimed, "Call for an ambulance. Someone here is suffering from a heart condition." A playful smile danced upon Elizabeth's lips as she followed closely behind Adolf toward the shrine. "Lord of War, you have arrived," Inuger hastily exclaimed, positioning himself beside Adolf with eager enthusiasm. However, Adolf remained silent, not even casting a glance in Inuger's direction as he strode into the shrine. The formidable warriors of the Demon Slayer Alliance regarded the likes of a mere minister from the Illuminati Council with disdain, for those individuals were of a completely different caliber. Inuger, feeling somewhat disheartened, followed suit after the 3 deities of war entered. Inside the shrine, somber melodies began to resonate, while reporters from the television network narrated their stories before the cameras. The 3 war deities approached the black and white portrait of Ishiguro Kazuo, bowing deeply in reverence. Ishiguro was the god of war for the Demon Slayer Alliance, and today, all squads gathered to honor him with the title of hero. Benjamin addressed the assembly, proclaiming, Chapter 35, Symposium. The members of the Demon Slayer squads placed their hands over their hearts, paying homage to the deity of war, Ishiguro Kazuo. Salute to Ishiguro Kazuo, the god of war. Turning to face the multitude of cameras, Adolf spoke gravely. Ishiguro Kazuo fell at the hands of that boy from the Golden Wall, Yi Tuesday. The Demon Slayer Alliance swears to avenge him. Today, we gather not only to mourn our fallen hero, but also to march to Yanhuang City and pin that boy against the Golden Wall, forcing him to apologize to the world. As Adolf's words resonated, a fervent applause erupted from the crowd. Indeed, you embody the spirit of the victorious eagle. Well done. We, the 10th District, stand in solidarity with you. You must ensure that wretched boy is utterly obliterated. Now the entire Demon Slayer Alliance has mobilized. It appears that boy cannot escape. At that moment, a voice resonated from the heavens. I hear you seek me? It was E2 who descended directly into the shrine. Advancing with measured steps, the members of the Demon Slayer squad, upon witnessing this, swiftly drew their demon-slaying blades. Must you be so serious? On such a joyous occasion, shouldn't we all share a smile? E2 spoke slowly. The crowd erupted in excitement. This boy truly fears nothing, willingly walking into the line of fire. Who bestowed upon him the audacity to come here? With the 3 war gods present, it seems this boy's end is nigh. Adolf and Benjamin regarded E2 with icy gazes. You didn't come looking for trouble, yet here you are, offering yourself up, Benjamin stated coldly. I revel in lively gatherings. How dull it would be if I were absent from such a vibrant scene. E2 replied with a smile. Blood Rose swayed her body and approached E Tuesday. She assessed him closely, whispering, this physique is rather robust, brimming with the essence of youth. To have vanquished Shurhei, one can only assume he possesses considerable strength. I am fond of him. E2, he is mine. Elizabeth cast a glance at Adolf and Benjamin. As she spoke, Elizabeth extended her hand toward E Tuesday. He did not flinch, and rather than harm him, Elizabeth effortlessly rested her hand upon his shoulder. Shall we sit down and have a conversation? E2 did not refuse. Moments later, the 4 found themselves seated in a tranquil tea room. This tea room exuded an antique elegance, adorned with ukiyo-e paintings, and beside the tea table, a flowing artificial waterfall was graced by falling cherry blossoms, creating an atmosphere of serene harmony. This was the tea room prepared by Inuzuka Kuro for their conversation. Having heard Elizabeth express her desire to speak with Yi Tuesday, Inuzuka Kuro contemplated the idea of poisoning the tea, but then remembered that this young man could survive even a nuclear blast. Should the poisoning fail, he feared a massacre could ensue, even with the 3 war gods present. Inuzuka Kuro felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Elizabeth spoke slowly. Yi2, your strength is formidable. Perhaps even I am not your match. With the recent demise of Kazuo Ishiguro, the position of war god is now vacant. If you are willing, we could facilitate your rightful ascent to that esteemed position. Yi2 smiled and replied, the position of war god would hardly be stable for me. Considering I have slaughtered entire cities and eliminated your killing god squad along with the war god himself. To be offered such a title without facing any consequences seems rather absurd. Adolf then spoke, we acknowledge your power, for in this world, strength is revered above all. The feats you have accomplished attest to your capabilities, and we genuinely appreciate this. Despite any dissenting opinions, under the suppression of the Demon Slayer Alliance and the Council of Light, no significant opposition can arise. Upon hearing Adolf's words, Yi2 burst into laughter. It appears that this has always been your way of conducting affairs, which serves as my reason to rebel against this world. If only you had shielded my sister and me when we emerged from the Golden Wall, Benjamin chuckled, remarking that it is precisely this that has granted you such formidable power. This world operates on the principle of equivalent exchange. To gain everything, one must sacrifice something. Yi2 cast a cold gaze at the 3 individuals. Equivalent exchange? Is this immense power something he must barter his sister's life for? All of this is coerced by the world at large. Yi2 fell silent, having lost all hope in this world. He had slain the war god of the Demon Slayer Alliance, yet they wished for him to become the new war god. How utterly absurd. Yi2 rose and strode towards the door, pausing abruptly as he reached it. I shall persist in pursuing the fairness I seek, under my notion of justice. You shall all perish. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned tense. Adolf was enraged. The entire tea house began to tremble violently. Boom. In an instant, the tea house erupted, reduced to mere dust. Outside, Inuzuka Kuro, witnessing the chaos, hastily led his subordinates to flee into the distance. Clearly, the negotiations had collapsed. Dozens of demon slayers rushed in, surrounding Yi Tuesday. Do you truly believe you can walk out of here alive today? Adolf sneered. Yi2 smiled back, saying, let us see about that. With that, a colossal figure suddenly materialized from the sky. It was the massive demon shadow previously seen by the united army of the Council of Light at the Golden Wall. It emerged from the Golden Walls. Chapter 36. The Three War Gods. The ninth-tier giant demon exuded an aura of terror, shrouded in swirling black mist. Its immense energy cascading downwards, shattering the entire shrine. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The demon slayers surrounding Yi Tu were all affected, including Inuzuka Kajiro and other high-ranking members of the branch, who could not evade the onslaught. Within the dilapidated shrine, lifeless bodies lay silently, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Those who watched the scene unfold on television gasped in shock, covering their mouths. No one could have anticipated that Yi Tu would attend Kazuo Ishigiro's memorial, let alone unleash such horror in this place. The giant demon stood upright, towering like a deity. The three war gods gazed at this colossal being, over 100 meters tall, filled with uncertainty. What had this young man done to summon a ninth-tier demon? Elizabeth, filled with fury, summoned the blades from the hands of the fallen demon slayers into her grasp. Benjamin toyed with a slender golden scalpel, its edge glinting dangerously. The two war gods simultaneously directed their attacks towards Yi Tu's day. If they could not become allies, then they would become adversaries. The fate of enemies is singular, death. The S-tier war god Adolf remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the ninth-tier demon. The demon stood still amidst countless corpses, while those who survived were paralyzed by its terrifying presence. Yi Tu desired precisely this effect. He understood that when the three war gods united, he would undoubtedly be no match for them. Therefore, he employed this ninth-tier ghost general to hold the strongest war god at bay. His plan succeeded. Suddenly, the ninth-tier ghost stirred, slowly lifting its foot and bringing it down with tremendous force upon the ground. Such power was contained within that strike. If left unchecked, the city would surely succumb to ruin. Seeing this, Adolf abruptly appeared beneath the giant ghost's foot, delivering a powerful punch aimed at it. The collision between the giant ghost's foot and Adolf's strike set the surroundings into a swirling chaos, as if an invisible blade had cleaved through reality, reducing everything to fragments. Yi Tu seized the moment to strike at the two war gods. The domain of ghosts expanded, enveloping the desolate shrine in a crimson glow. Within this red light, Yi Tu assaulted Benjamin, his form suddenly materializing beside him. The Shura ghost blade was drawn from the void, slashing downwards towards Benjamin. Benjamin reacted with remarkable swiftness, spinning around to deflect Yi Tu's attack with the scalpel he held before him. Such astonishing prowess. Within this ghost domain, you have indeed grown significantly stronger. However, with the three war gods present, any resistance you muster is merely a futile struggle. Benjamin's voice resonated. At that moment, Elizabeth materialized behind Yi Tu, wielding two ghost-slaying blades aimed directly at him. Yi Tu attempted to evade, only to discover that his body was rendered immobile. In his own ghost domain, he found himself unable to move. It appeared that these two war gods possessed unique abilities. The two ghost-slaying blades pierced Yi Tu's body, and he widened his eyes in shock. Elizabeth covered her mouth and chuckled softly, expressing her mild disappointment. I had thought you were stronger. It seems you cannot even escape my control. Yi Tu pondered silently, realizing that his earlier inability to move was indeed linked to Elizabeth's powers. She possessed the ability to manipulate others' bodies. At that moment, a television reporter who had survived in the shrine directed the camera towards the battlefield, capturing the scene where the three war gods were present. How audacious of that young man to act out of line in their midst. And as expected, the legendary trio swiftly dispatched him. Blood Rose truly exhibited remarkable might. That young man deserved his fate. With his sister's life hanging in the balance, both were doomed. Just like the people of Yanhuang City, may they all meet their end. Yi Tu gazed at Elizabeth, who wore a cold smile, and then a sinister grin crept across his lips. Do you think this is the end? Sensing the shift, Elizabeth drove the knife deeper into Yi Tu's body. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror as if she had glimpsed something terrifying. Benjamin, Elizabeth began to warn. But before she could finish, Yi Tu reversed the grip on the Shura demon blade and pierced it through his own heart, driving it into Benjamin behind him. Benjamin stared in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest. You madman, he exclaimed, blood spilling from his lips as he staggered back. As Yi Tu's body slowly slumped to the ground, Elizabeth withdrew the knife. Is he dead? Just as everyone assumed, Yi Tu had been slain. His lifeless form rose once more. Moments ago, Yi Tu exchanged his resentment points for a substitute. Thus the figure that perished was merely a facsimile of Yi Tu's day. Nevertheless, To injure a war god with a mere decoy was indeed a worthy trait. Yi Tu sprang to his feet, charging towards Benjamin. With Benjamin gravely wounded, it was the perfect opportunity to claim his life. Chapter 37. The Ghost Slayer formation. Yi Tu, now at the 7th tier, was no longer the same as when he confronted Ishihara Ikuo. His body surged forward like a cannonball, the blade aimed directly at Benjamin. Observing this, Elizabeth swiftly exerted control over Yi Tu, causing his movements to slow. Benjamin narrowly evaded the strike, escaping a near calamity. The 9th tier Ghost and Adolf were locked in a fierce battle, with a single blow that felt as though a mountain was descending upon them. Even the S-class Adolf gritted his teeth in resistance, as the ground beneath him fractured, creating a substantial crater. The towering Ghost emitted a low growl, launching a fist towards Adolf. Wherever the fist passed, debris and withered wood were swept into the chaos. The bone-chilling sound of the air being torn apart echoed ominously, as if it could rend all asunder. Adolf's expression shifted as he attempted to evade the colossal fist, but the gale swept through, rendering his body sluggish. Should he fail the dodge, that blow would surely overwhelm even him. In a moment of desperation, Adolf retrieved 3 rusty nails from behind him, each exuding a terrifying aura. "Let you taste the soul-binding nails," he declared, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Both Benjamin and Elizabeth widened their eyes in shock. The soul-binding nails had compelled Adolf to resort to such measures. The soul-binding nails pierced the arm of the giant specter as Adolf deftly leapt onto its massive limb, propelling himself upwards. The nails embedded themselves into the specter's body, eliciting a mournful wail that resonated throughout the entirety of District 10, sending shivers through the hearts of all who heard it. Adolf reached the crown of the giant specter and, with a powerful leap, drove 2 soul-binding nails into its head. The specter's form quaked violently, suffering significant damage from the assault. A cry of anguish erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. Enraged, the giant specter, with its crimson eyes ablaze, clenched its fists and swung down ferociously at Adolf. However, Adolf evaded with remarkable agility, dodging the blow effortlessly. Yet, the ground beneath him bore the brunt of the giant's fury, fissures sprawling rapidly, swallowing up the unsuspecting reporters and onlookers who had no time to escape. As the giant specter endured severe injuries, its terrifying aura began to wane. Observing the specter's diminishing strength, Adolf's spirits soared, and he launched a decisive kick at the creature's head. The force of the blow sent the giant specter careening, crashing heavily to the ground. Those who survived this spectacle were left in awe, marveling at Adolf's prowess as the premier warrior, his might unparalleled. This kick could only be described as divine intervention. Truly, Adolf was a savior, here to deliver them from peril. Meanwhile, Yi Tu watched in disbelief, astonished by Adolf's combat prowess, having vanquished even a 9th tier specter. Yet, how could the giant specter be so easily subdued? Suddenly, the giant specter rose from the ground, its form beginning to contort, distorting the very space around it. Adolf felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Although he had previously repelled countless 8th tier specters, he had yet to confront a 9th tier entity. He observed as the 3 soul-binding nails embedded in the colossal specter began to emerge against its will. Grasping the nails firmly in his hand, he exerted pressure, shattering them effortlessly. Just as the giant specter turned its gaze toward Adolf, the sky was suddenly filled with dozens of fighter jets. These aircraft, akin to hawks in flight, swooped down and commenced a barrage against the giant specter. Golden bullets poured down like a torrential rain, unleashing a relentless assault. The giant specter halted its attack on Adolf, diverting its attention to the encroaching aircraft. These jets belonged to the 10th District Division of the Council of Light, dispatched immediately following the destruction of the shrine. The hail of bullets rained down densely, yet it proved utterly ineffective against the specter's formidable defenses. After all, this was a 9th tier malevolent spirit, without those forbidden sacred artifacts. Ordinary golden bullets posed no threat whatsoever. Dark miasma emanated from the giant specter, slithering like venomous serpents into the cockpits, furiously invading the pilots' mouths and nostrils. In an instant, the pilots' eyes turned crimson, and they descended into madness, plummeting the fighter jets toward the ground. Boom! Like a cascade of fireworks. The jets erupted upon impact with the earth. Once the specter had dealt with these nuisances, it leaped into the air, soaring high. It then hurtled downwards toward the 10th district. Everyone watched in horror. This was disastrous. It aimed to obliterate the entire 10th district. What were the war gods doing? Frozen in inaction? They must stop it. If it landed, the 10th district would surely be crushed. The 3 war gods observed the scene, shaking their heads in disbelief. The strike from the giant demon was so formidable that they dared not confront it. Beneath such force, even they would be reduced to mere fragments. "Run!" Elizabeth exclaimed loudly. And immediately, she sped away towards the distance. The other two warriors, upon witnessing this, hastily followed suit. Yi Tu observed coldly, murmuring, "Since you have arrived, you shall all remain." A crimson pattern began to serpentine from beneath Yi Tu, cascading outward in all directions. Ultimately, it enveloped the entire 10th district, forming the Demon Slayer array. With a snap of his fingers, the array commenced its activation. Chapter 38. The Fall. What is that entity? Benjamin noticed the peculiar red patterns beneath Yi Tu's feet. Elizabeth and Adolf, however, were too preoccupied to glance back, fleeing swiftly into the distance. The crimson markings of the Demon Slayer array had begun to coalesce, and soon, the entirety of the 10th district was awash with a scarlet glow, leaving all onlookers aghast. Yet, moments later, their bodies began to wither rapidly, blood oozing from their forms until only their skins remained, soaked in crimson, merging with the red patterns as the array commenced its operation. Subsequently, all of the red essence began to converge at Yi Tu's feet, a terrifying aura infiltrating his being. Yi Tu's eyes ignited with a dark crimson glow, his hair transforming from black to white. The three fleeing warriors suddenly found their path obstructed by a red barrier. Adolf exerted all his strength, striking the barrier with a punch, but it remained unyielding. "This is bad. We are trapped within. That boy has unleashed something dreadful." Adolf furrowed his brow, and a flicker of panic crossed the faces of both Elizabeth and Benjamin. Suddenly, a figure gradually materialized behind them. It was Yi Tu. Elizabeth gazed at the terrifying aura emanating from Yi Tu, exclaiming in shock, "How has he become so powerful?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Tu's figure abruptly appeared beside her. With a swift swing of the Shura demon blade, Elizabeth's head was severed in an instant. The two war gods were left in a state of dread at this sight. Elizabeth, after all, was an A-class war god, having sustained no injuries in the preceding battle. The fact that she was now decapitated by a single strike was utterly astonishing. Attempting to flee was futile. The two could only muster their courage and advance. Adolf and Benjamin charged toward Yi Tu, the sharp sound of slicing air echoing as Benjamin drove his blade fiercely toward Yi Tu's heart. Yet, Yi Tu did not evade. He seized Benjamin's arm and, with a gentle twist, the sound of cracking bones echoed as Benjamin's limb shattered within. Yi Tu then picked up Benjamin's surgical knife, toying with it before delicately slicing open his own palm, allowing blood to flow, droplets falling onto Benjamin's face. The acidic blood, akin to sulfuric acid, instantly corroded a gaping hole into Benjamin, who soon dissolved into a puddle of blood. In less than 3 minutes, both war gods perished at the hands of Yi Tu, leaving Adolf in a state of alarm. However, being the strongest S-class war god, he possessed greater strength than the two who had just fallen. He held a firm belief that he could survive this ordeal. Gripping his demon-slaying blade tightly, Adolf lunged fiercely toward Yi Tu's day. In an instant, Yi Tu's figure materialized before him, leaving Adolf utterly unperturbed. Rather than immediately ending Adolf's life, Yi Tu delivered a vicious kick to his head. Like a kite severed from its string, Adolf's body plummeted from the sky. Yet, Yi Tu's assault did not cease. He swiftly positioned himself beneath Adolf, who attempted to pivot and strike at Yi Tu's day. However, Yi Tu seized the sword from Adolf's grasp and began to slash relentlessly. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto Yi Tu, who was soon drenched in crimson. Adolf stared in horror at the figure before him, wide-eyed and aghast. Even the mightiest of warriors can succumb to fear when faced with the specter of death, for no soul wishes to embrace their demise. Yet, Yi Tu afforded him no respite. Adolf's flesh bore no unscathed surface, marred and drenched in blood. With a powerful kick, Yi Tu sent the Demon Slayer blade crashing to the ground, impaling Adolf's body as he fell. Thus, the strongest warrior met his end, eyes wide open in shock. Yi Tu gazed upon the wailing humans illuminated by the crimson glow, alongside the devastation wrought upon the 10th district by the giant demon's fist. The 10th district had succumbed, and seawater began to inundate the area, threatening to engulf it entirely. Yi Tu remained expressionless as he soared to the shoulder of the giant demon, who waded through the eastern sea toward Yanwang City. Onlookers across the globe, witnessing this scene via satellite, found themselves nearly suffocated by an overwhelming tide of despair. Alas, the 4 war gods have perished at his hands. Is it truly the case that he intends to obliterate the world, leaving us utterly powerless to intervene? It is terrifying to think that he commands such formidable specters. One of them single-handedly sank the 10th District with a mere punch, its force rivaling that of the recent nuclear detonation. Had we known, we should have extracted him and his sister long ago. Now, the world teeters on the brink of annihilation. The demon-slaying alliance has fallen. And what reserves does the Council of Light possess? If they do not reveal their trump cards soon, we shall all meet our demise. At this moment, the television broadcasts an urgent news report. The Council of Light expresses profound regret regarding the fall of the 10th District. However, the sacrifices of its people shall not be in vain. The Council has trained a cadre of superpowered individuals who will set forth for Yanhuang City effective immediately. Trust in the Council of Light, for victory shall be ours. Chapter 39. The throne. The Council of Light resides on a small island in the Pacific, entirely surrounded by the ocean, rendering it the safest refuge. Yet now, with the 10th District fallen, the Council feels as though a sharp blade is poised at its throat. With every breath, the threat of that blade looms closer. No one anticipated that Yi2 could seize control of both the 9th and 10th districts in such a brief span. This implies that the timing of any assault on the headquarters of the Council of Light rests solely in Yi2's hands. Inside the Council, panic reigns as everyone is overwhelmed. The strategists are still analyzing when Yi2 might strike the Council, in hopes of formulating a counteroffensive strategy. The chairman gazed at the assembly gathered around the round table, and then he burst into laughter. Everyone assumed he had lost his sanity from shock. One of the lawmakers quickly inquired, "Chairman, what is it that amuses you?" The chairman cast a glance over the crowd and replied, "Do you know how many vials of the divine gene they produced? A mere 1,000. It truly tickles my funny bone. They think that 1,000 vials would suffice to deal with Yi2, yet even the alliance of demon slayers was obliterated under his might. How could a paltry 1,000 vials be adequate? So, can you guess how many I instructed them to manufacture?" A tycoon interjected, 8,000 vials? Another legislator proposed 20,000 vials. The chairman shook his head and declared, "This is our final opportunity. If we fail to eradicate him completely, it is we who shall descend into the depths of hell." Thus, I commanded them to produce 100,000 vials. 100,000? Upon hearing this figure, shock rippled through the assembly. 100,000 vials. Are you suggesting that the armed forces should all be injected? Consider that these vials have the potential to alter human genetic sequences. Once 100,000 are administered, it could very well unleash Pandora's box, rendering humanity's future unpredictable and its path uncertain. Furthermore, even if we succeed in eliminating Yi2, will these 100,000 individuals endowed with demonic abilities not pose a new threat to global stability? The chairman proclaimed loudly, "But what of it? Do you wish to stand by and watch as Yi2 descends upon the Council of Light, seizing you by the throat to question you about the taste of despair?" The dissenters fell silent in an instant. Although the risk of injecting 100,000 doses of the serum is considerable, it is imperative to address the threat posed by Yi2 first. Thus, the divine creation plan shall be initiated forthwith. Yi2 returned to Yanhuang City on the back of the giant demon. This time, the 10th district fell, and 3 great war gods were slain, resulting in an increase of 1 million in resentment. Yi2 exchanged the blood will from the terrifying shop, acquiring the ability to manipulate the life and death of others at will. His level has also ascended to the 8th tier. Observing his sister, a genuine smile graced Yi2's lips. "Sister, soon I shall utterly annihilate those who took your life. Brother will soon avenge you. But when will you return to my side? I truly miss you. Nonetheless, there will come a day when I shall resurrect you, no matter the cost." Yi2 commenced formulating a strategy to assault the Radiant Council. With the 10th district fallen and the watchdog lost, there are no longer any obstacles from the 9th district to the headquarters of the Radiant Council. However, Yi2 remains vigilant. The demon-slaying alliance comprises 4 great war gods, and the Radiant Council, having surpassed the demon-slaying alliance, undoubtedly possesses its own trump cards. Therefore, until he has absolute assurance, Yi2 must devise a meticulous plan. He has never engaged in frivolous sacrifices, which is why he has survived in the Demon City for 3 years. Through the Information Demon, Yi2 gleaned much about the secrets of the Radiant Council. Although the demon-slaying alliance's 4 great war gods participated in the expulsion of all demons into the Golden Wall back in the day, the primary combat strength resided with the Radiant Council. The soldiers wielding golden weapons are tasked with expelling lower-tier demons, while those ranked above 5 fall under the jurisdiction of the demon-slaying alliance. As for the 8th and 9th tier demons, A mysterious figure within the Illuminati has taken it upon himself to drive these entities into the city of Yanwang. However, in the news reports, Yi Tu failed to uncover any clues related to this enigmatic individual. His name was only mentioned in some obscure documents within the Illuminati. He is referred to as the Throne in these records and appears to hold authority over the members of the Illuminati. Yi Tu harbored a suspicion that this person, known as the Throne, is the mastermind behind the Illuminati. The Illuminati follows his commands, and he, in turn, bestows power upon them. This explains the remarkable efficiency of the expulsion plan, which succeeded in driving out all demons and erecting the Golden Wall in less than 3 months. This undertaking, whether in terms of financial or military resources, posed significant challenges. It is unlikely that the Illuminati alone could have achieved such a formidable task. The chairman of the Illuminati, Adams, entered a mysterious base. The interior was adorned like a paradise, with 12 grand white marble columns forming a circle beneath a half-domed ceiling. A colossal stone chair stood prominently at the forefront of the space. Upon entering, Adams knelt on one knee. "Master, the God-making project has commenced as per your directive, and we shall soon initiate the counteroffensive against that boy." The figure seated upon the throne wore a silver robe, his hat obscuring his face. He gazed downward, his voice low and measured as he spoke. "Adams, you have performed admirably. The global population has diminished by 20 million, surpassing my expectations. Although that young man could serve as a pivotal tool in our cleansing efforts, it is prudent to eliminate what we cannot control sooner rather than later. What do you think?" Adams, drenched in sweat, kept his head bowed, too intimidated to meet the gaze of the figure in silver robes. "Yes, my lord." The silver-robed man smiled faintly and continued, "This is precisely why I hold you in such high regard. You are obedient and capable. However, certain matters must be executed flawlessly, such as this counteroffensive. Should it fail, I trust you understand the implications. I can elevate you to the position of Speaker of the Council of Light, or I can consign you to the depths of despair, where existence would be a torment." Upon hearing this, Adams hastily knelt on both knees. Chapter 40. Those who target their sisters shall perish within the golden walls. Yi Tu suddenly sensed a surge of energy fluctuations. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000. The waves continued unabated until he discerned 100,000 such presences. Only then did Yi Tu grasp the situation. The Council of Light was commencing their counterattack. He soared out of the room and headed straight for the Golden Wall, where he beheld a throng of individuals standing below, so densely packed that their ranks seemed endless. They bore no weapons, approaching unarmed. Yet, Yi Tu could perceive that their auras were far from ordinary, distinctly different from those of regular soldiers. He observed them quietly, noticing that some of these individuals had even begun to ascend, flying toward the Golden Wall. Yi Tu was taken aback. Those individuals possessed abilities akin to that of bird demons. The Shura ghost blade materialized, and Yi Tu leaped from the Golden Wall. In midair, he struck down those approaching him and landed heavily on the ground. He remained outside the Golden Wall, still facing the members of the Light Council. However, everything had changed. Yi Tu stood there, calm and expressionless. At that moment, a man emerged from the crowd, gazing at Yi Tu with icy demeanor, declaring, "Yi Tu, today the Light Council has come with an army of 100,000. Let us see how you resist." A faint smile graced Yi Tu's lips. 100,000 soldiers. Was it? Regrettably, he had anticipated this, though he had not expected such a vast number. He had thought merely around 50,000. With a command issued, the throng surged towards Yi Tu, some bursting forth with intense flames, others with golden light radiating from their eyes, and yet others cloaked in frost. Yi Tu observed these individuals, realizing they were all superpowered beings. It seemed the Light Council had clandestinely engaged in extensive research on these peculiar abilities. As the throng charged at him, Yi Tu turned and slowly approached the Golden Wall. Clenching his fist, he delivered a powerful strike against the wall. Instantly, immense cracks began to form, stretching from the bottom to the top. The rushing individuals were all taken aback. What was this young man attempting? Was he planning to breach the Golden Wall and unleash the demons contained within? The footage broadcast via satellite was witnessed by people around the globe. They stared intently at the screen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Had this young man gone mad? Was he truly about to open the Golden Wall? If so, it would spell doom for the world. In a moment of sheer desperation, one could only exclaim, "Run swiftly." Yet, where could one flee? The malevolent spirits from within the Golden Wall have emerged, rendering every corner of the world perilous. The Council of Light has dispatched an army of 100,000 superpowered individuals, who ought to be capable of vanquishing these specters entirely. At this juncture, all hope must rest upon their shoulders. Within the Council of Light, all eyes were fixated on the unfolding scene. However, their astonishment was muted, for they had anticipated Yi-Tu's actions. The reason for sending forth such a formidable force was to eradicate the specters plaguing the city of Yanwang. Before them, the once impenetrable Golden Wall had gaped open, revealing a vast breach through which countless vengeful spirits surged forth, descending upon the superpowered warriors and commencing their slaughter. Yet, these warriors were not to be trifled with. They unleashed a myriad of abilities to combat the relentless onslaught of the malevolent spirits. In that moment, the air was thick with the chaos of battle beyond the Golden Wall. Suddenly, Yi-Tu sensed an unsettling anomaly. Several ominous presences had stealthily infiltrated the confines of the Golden Wall. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastened towards his chamber, but alas, he was a moment too late. There, before the crystal coffin housing his sister, stood a few figures, one brazenly placing a foot atop the coffin, gazing down at Yi-Tu with an air of arrogance. Yi-Tu, I acknowledge your fierce reputation, yet what will you do now? I advise you to surrender promptly, otherwise, I might inadvertently shatter this coffin beneath my foot, and that would be quite disrespectful to your sister, wouldn't it? Haha. Fury ignited within Yi-Tu's eyes, and the audience before their screens erupted in a collective gasp at the audacity of the scene. Well done. Use this threat to compel that boy to surrender. If he refuses, destroy his sister's coffin and, incidentally, her corpse as well. You are truly ruthless. To obliterate his sister's remains would cause him immense sorrow. Yet the thought of his anguish brings me delight. Ha ha ha. Whether it be him or his sister, let them both be annihilated. And let us see how audacious he remains. A few individuals stood before the sister's coffin, one of them even mimicking a urination gesture. Yi-Tu was filled with uncontrollable fury. It was this very group that had caused his sister's demise, and now they dared to disturb her eternal rest. They all deserved to perish. Yi-Tu employed the ability of the phantom clone, his form suddenly manifesting before the group. Startled by his abrupt appearance, the individuals quickly unleashed their powers. One person unleashed a torrent of icy shards from his palm, freezing Yi-Tu's clone in place. Seeing Yi-Tu's clone immobilized, the group felt a moment of relief. However, as they turned around, they found Yi-Tu's gaze fixed upon them with chilling intensity. Before they could muster their abilities, Yi-Tu swiftly severed their heads with a single stroke. These individuals deserved death. Yi-Tu hoisted his sister's coffin upon his back. Should anyone dare to use her as a means of coercion, they would have to step over his lifeless body. Chapter 41. Show no mercy to the enemy. Upon returning to the battlefield, all eyes were drawn to Yi-Tu, who carried a coffin upon his back. The throng of adversaries charged at him in a frenzy. Whoever could slay him would gain direct entry into the council. Countless superpowered individuals unleashed their abilities upon Yi-Tu's day. However, beneath the defense of the attire demon, the attacks of all present were rendered futile. Yi-Tu's eyes glowed crimson. This group had once again provoked his ire. Thus they too deserved to perish. Yi-Tu commanded the information demon to infiltrate the satellite network, abruptly ceasing the viewing experience for all. He then unleashed the Realm of Spirits, a tri-layered domain endowed with regenerative capabilities, within which the demons, wounded by the superhumans, continuously healed. In less than an hour, 1/3 of the 100,000 superhumans had been vanquished. Yi-Tu, now thoroughly incensed, resembled a furious lion, commencing his slaughter of the superhumans. These individuals were no match for Yi-Tu, an 8th-tier entity, and thus fell like so many souls beneath his blade. At this juncture, 12 hours had elapsed since the dispatch of 100,000 superhumans to eliminate Yi-Tu, yet no word had emerged. The perimeter of the Radiant Council's base was heavily guarded. Amidst the chaos stood a frail little girl, draped haphazardly in tattered rags that obscured their original hue. Her eyes vacant save for a flicker of life. A young man observed her for an extended period before inquiring, "This is no place for a child. Where are your parents?" The little girl opened her mouth, her voice raspy as she replied, "My parents are among the people here. But it seems they have erred and were executed. I do not understand what execution means. They told me my parents have gone to a faraway place. So I am waiting here. Otherwise, if they return, they might not find me." The young man, seeing the girl in a state of extreme hunger, took out a piece of bread from his pocket. "Here, eat this." A voice emerged from the young man's lips as he gestured towards the little girl, saying, "I have a sister who is just your age." The young girl licked her lips, gazing longingly at the fragrant bread, hesitatingly glancing at the warm smile of the young man. Unable to resist any longer, She snatched the bread from his hands and began devouring it eagerly. The young man glanced around and raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. We must hurry. This place will soon become a battlefield. The little girl obediently nodded and sprinted away. The young man was Yi Tu, who had now arrived at the headquarters of the Radiant Council. Due to the presence of the throne, he could not afford to raise any alarms. Disturbing the mysterious figures could jeopardize his plans. Yi Tu intended to eliminate all members of the Radiant Council stealthily, ensuring that even if the throne discovered him, he would be beyond their grasp. He carried a crystal coffin containing his sister's remains on his back, ensuring that no one could harm her again. As he approached the outskirts of the Radiant Council's base, he encountered a little girl nearly the same size as his sister. Suddenly, he heard the earlier little girl exclaim, "I saw him. He looks just like the person you said you wanted to kill. He's right ahead, and I'll lead you to him." The girl guided a group towards them. Observing this, Yi Tu sighed, realizing that showing mercy to others could be tantamount to inflicting cruelty upon oneself. Suddenly, a soldier exclaimed, "Boss, I can't hold it any longer. My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom." Soon, several soldiers echoed his sentiment. "Boss, me too. I'm about to burst. I'll head to the toilet first." "You all go ahead." Another soldier chimed in. "Boss, I suddenly have a toothache. I might need to go to the restroom as well." The boss's voice followed. "It seems today's meal is indeed problematic. My stomach is also a bit upset. How about we all use the restroom before proceeding?" Let's go, boss." Several soldiers retraced their steps, leaving a bewildered little girl behind. The girl looked up and saw the young man who had just been smiling brightly. "Was the bread not to your liking? Or do you desire something more delectable?" Yi Tu coldly addressed the little girl. Terrified, the girl stammered, I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have brought them here." Yi Tu regarded the innocent facade of the girl, scoffing, "Unfortunately, you won't have the chance anymore." Fixating on her eyes, he observed sand beginning to trickle from them. The petrification ability of the stone ghost. The little girl was completely transformed into stone. And Yi Tu commenced his infiltration of the Luminary Council. Utilizing the invisibility granted by the garment ghost, he navigated unobstructed, following patrolling soldiers. He entered the inner sanctum of the Luminary Council. Through the information ghost, he breached the council's system and acquired the internal blueprint. He discovered a vast chamber located at the very bottom of the Luminary Council. It appeared to be the throne room. Guided by the blueprint, Yi Tu successfully located the conference room. Before them stood a colossal metallic door, accessible solely through iris and fingerprint recognition, impervious even to artillery fire. A member of the council commenced entry, and Yi Tu successfully infiltrated the Roundtable Assembly. Chapter 42. The Roundtable Conference. As all high-ranking officials of the Luminary Council took their seats, one legislator hastily spoke up. "We have received alarming news. The entire force of 100,000 superpowered individuals has been annihilated." What? A wave of shock swept through the assembly. A battalion of 100,000 superpowered beings, eradicated in a mere 12 hours? Yi Tu had breached the Golden Barrier, unleashing malevolent spirits that had dispatched the superpowered army. While in the past few hours, thousands of horrific incidents had erupted worldwide, heralding the return of these vengeful apparitions. Confronted with such grim tidings, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. This young man truly aimed to bring about the world's destruction. Our strength is severely diminished. With the obliteration of the superpowered army, what can we possibly muster to oppose him? The speaker's countenance was dark, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. The only course of action left was to safeguard the headquarters of the Luminary Council. Defend the headquarters? Are you jesting? The entire world has succumbed to the spirits. We, the Luminary Council, are all that remains. What purpose does it serve to linger here in a feudal existence? Then what do you propose? Shall I lead you into battle against those specters? Do you have the courage? This is our last bastion. Should we falter here, the entire world shall face utter annihilation. Even if all others perish, it matters not. We have preserved the genetic sequences of humanity. Once the terror subsides, we shall replicate mankind and restore the world to its former glory. Do you truly believe that young man is meek? He will offer you no quarter. He may well have already arrived." The speaker rapped his knuckles upon the table, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly. "I have consulted with the thrones. Lord Augustine shall safeguard the Council of Light." At the mere mention of Augustine's name, a collective gasp echoed through the room. Is this esteemed figure truly preparing to intervene? It is known that since the expulsion of the demons from Yanhuang City 3 years ago, the thrones have remained unseen. Only the speaker may behold them. And Speaker Adams is their earthly representative. The genuine authority in this realm lies with a being of throne-level strength. Should Lord Augustine take action, it would indeed be a momentous occasion, for he transcends humanity, a true deity. O divine Lord Augustine, we implore you to save humankind. Eliminate that wretched scoundrel, and let him witness the might of divinity. He must be torn asunder, compelled to apologize to all of humanity. At that moment, a voice resonated slowly from within the grand hall. There are no deities in this world. Even if there were, they could not save you, the blood-soaked demons. Panic erupted among the gathered crowd. Who speaks? Yi Tu emerged slowly from the shadows. The moment everyone laid eyes on Yi Tu, it felt as though the very fabric of the world had collapsed. This demon, this executioner, this cold-blooded perpetrator of murder had appeared here. You may be curious about how I arrived, but that matters little now, for you are about to become lifeless corpses. As he spoke, Yi Tu suddenly struck. His blade aimed at the assembly members and the tycoons. These individuals were the most influential voices in the world, yet at this moment, beneath Yi Tu's knife, they possessed no power to resist. Some rushed towards the door, desperate to escape, but Yi Tu's form abruptly materialized beside one, sending him to his demise with a single stroke. Witnessing the disarray of bodies strewn across the room, Speaker Adams could not contain his revulsion. I am the speaker. Yi Tu, there must be some words we can exchange. Adams shouted at Yi Tuesday coldly. Yi Tu regarded Adams, realizing that it was this very man who had ordered the execution of his sister. Do you believe there is anything left to discuss between us? Yi Tu replied with a chilling laugh. I am merely an agent. My words are but echoes of the throne's commands. The throne. Upon hearing this name, Yi Tu turned his gaze towards Adams and declared, Then let me meet this so-called deity of yours. With the members of the Illuminated Council now all slaughtered and his vengeance fulfilled, Yi Tu felt no hesitation. If the true power of this world lay in the hands of those on the throne, then today he would confront them. Adams hesitated. He dared not take Yi Tu to meet Augustine. For him, Augustine is 100 times more terrifying than Yi Tuesday. This is a fear deeply rooted in the bones, a sentiment of the lowly towards the lofty. To provoke Lord Augustine not only results in the forfeiture of the speaker's power, but also invites a cruel demise at his hands. With Yi Tu's blade poised at Adams' throat, the latter is faced with two grim choices, to escort Yi Tu to meet Augustine or to perish beneath the edge of his knife. Just as Yi Tu's blade grazes Adams' throat, a commanding voice reverberates from all directions. Bring him in. Chapter 43. The Truth of the World. Adams walks ahead, activating a switch hidden in a secluded corner of the grand hall. Before them, a lift slowly emerges from behind the wall. The two enter the lift, descending for what feels like an eternity. After several minutes, the lift finally comes to a halt, judging by its descent speed and duration. They are at least 100 meters underground. In such depths, one wonders if the occupant is a deity or a demon. Yi Tu follows Adams into a grand chamber, which resembles a cathedral. Upon entering, they find a crimson carpet strewn with fragrant rose petals. 12 marble columns, as white as ivory, stretch toward the vaulted ceiling, adorned with exquisite reliefs and various masterpieces such as the Last Supper, Mona Lisa, Starry Night, The Kiss, and Girl with a Pearl Earring. Adams strides slowly to the center of the red carpet and kneels before the chair before him. Your Majesty, he declares, I have brought him. The chair at the pinnacle slowly turned, revealing a figure seated upon it, akin to a deity perched high above. Adams, you have exhausted your worth, he declared, casting a piercing glare at Adams. Instantly, Adams convulsed in response. Master of the throne, spare me. Yet, the agony did not relent. Adams curled into himself, writhing in torment as his skin began to decay, unveiling the flesh and blood beneath. His eyes transformed into mere pools of crimson, leaving only 2 hollow sockets. In that moment, Adams appeared more spectral than a ghost. Yi Tu bore witness to this harrowing scene, his heart gripped by profound shock. Such a power he had only encountered in the realm of phantoms. Could it be that this throne was indeed possessed by a specter? The flesh of Adams began to rot, reminiscent of an apple transitioning from freshness to decay. What felt like less than a minute bore witness to decades slipping away from Adams. Ultimately, he could no longer endure, and with a heart-rending wail, he became a mere puddle of putrid flesh. How intolerably noisy, remarked the throne with indifference. He then rose and commenced his descent down the steps. With each step he took, Yi Tu sensed the surrounding environment deteriorating into a state of ruin. The once pristine marble columns were now entwined with creeping vines, and the once vibrant red carpet lay soiled and disheveled, blood seeping from its fibers. "Are you the boy from the Golden Walls?" he inquired, his surprise evident. "I did not anticipate you would arrive in my divine realm so swiftly." "Divine realm?" Yi-Tu was taken aback. "You refer to this place as a divine realm?" The figure in silver nodded. "What you see here is the pinnacle of human artistry. Artists infuse light into the depths of the human heart to mask humanity's ugliness. Is this not the realm of the divine?" Yi-Tu gazed at the silver-robed man discussing art with him, a sense of perplexity stirring within him. Could it be that the supreme overseer of humankind was merely an aficionado of art? He spoke incessantly of humanity, yet was he not human himself? The methods he had employed against atoms were decidedly unhuman. "I know what you are pondering. You are curious about my identity. However, I am not particularly concerned about you discovering my true nature." The silver-robed man slowly unveiled the mask upon his head. When Yi-Tu beheld his true visage, his heart was profoundly shaken. Beneath the silver robe lay a countenance akin to that of a vengeful spirit, ashen and lifeless, devoid of any color. It was unfathomable to Yi-Tu that the one standing at the zenith of this world, possessing its very authority, was a specter. The so-called Council of Light and the alliance of ghost hunters were but illusions. Yi-Tu felt as if his worldview had been shattered. The vengeance he sought and the humanity he despised ultimately led him to confront a ghost. "You may wonder why I am a specter." Augustine exhaled deeply, speaking slowly. "You might be aware that the world you inhabit has another name. The realm of ghosts." "What?" Yi-Tu was utterly taken aback. "It is as if you have lived a normal life from childhood to adulthood, only to be suddenly informed that the world you have inhabited for over a decade is, in fact, an illusion. What thoughts would cross your mind?" Yi-Tu could hardly fathom this reality. If this world were a realm of spirits, what of those who fought alongside him? What of his own sister? Could they also be mere figments of imagination? No. Augustine seemed to discern Yi-Tu's innermost thoughts and spoke slowly. "Though this is indeed a realm of spirits, it is not a falsehood. It is a genuine world, albeit one shrouded in ignorance. You merely exist within my domain, a secret known to none, not even Adams, who believes this world, as he perceives it, is on the brink of annihilation. Everything you have done, banishing malevolent spirits to Yanhuang City, casting the Golden Walls, including your destruction of these cities and your eventual arrival here to converse with me, has been the spontaneous manifestation of your will. I simply admire your artistry in my eyes. Humanity itself is the most magnificent art form. Thus, I nurture this world and its inhabitants as one would tend to a child, for whether in survival or destruction, it is all art." Yi-Tu was utterly stunned. How powerful must this spirit be to have constructed such an expansive realm? Was he truly a match for him? "What purpose lies behind revealing this to me?" Yi-Tu inquired coldly. Chapter 44, Reboot. "Because you are the only one capable of challenging me here. I hope you grasp this truth fully. When did this realm of spirits descend upon our world?" Yi-Tu inquired once more. Augustine reflected for a moment before responding. "It has been quite some time. It must have been shortly after I descended upon this world." Yi-Tu pondered that terror had enveloped this realm 5 years prior, implying that shortly thereafter, the specter had ensnared these individuals within its domain. As Yi-Tu pieced together various clues, he discerned a disquieting truth. For instance, the mysterious disappearance of Dexia had been reported in the news. It seemed that Dexia did not vanish, but rather, it was the world that had faded away. Evidently, Dexia had not succumbed to this ghostly realm. Perhaps there were enigmatic aspects to Dexia that remained undisclosed. Furthermore, he queried, "Was my sister's murder in any way connected to you?" Upon hearing this question, Augustine chuckled. "I have mentioned my appreciation for art. The despair of humanity is, to me, a form of artistry. Initially, I merely wished to witness your countenance in despair, yet I had not anticipated that you would plunge this world into desolation. It was truly spectacular. Observing the anguish of those individuals has rendered my divine kingdom all the more complete." As he too listened to Augustine's jesting and nonchalant reply, he instantly drew the Shura ghost blade from the void. Without hesitation, Yi-Tu unleashed his ghostly domain and surged toward Augustine. Nevertheless, Augustine's strength was unfathomable. A being capable of unleashing a ghostly realm that could engulf the entire world must have attained the pinnacle of power, even with Yi-Tu exerting his utmost strength. With all ghostly abilities conferred upon him, he still fell short against Augustine. As Augustine advanced, everything around him began to collapse. The contact with those decaying elements caused Yi-Tu's arms to wither in tandem. The defense of the garment spirit proved utterly ineffective. Mere contact with the deteriorating entities caused its protection to shatter instantaneously. Upon noticing the spirits enveloping Yi-Tu, Augustine cast a glance. and the powers of all the spirits began to dissipate from Yi Tu, retreating into the shadows. It appeared that even the spirits harbored fears. They seemed to behold their sovereign. Augustine extended his hands forward, seizing Yi Tu by the neck. A dark, terrifying aura spread from his arms, akin to countless black tendrils burrowing into Yi Tu's being. Under Augustine's control, Yi Tu found himself immobile, as the ghostly energy frantically invaded his body, causing him to tremble in agony. The Shura ghost blade slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. The despair of humanity is indeed the most exquisite piece of art. Augustine observed the struggling Yi Tu as one would admire a flawless masterpiece. Suddenly, Yi Tu heard that familiar sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unleashing all malevolent spirits and bringing devastation to the world. Grievance points 999999999. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the most formidable ability, Reboot. Reboot. Utilizing this power will initiate a reset of the world, reverting it to a prior moment in time, though the specific moment cannot be controlled. It may return to yesterday or even to the dawn of the planet. Once a choice is made, time will be reshaped. So use it with caution. Required despair points 999999999. Yi Tu gazed upon this ability. Perhaps it could return him to the time before his sister was slain. If only he could go back, he could alter everything. Even if it meant returning to the confines of the Golden Wall or remaining in this fabricated realm of spirits. Saving his sister was his utmost desire. This was Yi Tu's greatest wish. He turned his gaze towards Augustine, a peculiar smile creeping upon his lips. Augustine, observing Yi Tu, felt a sense of confusion. Yet, Yi Tu, summoning every ounce of strength, extended his finger and snapped it before Augustine. Get lost, Yi Tu bellowed, and a brilliant white light erupted from his being. Everything around them was enveloped in this radiant glow. The light rendered Augustine unable to open his eyes, piercing through the silver robe he wore as though it were a divine judgment. No matter how powerful the malevolent spirit, it was powerless against such an adjudication. Augustine forcefully cast Yi Tu aside. Yi Tu struggled to rise from the ground, seizing the Shura demon blade and lunging towards Augustine. The Shura demon blade emanated a terrifying and potent aura, plunging deep into Augustine's body. Augustine was utterly incapable of resisting Yi Tu, as all his strength was devoted to fending off the blinding radiance. With a blade imbued with unbridled fury, Yi Tu cleaved through Augustine, swiftly twisting the blade to sever his head. As if drained of all vitality, Yi Tu collapsed to the ground. A faint smile gracing his lips as he untied the ropes binding him. He gently placed his sister on the ground. Sister, I have succeeded. Yi Tu fell upon the earth, straining with every ounce of his strength to crawl towards her. In the moment, the white light engulfed them entirely. He grasped his sister's hand tightly. Chapter 45. 5 years ago, Yi Tu's body began to disintegrate alongside the crumbling world. Memories of the past years flickered through his mind, each scene striking like a blade, embedding itself within his recollections. When he next regained consciousness, he found himself standing at the threshold of a hotel room. Shaking his head to dispel the fog, he endeavored to recall where he was. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This was 5 years ago, at the onset of terror. At that time, humanity remained oblivious to the presence of malevolent spirits in their midst. Yi Tu was still a high school student, and today marked the occasion when he and his classmates had gathered at the hotel to watch the World Cup match. However, in the recesses of his memory, he knew that all the classmates who had come to witness the game that day had perished, save for himself, Chen Dali, and the school beauty, Jiang Xiaoyan. Chen Dali was Yi Tu's close friend, hailing from an affluent family, and this hotel belonged to his family. Out of 10 classmates, only the 3 of them had escaped. The rest had met their demise. From that day forward, the trio joined the Demon Slayer Alliance, embarking on their journey as the Red Moon Squad to vanquish the spirits. In other words, he had returned to 5 years prior. Was it to say that his sister had not perished, that his parents were still alive, and that all that had transpired before was but a mirage? Yi Tu retrieved his phone and dialed home. The ringing echoed, amplifying the anxiety within him. He feared that this reality might be an illusion. Hello, Xiaotu. The familiar voice of his mother resonated from the other end. Trembling, Yi Tu held the phone. Mom. It's me. Xiao Tuesday, didn't you go to watch the World Cup with your classmates? Have you arrived? Just got here, Mom. Good to hear. Your father is home, glued to the television. Don't stay out too late, come back early. Understood, Mom. By the way, what about Xin? Yi Tu inquired, dread pooling in his heart, fearing his sister had not returned. Oh, Xin. She played all day and is now exhausted, just fell asleep. She was crying for you earlier. At last, the weight on Yi2's heart lifted. Everything had returned to its rightful place. I'll be back shortly. You needn't wait for me. Please tuck Xin in properly, so she doesn't catch a chill. After ending the call, Yi2 looked around the hotel room. He wished to summon the clothing specter, only to discover that there was no specter within him. Had everything truly vanished? He attempted to access the system, and it opened as usual. However, upon examining the system information, he was momentarily taken aback. Name: Yi2 race, ghost level, tier 1 grievance value, 0 can be exchanged for terrifying items. Horror shop, not yet opened, even the system had been reset. It appears that there is currently no resentment value, rendering one incapable of taking action. Moreover, my own abilities have regressed to the first tier. However, since I was able to obliterate that cursed domain, I can still rise in this world. Yi2 silently vowed to protect his family in this realm. Creak, the door swung open. A young woman clad in a black silk bathrobe emerged. She wore sunglasses, her hair dripping with water, and the loose collar of her robe revealed a deep cleavage before Shin Tuesday. Her long, delicate legs were prominently displayed, the bathrobe barely grazing her hips. Yi2 was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had mistakenly entered the wrong room. He looked up, and indeed, it was the correct room. Upon noticing Yi2's days, the young woman exclaimed, "What are you still standing there for? The competition is about to begin, and you all are so slow." It was then that Yi2 recognized her as Lee Siren, the first victim of possession who had gone on a rampage against her classmates. He was uncertain whether she had been possessed again. Now that he had fallen to the first tier, his sensitivity to spirits had diminished. Lee Siren stepped back inside. Just as Yi2 intended to follow, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found the school beauty, Jiang Xiaoyan, who had arrived quite early. "Let us go in together," she suggested. As Yi2 gazed at Jiang Xiaoyan, memories flooded back. The members of the Red Moon team were all from Yanwang City, and she had participated in the Ghost Slaying Alliance alongside him. Having fought side by side within the Golden Wall for 3 years, Yi2 was well acquainted with Jiang Xiaoyan. The two entered the room together. The lighting was dim. "Siren, why don't you brighten the lights a bit? Chen Dali's family can afford the electricity," Jiang Xiaoyan remarked. As she spoke, Jiang Xiaoyan switched on the light. I remarked on her alluring attire, suggesting that any male onlooker would be hard-pressed not to react. Jiang Xiaoyan, noticing Lee Siren draped in a bathrobe, whispered softly. However, Lee Siren remained motionless on the sofa. An overwhelming scent of blood suddenly assailed their senses. The two turned abruptly to behold a lifeless body lying quietly in the bathtub. The flesh had been skinned away, leaving behind a gruesome, blood-soaked figure. With crimson water overflowing from the tub, Jiang Xiaoyan was horrified. Yi2 sighed, realizing he had arrived too late. Lee Siren was already possessed by a malevolent spirit. Lee Siren lunged toward Jiang Xiaoyan. In response, Yi2 swiftly kicked Lee Siren and hastily pulled Jiang Xiaoyan towards the exit. With no gold in his possession and his current strength insufficient to confront Lee Siren, his only recourse was to flee. Chapter 46. Everything has returned. Yi2 hurriedly escorted Jiang Xiaoyan down the stairs. Before descending, he glanced back and noted that Lee Siren had not pursued them. Holding Jiang Xiaoyan tightly, he sensed a shift in her gaze towards him. Her expression reflected a newfound admiration for his earlier fierce kick. What on earth happened? How did Lee Siren become like that? Jiang Xiaoyan asked anxiously. Lee Siren has been possessed. It won't be long before the news of horror descends upon the television. And then you will understand, Yi2 replied. She hasn't followed us. Let's go. I'll call a cab for you so you can return home, he added. Jiang Xiaoyan, still shaken, suddenly heard Yi2 instruct her to return home, immediately grasping his arm in fear. No, I'm scared. Yi2 quickly reassured her, it's all right. You are safe now. Shall I call a cab for you? Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head, stammering, the driver is waiting for me downstairs. Yi2 smacked his forehead, recalling that Jiang Xiaoyan's family held considerable power in Yanwang City. He escorted her to the ground floor, watching as she climbed into the car before turning to leave. Where are you going? Jiang Xiaoyan inquired. Back to retrieve that item. Yi2 replied without looking back, heading straight to the hotel. As Jiang Xiaoyan observed his departing figure, her mind was a whirl of thoughts. Yi2 approached the front desk, asking, do you have anything made of gold here? The receptionist panicked, wondering what his intentions were. Was he attempting a robbery? Speak quickly, or your hotel will face dire consequences. Yi2 understood that the spirit would not relent until she had claimed enough lives that night. The receptionist, intimidated, hovered her hand over the alarm button. I am a friend of Master Chen. If anything goes awry, he will take responsibility. Yi2 continued. Upon hearing the mention of the young master, the receptionist visibly relaxed. She recalled that he had specifically instructed her to treat his friends with utmost care that evening. Failing to satisfy them could jeopardize her position. She removed a gold necklace from around her neck and extended it towards Yi2. Will this suffice? Yi2 glanced at the necklace, acknowledging that it would have to do. He seized the golden necklace and dashed upstairs. The receptionist frantically shouted, "Remember to return it." Without turning back, Yi2 retorted, "Let young Master Chen replace it with a new one." He arrived at the previous room, where silence reigned. Li Siren was nowhere to be found. Yi2 searched the vicinity, but it appeared that the specter had departed. He informed his classmates in the group about the power outage at the hotel, advising them not to come for the World Cup viewing. The group erupted in complaints. "Chendali, what's the matter with your hotel? How dare they have a power outage on World Cup Day? This is truly boring. I guess I'll just stay home and take a nap." Yi2, is it true? Or are you playing a prank on us? Yi2 had already coordinated with Chendali. Chendali replied in the group, "I sincerely apologize, everyone. The hotel is indeed experiencing a power outage, so we can't watch it today. Tomorrow, I'll treat everyone to a family bucket." Upon hearing that Chendali would treat them, the group's ire subsided. Chendali hastily messaged Yi2 privately, "Rabbit brother, what's going on? I just put on my pants and was about to head out." Yi2 slowly typed 5 words. "The hotel is haunted." "What the heck, Rabbit brother? Can you come up with a more believable excuse? I'm not foolish, even if my studies are lacking." Yi2 sent a voice message. "I'll explain tomorrow." Chendali replied via voice message, Okay, then I'll have some chicken and go to sleep. Little chicks, your Hercules has arrived. Let the battle commence." Chendali and Yi2 had grown up together, and Chendali had always trusted Yi2's words. It seems that Li Siren is nowhere to be found today. Yi2 descended the stairs and returned the necklace to the front desk before heading home. Ever since his parents were murdered in that cursed realm, Yi2 had not seen them again. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when Yi2 reached the narrow alley leading to his home. He gazed at the familiar room above, still illuminated by a light, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. Approaching the front door, he extended his hand, only to withdraw it, before finally pressing the doorbell. A middle-aged woman opened the door, her face displaying astonishment upon seeing Yi2. "Isn't the World Cup still ongoing? How did you return so soon?" Yi2 stepped inside, noticing his father, Yi Jiangwo, seated in the living room. "All my classmates had other commitments today, so the event was cancelled." Upon hearing this, the elderly couple quickly urged him, "It's getting late. You should rest. You have classes tomorrow." Yi Jiangwo rose from the sofa, stretching his back as he remarked, "This World Cup is becoming increasingly uninteresting." A pang of sadness struck Yi2. His father had never been fond of watching football matches. The elderly couple had concocted an excuse just to wait for him. Once they retreated to their room, Yi2 gently pushed open his sister's door. He approached her bedside. Observing that Uxin was sleeping soundly, and a faint smile graced his lips, he tucked the blanket around her, ensuring she was warm, before quietly exiting the room. Everything had returned to normal. Chapter 47. School. He slept soundly until 8 in the morning, the alarm failing to rouse him. Yi2 had long forgotten the last time he had enjoyed such a restful slumber. Without even having time for breakfast, he hastily stuffed a bun, forcibly given by his mother, into his mouth as he squeezed onto the bus. The first class had commenced, and Yi2, seemingly unfazed, effortlessly scaled the iron fence at the rear of the school. After adjusting his attire, he calmly proceeded towards the classroom. The homeroom teacher and mathematics instructor, Sun Ziqiang, was passionately delivering his lecture at the podium. Seizing the moment when Sun turned his back, Yi2 intended to slip in through the back door. Suddenly, Sun Ziqiang whirled around, locking his gaze onto Yi2. "Yi2, late again," he exclaimed. "Last time you claimed you were pursued down the street by the husband of the restaurant owner after enjoying mapo tofu. Previously, you said you helped an elderly lady cross the street, and in gratitude, she insisted you accompany her to a wealthy friend seeking a child. What excuse do you have this time?" Yi2 could not help but chuckle inwardly, realizing how mischievous he had once been. Having spent 3 years at Huangjin School, he had nearly forgotten what he used to be like. Sun Ziqiang continued, irate, "And you laugh. If your academic performance weren't commendable, I would have sent you to clean the toilets with Chendali long ago." Yi2 glanced around the classroom, noticing the absence of Chendali. Had that rascal been punished with toilet duty again? No need to check. Chendali's parents had called to inform that he was ill with a stomach upset and would be absent today. Li Ziqiang fumed, "A bunch of troublesome students. All right, return to your seats and do not disrupt the class for others." Yi2 was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected accumulation of resentment points. Relieved, he hurried back to his seat. Before he could settle down, the bell for class dismissal rang. Sun Ziqiang shot a glance at Yi2, his expression dark, and exited the classroom. As soon as Sun left, the students began to gather in a huddle. Have you heard the news? A tragic incident occurred at Chandali's hotel, where a lifeless body was discovered. The police have cordoned off the area. It is said that a woman met her demise, and her skin was gruesomely removed and submerged in a bathtub. Upon discovery, the corpse was so swollen it resembled a decayed sponge. My goodness! The classmates nearby trembled in fear upon hearing this. However, it appears that the perpetrator may not be human. The skin was detached in a manner reminiscent of peeling a phone screen, so meticulously done. You mustn't frighten me. Could it be a ghost? The faces of the surrounding classmates were etched with terror, and one of them pulled out their phone, proclaiming, "Here is the evidence. My friend stayed at that hotel that day." With that, he opened his photo album. The image revealed a bloated corpse resembling a seal lying in the bathtub, with a neatly arranged piece of human skin on the floor beside it. All the girls who saw the photo turned pale, hastily retreating to their seats, visibly shaken. Can you guess who the woman was? Do you recognize her? From our class? Stop talking nonsense. It was Lee Siren. I saw her enter that hotel that day. Why hasn't Lee Siren come to class today? A hand patted Yi2's shoulder, and upon turning, he saw it was his class monitor, Zhou Yuqing, from the back row. Yi2, what are your thoughts on this matter? Zhou Yuqing eagerly awaited Yi2's response, gazing at him intently. Just look with your eyes. Zhou Yuqing stared at Yi2, utterly speechless. Indeed, listening to your words is akin to the purification brought forth by Zhuang Zhou. A person like you would find no one to lend a hand even if you fell into a cesspool. Zhou Yuqing exclaimed indignantly. A true friend offers you a hand. A girlfriend offers you several, Yi2 remarked slowly. Zhang Yuqing's frustration was palpable, her anger visibly escalating. Yi2 opened his phone, intent on investigating the current alarming situation. A crimson sky had appeared over Zhoushan. Experts elucidated that this phenomenon was caused by the lights of the squid fishing boats, which, when scattered by fog and clouds, resulted in the red celestial display. As Yi2 absorbed this news, he realized that had he not experienced these events firsthand, he would have readily believed the experts. However, at this moment, his trust had eroded. The information online was a chaotic mix, yet Yi2 managed to extract numerous valuable insights. The terror must have just begun. The Great Xia had not yet vanished, and he was still some time away from entering the ghostly realm of Augustine. Now that he possessed knowledge of future events, he was resolute in preventing the tragedies that lay ahead. Suddenly, a message popped up in the WeChat group, and upon clicking, he discovered a video posted by the wealthy heir, Wang Pao. Although Wang Pao was indeed affluent, he lacked the superlative essence that Chandali possessed. Father's father is called grandfather. Wang Pao was seen merrily riding a carousel with a beautiful girl, their hands intertwined as they spun joyously. This lad had skipped class to pursue a romantic interest. The comments below were numerous. Brother Pao, I won't watch without you. That girl seems somewhat familiar. I believe I've seen her in a film. Indeed, I have witnessed the performance by that young lady, and it was quite audacious. You reckless individuals. Is that not Lee Siren from our class? Yi2's gaze sharpened upon reading this message. Chapter 48. The ghost approaches to Yi2's astonishment. Lee Siren had found Wang Pao. However, for reasons unknown, Lee Siren did not immediately eliminate Wang Pao. After 3 years in the realm of the undead, Yi2 had transformed into a person far removed from his former self. Had it been the old Yi2, perhaps a flicker of compassion would have remained, prompting him to warn Wang Pao to flee. Yet, terror had already descended, and the reality had morphed into a post-apocalyptic scenario. Humanity remained blissfully unaware of this grim truth. Yi2 chose to remain indifferent. Suddenly, a message from Jiang Xiaoyan appeared in the group chat. Wang Pao, return quickly. Li Ziqiang is on his way, armed and dangerous. Jiang Xiaoyan had not attended class today, seemingly affected by the events of the previous day. Her words undoubtedly served as a warning to Wang Pao, albeit subtly, to avoid inciting panic. Having spent 3 years with Jiang Xiaoyan, Yi2 understood her well. All right, my esteemed schoolbelle, Wang Pao replied with a hint of bravado. Li Ziqiang had a particular vendetta against wealthy second-generation individuals like Wang Pao and Chandali. Yet, Chandali's father was a school board member, affording him some degree of protection from Li Ziqiang's wrath. Wang Pao hurried back to the classroom. Brother Pao, you're quite bold. Skipping class to go on a date with Lee Siren. By the way, where is Lee Siren? Wang Pao remarked. Isn't she right behind me? Upon turning around, he realized that Lee Siren was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps she had simply gone to the restroom. Suddenly, the lights in the classroom began to flicker, accompanied by a faint hum of electricity. Yi-Tu sensed something amiss and glanced outside the classroom, only to be met with an enveloping darkness. It was still early morning. How could it possibly be dark? A sense of foreboding washed over him. This was a ghost domain. Yi-Tu's heart raced. Wang Pao had brought Lee Siren back. This ghost was no ordinary specter. It had already manifested a ghost domain. It is known that only a third-tier ghost possesses such an ability. A figure loomed at the classroom door, gazing inside. When that silhouette met Yi-Tu's gaze, he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a cobra. The figure was none other than Lee Siren. "Siren, come in. Class is about to start." Wang Pao called out to Lee Siren. However, Lee Siren remained unresponsive. At that moment, the bell for class rang, and Li Ziqiang approached, observing Lee Siren. "Lee Siren, why aren't you returning to your seat?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Siren lunged at Li Ziqiang. Blood splattered forth, and a scream echoed from the hallway. The classmates were left in stunned silence. Oh my, could Lee Siren have turned into a zombie? Goodness, I'm still so young. I don't want to die yet. Wang Pao, with a look of despair, exclaimed, "What on earth happened to Lee Siren? Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine." Yi-Tu contemplated the situation, clearly. Lee Siren's strength had surged beyond that of the previous day. Had he unleashed the ghost domain yesterday, neither he nor Jiang Xiaoyan would have made it out. Now that the ghost domain had taken shape, it was likely that the entire school would soon transform into a slaughterhouse. Yi-Tu approached the classroom door, slowly opening it to glance at the adjacent class. To his dismay, he discovered that aside from his own classroom, which remained illuminated, all other classrooms were shrouded in darkness, devoid of life. Was it possible that this haunted domain only enveloped his class? Contemplating this, Yi-Tu turned to return to the classroom. Suddenly, he felt an obstruction against his body. Turning back, he was met with the ghastly sight of Lee Siren, drenched in blood, standing behind him, though he could not discern when she had arrived. In a moment of panic, Yi-Tu delivered a swift kick to Lee Siren's face, hastily shutting the door and barricading it with several desks from the front row. Witnessing this, his classmates rushed over in alarm. "Everyone, stop standing around. Quickly. Help me hold the desks against the door. Something is trying to get in," Yi-Tu shouted. His classmates, responding to his urgency, swiftly began to move the desks into place. Outside the classroom, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously, sending shivers down everyone's spine. "I say, Pao Gu, Lee Siren must be here for you. Why not step outside?" one suggested. "Yes, Pao Gu, don't drag us into this." Wang Pao's expression darkened considerably. While Lee Siren might be connected to him, who would be foolish enough to venture out into certain doom at such a time? As the ominous footsteps faded down the corridor, Yi-Tu opened the window, preparing to leap out. "Goodness, Yi-Tu, you can't possibly be thinking of throwing yourself into danger. Teacher Li was bitten to death," he heard someone exclaim. Yet, Yi-Tu pushed open the window and jumped, immediately declaring, "If you wish to survive, you must leave quickly. This door won't hold for long." His classmates were momentarily stunned, their minds a chaotic whirl. With one clear-headed individual among them, they would unconditionally place their trust in that person. Hearing Yi-Tu's words, everyone scrambled out through the windows. Just as the last student emerged from the classroom, something in the darkness seemed to reach out and seize him. "Help me," the terrified student cried out, but who could spare a moment to assist him? They all rushed towards the stairwell. Upon witnessing this, Yi-Tu turned and ran. In such dire circumstances, any attempt to rescue others would only lead to one's own demise. The only prudent course of action was to ensure one's own safety. This was the survival rule of a terrifying era. Seeing Yi-Tu flee, the others hastened to follow, fearful of being left behind. Within a mere 10 minutes, two had perished, and panic began to envelop them. Chapter 49. Chandali. Yi-Tu sprinted towards the stairway. The student who had been seized had already suffered grievous injuries and could not be saved. Just as Yi-Tu prepared to descend further down the staircase, he suddenly heard a sound behind him. A chilling sensation crept down his spine. He swiftly smashed the nearby fire glass and retrieved the fire axe within. "Brother 2, don't strike. It's us." Wang Pao emerged from the shadows, accompanied by several classmates, a total of 5, who stepped out from the darkness around the corner. "Where are the others?" Yi-Tu inquired with a frown. Wang Pao hurriedly replied, "They got separated. It was too dangerous to stay with them. We thought it best to follow you, Brother 2. A female classmate timidly asked from the back, "Do you think Zhang Ming was eaten by a ghost?" The Zhang Ming she referenced was the unfortunate student who had been disemboweled moments earlier. Yitu nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing this, the girl immediately broke into tears. Wah, I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go home. I miss my mom. The echoes of cries reverberated through the corridor, sending chills down one's spine. Wang Pao swiftly covered the girl's mouth, exclaiming with fury, "Do you wish to bring ruin upon us all?" Such a loud wail could easily attract Li Sichuan. Faced with Wang Pao's fierce gaze, the girl could only stifle her sobs. Let us hurry. We shall descend from the first floor to the playground, and then exit through the back gate of the school. Yitu urged. Very well, we shall heed Brother Tu. Several classmates responded in unison. The group raced down the staircase, their footsteps echoing in haste. Brother Tu, how many floors does our teaching building have? Wang Pao inquired of Yitu Tuesday. 5 floors. We are currently on the 4th, having just descended 1 level. There should be 2 more to go. Yet why are there still so many stairs? Wang Pao's words suddenly enlightened Yitu Tuesday. Indeed, after descending several levels, why were there still so many more to traverse? He peered down the staircase, only to see layer upon layer of steps stacked upon one another, resembling an abyss. How did those classmates manage to descend? It seems impossible. Yitu murmured. He contemplated that they were ensnared within a spectral realm, a domain capable of altering direction in the very fabric of reality. This spiraling staircase, regardless of their frantic efforts, would ultimately lead them back to where they began. As Yitu pondered the means of escape, a haunting voice sent shivers down his spine. Darling. Following the source of the sound, Yitu approached. It was the restroom. The eerie voice emanated from within. With cautious steps, Yitu advanced toward the restroom. The sound of dripping water occasionally reverberated through the vast emptiness, instilling a chill in the air. Pushing open one door, he found no one inside. He opened a second door, only to encounter the same desolation. Brother Tu, perhaps we should leave. This place is too terrifying. Wang Pao and several classmates cowered behind Yitu, their fear palpable. Yitu remained silent. Upon opening the final door, a figure suddenly lunged out, charging towards Yitu Tuesday. A ghost. Run. The others, unable to discern the figure clearly, scrambled towards the exit in a panic. Yitu found himself firmly embraced by the apparition, feeling slightly suffocated. Just as he contemplated confronting the specter, he caught a glimpse of the familiar hairstyle in the mirror behind him. Chindali, Yitu cautiously inquired. How did you know it was me? I was just trying to give you a scare. You weren't too frightened, were you? Chindali said, releasing Yitu and patting him on the shoulder. Seeing Chindali filled Yitu with a wave of excitement. After all, Chindali had once risked his own life to ensure that Yitu and his sister could escape from the Golden Wall by diverting the ghost. The mere sight of Chindali alive brought Yitu joy. However, hadn't Chindali claimed to be suffering from a stomachache and taken leave? So, who was this Chindali before him? Yitu felt a chill run down his spine. What is your English name? Wajil, Banjing Chindali replied, looking at Yitu with confusion. Yitu sighed in relief. It seemed that Chindali was indeed real. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you wouldn't come to class? Chindali expressed his distress, saying, I initially had no intention of coming, but my father insisted that I attend, threatening to disown me if I did not. For the sake of that inheritance, I had no choice but to endure this. Yitu listened to Chindali's words, which emanated a profound sense of filial piety, and was rendered speechless. Chindali had truly experienced a streak of misfortune. After finally securing a day off due to the school's haunting, he found himself unexpectedly confronted with this situation. So how did you end up here? He inquired. Yesterday, I consumed something unsavory, and upon arriving at school, I transformed into a projectile warrior, frantically rushing to the restroom, almost soiling myself, Chindali recounted. Yitu listened with a look of disdain. What was that noise just now? He asked. Chindali retrieved his phone and grinned mischievously. I just downloaded a video. Since we were in class earlier, I figured the restroom would be empty. Unfortunately, I forgot my headphones, leaving me to endure this humiliation. Yitu was left speechless. At that moment, a pale hand silently rested on Chindali's shoulder. Yitu's gaze sharpened. Dali, what is that behind you? Shintu fixed his stare on the figure behind Chindali. Chindali, smiling, reached out to touch the hand and then revealed it to Shintu's. Ha, did I give you a fright? This is just a quirky toy I bought at a flea market, intended to scare some of the female classmates. Yitu struggled to suppress the urge to strike Chindali. Suddenly, Shintu's eyes widened. Dali, did you purchase 2 of these? Chapter 50. Are you still planning to leave? Jiang Xiaoyan dialed Yitu's number repeatedly, but all her calls went unanswered. Anxious, Jiang Xiaoyan stamped her feet in frustration. Upon returning home last night, she had mentioned Li Siren to her father. Jiang Yiqing's expression shifted dramatically as he recounted the recent terrifying incidents. Given Jiang Yiqing's unique status, he was privy to such information. He provided Jiang Xiaoyan with a phone number, instructing her to call if she encountered anything similar again. Jiang Xiaoyan promptly dialed the number. "Hello, Daxia Animal Protection Association. How may I assist you?" The operator's voice caught her off guard, prompting her to suspect a ruse. She quickly replied, "I suspect that Yanwang High School is facing a terrifying incident. Please hurry to assist." There was a brief pause on the other end before the operator responded, "Acknowledged. The ghost emissary of Yanwang City will be dispatched immediately." With that, the call ended. 5 minutes later, a sleek motorcycle sped through the streets of Yanwang City, barreling through red lights without a hint of hesitation. The traffic officer intended to intervene, but upon noticing the motorcycle's license plate, he froze in astonishment. A recent high-level directive had instructed officers in Yanwang City to allow passage for this specific plate number without question. The motorcycle arrived at Yanwang High School, executing a stylish drift before coming to a halt. The rider removed his helmet, tousling his hair. Clad in a black trench coat, with glossy hair and a long scar running down the left side of his face, his rugged appearance was accentuated by his unkempt black and white beard, exuding an air of rebelliousness. This was none other than Li Bugui, the ghost emissary of Yanwang City. The ghost realm has already manifested. This complicates matters, Li Bugui mused, casting a glance at the ominous atmosphere surrounding the school as he lit a cigarette. However, it is not insurmountable. As he spoke, Li Bugui stretched his shoulders and slowly stepped into the ghost realm. Chen Dali looked at Yi2 with a puzzled expression and said, "Am I foolish enough to squander money on such things? I only bought one. Do you also wish to have one? Just one? What about that on your shoulder?" Yi2 pointed at Chen Dali's shoulder. Chen Dali retorted playfully, "Don't scare me. That trick is so outdated." Suddenly, a hand from behind Chen Dali crept toward his neck and then tightened abruptly. In an instant, Chen Dali found himself grasped by the throat, rendered speechless. Yi2 seized the ghostly hand, but its strength was overwhelming, making it impossible to budge. "Rabbit brother, quick, save me." At that moment, Chen Dali's eyes bulged, bloodshot and desperate, as he teetered on the brink of demise. In a frantic rush, Yi2 dashed to Chen Dali's side, only to find Li Siren lurking behind him, grinning at Yi2's. "Chen Dali, do you have any gold on you?" Yi2 asked hastily. Chen Dali slowly raised his middle finger, revealing a gold ring adorning it. Upon seeing this, Yi2 swiftly snatched the ring and slipped it onto his own finger, then struck at Li Siren. With a surge of resentment, Li Siren was momentarily subdued by the ring, releasing Chen Dali from his grasp. Filled with joy, Yi2 quickly pulled Chen Dali away. "Rabbit brother, what on earth was that? Is our school truly haunted?" Chen Dali, now stripped of his earlier playfulness, appeared somewhat timid. "Initially, you were simply at home on leave, with nothing amiss, yet fate dealt you a cruel hand." Upon hearing Yi2's words, Chen Dali's face contorted in despair as he exclaimed, "I am still a virgin. I refuse to meet my demise here." Yi2 patted Chen Dali on the shoulder and reassured him, "Stay close to me and refrain from wandering. We will surely find a way out." Suddenly, Li Siren stood directly before them, flanked by Wang Pao and his companions. "What now?" Chen Dali gasped in astonishment. Yi2 gripped the fire axe tightly, facing Li Siren defiantly. He possessed a golden ring that could temporarily suppress the specter, yet Wang Pao and the others remained perilously vulnerable. However, Li Siren did not choose to attack Wang Pao. Instead, she lunged toward Yi2, the man who had struck her twice. Observing this, Yi2 lifted the fire axe and swung it towards Li Siren's neck. Blood erupted from her throat, the axe failing to sever her head, but becoming lodged in the middle of her neck. Blood splattered across Yi2's day. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a merciless butcher amidst a rain-soaked night of conquest. Yet, Li Siren still retained the ability to move. Her head twisted at an unnatural angle before she continued her assault on Yi2's day. With an expression of cold indifference, Yi2 withdrew the axe and struck once more. The axe fell decisively, and Li Siren's head rolled to the ground beside Wang Pao and his companions. 10 to resentment value. Wang Pao and his friends were utterly petrified by the sight before them, and they stumbled to their feet, eager to flee. Suddenly, Yi2's voice rang out from behind them. "Stop! Did I permit your departure?" Wang Pao and his companions turned to see Yi2 standing there, drenched in blood, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, coldly staring at them. Tuesday. Brother 2, this place is too terrifying. We must leave. Yi2 raised his fire axe and cleaved the throat of the speaker, blood splattering against the wall. Fear level increased by 5. Now, do you still wish to depart? Chapter 51. I shall interrogate them. Wang Pao and his friends huddled together, horrified by the blood-soaked Tuesday. Brother 2, you have killed someone. Chen Dali, standing aside, was momentarily stunned, slowly raising his thumb in admiration. Rabbit brother, you are impressive. I always found this little brat displeasing, yet your ruthlessness is extraordinary. Dispatching him with a single blow. Rabbit brother has always been fierce. I, Chen Dali, have not misjudged you. Yi2 coldly regarded the individuals cowering in the corner and remarked, he has already been possessed by the spirit dwelling within Li Siren. If we do not eliminate him, everyone here will perish. So, Yi2 deliberately paused, continuing, whose body has it inhabited now? Chen Dali rolled up his sleeves and approached the frightened group. Rabbit brother, allow me to interrogate them. He lifted one person's chin and inquired, what color underwear did the English teacher wear yesterday? The young man trembled in terror, stammering, I don't know. Chen Dali rose to his feet, pointing at the boy and exclaimed, Rabbit brother, it's this little rascal. Hand me the axe. I shall cleave him. As he reached for the axe, the boy hastily interjected, it's black, it's black. Only then did Chen Dali relent, stating, remember, the English teacher's underwear spared your life. Next time I inquire, respond swiftly. If I had the axe in hand, your head would have already relocated. I understand, brotherly. Next, who was it that kicked Li Ziqiang while he was relieving himself in the restroom? The boy before him stammered. And just as Chen Dali turned to fetch the axe, the boy suddenly lunged at him from behind. This startled Wang Pao and the others, who cried out in alarm. Observing this, Yi2 swiftly struck the boy on the forehead with the axe. Blood splattered onto Wang Pao and his companions, and a notification appeared, Vengeful Points 3. Yi2 surveyed the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, then looked up at Wang Pao and the others, coldly inquiring, who is next? This particular ghost possessed a unique ability, unlike the previous ones. Generally, ghosts can possess a host, but the energy expenditure is considerable, making it impossible for them to instantaneously transfer to another body upon the death of the possessed. Typically, a waiting period is required. However, this ghost was different. It could swiftly transfer its essence to another individual immediately after its host perished. This ghost was exceedingly terrifying. If it were granted an infinite number of bodies, would it necessitate the annihilation of all to ultimately eradicate the specter? Moreover, continuing this slaughter is ultimately not a viable solution. Even if we were to eliminate Wang Pao and the others, that specter would merely possess either myself or Chen Dali. At that juncture, the situation would become even more dire. The resentment within us surged. Resentment 2, Resentment 1. A growing animosity towards Yi2 arose in the hearts of the few. Wang Pao beheld Yi2, wielding an axe, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Fueled by an unknown source of strength, he dashed to the side. Observing Wang Pao's flight, the others struggled to rise, fleeing into the distance. In their current state, even without being possessed by the ghost, they would surely fall victim to Yi2's blade. Yi2 regarded the retreating figures without any attempt to hinder them. This realm is one of spirits. These ordinary individuals stand no chance of escape. Furthermore, the specter lurked nearby, and it seems inevitable that they would perish. As my resentment gradually increased, my sensitivity to the ghost began to restore itself. To be precise, Yi2 was slowly regaining his strength. However, the level of resentment was insufficient for a formidable confrontation with the ghost. Chen Dali approached Yi2 and inquired, Brother 2, shall we pursue and eliminate that wretched ghost? Yi2 shook his head, casting a glance at the firefighting axe in his grasp. Strangely, the blade had begun to dull. This was not merely a consequence of the recent encounters. From Li Siren to the final male, Yi2 distinctly sensed the ghost's power escalating. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. The more individuals the ghost possessed, the stronger she became. However, it is not that Yi2 simply slays the possessed individuals to transfer the spirit to another host. Rather, as long as there are living beings present, the spirit can freely inhabit any living body. If those who have been possessed are not eliminated, they will be controlled by the spirit and turned against others. This complicates matters significantly. Yi2 attempted to unleash the ghost domain. To vanquish this spirit, he would require both gold and the ghost domain. Yet there is no abundance of gold within the school. Thus, he must now rely solely on the ghost domain, uncertain if it still exists upon returning to the present. As he too invoked the ghost domain, beads of sweat instantly adorned his forehead, and a sinister red light emanated from his eyes. Chen Dali, observing from the side, exclaimed, "Oh my, rabbit brother, you've got a case of red eye disease." Yi Tu's eyes returned to their normal state. Realizing he could only activate the ghost domain within his eyes to a minimal extent, this was already his limit. "Let us depart from this place," Yi Tu instructed Chen Dali. As long as he could wield the ghost domain, Yi Tu had a means to escape the clutches of this possessing spirit. The two immediately proceeded in the direction where Wang Pao and the others had fled. However, halfway through, Chen Dali stumbled over something and nearly fell flat on his face. Cursing under his breath, he muttered, "Who the hell set this trap to sabotage me? Do they wish to inherit my credit?" When he looked down, he was met with a row of corpses sprawled across the ground, drenched in blood, bright and crimson. Chen Dali was struck with terror, his scalp tingling. Wait, didn't we just run away with Wang Pao? How on earth did they all end up dead here? Yi Tu cast a glance at the few individuals. Their demise was truly tragic. Their entrails had been mercilessly extracted, leaving no part of their bodies unscathed. Yet, amidst this horror, the corpse of Wang Pao was conspicuously absent. A bold hypothesis formed in Yi Tu's mind. It appeared that the specter had infiltrated Wang Pao's very being. At that moment, Wang Pao was desperately fleeing, as if some dreadful entity were pursuing him. Suddenly, he found himself cornered. "Do not kill me. My family is wealthy. I have yet to spend enough. Supreme Lord, I beseech you. Amen. May God protect me. Buddha Tath Gata." Wang Pao muttered incessantly. The entity behind him gradually revealed its true form. It was a faceless apparition, shrouded in darkness as deep as ink. Upon spotting Wang Pao cowering in the corner, the ghost tilted its head and immediately manifested a smile devoid of features. "I've got you," it proclaimed, lunging toward Wang Pao. Moments later, Wang Pao's eyes were engulfed in crimson, and he stood up numbly, uttering, "Eliminate them all." Chapter 52. The Apocalypse Requires No Saints. Yi Tu and Chen Dali advanced forward, with Yi Tu's ghostly domain enhancing his vision, allowing him to discern the conditions of the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure dashed past Yi Tu's side. Perceiving this, Yi Tu hurled the fire axe in his hand toward the fleeting shadow. The axe embedded itself firmly into the wall before that figure. Upon glancing back, the figure recognized Yi Tu and hurriedly approached him. "It's you. Please save me. That thing has been relentlessly pursuing me," exclaimed Zhou Yuqing, pointing back in alarm. Yi Tu followed the direction of Zhou Yuqing's finger and beheld a shadowy figure standing beside the wall. Upon noticing Yi Tu's gaze, it swiftly retreated, vanishing from sight. Yi Tu seized the fire axe from in front of Zhou Yuqing and said, "If you wish to live, follow me." With that, he and Chen Dali made their way toward the playground. Observing this, Zhou Yuqing hurriedly trailed behind. Yi Tu's earlier calmness in the classroom instilled a sense of trust in Zhou Yuqing. The trio raced down the corridor. Suddenly, Yi Tu paused, realizing that with himself, Chen Dali, and Zhou Yuqing, there should be 6 footsteps echoing, yet only 4 were audible. A quick glance revealed that Chen Dali had vanished. He promptly inquired of Zhou Yuqing, "Where is Chen Dali?" Zhou Yuqing, flustered, replied, "I didn't see him. He was right behind me. I was too frightened to look back." Yi Tu regarded Zhou Yuqing coldly, incredulous that such a large presence could disappear without her noticing. Turning, he set out to locate Chen Dali, only to be halted by Zhou Yuqing's grip on his arm. "Are you going back? It's too dangerous there. I'm terrified. Let us leave quickly." Yi Tu shrugged off her hand, resolutely moving back toward the path they had just traversed. With no choice left, Zhou Yuqing followed him. Yi Tu returned to activate the Ghost Realm, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light as he began the search for Chen Dali. In the Ghost Realm, Chen Dali had once saved his life, and now, Yi Tu was determined to save him in turn. Suddenly, Chen Dali's figure appeared before Yi Tu, found in the adjacent classroom. Yi Tu kicked open the classroom door, revealing a dozen pairs of eyes gleaming within. "Yi Tu," Chen Dali exclaimed upon seeing Yi Tuesday. "I just discovered them here and was about to head out to find you when you arrived." Behind Chen Dali were his classmates, who had been hiding there. Just as Yi Tu was about to respond, the sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Yi Tu entered the classroom and instructed someone to barricade the door. The footsteps halted at the classroom entrance. Gripping a fire axe, Yi Tu prepared to strike should the specter invade. The sound of knocking resonated, akin to a venomous serpent slithering into the hearts of everyone present. "Wearing the gold ring will keep the ghost at bay." Yi Tu returned Chen Dali's gold ring, stating. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Open the door. Let me in. They are all dead, and I don't want to die too. Open the door. I need to come in." The group was startled. It was Wang Pao. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yuqing promptly urged, "Quickly, open the door and let Wang Pao in." Two male classmates guarding the door were now uncertain, unsure whether to open it. "Do not open the door. There is a ghost outside." Yi Tu's voice sent a shiver through everyone. Zhou Yuqing immediately countered, "Wang Pao is one of our classmates. As the class leader, I must be responsible for each student. Since Wang Pao is still alive, we should let him in. Open the door." Yi Tu sighed, lamenting the dangers of naive idealism. However, this was a time of terror. There was no room for such sentimentality. "If you are so eager to open the door, then you shall do it yourself," Yi Tu replied. Upon hearing those words, a flicker of fear crossed Zhou Yuqing's face. "Do you not relish the role of a savior? If you wish to rescue others, then you should take the initiative yourself. You two, come back." Yi Tu commanded the two male students at the door, who promptly returned upon hearing him. Zhou Yuqing, her face flushed with anger, retorted to Yi Tu, "If you want to go, then go, a bunch of boys, all cowards." Yi Tu chuckled softly. This was not the time for bravado. His ghost domain had just been depleted while searching for Chindali, and he currently lacked the strength to activate it again. Whether the threat outside was Wang Pao or a ghost remained uncertain. However, based on the scenes witnessed earlier, it was evident that Wang Pao had likely become possessed. Yi Tu did not stop Zhou Yuqing from opening the door, as even without her action, that ghost could easily breach their defenses. At present, that specter was feeding on the fear it instilled, toying with everyone present. Zhou Yuqing approached the classroom door, her hand resting on the doorknob. "I say, you all." Before she could finish her sentence, a hand suddenly pierced through the classroom door, seizing Zhou Yuqing by the neck. Her eyes reddened as she struggled, choking and unable to utter a word. "Help, help me." Zhou Yuqing gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. The two male students, eager to assist, attempted to intervene. Yi Tu cautioned, "If you two wish to gamble with your lives, then by all means, go ahead." Upon hearing Yi Tu's words, the two male students immediately recoiled. Such is the law of the horror-stricken era. It is not that one should refrain from rescuing others, but rather whether one can ensure their own survival. If these individuals were able to emerge alive from this place today, they would undoubtedly express their gratitude towards Yi Tuesday. Zhou Yuqing had completely ceased to breathe, her lifeless body carelessly discarded on the floor, just as the door was forcefully opened. He was coming in. A plea for salvation arose within her. Could anyone rescue her? Why couldn't she connect the call? She did not wish to meet her demise. "Stop your cries. Your pleas will not save you, but only hasten your end," Yi Tu intoned, silencing the group with his grim words. At that moment, Wang Pao pushed the door open and stepped inside. His body moved with an unsettling rigidity, as if the spirit inhabiting him was still adapting to its new vessel. Yi Tu had discerned the nature of this spirit's abilities. It could only possess a human form to enact its deadly intent. In other words, it could only wreak havoc while intertwined with a living host. Observing the dozen or so people behind him, Yi Tu realized he had a daunting task ahead. He charged toward Wang Pao. Currently, he could not utilize the spectral realm. He was left to rely solely on physical might to eliminate the host of this spirit. It was imperative to vanquish this entity here. Should it escape into the outside world, the repercussions for the millions in Yanhuang City would be catastrophic. Yi Tu held no concern for the lives of others, but his family and friends were present. Having returned, he was determined to prevent the events of the future from unfolding. He aimed to alter the course of fate itself. Chapter 53. Li Bugui Wang Pao struck first. Wielding an iron rod scavenged from an unknown source, aiming a vicious blow at Yi Tuesday. With a swift motion, Yi Tu grasped a fire axe and advanced. With a single swing of his axe, Yi Tu shattered the iron rod in Wang Pao's grasp. Witnessing Yi Tu's valor, a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of the onlookers. "Yi Tu, give it your all. Bring him down." They cheered. Truly formidable. Yi Tu dared to strike the specter. Chindali, munching on sunflower seeds nearby, remarked, "He has always been this brave." As he spoke, he entrusted his seeds to a classmate, saying, "Keep an eye on these for me. Don't let anyone pilfer them. I'm off to assist Brother Two. Brother Two, I'm coming." Chindali raised a chair and hurled it toward Wang Pao, landing a significant blow. Angered, Wang Pao turned his ire towards Chindali and lunged at him. Seizing the moment, Yi Tu swung his axe, cleaving into Wang Pao's skull as effortlessly as slicing through a melon. "Impressive, Brother Two. But I was pretty fierce just now too." Chindali boasted as he approached the classmate who had safeguarded his seeds, reclaiming them. "Hey, didn't I tell you not to snack on them?" he exclaimed. But his words were cut short as that classmate rose in an eerily unnatural manner. Startled, Chindali quickly added, "It's fine. If you want to eat, go ahead." He promptly transferred all his sunflower seeds into the classmate's hands. The classmate glared at the seeds, then at Chindali, before charging at him in anger. Once again, Yi Tu swung his axe, delivering a lethal blow to that individual. One by one, other classmates rose to attack the duo, but Yi Tu met them with swift precision, severing their heads with each powerful strike. The resentment value increased by 5, repeatedly. Eventually, only he and Chindali remained in the room. Chindali twisted his neck, producing a series of ominous cracks. Observing this, Yi Tu picked up his already dulled axe. "Hey, rabbit brother, I merely twisted my neck, not transformed into a ghost," Chindali exclaimed in fright. He wore a golden ring, which repelled spirits, ensuring they would not choose to possess him. Suddenly, a shadow materialized before the two, an ominous, faceless specter. Had all these individuals been slain, finally forcing it to emerge? However, this apparition had evidently gained considerable strength, now reaching the 3rd tier of ghostly existence. Yi Tu, on the other hand, was merely at the 1st tier and possessed no weapon capable of confronting this entity. While a fire axe might suffice against a human, it would be utterly ineffective against this ghost. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Your resentment value has reached 100. Congratulations. Host, you have attained the 2nd tier. The Terrifying Shop is now open. Terrifying Shop, Ghost Blood Contract, can transform humans into ghosts or form a pact with ghosts. Compelling them to obey your commands, required resentment value, 100, exchange count, 01. Gazing at this familiar ability, a faint smile graced Yi Tu's lips. He sliced open his palm with the axe, blood streaming forth. Without hesitation, Yi Tu charged at the ghost. Sensing the blood on his palm, the specter attempted to flee. Yet, standing before him was the malevolent spirit, its ghastly roar piercing the air as it extended its claws, sharp enough to spell instant demise for any ordinary soul unfortunate enough to be caught in their grasp. With every ounce of strength, Yi Tu summoned the power of the ghost domain, coalescing it within his eyes. Now at the 2nd tier, Yi Tu was capable of amplifying the forces of the ghost domain. He deftly evaded the spirit's assault, his gaze ablaze with crimson light, locking onto the wretched entity. For a fleeting moment, the spirit found itself paralyzed under Yi Tu's fierce scrutiny. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, pressing his blood upon the spirit's form. The crimson liquid acted like a corrosive agent, branding a mark upon the spirit's forehead. Within Yi Tu's being, he could palpably sense the presence of this ghost. He accessed the system information. Name, Yi Tu race, ghost level, tier 2 grievance value, 100 ability, ghost blood pact contracted ghost, death substitute, allows another to die in place of the host. Upon reviewing the details of the spirit he had just encountered, Yi Tu's heart raced with astonishment. He had initially presumed it to be a mere possessing spirit, only to discover it was a death substitute. He recognized this ghost's capabilities. It had once allowed him to evade peril during his confrontations with the 3 great war gods. Previously, the death substitute had only been able to sacrifice itself once on his behalf. What if its powers had grown stronger? Could it then potentially substitute death countless times? He recalled how the death substitute had persistently sought to possess others, compelling his classmates to take on its fate. Yi Tu continued to ponder his earlier hypothesis. If this spirit were to roam free, what would become of the millions of citizens in Yanwang City? Could he manipulate these masses into becoming his own death substitutes? We now inhabit a time of terror, where Yi Tu's only desire is to ensure the survival of his family and friends, striving to avert future tragedies. If the day comes when he must sacrifice himself 1,000 times, how would he choose? Even Yi Tu is uncertain. At that moment, a figure burst into the scene. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Yi Tu felt the restless spirit within him begin to stir. The sight of the classroom, filled with lifeless bodies and 2 individuals drenched in blood, elicited a flicker of shock in the newcomer's eyes. "Did you do all this?" Chindali quickly interjected. "I did it all. It has nothing to do with my brother Tuesday. I wielded the fire axe, taking them down one by one without a blink." Observing Chindali's desperate attempts to absolve himself, Yi Tu was flooded with memories, vivid images of Chindali resolutely leading the pursuing spirits into an alley. Though Chindali often seemed frivolous, his loyalty was unwavering. The newcomer slowly approached Shun Tu and Chindali, retrieving a cigarette case from his pocket. "Care for a smoke?" he inquired, but both men shook their heads in refusal. "I am Li Bugui, the head of the ghost enforcement in Yanhua City, here to address the horrific occurrences at your school." Li Bugui exhaled a smoke ring, speaking deliberately. He then turned his gaze toward Chindali. After dispatching so many, you didn't even flinch? What is your game? This left Chindali speechless. I said I was the one who did it. If anyone is to be apprehended, it should be me. My brother too is innocent. Chindali proclaimed, thumping his chest defiantly. Li Bugue shook his head and remarked, given the occurrence of such a terrifying event as the ghost domain, it is already fortunate for anyone to emerge alive from it. What purpose would there be in capturing you? Are we to tread upon a sewing machine within? That would be a gross misuse of talent. Upon hearing Li Bugue's words, Chindali felt a sense of relief. Yitu inquired, that ghost has perished. Why does this ghost domain still persist? Li Bugue replied slowly. That is because this ghost domain was not unleashed by the ghost you vanquished. Chapter 54. Chindali's pocket money what? Yitu was taken aback by this revelation. Since the previous night when he had disrupted the incident involving Li Siren, who had been possessed by a substitute ghost, it seemed that the future had begun to alter. Had events followed their natural course, only Chindali, Jiang Xiaoyan, and Yitu would have escaped the clutches of the substitute ghost that evening. The rest of their classmates would have perished. After accumulating some power, that ghost initiated an assault on the entire Yanhuang city, only to be eradicated by some enigmatic individuals. It now appeared that these mysterious figures were likely ghost messengers like Li Bugue. Having disrupted the substitute ghost scheme, the ghost commenced its rampage within the school, leading to the demise of these classmates. Previously, as Yitu had noted, many of these students had met their end in various minor horror incidents, rather than in today's terrifying event. This implied that since the moment he rescued Jiang Xiaoyan the previous night, the trajectory of the future had begun to shift. Li Bugue spoke slowly. I have already investigated this ghost domain. It was triggered by the sacrificial ghost that arrived here. As for the level of the ghost within this domain, it remains uncertain for the time being. I have arranged for this area to be sealed off. This ghost domain is quite formidable, yet it remains in a stable phase. The sacrificial ghost inadvertently triggered it, but it has not awakened the ghost that would unleash this domain. Should that ghost awaken, it would not only endanger this school, but the entire Yanhuang city would likely be engulfed as well. However, you seem to possess considerable knowledge about terrifying incidents, even being aware of ghost domains. Upon hearing that Li Bugue was the head of the ghost officials in Yanhuang city, Yitu did not conceal his intentions. In retrospect, it was clear that the terrifying incidents in Yanhuang city and the greater Xia region had been resolved by a mysterious individual. At that time, the Ghost-Slaying Alliance and the Council of Light had only just been established. Yitu had perused their archives of terrifying incidents, which contained no information regarding Xia, indicating that these matters were handled by the ghost officials. Since entering Augustine's ghost domain, no further news had emerged from the ghost officials. It seemed they had not ventured into that domain. If they had entered Augustine's ghost domain, how could they have allowed the Council of Light to expel ghosts into Yanhuang City without intervening? Let's not linger here. I will lead you out. With that, Li Bugue drew a sword from behind him and slashed at the encroaching darkness ahead. A brilliant light cleaved through the shadows, revealing an opening. Li Bugue rested the sword upon his shoulder and declared, "Let us proceed." He then strode purposefully towards the glimmer of light. The two individuals, upon witnessing the scene, followed suit and exited the realm of spirits. Yitu glanced back, observing that the school appeared unchanged, as it always had. Yet, he understood that the realm of spirits remained, merely concealed from external sight. A perimeter was established around the school, with countless soldiers armed and standing vigilant. Yitu checked the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Although he had entered the realm of spirits in the morning, it felt as though he had only spent a fleeting hour or two within, unaware that more than 10 hours had elapsed outside. A gathering of parents encircled the school, their anxious voices murmuring, "What has transpired? I heard there was an incident at the school, so I hurried here. What exactly happened? The area is cordoned off. Surely there are no criminals inside. My child is safe, isn't he?" Li Bugue did not provide any explanations to the concerned parents, but approached Yitu instead. "Your handling of the terrifying incident has exceeded my expectations. Leaving aside this realm of spirits, had you not dealt with the scapegoat, once it matured, Yanhuang City would have faced dire troubles. As a high school student, one might have been terrified by such a horrifying event, yet you remain composed, as though you have endured countless trials." Yitu gestured toward Chindali, who was nonchalantly playing cards nearby. "Isn't he equally composed?" Li Bugue chuckled softly and replied, "Yet you are different. Well, I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave, but I shall seek you out later." With that, Li Bugui mounted a sleek motorcycle and departed with an air of cool confidence. Yitu patted Dali, who was still engrossed in a game of do di ju, and said, "Dali, it is time to head home. The school has ceased to exist. I suspect we shan't be attending classes any longer." Upon hearing this, Dali's eyes lit up. No more classes? Such a prospect was akin to living a celestial existence. However, how would he explain this to his father? Claiming that the school was haunted would certainly invite a severe reprimand from him. Yitu remarked, "This incident will likely make headlines in tonight's news, given the significant loss of life. Yet, it probably won't be labeled as a terrorist event. Just wait and see how the news unfolds. And then you can craft your tale for your father." Dali clapped Yitu on the shoulder and said, "Tu Gu, your wit is unmatched. We'll spin a tale inspired by the news. Even if it's hard to believe, we must adhere to it. Let us not linger here. The sight of this school unnerves me." Upon hearing the phrase "hurry up, I'm withering away," Yitu gazed at Dali with exasperation. "How audacious. Allow me to accompany you. Tu Gu, our driver is nearby, awaiting us." As a quintessential rich second-generation heir, Dali had a dedicated chauffeur for his schooling. "No need for that. I'll walk home," replied Yi Tuesday. "Very well then. I'll take my leave. Let us team up for some gaming later tonight." Dali never engaged in pretense with Yitu. They had grown up together as inseparable companions. If Yitu opted to walk, Dali would naturally follow suit without any feigned niceties. "By the way, Dali, do you have some cash on you? I need to borrow a bit," Yitu inquired. Dali pulled out a bank card from his pocket and said, "This card holds my allowance. Feel free to use it as you wish." "How much?" 500,000. Yitu received the bank card, and Dali boarded the driver's car and departed, holding the bank card worth several $100,000. Yitu felt an overwhelming weight in his hand. He turned and entered a gold shop. The current price of gold stood at 400 yuan per gram, and Yitu requested the saleswoman to bring out a pound. The saleswoman, observing the student-clad young man, burst into laughter upon hearing the request for a pound of gold. "Young man, do you realize how much a pound of gold costs? It's 200,000. Can you afford that?" Yitu promptly tossed the bank card towards her. "Swipe it." No need for hesitation. The saleswoman's demeanor shifted dramatically as she witnessed this, swiftly taking the card to process the transaction. 200,000 was charged in an instant. The saleswoman, taken aback, hurriedly packaged the pound of gold, presenting the bank card to Yitu with utmost respect. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for my earlier assumptions." Yitu collected his items and departed, fully aware of the darker facets of human nature, which did not concern him in the slightest. Meanwhile, the saleswoman anxiously watched him leave. At Yanhuang High School, within the ghostly realm, in a secluded corner, a pale green hand emerged from an oddly shaped grave. It resembled that of an infant, entirely green in hue. After crawling out of the grave, it glanced around before sprinting away at an astonishing speed. Inside the grave, the body of a woman clad in a red robe lay motionless. Chapter 55, The Reckless Ride. Upon returning home, Yi Jiangwo noticed Yitu's early arrival and inquired, "Why are you back from school so early today?" Yitu fabricated a tale to cover his tracks. At present, the news of the school's lockdown has yet to circulate widely, and Yi Jiangwo remains unaware of the situation. Meanwhile, his mother has taken Yu Xian to the mall and has not yet returned. Upon returning to his room, Yitu employed a hammer to forge a pound of gold into the shape of a ghost-slaying sword. However, due to the limited amount of gold, he could only fashion a blade half a meter long instead of the desired full meter. The ghost-slaying sword is an essential weapon for combating spirits. While he could sacrifice length, he could not afford to compromise on thickness. Holding the half-meter golden blade in his hand, Yitu pondered how he could carry it outdoors without attracting the attention of law enforcement. At that moment, a call from Jiang Xiaoyan interrupted his thoughts. It was only then that he noticed numerous missed calls from her. As soon as he answered, Jiang Xiaoyan's anxious voice filled his ear. "It's me. Finally, you picked up. Are you still at school?" Yitu paused before responding. "No, I've already left. The school has." He hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. "I already know. As long as you and Dali are out, it seems that call was quite effective," Jiang Xiaoyan replied. "Call?" Yitu's mind raced back to the individual who claimed to be the head of the ghost patrol in Yanhuang City, Li Bugui. It dawned on him that it was Jiang Xiaoyan who had made the emergency call. It appeared that her background was quite extraordinary. "I will send that person's contact to your phone. If you encounter any danger, you can reach out to him." Jiang Xiaoyan sent Yitu a phone number, presumably belonging to Li Bugui. After ending the call, Yitu reclined on his bed, yearning for a moment of respite. The exertion at school had been overwhelming. He had single-handedly vanquished all the possessed classmates, and his current physical state was merely at the second tier, necessitating a period of recuperation. Just then, a video call from his mother interrupted him. Upon connecting, his younger sister Yi Xian's cherubic face appeared on the screen, remnants of ice cream still evident at the corners of her mouth. "Where's Mom? Didn't you go to the mall?" Yi Xian tilted her head and inquired. "Mom is buying clothes. I got tired and sat down for a bit. Dad said you returned home, so I called you," Yi Xian replied. Yi Tu chuckled softly. "Make sure you don't wander off." Yi Xian pouted. "I know, I'm not a little kid anymore." She then raised the phone to show Yi Tu the items in the mall. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar dark-skinned child, unclad, crawling on the ceiling. Yi Tu sprang upright from his bed in alarm. The child was not human. It exuded an aura of death, scanning the mall with unsettling curiosity. A sense of foreboding washed over Yi Tu. His greatest fear had materialized. A ghost had appeared in the very mall where his mother and sister were located. Xian, you and Mom need to leave the mall immediately. I'll come find you." Yu Xian, looking adorably bewildered, responded, "Leave? But Mom has finished shopping yet." Yi Tu had already exited his home, continuing, "Tell her to finish later. Just have her take you out quickly." Yu Xian nodded. "Got it." "Mother," my brother said. Upon hearing Yi Xian request to be taken away by their mother, Yi Tu abruptly ended the call, hailing a taxi by the roadside, and hastening towards the mall. As Yi Tu settled into the vehicle, he dialed the number Jiang Xiaoyan had given him. "Hello. Is it Li Bugue? This is Yi Tu, the one who just left school. A terrifying incident has occurred at Wanda Mall, and I am uncertain about its severity. Do you have time to come over?" On the other end, the sounds of running and fighting echoed, yet Li Bugue's voice remained composed. "Understood. I will send someone over." He ended the call. "Driver, could you please step on the gas a bit? I'm in a hurry," Yi Tu urged, his voice trembling. His sister and mother were inside the mall, facing a terrifying situation, and he feared the recurrence of past events. "Young man, I have been a taxi driver for over a decade. This is not an airport runway, and the city moves at its own pace," the driver replied. "You youngsters today are so impatient. Let me impart a lesson from my decades of experience. Everything can be rushed, but a man must take his time. However, we should accelerate when necessary. We could have made it through that last traffic light," Yi Tu countered. "You see, my friend, that light was about to change. Rushing through would only invite trouble," the driver responded. Yi Tu glanced at the clock. They had half an hour before reaching the mall. A sinister presence lingered near his sister and mother, and he had no idea if it had already begun to kill. If he were late, another tragedy like the one outside the Golden Network would surely unfold. "Master, allow me to take the wheel," Yi Tu said, gently patting the driver's shoulder. "You," the driver scoffed, "let me not belittle you, but at your age, you probably don't even possess a driver's license. Youngsters like you tend to believe that everything is effortless, oblivious to the vastness of the world. I've been navigating the city for 5 years, and I could drive with my eyes closed. The quickest I can manage to reach the mall is in 20 minutes. 5 minutes is all I need," Yi Tu asserted. "Such audacity. I challenge you to a wager. If you can reach there in 5 minutes, I shall not charge you a penny, but if you fail, you owe me 2,000. What say you?" The driver retorted with a disdainful grunt. "Deal." Yi Tu replied coolly. Harnessing the power of the stand ghost, Yi Tu effortlessly swapped places with the driver. This was the essence of the stand ghost's ability. Within a certain radius, Yi Tu could interchange his body with anyone. Currently, his strength was not sufficient to extend this capability beyond 10 meters, allowing for seamless exchanges within that distance. "Wait, when did I end up in the passenger seat?" the driver exclaimed, bewildered, as if he had encountered a ghost. Without further ado, Yi Tu steadied himself and slammed down on the accelerator. Whoosh! Yi Tu pressed the pedal to the metal, and the needle on the dashboard surged from 40 to a staggering 150. "What the hell? Are you trying to kill us? Hit the brakes. We're already nearing 200. This is the city." The driver, now pale with fear, exclaimed in panic. Yi Tu disregarded the driver, the vehicle darting through the traffic like a bolt of lightning, yet always under Yi Tu's control, skillfully avoiding the cars ahead. Having spent 3 years in Yanwang City, his driving skills had become an essential means of survival. This level of speed was merely average for him. Chapter 56. The ghost child. The driver was taken aback by the reckless nature of the young man. "Listen, my friend, let us forget this wager. There is no need to gamble with our lives. I have a family to care for, and I'm not ready to meet my end just yet." Yi Tu replied calmly, "Trust me. Ahead, A sports car began to decelerate, on the verge of a red light, seemingly unwilling to proceed. Observing this, Yi-Tu hesitated not for a moment. He slammed the accelerator down, zipping past the car like a fleeting shadow. The taxi erupted with a deafening roar, creaking ominously as if on the brink of disassembly. "Someone help me!" The driver screamed, gripping the door handle tightly, terrified of being flung from the vehicle. Regret for his wager with Yi-Tu began to gnaw at him. The driver of the sports car, a wealthy heir, glared in discontent as a mere taxi sped past him. "Damn it! I just bought this Ferrari today, and a shabby taxi dares to compete with my speed? I am the provincial racing champion." With that, the heir pressed the accelerator, disregarding any potential penalties. The sports car's engine erupted with a thunderous growl, resonating throughout the street as it surged forward. Through the rearview mirror, Yi-Tu observed the sports car rapidly closing in behind him. However, he was not inclined to pay it any mind at the moment. The taxi showed no signs of slowing down, weaving through the traffic with remarkable agility, deftly avoiding all obstacles. The affluent heir relentlessly pursued him, the gap between them narrowing. "Damn it, how dare you overtake me? Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility." The Ferrari bore down on the taxi, glancing at the driver, who was now foaming at the mouth. Yi-Tu pressed the accelerator even harder. Just 2 intersections to go. They were almost there. The taxi executed a sharp drift, making a last-second left turn. The wealthy scion, seeing this, slammed his fist on the steering wheel, cursing under his breath. What did it matter now that he had already lost points? He barreled through the red light in hot pursuit. The taxi weaved through the vehicles like a furious beast. With one final graceful turn, it entered the road leading to the Wanda Plaza. The rich heir attempted to overtake on the inside, but his speed was too great. The steering wheel was fully turned, yet the car disobeyed, crashing sideways into a nearby fire hydrant. Bloodied, he crawled out of the wrecked sports car, staring at its crumpled front end. "Damn it, I just picked up this Ferrari today, and it's already totaled before I even had a chance to enjoy it." Watching the taxi disappear into the distance, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He could not fathom how a mere taxi could possibly outrun his Ferrari. With a sharp sound, as if a blade had sliced through the air, Yi-Tu brought the taxi to a steady stop at the entrance of the Wanda Plaza. The driver struggled to exit the vehicle, and his gaze towards Yi-Tu had transformed, now filled with reverence. Is this even human? Such prowess on the road could only be likened to a deity. Yi-Tu dashed towards the shopping mall, dialing his mother's number. The phone had recently been in his sister's possession, yet now it was his mother who answered. "Hello, Mom, where are you now?" Yi-Tu asked anxiously. His mother's face was etched with worry as she replied, "Just a moment ago, Xin insisted on pulling me out, but as soon as I turned around, she vanished." What? Yi-Tu's heart sank. Could it be that his sister had been seized by that malevolent spirit? However, observing the calm within the mall, devoid of chaos, indicated that the specter had yet to commence its reign of terror. His sister should still be safe. Yet, in such a vast establishment, where could he possibly find her? "Mom, do not return to the mall. Hurry home. I will bring Xin back," he instructed before abruptly ending the call. With no means to locate his sister, he resolved to confront the ghostly child. Resolving the matter would ensure his sister's safety. Yi-Tu expanded his spectral vision, his crimson pupils widening as they scanned the mall. He discerned a surge of ghostly energy emanating from the 3rd floor. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the shopping center. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Yi-Tu diligently searched for the location of the child, glancing upwards at the ceiling, yet finding nothing. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. A shadow ahead captured his attention, not because it appeared peculiar, but because alongside it was the shadow of a child. The child opened its mouth and voraciously devoured the adult's shadow, yet the person remained unaffected, continuing forward, while their shadow behind them faded into nothingness. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi-Tu realized that the spectral child possessed the peculiar ability to consume shadows. However, the specifics of its utilization remained unclear to him. Following the figure for a while, he observed the child on the ground moving towards its next target after devouring the shadow of the individual. Perhaps it was a trick of his eyes, but Yi-Tu felt that after the child had consumed the shadows of 2 individuals, its body appeared to grow slightly larger. A sense of foreboding washed over him, for it seemed that this child bore a striking resemblance to the abilities of a death substitute, capable of augmenting its power through the essence of humanity. Gripping his golden knife firmly in his hand, Yi-Tu approached the child on the ground. Chapter 57. Security at the mall. Just as Yi-Tu reached the child, the shadow of the spectral being seemed to grin menacingly at him before darting away. The individual whose shadow had just been consumed suddenly collapsed onto the ground. This shocking spectacle rendered all onlookers speechless. As Yi2 was the closest, all eyes turned towards him, and the security personnel rushed in, encircling him. What? What have you done to him? Call the police and an ambulance immediately. Please place your hands on your head and accompany us to the security office. Several guards clamored, brandishing electric batons at Yi2. Meanwhile, his thoughts were still preoccupied with the spectral child, contemplating its cunning nature. This ghost was remarkably intelligent, adeptly exploiting human power to confine itself. The mall manager hurried over, relieved to see the perpetrator subdued. He addressed several security guards, saying, "You lot, go search him and see if he possesses any deadly weapons." The guards exchanged glances, each hesitant to step forward. The individual in front could very well be a murderer, and with a monthly salary of merely $2,500, it hardly seemed worth the risk. At that moment, a younger, somewhat fierce-looking security guard with a square face approached Yi2, declaring, "I will do it." However, Yi2 did not permit him to search. Instead, he directly revealed a golden dagger from his sleeve. "No need to search. This is all I have." Upon seeing the weapon, the crowd instinctively recoiled several steps. "Why you? Don't come any closer. We are trained, and a mere 3 or 5 of us can handle this." The guard stammered nervously. Just as Yi2 was about to respond, suddenly another person collapsed, followed by another, and then yet another. Yi2 watched in horror as this transpired, realizing that the ghostly child had not merely consumed the shadows of 2 individuals, but had devoured a whole group. It was only now that these people were falling to the ground. Chaos erupted among the crowd, and the mall's lights began to flicker ominously, emitting a crackling sound. Observing this, Yi2 understood that the ghostly child had amassed sufficient power and was poised to commence its slaughter. The security guards formed a protective circle, backs against one another, as they faced the terrifying scene before them. The mall manager, nearly paralyzed with fear, attempted to squeeze into the cluster of guards. What on earth is happening? Seeing ghosts in broad daylight. Everyone, remain calm. Isn't Wang Chong a virgin? He should quickly relieve himself, as it can ward off evil spirits. Who on earth is still a virgin? I ceased to be one just last night. Have I truly encountered a ghost? Why did it not appear earlier or later, but only last night? I have been pure for 30 years. You must have been out indulging in vice last night. That explains your current lethargy." A few security guards continued to exchange meaningless chatter. Observing this, Yi2 decided to leave. He needed to search for his sister. The individuals here had already been devoured of their shadows by that ghostly child. If he did not locate Uxin swiftly, and if she met the same fate as the others, Yi2 was uncertain how to resolve the situation. He had documented countless ghostly entities in his notes, yet this particular shadow-devouring spirit was unlike any he had encountered before. From Yi2's assessment, this ability appeared to possess a growth characteristic, given sufficient time and prey. This ghostly child would become extraordinarily powerful. Therefore, it was imperative to eliminate it before it matured. Upon witnessing Yi2's departure, the security guards grew discontent. "Stop. Who gave you permission to leave?" Yi2 turned to glance at the guards, his eyes ablaze with an eerie crimson light that sent a shiver down their spines. Could he be a ghost? Have we offended him? Will he kill us? Don't scare me. I just shed my virginity last night. I haven't had my fill yet. If he intended for us to perish, we would have met the same fate as those people already. We must hurry back to the security room and lock the door. Wandering outside is akin to courting death. The guards hastened towards the security room. In a flurry of activity, the security room's door was secured, and the guards collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. They decided to remain there, patiently awaiting the resolution of the situation outside by the police. Damn it. Once this ordeal is over, I shall never work as a security guard again. It is truly uncanny. Just as they believed the security room was safe, one guard suddenly widened his eyes, staring at the mall manager. What? What is that behind you? The mall manager turned to look, but saw nothing. To your left. Several guards pointed towards the manager's left side. Upon turning his head, the manager was startled to find a child, whose presence had gone unnoticed, squatting on his shoulder, staring intently at him. A chill surged from his feet to his head. Quick, help me get him down. Yet, none of the guards dared to approach. The manager attempted to grasp the child himself, but as he reached out, the child vanished. Gone? Just as everyone relaxed. A shadow behind the manager began to expand ominously. Chapter 58. Wang Cheng Yi2 was searching for his sister, but the vast expanse of the mall left him at a loss. He believed his sister would have understood his instructions. Since he told her and their mother to exit the mall, she should have complied. Yet, why had she returned? Yi Tu scoured the second and third floors. Yet the whereabouts of his sister remained elusive. The entire Wanda Mall spanned 5 stories, and now only the upper levels were left to explore. Yi Tu resolved to investigate further upstairs. Suddenly, a hand grasped his arm. Yi Tu tightened his grip on the golden knife he held. At last, I have found you. Are you here in search of something? Or perhaps seeking a ghost? A young man clad in a security uniform grasped Yi Tu's arm. Yi Tu glanced at him and recognized him as the square-faced security guard who had encircled him moments earlier. Do not be surprised, for I too have seen that naked black child. Having indulged in numerous ghost stories, I am naturally attuned to such phenomena. That entity does not resemble a normal human being, the guard elucidated. Yi Tu regarded him calmly and inquired, You see that thing and feel no fear? The guard promptly replied, What is there to fear? I often slept in graveyards during my childhood. My courage surpasses that of others. Furthermore, I sense that Yanhuang City is not at peace. I saw on the news today that Yanhuang High School has been sealed off. It is likely not due to the alleged intruders, but rather, I suspect there are ghosts haunting the premises. Yi Tu was taken aback by the guard's perceptiveness. He had not anticipated that one could derive such insights from mere snippets of news regarding the terrifying incident at Yanhuang High School. If you are aware that the mall is tainted, why do you not flee with those others? Why follow me? Yi Tu queried. The guard waved his hand dismissively and responded, Following them would be folly. They are all show and no substance. Not to mention, even if faced with a human threat, they would lack the courage to confront it. Had I not seen you were merely a high school student, they would have fled long ago. Who would dare approach? However, you are different. There exists a certain aroma about you that resembles the scent I encountered in the graveyard during my childhood. Yet, you are not a ghost. Of that I am certain, which is why being with you feels the safest. Yi Tu gazed at his security uniform and suddenly conceived an idea. Why not enlist the help of this security guard to search for his sister? She must have appeared on the surveillance footage after entering the mall. What is your name? Yi Tu inquired. Wang Chong. Candidate for the captain of the Wanda security team. I am a security guard at the mall, dedicated to ensuring safety in the area. I am Wanda security number 0076, requesting to engage. Wang Chong saluted Yi Tuesday. Yi Tu regarded Wang Chong with an expression of disbelief, slowly lowering his hand. This fellow not only possessed audacity but also exhibited a hint of youthful exuberance. Wang Chong, could you assist me in retrieving the surveillance footage from the past half hour? Yi Tu requested. Absolutely. Wang Chong replied without hesitation. As a seasoned security guard with 5 years of experience at Wanda, I possess the requisite authority. However, the footage can only be accessed in the security room, and I am unsure whether they would apprehend you if you accompanied me, as they just entered. A glimmer of menace flickered in Yi Tu's eyes. He was on a quest to find his sister, and anyone who dared to obstruct him would face dire consequences. Lead the way to the security room. Certainly, follow closely. The security room is just ahead. With that, Wang Chong guided Yi Tu to the entrance of the security room. Yet, it was locked from the inside, and Wang Chong struggled to open it. Please open the door. The handsome young man wishes to view the surveillance footage. He is not a villain. Kindly let us in, so we can discuss this. Wang Chong shouted for a long time, yet no one responded. How peculiar. Just moments ago, he had witnessed them enter the security room, yet there was an eerie silence within. Yi Tu sensed something amiss. A familiar scent wafted from the security room. Without activating the ghost domain, he relied on his years of experience dealing with spirits to ascertain that an otherworldly presence lingered inside. Perhaps that ghostly child had followed the security guards in and dispatched them all. Step aside, Yi Tu shouted, prompting Wang Chong to quickly move aside. Yi Tu delivered a powerful kick to the door of the security room. His second-tier strength shattered the door, releasing a pungent odor reminiscent of decay. Before him stood several security guards and the mall manager, all of whom were now eerily bowing their heads. Yi Tu unsheathed his golden blade and ventured inside. As he approached the guards, he found them devoid of breath. Under the stark lights, their shadows were conspicuously absent. It appeared that the ghostly child had consumed their shadows. Given the child's demonstrated capacity for murder, it seemed that once one's shadow was devoured, life itself would cease. A thought struck Yi Tu. If he could remain in darkness, he would cast no shadow, rendering him invisible to the ghostly child. In this way, the child would be unable to locate him, thus preventing any fatal encounter. Contemplating this strategy, he was uncertain whether it would be effective. Yi Tu approached the surveillance monitor and called out to Wang Chang, who, undeterred by the rigid forms of the deceased guards, made his way through them. Retrieve the previous surveillance footage. I wish to examine it, Yi Tu commanded. Wang Cheng complied, and soon the monitor displayed all the video feeds. Rewound a half an hour prior. Yi Tu unleashed his ghost domain within his eyes and urged Wang Chong to accelerate the playback. Faster, even faster. Wang Chong, astonished, replied. We are already at 120 times speed. Is that still human? I can barely discern anything on the screen. Yi Tu's gaze remained fixated on the various monitors, the videos whirling by at an astonishing pace. With the aid of the ghost domain, Yi Tu could perceive even the most rapid images with clarity. Suddenly, he recognized a familiar figure, his younger sister, Yi Xin. Stop. Wang Chong swiftly pressed the pause button. Have you found something? Yi Tu maneuvered the mouse to the moment his sister appeared. He observed her returning from the shopping mall, then taking the elevator to the second floor. At that moment, a chilling scene unfolded before him. His sister, holding a piece of cookie, waved to a small black child hiding beside a trash bin. The child tilted his head, gazing at Yi Xin with a puzzled expression, then reached out to accept the cookie from her hand, chewing it thoughtfully. As Yi Xin prepared to descend, the black child suddenly lunged at her. This occurred in a blind spot, where the surveillance cameras failed to capture the event. Watching this unfold, Yi Tu clenched his fists in fury. How dare that ghostly child lay hands on his sister? However, Yi Tu found it peculiar. If his sister had indeed been devoured by the shadow, then one of the fallen figures should have been her. Yet, despite searching thoroughly, he could not locate her. The surveillance video reverted to its normal state. Suddenly, to his astonishment, the lifeless bodies that had previously sprawled on the ground began to rise. Yi Tu glanced up and noticed the deceased security guards now turning their heads, fixating their gaze intently upon Wang Chong and himself. Chapter 59. The woman in red, a multitude of crimson eyes stared at the two of them. Yi Tu felt a sense of foreboding. The ghost child's ability to consume shadows was not its sole means of murder. It was merely one method of killing. By devouring the shadows of these individuals, it transformed them into its ghostly minions. Good heavens, how have they morphed into such wretched beings? Surely, they wouldn't turn on us. As Yi Tu observed the approaching security guards, fury surged within him. Grasping the golden knife, he charged towards them. Spirits feared gold, and so did the ghostly servants. The guards, upon seeing the golden knife in Yi Tu's hand, froze in place. Ah, they are no longer attacking us. Let us make our escape. I am merely 23. I do not wish to perish, for I still aspire to return home and marry. Yi Tu, noticing the guard's hesitation, turned to Zhang Chong and instructed, follow me. We must exit this place and secure the door to the security room from the outside to prevent their emergence. Understood, Security 0076 guarantees the completion of the task. With that, the two slipped out of the security room. Zhang Chang swiftly closed the door behind them, locking the guards inside. Now, let them remain in there. They can do us no harm, Zhang Chang murmured. Yi Tu gazed at Zhang Chang with a hint of surprise, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. Although he wielded the golden knife and was spared from the assaults of the ghostly servants, Zhang Chang, devoid of any gold, remained untouched by their wrath. This peculiar circumstance piqued Yi Tu's curiosity, prompting him to adopt a wary stance toward Zhang Chang. It was a lesson learned during his 3 years in the ghostly realm. One should not merely judge by appearances. Even the most unassuming individuals may harbor intentions that lead to regret when their actions inflict harm. Where shall we go now? Can you guide me out of here? Below us are the souls of the dead who have returned to life, and I am terrified. Yi Tu spoke as they walked. Let us proceed to the location from the surveillance footage. Assuming all goes well, once I locate my sister, I shall ensure you escape alongside me. Then I am truly grateful to you. I express my gratitude on behalf of my ancestors. If we can find a way out. Encountering you feels like a stroke of extraordinary luck, Zhang Chong chattered incessantly while following Yi Tu's day. Yi Tu, however, paid no heed to Zhang Chong's ramblings. Focusing instead on ascending to the third floor, the last place his sister had vanished. Suddenly, upon catching sight of Yi Tu, the once dormant figures of the resurrected began to exhibit a frenzied agility, rushing toward him with the fervor of the undead. With a powerful leap, Yi Tu vaulted to the third floor. Wait for me. I cannot jump. There are too many of them. Zhang Chong called out as he sprinted from the elevator, trying to reach Yi Tu's position. Yet, the third floor was still plagued by the ghostly servants, advancing menacingly toward Yi Tu's day. The golden knife in his grasp could fend them off momentarily, but as their numbers swelled, it seemed inevitable that its power would soon wane. Yi Tu commenced his assault on the ghostly slaves, driving his golden blade into their forms as though merely scratching an itch. with a single stroke. He severed the heads from their bodies, which instantly collapsed into silence. It appeared that the ghostly child exercised control over these wretched beings through their minds. Thus, by decapitating them, their ability to move was entirely extinguished. At that moment, the substitute ghost within Yi-Tu seemed to react to some unseen force, growing increasingly restless as if yearning to escape from his very being. From a distance, Yi-Tu beheld a figure clad in red, holding a paper umbrella, slowly emerging around the corner. Yet, it remained merely an observer. Upon exchanging a glance, the substitute ghost swiftly seized the body of a nearby ghostly slave, which then appeared to be struck by a lethal blow, its form cleaved in twain. Panic surged within Yi-Tu. What sorcery was this? Merely locking eyes with it had resulted in instantaneous death. Had the substitute ghost not intervened and shielded him by occupying the ghostly slave's body, he too would have been reduced to halves. Even within the ghost realm, Yi-Tu had never encountered such a terrifying specter. Even the 9th-tier giant ghost required physical means to take lives. Yet this entity was capable of killing with nothing but a gaze, a truly dreadful power. Since the reboot, his entire future had been altered. Following the Li Si-Ran incident, Yi-Tu had joined the Ghost Slayer Alliance at an early stage, and his parents had received early warnings of the impending terror, rarely venturing outside. However, at present, everything is undergoing a transformation. Parents have entered the shopping mall. Yet concealed within its confines lurks an exceedingly formidable specter. Moreover, its power surpasses that of the ghostly infant, and such a force is undeniably peculiar. Yi-Tu dared not cast a second glance at it. Zhang Chang, under no circumstances should you gaze into the eyes of that ghost, Yi-Tu cautioned. At this moment, Zhang Chang had already crawled beside Yi-Tu's. Had Yi-Tu not issued a warning, Zhang Chang would not have noticed the ghost. However, upon Yi-Tu's admonition, he stood up and stole a glance. Yet, nothing befell Zhang Chang. Yi-Tu observed as the ghost turned and departed in another direction. It appeared that Zhang Chang had not directly met the ghost's gaze. The instant he looked, the specter had already averted its eyes. Just then, 3 figures descended from the sky. A helicopter had landed atop the Wanda shopping mall, and 3 ropes extended downward. The 3 figures slid down the ropes and alighted before Yi-Tu's. Greetings, you must be Yi-Tu's. We are the ghost agents of Yanwang City. Director Li has notified us of a terrifying incident here, and we have come to resolve it, spoke a demure young woman among the trio. Fang Weiwei. Why waste your breath on him? By the looks of him, he should still be a high school student. What useful information could we possibly glean from him? Retorted another. Lu Yang. Director Li has indeed stated that the student, Yi, emerged alive from Yanwang High School. The incident at Yanwang High has been classified as a B-level terror event, and anyone who survives such an ordeal possesses information of significant value, admonished the gentle girl known as Fang Weiwei. There are always 1 or 2 fortunate individuals who manage to survive. However, resolving a terrifying incident is not merely a matter of luck, but rather a question of strength. Do you understand? Lu Yang retorted. You too. Cease your quarrel. This place is perilous. Everyone in the mall has turned into ghostly servants. Classmate Yi-Tu arrived here before us. Let us first inquire about the situation, spoke another boy, his face and neck adorned with stitches. Fang Weiwei approached Yi-Tu and said, Yi-Tu, could you please share the details of what has transpired here? Yi-Tu cast a glance at the 3 of them and coldly replied, it would be of little significance to inform you. You are incapable of handling this. Hurry and summon a higher-ranking ghost officer. This lad truly knows no bounds. Very well, let us proceed with our duties. This boy's fate is of no concern to us. The demise of 1 or 2 more in a horrifying incident holds no weight for us. Lu Yang remarked indifferently. Chapter 60. The death of Lu Yang. Regardless of Lu Yang's words, Fang Weiwei addressed Yi-Tu, saying, Yi-Tu, pay no heed to him. We kindly ask you to disclose the detailed circumstances of what has occurred here. Yi-Tu responded, I have already told you. Individuals of your level cannot resolve this matter. There is not only 1 ghost, but also a more formidable entity. Unless your superior, Li Bugui, arrives, you few are incapable of addressing the issues here, and it may exacerbate the situation further. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang immediately grew displeased. What do you mean we cannot resolve the issues here? Young man, are you aware of our capabilities? Do not utter such trivialities. I have encountered Class B horror events before. The shopping mall, at best, constitutes a Class C horror incident. Why should I waste my breath on a high school student? Let us proceed, Yi-Tu stated, observing Lu Yang's refusal to heed the warning. The terror here is instigated by a ghostly child that devours shadows. Those whose shadows are consumed become its ghostly servants. Moreover, this ghostly child grows stronger with each shadow it consumes, and it has already devoured the shadows of everyone in the mall. I am uncertain of its exact power. As for the other ghost, knowing about it will not aid you. Its attacks are beyond your means to withstand. I have conveyed the situation to you. How you choose to address it is entirely up to you. I must attend to my own matters now. Upon concluding his words, Yi Tu began his search for his sister. Wang Chang, noticing this, hurriedly followed him. The trio of ghostly enforcers watched Yi Tu's departing figure, and Lu Yang remarked, "What is this arrogance? Surviving in Yanhuang High School merely indicates luck. I refuse to believe he can endure here as well. Let us go confront that ghostly child." Fang Weiwei gazed contemplatively at Yi Tu's retreating silhouette, biting her lip, lost in thought. Lu Yang had already set off in search of the ghostly child, and Fang Weiwei, along with the stitched man, followed suit. Yi Tu arrived at the location where the surveillance indicated his sister had vanished. It was a clothing store, beside which lay several cardboard boxes. Yi Tu called out his sister's name several times, and suddenly, one of the cardboard boxes shifted slightly. "What is in there?" "It moved slightly and frightened me to death," Wang Chang said nervously. Yi Tu lifted the golden knife and approached, directly overturning the cardboard box. "Brother!" Yi Xian looked up just in time to see Yi Tu in front of him and exclaimed. Finally finding his sister, Yi Tu sighed in relief. "How did you end up here?" he inquired. Yu Xian, pointing with her finger, replied, "I saw that poor little black child and felt sorry for him. So I ran over to give him a cookie. But he wouldn't eat the cookie. Instead, he went to eat someone else's shadow. I got a bit scared and hid in the box." Listening to Yu Xian's explanation, Yi Tu checked the shadow behind his sister and found it still there, which eased his worries completely. Since she was in the cardboard box, his sister had no shadow, and thus the ghostly child could not find her shadow to consume. It appeared that his sister had narrowly escaped a calamity. Now, the priority was to get her out. The mall was perilous, teeming with ghostly minions. While he was not afraid of these spirits, the presence of the woman in red made Yi Tu cautious. The ghostly enforcers had already come to address the terrifying events here. The people in the mall were of no concern to him. His sole objective was to safely escort his sister out. This was Yi Tu's survival principle in this era of horror. Never sacrifice the lives of those close to you in a bid to save others. Nor should you endanger your own life. The only course of action was to protect yourself and those around you. As for others, in this apocalyptic reality, your attempts at salvation would bear no significance, and they might not even feel grateful. Thus, it suffices that I can safely escort my sister out. Moreover, with Wang Chang by my side, my efforts in leading him to safety would already constitute a contribution to overcoming this terror. Wang Chang, we shall exit now. Stay closely behind me and refrain from wandering. In this place, straying could prove perilous, as it might attract those ghostly minions, making our escape exceedingly difficult, Yi Tu cautioned. Wang Chang nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, I understand what to do. I shall not be a hindrance." With that, Yi Tu lifted his sister and dashed towards the mall's exit. Upon reaching the second floor, they found themselves in the very spot where the ghostly figure in red had manifested earlier. Yi Tu wished to avoid provoking this specter, should they disturb it. The trio might very well meet their end here. His current abilities were still quite feeble, and the life replacement charm could only save him once, with a cooldown period of an hour before it could be utilized again. Furthermore, even if he could withstand the ghost's assault, Wang Chang and his sister, being ordinary individuals, would not stand a chance against such an attack. As they approached the corner on the second floor, Yi Tu felt the life replacement charm within him stir restlessly. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to bolt in the opposite direction. Wang Chang, caught off guard, foolishly continued towards the corner. Yi Tu instinctively reached out to grasp him, but it was too late. Wang Chang was already nearing the perilous edge. At that moment, a dark figure leaped from behind Wang Chang, forcefully pushing him aside. The specter in red emerged, and the figure struck fiercely at the ghost's paper umbrella. This individual was none other than Fang Weiwei, whose sword clashed against the crimson oil paper umbrella, which remained utterly unmoved, as if the blade had met solid stone. Two other figures also advanced towards the specter in red. Lu Yang's body suddenly emerged from the adjacent wall. Indeed, he appeared to have been growing out of it. He thrust his sword toward the ghostly figure. The specter did not evade, but when Lu Yang's body was merely a meter away, he halted abruptly. The sword in his grasp could not advance even a fraction. The red-clad ghost cast a glance at Lu Yang, and a terrifying aura emanated from her. Sensing danger, Lu Yong hastily retreated, attempting to meld back into the wall. Yet it was too late. That dreadful energy surged toward him. And in the final moment before he vanished into the wall, it cleaved his body in two. There was no weapon involved. It was as if the air itself had severed him, leaving a smooth and even cut. Blood instantly stained the wall a deep crimson. Fong Weiwei and the Stitched Man shouted Lu Yang's name in horror, but it was too late. He was irrevocably dead. His body lay half embedded in the wall, half exposed. The finality of his demise was absolute. Chapter 61, Shadows of the Ghost. Fong Weiwei and the Stitched Man felt a wave of panic wash over them. Regret flooded their minds as they lamented not heeding Yi Tu's words. Yi Tu had already informed them that the terror present here was beyond their capacity to withstand. However, the three of them chose to disregard his warning. Perhaps, in their hearts, they could not accept the notion of a mere high school student holding authority over them. Yet, the events that unfolded compelled them to regret their decision. The ghostly figure in red merely cast a glance at Lu Yong, and in that instant, he was slain. They were acutely aware of Lu Yang's capabilities. He commanded a wall ghost, allowing him to traverse through walls with ease. For him, as long as an attack was not instantaneous, he could evade it by simply merging with a wall. However, this time, he sensed imminent danger. His body already half immersed in the wall, yet he still could not escape. The abilities of this ghostly woman were exceedingly bizarre. Perhaps anyone who fell under her gaze was destined for death. In the moment following Lu Yang's demise, the two began to sprint towards Yi Tuesday confronted with such horror. As Yi Tu had stated, it was far beyond what beings of their caliber could contend with. Furthermore, they faced a formidable dilemma. With Lu Yong gone, the wall ghost he controlled would emerge from his body, resulting in three malevolent spirits within them all. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue in a shopping center with three such dreadful entities. It was unlikely that anyone would escape alive. They understood Lu Yang's wall ghost abilities better than anyone else. Once it manifested, the entire mall would become its domain. Every inch of ground they stood upon a part of the wall ghost's territory. They would find themselves with no avenue of escape. Lu Yang's body emanated a terrifying aura of black energy, causing the surrounding walls to ripple as though disturbed by unseen waves. The ghostly figure in red turned her gaze toward Lu Yang's lifeless form and gradually approached. Around Lu Yong, the walls seemed to conceal a vengeful spirit eager to break free. As the red-clad specter drew near, the walls abruptly ceased their undulation, as if subdued by an unseen force. The woman extended an arm toward the wall, effortlessly penetrating its surface. Subsequently, the wall began to tremble violently, and a shadowy figure, not yet fully formed as a ghost, was forcibly extracted by the red ghost. She inhaled deeply, drawing the spectral shadow into herself in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Even Yi Tu had never encountered such a profound terror. He understood that horrors were inherently incompatible. Should two exist in the same realm, a struggle for supremacy would inevitably ensue. This was a principle he had disowned during his explorations in the ghost domains. Known only to the members of the Crimson Moon team, who had witnessed firsthand two fifth-tier spirits battling for dominion over a park. Both spirits unleashed their terrifying energies, annihilating all lower-tier spirits caught in their wake. Ultimately, one was subdued by the other. To his dismay, the red-clad ghost was of a similar caliber, certainly above fifth tier. Yi Tu, being merely second tier, realized that engaging this formidable ghost head-on would leave him utterly defenseless, destined for annihilation at her hands. The five individuals hastened towards the first floor, while the red ghost lingered on the second floor. As long as she remained above, there remained a glimmer of hope for their escape. Rushing down the elevator to the ground floor, they found themselves mere meters from the entrance of the mall. Yi Tu immediately dashed toward the exit, closely followed by Wang Chang. Fong Weiwei and the Stitched Man also opted for retreat, recognizing that the terror they faced was beyond their capabilities. They needed to summon higher authorities to address the situation. At that moment, a shadow as dark as ink slowly seeped beneath their feet. Just as Yi Tu was about to reach the mall's entrance, the inky shadow enveloped the entire space. All light vanished, plunging the five into a suffocating darkness. Yi Tu realized that the ghostly child did not intend for them to escape alive. It had consumed the shadows of everyone in the mall, seemingly developing a unique ability to release these shadows, creating a shadowy prison to ensnare them. Standing in the darkness, a glimmer of light emerged from Fong Weiwei's hand, a flashlight. Yi Tu regarded this flashlight with intrigue, sensing its significance. The darkness surrounding them was no ordinary obscurity, It was a veil spawned by the ghostly presence. A conventional flashlight would prove utterly ineffective. Noticing Yi Tu's fixation on the device, Feng Weiwei elucidated, "This is a ghostly artifact. Sealed within is a malevolent spirit that grants the ability to perceive everything around us, even within the realm of the supernatural. With the light from this flashlight, we can discern the truth amidst this darkness." Upon hearing Feng Weiwei's explanation, Yi Tu was struck by realization. It appeared that the Great Xia Bureau of Ghostly Affairs had acquired substantial knowledge regarding the macabre. The fact that even ghostly weapons can be forged is astonishing. It is worth noting that the Ghost Slayer Alliance only began to develop weapons capable of controlling malevolent spirits 3 years after the completion of the Golden Wall. The ability to harness these spirits emerged only when the divine and demonic genes synthesized the necessary potions, as they were on the verge of obliterating the ghost realm. Yet, the Xia Ghost officers have managed to create such weapons and have already acquired the ability to command these vengeful spirits, all while the terror has only recently begun to unfold. However, this organization remains shrouded in mystery. My previous understanding of it was woefully inadequate, especially since the Xia Ghost officers were excluded from the domain of Augustine. It is not just Yi Tu, but even the Light Council and the Ghost Slayer Alliance possess scant knowledge regarding the ghost officers. How are we supposed to escape now? Can you still lead me out? My mother has always said I am blessed with great fortune, and I do not wish to perish here, Wang Chang said, trembling with fear. We are already surrounded by ghostly shadows. If we cannot find a way out, we may very well become lost within. This is not the ghost realm. Everything within these shadows is consumed by darkness. Even if there were no other entities to assail us, we would not survive 3 days here, especially with so many malevolent spirits lurking in this mall. The stitched man voiced hoarsely, his throat marred by visible sutures, suggesting past injuries. We cannot remain idle in this predicament. We must seek a way to unravel this ghostly illusion, Feng Weiwei declared, turning her gaze toward Yi Tuesday. I have perused the records from the Huang'an High School dossier compiled by Director Li Bugui. It states that you dealt with the spirit that slaughtered your entire class, indicating you possess the capability for self-preservation. Feng Weiwei paused for a moment before continuing. I shall accompany Zheng Fei in search of an exit from this place. You 3 must remain here. Once we locate a way out, we will return to find you. In the meantime, do not wander off. Wang Chang nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I shall not stray. Chapter 62. The mysterious Wang Chang. Feng Weiwei and the stitched man, Zheng Fei, set off to seek a way out, leaving Yi Tu and his companions behind. Yi Tu glanced at the time. Nearly an hour had passed, and he could once again utilize the power of his substitute. However, the rules governing its use stipulated that a living person must be nearby, or a ghost servant would suffice. Yet, at this moment, only his sister and Wang Chang were present, rendering the activation of his substitute's abilities impossible. Though Yi Tu had only recently met Wang Chang, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with him. This sensation was difficult to articulate. It seemed not to stem from his own acquaintance with Wang Chang, but rather from the connection between the substitute within him and Wang Chang. This peculiarity led Yi Tu to ponder the true identity of Wang Chang. Additionally, the red-dressed female ghost had clearly glanced in Wang Chang's direction before turning away. There was something amiss with Wang Chang. Even so, Yi Tu had no intention of transferring the attacks directed at his substitute onto Wang Chang. With his sister, parents, and friends still alive, he saw no reason to sacrifice another's life. This world abides by the principle of cause and effect. Had it not been so, he would not have chosen to obliterate the realm of ghosts. I still do not know your name. Should you lead me out of here, I must repay you handsomely. Wang Chang suddenly addressed Yi Tuesday. Yi Tu casually remarked, there is no need. If we can escape from this place alive, it would indeed be a stroke of great fortune for both of us. Wang Chang nodded in agreement, saying, very well, I believe we can make it out of here. You possess remarkable capabilities. I feel you are far more formidable than those few who were just referred to as ghost messengers. Wang Chang's words momentarily startled Yi Tuesday. The strength exhibited by Feng Weiwei and her companions was undeniably limited, barely reaching E rank, capable of contending with only second to third tier malevolent spirits. If that ghost child could be restrained from further growth, the two of them would not find it challenging to deal with it. However, the crucial concern remained the red-dressed female ghost, who was no ordinary malevolent spirit. Yet Yi Tu found himself perplexed by how Wang Chang deduced that he was stronger than Feng Weiwei and her companions. Wang Chang, how did you come to the conclusion that I could lead you to safety? Yi Tu inquired. Wang Chang scratched his head, grinning foolishly as he replied, "It's my intuition. You mustn't doubt it. My instincts have proven accurate. Sometimes, what I wish for simply materializes. When I thought about winning 100 yuan in the lottery, lo and behold, I actually won. And on a day when it was pouring rain and I couldn't return to the dormitory, I wished for the rain to cease. And just like that, it stopped abruptly. You can't imagine how heavy the rain was, yet it cleared up just before 8 or 9 o'clock. And the sun came out. Yi Tu, taken aback, asked, then why not wish to become the general manager and chairman? To reach the pinnacle of success and marry a beautiful heiress? Wang Chang shook his head and said, I believe being a security guard is quite good. One can occasionally enjoy a little nap while on duty. After all, sleeping at work still earns one a salary. I sleep soundly. My mother told me that one should not desire too many things. It's sufficient to have enough for oneself. The more you gain, the more you may lose. Yi Tu stroked his chin, observing that Wang Chang seemed quite reasonable and possessed a commendable worldview. In this restless society, such individuals are increasingly rare. As they conversed, suddenly, a red figure passed in front of them. Yi Tu was taken aback. They had clearly reached the first floor, yet they could not shake off this red-clad female ghost. It appeared that she did not confine herself merely to the second floor. In an instant, Yi Tu pulled his sister behind him. As long as they were not targeted by the ghost, they would be safe. However, Yi Tu understood that he could not afford to perish if he died. There would be no one to lead his sister to safety. The ghost, holding a red oiled paper umbrella, approached the trio slowly. Reminiscent of an unmarried lady from the Republican era. Yet, Yi Tu was acutely aware of the terror this ghost embodied. If he possessed the abilities of other spirits, perhaps he could ensure his survival, or if the realm of ghosts could be activated, he might have a slim chance of escape. Alas, his ghost domain could only manifest within his eyes at present, rendering it ineffective against the red-clad specter. As the ghost drew nearer, Wang Chang trembled uncontrollably. Please, don't come any closer. I will return to burn paper for my grandfather, and I'll ask him to send you some good things. Could you please spare my life? After Wang Chang uttered these words, the figure of the woman in red suddenly paused, then turned to walk away. Yi Tu was taken aback. Was Wang Chang truly fortunate? Or did he possess a power that instilled fear in this ghostly figure? Perhaps Wang Chang's claims were genuine. He seemed capable of manifesting his desires. Yi Tu resolved to conduct an experiment. He quickly addressed Wang Chang. Wang Chang, envision the ghostly woman discarding the umbrella she holds. Wang Chang looked at Yi Tu in confusion. If I think it, will she really throw it away? What if she turns around and kills us? Yi Tu reassured him. How could she possibly know what you're thinking? Wang Chang slapped his forehead. All right, then I shall give it a try. He began to murmur, Sister Ghost, might you cast aside that umbrella you hold? To Yi Tu's astonishment, the woman in red momentarily froze, seemingly influenced by an unseen force, and indeed discarded her paper umbrella. Upon witnessing this, Yi Tu felt a chill run down his spine. For a moment, he was uncertain whether Wang Chang was the ghost or if the woman in red was. Perhaps both were spirits. Yet, Wang Chang emanated the essence of a living person, capable of communication in a manner beyond any ghost's abilities. Not willing to ponder further, Yi Tu rushed forward and seized the red oiled paper umbrella. As he picked it up, an overwhelming wave of terror surged through him. He raised the umbrella above his head and slowly opened it, yet nothing transpired. However, Yi Tu was astonished to discover that within the dense darkness of the spectral figure, he was able to see clearly. The crimson paper umbrella emanated an unsettling aura, having been acquired from a mysterious female specter clad in red, whose rank remained unknown. It appeared capable of suppressing the surrounding phantoms. Yi Tu raised the umbrella and approached his sister, cradling her in his arms, and turned to Wang Chang, declaring, I know the way out. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang was instantly elated and closely followed Yi Tuesday. With the paper umbrella unfurled, Yi Tu could discern everything within the ghostly shadows, surrounded by the familiar sights of a shopping mall. Moments ago, they had been merely a few meters from the entrance. However, now, it seemed the door had vanished, and they had been transported to another location. Yi Tu felt a jolt of shock. This spectral veil could stealthily shift their position without their awareness. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were not on the first floor, but rather in the very spot where Lu Yang had met his demise. It appeared the ghostly child intended to use the red-clad specter to eliminate them all. Chapter 63. The method the trio traversed the pitch-black shadows of the specters. The red paper umbrella stood as a steadfast stone in water, causing all phantoms in its path to retreat. The power of this ghostly umbrella was indeed formidable. Just as they were about to descend from the second floor, a figure emerged from the darkness ahead. The silhouette was not particularly tall, roughly matching the stature of the ghostly child. Yi Tu's heart raced. It seemed the ghostly child, having failed to slay them through the red-clad woman, had resolved to take matters into its own hands. Holding the ghostly umbrella, Yi Tu recalled its defensive prowess. Previously, 3 spectral enforcers had attacked the red-clad specter with their swords, only to be thwarted by this very umbrella. As long as they remained beneath its protection, the ghostly child should be unable to harm them. Yi Tu released the realm of spirits upon his eyes, and his crimson orbs instantly awakened. To his astonishment, what stood before him was not a ghostly child, but rather a dismembered torso. The ground bore no traces of blood. Only the solitary half-body stood there, forlorn. Approaching the severed form, Yi Tu recognized the familiar attire. It belonged to the stitched man, Zhang Fei. Could it be that Zhang Fei had been slain by the ghostly child? Such a thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, the half-body began to stir, slowly moving forward. Yi Tu hastily covered his sister's eyes, for such a horrific scene was not one she should witness, lest it haunt her psyche. Wang Chong, witnessing this spectacle, was immediately struck with terror, collapsing onto the ground in disbelief, exclaiming, "What in the world is this? How can a half-body still be moving?" Yi Tu, maintaining his composure, replied, "This must be Zhang Fei's body from earlier. It appears to be his ability, allowing him to survive even with a severed form." Following the half-body, Yi Tu soon discovered the injured Zhang Fei in a corner. The unfortunate man possessed only an upper torso. As the lower half approached him, Yi Tu observed the 2 parts gradually fusing together, where a delicate seam emerged at the junction, mirroring the one at his neck. Upon witnessing the astonishment of Yi Tu and Wang Chong, Zhang Fei managed a strained smile and remarked, "There is no need for surprise. This is the ability of the stitched specter residing within me. It allows me to reattach severed parts of my body. Earlier, in an attempt to rid myself of that ghostly child, I was compelled to leave the lower half of my body behind to distract it. However, I became separated from Feng Weiwei. Her spirit lacks the means for self-preservation. Should that ghostly child ensnare her, her demise is inevitable." As he spoke, Zhang Fei turned his gaze towards Yi Tu and continued, "To be candid, we ought to have heeded your advice and sought higher-level ghostly enforcers from the Bureau. Yet now, it appears to be too late. That ghostly child has ceased to resemble an infant and seems to have transitioned into a new stage of growth. Furthermore, its ghostly minions are formidable. Feng Weiwei and I became separated while she was being pursued by those very minions." With his body fully reassembled, Zhang Fei rose once more. He looked at the red paper umbrella in Yi Tu's possession and remarked, "You are quite powerful to have acquired her ghostly artifact from the specter that swiftly vanquished Lu Yang. This umbrella possesses formidable defenses. Sheltering within it should offer you protection from that ghostly child. Or rather, it seems it has now transformed into a ghostly youth. It was merely a laughing infant moments ago, yet now it has grown to the size of a human child of 7 or 8 years. With that, Zhang Fei began to walk slowly towards the distance. Yi Tu called out to him, asking, "Are you going to rescue Feng Weiwei?" Zhang Fei nodded and said, "I cannot bear to witness her demise. It was I who should have perished. I lost that portion of my body, and the ghostly minions began to assail my upper half. Feng Weiwei, in a bid to divert them, became their target. Thus, I must go to her rescue." Yi Tu shook his head and replied, "What means do you possess to effectuate a rescue? It seems to me that your ability to stitch ghosts is not always at your disposal. The recent stitching must have depleted your strength entirely. Should you go now, it would merely amount to delivering another corpse." With reddened eyes, Zhang Fei looked at Yi Tu and said, "If I do not go, shall I simply stand by and watch Feng Weiwei perish? This is the fate that befalls individuals like us. In the face of terror, each person must be accountable for their own actions, rather than bearing the consequences wrought by others." Yi Tu spoke slowly, "Perhaps I can eliminate that ghost." Tong. Zhang Fei's eyes widened in alarm as he urgently asked, "What method do you possess? If you can indeed save Feng Weiwei, I shall report this matter in detail to the Ghost Dispatch Bureau upon my return. Whatever you require, the Bureau will endeavor to fulfill your needs to the utmost." Yi Tu shook his head and said, "My intention in confronting the ghost child is not to assume the role of a savior, but rather to acknowledge the formidable power that this entity possesses. Presently, it exists merely as a mall inhabitant, yet it has already evolved into a ghost child. If it were to escape into the world, With the population of Yinhuang City numbering in the millions, one can only speculate how much more powerful it could become. Should we reach that critical point, who would be capable of subduing it? My motivation lies not in altruism, but in self-preservation. I cannot bear the thought of my family becoming embroiled in such a terrifying incident. Therefore, do you comprehend? My actions are not driven by a desire for your gratitude. However, should I successfully eliminate this ghost child, I would not decline any rewards you offer. Yi Tu spoke slowly. Zheng Fei regarded him with a complex expression. Aware that Yi Tu's words were harsh, yet they reflected the harsh realities of survival in a world rife with terror. This principle is one that only those frequently engaged with fear can truly grasp. If one does not act for oneself, one faces annihilation. Their involvement in resolving the terror incident at the mall was also motivated by the pursuit of rewards from the Ghost Dispatch Bureau. Only by continually acquiring means to ensure their survival could they protect their loved ones in this age of horror. I wish to hear your thoughts on how to deal with this ghost child, which is on the verge of reaching the 4th-tier malevolent spirit stage. Even with Feng Weiwei and I joining forces, we are at a loss. What strategy do you propose to eliminate it? Yi Tu pointed at the umbrella atop his head. This umbrella belongs to the specter clad in red. Observe how the surrounding phantoms shun this very umbrella, indicating its suppressive power over spirits. If only we could ensnare the ghost child. Before Yi Tu could finish his thought, a hint of astonishment flickered in Zheng Fei's eyes. He remarked, "No wonder you survived the Grade B horror incident at Yinhuang High. You are astute and meticulous. Surely, you've considered employing spirits to combat spirits." Yi Tu smiled. He had grasped this strategy while traversing the realm of spirits, though he had previously lacked the means to subdue the ghost child. Now, however, he possessed that red paper umbrella. Chapter 64. Astonishment. Yi Tu placed the red paper umbrella in a conspicuous location and held it aloft. Wang Chang and Yu Xin concealed themselves in the shadows, observing Yi Tu with concern. "I wonder if you will be all right. I'm unsure if this plan will succeed," Wang Chang expressed anxiously. Meanwhile, his sister gazed at Yi Tu with unwavering faith, asserting, "I believe in my brother. He will surely prevail." As Yi Tu sensed the shift in the specters, a sudden chill swept in from the distance. He felt the ominous presence. The ghost child was approaching. From the depths of darkness, a diminutive figure, barely a meter tall, emerged, casting a sinister grin towards Yi Tu's day. In an instant, it surged towards him with alarming speed. Just as it was about to reach him, the ghost child opened its cavernous maw. Now was the moment. Yi Tu swiftly pivoted, raising the red paper umbrella to envelop the ghost child. The umbrella formed a barrier, effectively restraining the spirit within. No matter how it thrashed about, escape was futile. Yi Tu then closed the red paper umbrella, trapping the ghost child inside. The dark phantoms began to surge towards the red paper umbrella like a tidal wave. The Wanda shopping mall reverted to its original state. The ghostly children were imprisoned, and the ghostly servants lost their connection, collapsing to the ground. "Should we call for help? They've all fainted," Wang Chang remarked. Zheng Fei shook his head and replied, "These individuals are already deceased. There is no hope for their rescue." Upon hearing this, Wang Chang fell silent. Feng Weiwei limped over from a distance. "Weiwei, it's such a relief to see you unharmed," Zheng Fei exclaimed with joy upon noticing her survival. Feng Weiwei explained, "Those ghostly servants could only be harmed through pure physical attacks, but their numbers were overwhelming. I was constantly evading them, thinking I would be devoured, yet here I am." Zheng Fei recounted the events to Feng Weiwei. She gazed at Yi Tu in disbelief. What a peculiar individual. No wonder Director Li emphasized the importance of heeding your insights. What a pity for Lu Yang. Yi Tu was keen to avoid further delays. Although the ghostly children had been dealt with, a far more terrifying ghostly woman in red still loomed. It was imperative to vacate the premises swiftly. The five emerged from the Wanda shopping mall, only to find the area cordoned off by the Public Security Bureau. Given the magnitude of the incident, although it had yet to be publicly disclosed, ghostly enforcers had already been dispatched to manage the situation. For precautionary measures, the area was sealed off. Currently, the lockdown resembled that of a typical accident scene, devoid of any extraordinary measures, as the populace remained unaware of the principle that ghosts feared gold. Yi Tu stepped out and beheld a striking figure ahead, Li Bugui. Observing his attire, it was evident that he bore numerous knife wounds, suggesting he had just emerged from a harrowing incident and had not yet had the opportunity to change before hastily arriving here. After Feng Weiwei and Zheng Fei briefly recounted the situation to Li Bugui, he approached Yi Tuesday. "I did not expect to encounter you so soon. I had intended to find you when time permitted, Li Bugui remarked, lighting a cigarette and speaking slowly. You encountering me signifies that I have survived. My meeting with you indicates that yet another horrific event has transpired. I believe it is best for both of us to avoid each other, Yi Tu replied. Li Bugui offered an awkward smile. It is fortunate to emerge alive. Ordinary individuals do not possess your remarkable luck to escape from 2 terror incidents. Observe them. He gestured towards the individuals covered with white cloth being carried away. They endure one such ordeal, and they perish. No one is truly fortunate. Relying on luck amidst terror is not a viable strategy. As Yi Tu glanced at the personnel in protective gear entering the Wanda shopping mall, his expression shifted dramatically. He turned to Li Bugui and commanded, "Order them to cease the transportation of the bodies immediately." Realizing the gravity of the situation from Yi Tu's sudden change in demeanor, Li Bugui hastily instructed the personnel entering the mall to evacuate. However, it was too late. Anguished screams echoed from within the mall. Among the staff that had exited, 3 individuals were unaccounted for. There exists a presence far more terrifying than that malevolent spirit. It is advisable to seal this place off entirely. Just as with Yanhuang High School, I have a premonition that this location is even more dreadful than Yanhuang High School. No one should be permitted to enter. Yi Tu spoke slowly. Upon hearing his words, Li Bugui promptly made a phone call and then turned to Yi Tu, stating, "I have already issued the orders. No one shall enter this place." Yi Tu fixed his gaze on Li Bugui and replied, "No one, including you." Li Bugui was taken aback. Yi Tu continued coldly, "Though I am uncertain of your capabilities, the spirit within is far beyond your capacity to confront. Moreover, it has remained on the 2nd floor. Had it not been for this ghostly child, it likely would not have made an appearance." Turning away, Yi Tu picked up his sister, preparing to leave. When he suddenly turned back and said, "By the way, what about Wang Chong?" He glanced around but saw no sign of Wang Chong. Hadn't he just come out with them? Li Bugui's expression changed upon hearing the name. He asked sternly, "Who are you referring to?" Yi Tu reiterated, "Wang Chong. What is wrong? He was just with us." Li Bugui exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes widening as he said, "Wang Chong. Are you speaking of the security guard named Wang Chong?" Yi Tu nodded. Li Bugui's demeanor shifted as if he had encountered a ghost. He took a breath and said, "Wang Chong perished when terror descended. The Wang Chong you saw is likely not human." What? Upon hearing this, Yi Tu's scalp tingled with dread. Wang Chong is a spirit? However, can a ghost truly be so timid? Moreover, it did not seem intent on harming these individuals. Its sole desire appeared to be to escape from within. Yet, the unusual behavior of Wang Chong and the ghostly woman in red caused Yi Tu to break into a cold sweat. Yi Tu was well aware of the ghostly woman's formidable power, but the fact that Wang Chong could somehow prevent her from attacking them was rather perplexing. Do you need further confirmation? I have already gathered all the pertinent information regarding the shopping mall following the occurrence of the terrifying event. Yi Tu waved his hand dismissively. There was no need for further inquiry. He had already concluded in his mind that Wang Chong was indeed a ghost. As for the reason behind the lack of aggression, that remained uncertain. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Yi Tu announced, grasping his sister's hand. At that moment, Li Bugui called out to him. According to Zheng Fei's report, the ghost child has been trapped within that red paper umbrella. Yi Tu tightened his grip on the umbrella, sensing the potent malevolence emanating from it. Was Li Bugui intending to seize it? Noticing Yi Tu's reaction, Li Bugui hastily explained, "That ghost is exceedingly dangerous. We need to transport it back to the Ghost Officer Bureau." Yi Tu waved his hand, declaring, "Absolutely not." Chapter 65. The transaction. Li Bugui had not anticipated that Yi Tu would refuse so decisively. "What means do you have to contain it once you bring it back?" Yi Tu's question left Li Bugui somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, they had yet to devise a method for containing those malevolent spirits that had not been vanquished. Typically, they were housed in a specially designed room for researchers to study the characteristics of the ghosts. Once the research was complete, the ghost officers would then eliminate the specters. Alternatively, one could allow an individual with the ability to command spirits to harness this particular ghost, thereby transforming into a ghostly emissary. However, this scenario also generates significant waste. You lack the tools necessary for containment, and this ghost is extraordinary. It possesses the capacity for continual growth and intelligence. Should you inadvertently bring it back, the repercussions could be dire, warned Yi Tuesday. Nevertheless, I propose a transaction. I shall reveal to you the method for containing malevolent spirits, provided you agree to one condition. What? Li Bugui's pupils widened in astonishment. He possessed a method for containing malevolent spirits. This was utterly astounding. With such a method, the malevolent spirits throughout the vast realm of Daxia could be effectively restrained. The value of this secret is beyond measure, once applied in practice. Even should the position of director be exchanged for Yi Tu, it would be acceptable. Very well, I accept your terms, but only within the limits of my capabilities. Li Bugui responded. Yi Tu spoke slowly. I require all information pertaining to terrifying incidents. The reason Yi Tu sought this specific information, rather than opting for something else, was that he deemed information to be more reliable. With such knowledge, he could swiftly respond to any terrifying incidents that arise. Do not underestimate the importance of timely information. Many malevolent spirits are not particularly lethal in their initial stages, and some only become adept at their murderous abilities after claiming a few victims. Thus, acquiring such information is far more advantageous than merely possessing means of self-preservation. Upon hearing Yi Tu's request, Li Bugui was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Yi Tu would demand a far greater price. After all, such a secret could very well warrant millions, tens of millions, or even billions. In times of terror, wealth holds little significance. Possessing riches is futile if one cannot ensure their survival to spend it. However, these files reside within the Bureau of Ghost Messengers, and even I find myself incapable of retrieving them. Thus, I must trouble you to accompany me on this journey. Yi Tu escorted his sister to the taxi, instructing the driver with their home address, urging her to return first. Upon recognizing Yi Tu, the driver appeared as if he had seen a ghost. The god of racing, is it truly you? Yi Tu glanced at the driver, realizing he was indeed the same taxi driver from his journey to Wanda Mall. When might you impart some of your skills to me? The driver gazed at Yi Tu with admiration. Yi Tu replied coolly, take my sister home. There will be opportunities for that in the future. Absolutely. Leave this minor task to me. The driver assured, do not drive too fast. Should anything happen to my sister, I will hold you accountable. Yi Tu's words calmed the driver, who had considered speeding but abandoned the thought upon hearing Yi Tu's warning. Rest assured, I will fulfill this task. The driver then proceeded to drive leisurely. Xin, call me when you arrive home. Yi Tu called out. Understood, brother. With that, Yi Tu turned and followed Li Bugui into the vehicle. As they drove, Yi Tu opened the window, casting a glance at the mall. Wang Chong might still be within its confines. The ghostly woman in red, devoid of her red paper umbrella, could also be lurking inside. Both the Spectre and Wang Chang possessed formidable powers, yet Yi Tu remained uncertain about the true nature of Wang Chang. After all, his abilities are exceedingly terrifying. Commanding the crimson-clad Spectre to heed his words as if by mere decree. It is advisable to maintain a distance from this shopping mall unless absolutely necessary. The vehicle glided along the road, with Li Bugui seated at the front. He turned to Yi Tu and remarked, with your current capabilities, you surpass the average Spectre. Even seasoned Spectres would struggle to survive 2 harrowing incidents, and the events at Yanhua High School seem far from ordinary. They have already birthed a domain of ghosts. Hence, I wish to inquire about your thoughts on joining the Ghost Enforcers. Yi Tu had anticipated Li Bugui's proposition. He closed his eyes for a moment of contemplation before responding. What advantages does joining the Ghost Enforcers offer? Noticing the willingness to engage further, Li Bugui elaborated. In this age of terror, the power of the Ghost Enforcers is considerable, often surpassing that of traditional law enforcement agencies. Your words could very well sway the fate of an entire city. Within legal bounds, you would wield boundless authority. Moreover, certain resources within the Ghost Enforcer Bureau can be accessed, resources that are unattainable even at exorbitant prices in the outside world and non-existent in the black market. Thus, the Bureau prioritizes allocating these resources to the Ghost Enforcers. Yi Tu chuckled and said, do not paint an overly optimistic picture. High returns often accompany high risks. The ghostly messengers who acquire such abundant rewards are naturally subject to proportional dangers. Even in a time of terror, the likelihood of ordinary individuals encountering horrific events remains relatively low. Generally, if one does not court disaster, one will not meet it. However, for the ghostly messengers, any occurrence of terror invariably intertwines with their paths. As you mentioned, even the most seasoned among them find it exceedingly difficult to survive 2 terrifying incidents. Thus, joining your ranks does not afford the same freedom. Upon hearing Yi Tu's tactful refusal, Li Bugui instead smiled. I had thought individuals of your age were inclined to be heroes, safeguarding peace and rescuing the world from peril, basking in a sense of achievement. It seems I was mistaken. Yi Tu responded slowly. Becoming a hero demands a considerable sacrifice, and not everyone is destined to wear that mantle. He reminisced about the onset of terror, where his sole desire was to protect his family. As for heroics and saving others, Yi Tu held no interest. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Augustine's ghostly domain could descend upon them at any moment. He must thwart that eventuality. Li Bugui discerned Yi Tu's indifference towards heroism. However, he refrained from further persuasion and simply stated, "No matter, there is still time. If you come to clarity later on, feel free to join us. I merely wish to avoid seeing a promising talent squandered." Yi Tu fell silent, turning his gaze toward the window as the vehicle gradually came to a halt. They had arrived beside an office building, prominently bearing the inscription, Yanhua City Animal Protection Association. Li Bugui gently patted Yi Tu on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "This is the Ghost Messenger Bureau building in Yanhua City. Unfortunately, people still find it difficult to accept terror, so we must use this name for now. Although we wield considerable power, we are still navigating through the shadows." With that, the two entered the bureau. Chapter 66. The Terrifying Archives. Li Bugui led Yi Tu into a conference room, instructing him to take a seat for a moment while he retrieved materials on terrifying incidents from the archives. Yi Tu, not one to idle, began to observe his surroundings. The conference room featured an emergency escape route map, which Yi Tu diligently memorized. This habit had been ingrained in him during his 3 years in the ghost domain. Upon arriving at any location, he would first examine the layout for precautionary measures. In the corridor outside, staff members were bustling about. After all, 2 terrifying incidents had occurred in Yanhua City within just 2 days, resulting in numerous casualties. Although these events were not directly linked to the Ghost Messenger Bureau, it was their duty to document such occurrences and compile data to prevent similar horrors from re-emerging. Most importantly, the terrifying incidents at Yanhua High School and Wanda Mall had not been fully resolved. Yanhua High School remained shrouded in the ghost domain, while a terrifying ghost in a red dress still haunted Wanda Mall. Both were formidable challenges, indicating that the Bureau's workload was far from over. Here, he spotted Feng Weiwei and the Stitched Man, Zheng Fei. Their reaction to seeing Yi Tu was one of mild surprise. After all, Yi Tu's performance at Wanda Mall had been more professional than that of many ghost messengers. "Yi Tu, if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to us," Feng Weiwei said to him. Yi Tu nodded. Feng Weiwei and Zheng Fei, as ghost messengers, were significantly more competent than Lu Yang. Both exhibited a commendable steadiness, devoid of arrogance. In contrast, Lu Yang, who had yet to grasp the terrors lurking within the Wanda shopping mall, coupled with his blind hubris, ultimately met his demise. Were they in the realm of spirits? Yi Tu would have been the first to eliminate someone like Lu Yang. At times, weakness and ignorance do not impede survival. It is pride that proves fatal. Approximately 5 minutes later, Li Bugui entered the conference room, clutching a stack of documents. These contained records of all terrifying incidents across the Great Xia, freshly copied, granting you ample time for perusal. "Upon your completion, I shall require their destruction," Li Bugui stated, handing the materials to Yi Tu's day. Yi Tu accepted them and began to scrutinize the contents earnestly. On June 20th, a sea-level terrifying incident transpired in the Magic City, entitled Ghost Taxi. Every individual who entered this taxi met with fatality, with the current death toll at 5. Yi Tu contemplated this latest alarming report. The Magic City was quite distant from Yanhua City, and the incident had been classified as merely sea level. The death toll of 5 paled in comparison to the recent 2 horrific events in Yanhua City, which had claimed dozens of lives at Yanhua High School and hundreds at Wanda Shopping Mall. In light of these A and B level incidents, the ghost taxi incident seemed rather insignificant. Further examination revealed another case. On May 2nd, a B-level terrifying event occurred in Kyoto, known as Ghost Delivery. During the early hours, the delivery rider was a ghost, resulting in the demise of all who placed orders, with a current death toll of 52. Kyoto has since suspended all delivery services, temporarily curtailing the ghostly deliveries. Yi Tu chuckled softly. Such terrifying incidents, with proper management, could be contained. The preceding events were predominantly minor in nature, classified as BC-level terror, resulting in fatalities not exceeding 100. Nevertheless, Yi Tu remained intently observant. Li Bugui stood nearby, igniting a cigarette, his gaze fixed upon Yi Tu, conveying an indescribable emotion. Yi Tu continued to scroll down, and suddenly, his eyes halted. On March 1st, an S-level terror event occurred in Dazhou City, codenamed Ghost Eye. That evening, a blood-red moon appeared in the skies of Kyoto City. Every half hour, an eye would manifest on the blood-red moon, and anyone who gazed directly at it met an inexplicable demise. The current death toll stands at 1,211, with the nature of the killer's abilities remaining unknown and unsolvable. The blood-red moon vanished 2 days later. Yitu was taken aback by this S-level terror incident, Ghost Eye. The emergence of a blood-red moon indicated the formation of a ghostly domain, engulfing an entire city. Thus, the moon observed by those within the ghostly domain must have morphed into a crimson hue due to its influence. As long as one refrained from directly gazing at the moon, they would likely remain undetected by the malevolent spirits. Fortunately, this ghostly domain lingered for only 2 days. Had it persisted, the inhabitants of Dazhou City might have faced total annihilation. On February 10th, a sea-level terror incident occurred in Yanhuang City, known as the Ghost Rider. This specter inscribed the lives and events of those around it into a narrative, thereby altering their fates. The incident transpired at a financial company, where the general manager, depicted in the ghost's writing, leaped to his death after a disastrous stock investment. Upon discovery the following day, he was found lifeless at the foot of the company building. An employee, also ensnared in the ghost's tale, won a lottery worth 20 million, only to meet a tragic end beneath a vehicle. The grim reality unfolded further. With a death toll reaching 10, yet the case remains unresolved. Observing the harrowing events surrounding this ghost rider, Yitu felt a sudden tremor within. Such an ability seemed insurmountable. How could it merely be classified as a sea-level terror incident? If the ghost were to write about a meteor striking the city, could it not manifest a true celestial disaster that obliterates the populace? Yitu shook his head, pondering the formidable powers of the ghost. Yet he remained skeptical about the potential to alter a meteor's trajectory. However, if one were to draw nearer to reality, a chemical plant leaking toxic gas, resulting in the demise of millions, Yitu drew in a sharp breath. The Ghost Rider's capabilities were indeed terrifying, and he resolved to remain uninvolved. Having absorbed all the chilling information, Yitu gasped. The nature of these terror incidents was profoundly bizarre, and the ghost's murderous prowess was alarming. Some spirits could snuff out a life with a mere blink, while one unfortunate soul, upon realizing the ghost's lethal abilities, resorted to gouging out his own eyes to survive. Such horrific occurrences were alarmingly prevalent, heralding the arrival of true terror. The future was too daunting to contemplate. Yitu committed all this information to memory for future reference. In the event that it should prove useful, these details could very well become a means of preserving his life. Li Bugue observed Yitu's meticulous examination of the materials and chuckled. "You are the first person to scrutinize these documents so thoroughly. I just checked the time. You spent a full 2 hours on this. Not even in our Ghost Messenger Bureau of Yanhuang City has anyone approached this with such diligence." Yitu smiled and replied, "Understanding this information is undoubtedly beneficial. Should I encounter a similar terrifying incident one day, perhaps the insights contained herein could save my life." Li Bugue regarded Yitu with a sense of satisfaction, patting him on the shoulder as he said, "You should take a break for a while. The video conference will commence in 10 minutes, and the headquarters of the Great Xia Ghost Messengers will also be involved, as the secret you mentioned has far-reaching implications." Chapter 67. Video conference. Are the people from the Ghost Messenger headquarters really going to participate? Yitu inquired. Li Bugue chuckled, "Indeed. So you must not try to deceive me. If this matter goes awry, I shall have no face to present at headquarters." Yitu retorted, "Aren't you concerned that I might be the one deceiving you?" Li Bugue smiled and remarked, "What time is it now? It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. What if it is true? If it is, not only would it significantly enhance the survival rate of ghost messengers, but it would also allow for a deeper exploration of those terrors. As it stands, we have already mastered the methods for humans to control malevolent spirits, but this pertains solely to the human body, which possesses its own peculiarities. We have yet to ascertain whether other entities can restrain these vengeful spirits." Yitu gazed at Li Bugue and said, "What if I have a change of heart?" Li Bugue seemed unfazed by Yitu's jest, responding, "Thus, the participation of the Ghost Messenger headquarters in this meeting provides you with an irretrievable reason." "How so?" "In the forthcoming era of terror, surviving alone amid horrific events is an extraordinary challenge. This video conference serves to familiarize you with the scene, for you will inevitably encounter such events in the future. The Ghost Messenger headquarters is far more formidable than my modest setup. Should you face an S-level terror event, and I am unable to provide support, it is highly probable that the headquarters will dispatch assistance. At that juncture, you might witness superlative ghost tamers and instruments that disregard malevolent spirits. If your secrets can earn the respect of those at headquarters, who knows? They may reward you with something valuable to help ensure your survival in these terrifying occurrences. With a sigh, Li Bugue continued, my resources are rather meager. Thankfully, your demands aren't exorbitant. Otherwise, I would lack the means to negotiate with you. Upon finishing, a look of having struck a fortunate bargain crossed his face. Upon witnessing the situation, Yi Tu felt a sense of regret, realizing that he should have negotiated for more benefits initially. As the time arrived, the video conference commenced. I must remind you that the individuals from headquarters possess rather tempestuous dispositions. When you speak, endeavor not to provoke them and strive to leave a favorable impression. After this admonition, Li Bugue cheerfully activated the video call, and instantly, several faces appeared on the distant screen. Yi Tu gazed at them, recognizing none. Good afternoon, esteemed leaders. The primary purpose of this video conference is to discuss methods for containing malevolent spirits. I shall now hand over the floor to Yi Tu for his presentation. At this moment, a bearded man on the screen interjected, Li Bugue, you are undoubtedly aware that we have yet to discover an effective means of containment for these malevolent entities. Are you truly suggesting that this inexperienced youth should enlighten us? Have you lost your senses? Li Bugue offered an awkward smile, refraining from responding as he absorbed their criticisms. Several others chimed in, Li Bugue, our time is exceedingly valuable. If you find yourself at leisure, perhaps you should address the terror incidents in Yanhuang City. 2 occurrences in just 2 days remain unresolved. As the head of the Ghost Management Bureau in Yanhuang City, when did you become so unreliable? I shall not listen any further. Farewell. At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit cleared his throat, prompting an immediate hush among all present. The elderly man spoke. The containment of malevolent spirits is of utmost importance. Your time is precious. I wish to inquire where your value lies. Have you discovered a method for their containment? Since Li Bugue has found a solution, perhaps we could spare half an hour to listen. Upon hearing the elder's words, silence enveloped the group. Yi Tu cast a glance at the old man, noticing that the whites of his eyes were entirely black. He appeared to be an ordinary old man. Yet Yi Tu sensed something extraordinary about him. This perception was not solely due to the other's demeanor towards the elder, but rather the terrifying aura that emanated from him. Even through the screen, Yi Tu could feel it. While the video feeds of the others remained stable, the old man's feed was marked by unsettling tremors, intermittently shaking. When the moment was ripe, Li Bugue gestured for Yi Tu to disclose the method for containing the malevolent spirit. Yi Tu replied, since you are so unwilling to listen, I shall not squander my breath here. Director Li Bugue, I will take my leave. As you can see, it is not that I refuse to speak, but rather that this group has no desire to hear. Upon hearing Yi Tu's declaration, Li Bugue was about to respond when the voices of the others erupted once more. Laced with indignation. Who is this child? He appears to be nothing more than a high school student, yet he speaks with such arrogance. Ardaxia's ghostly emissaries are not absent. This boy lacks all courtesy. Li Bugue, have him leave. At this juncture, the elderly man interjected once more. Could you grant me some peace? No sooner had he spoken than the screens of all present began to tremble violently. The old man was visibly displeased, prompting everyone to speak less. As ghost tamers, their personalities were inevitably influenced by the malevolent spirits they encountered. However, they must learn to exercise restraint, lest the spirits within them spiral out of control. At this moment, someone stepped forward to mediate. The elder addressed the young man, saying, my young friend, do not stoop to their level. They have dealt with such entities far too often, and their tempers are less than stable. If you truly possess a method to contain these malevolent spirits, I implore you to share it. I am unaware of the promises made to you by Li Bugue, but should your method prove effective, it would be a boon for the entire Great Xia. Within my capacity, I am willing to assist you in any endeavor. The others were taken aback by Bai's unexpected willingness to help. It is known that he has not intervened for quite some time. When he does, even an S-class horror incident can be resolved. If this young man genuinely possesses a means to contain malevolent spirits, he stands to gain immensely. Upon hearing Bai's declaration, Li Bugue quickly whispered to Yi Tu, Elder Bai is the premier ghost envoy of Great Xia and has never pledged to assist anyone before. Yi Tu cast a sidelong glance at the elder and replied, were it not for these bothersome individuals, I might have already spoken up. After all, the sooner we contain these horror incidents, the sooner the world can return to normalcy. Bai displayed a rare smile, appreciating Yi Tu's audacity in confronting the headquarters ghost envoys. Very well, young friend, you may speak now. Yi Tu spoke with a solemn demeanor. The method of containing malevolent spirits is quite simple. It is merely that you have not discovered an effective medium. Sound cannot propagate in a vacuum, as a vacuum lacks the air necessary for such transmission. In the same vein, the medium that obstructs malevolent spirits is gold. Gold. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone was taken aback. In Chapter 68, titled Experiment, the conference room at the headquarters of the Ghost Dispatch Bureau fell into a profound silence. After a moment, someone cleared their throat, prompting a flurry of discussions. Gold. Did I hear that correctly? This substance can contain spirits? Fetch the previous experimental reports. Let us examine whether there has been any investigation into the effects of gold on spirits. It appears that no prior studies have been conducted regarding gold's ability to subdue them. At this juncture, Elder Bai interjected. Li Bugui, did you not resolve the spirit issue at the Wanda shopping mall in Yanhuang City? We could test the method proposed by this young friend. If it indeed proves effective, we shall be among the first to know the results. Li Bugui hastily replied, Elder Bai, we are at the headquarters of the Ghost Dispatch Bureau. What if? Li Bugui, this individual is under your guidance. It is reasonable for the experiment to be conducted in your jurisdiction. Yi Tu observed the individual speaking in the video, named Lin Xiang. He understood Lin Xiang's ulterior motive for endorsing this proposal. It was to shift the burden onto the Yanhuang City Ghost Dispatch Bureau. Should gold prove effective in containing spirits, the credit would be shared among all. However, if gold failed to work against malevolent spirits, the ensuing chaos caused by spirits would not implicate them in any way. Yi Tu cast a glance at Li Bugui and said, my method is sound. If you are willing to experiment, I can release the spirits contained within the umbrella. Li Bugui fell into deep contemplation, uncertain of how to proceed. I trust you. If gold can indeed contain these vengeful spirits, it would be an immense boon for us. I will have someone construct a gold box immediately. Li Bugui spoke a few words into the phone. Currently, there exists no medium to restrain the malevolent spirits, and thus, the Spirit Enforcement Bureau has been unable to contain these vengeful entities. If they were to spiral out of control, the only recourse would be to rely on the spirit enforcers to vanquish them. However, it is inevitable that some within the Bureau would suffer harm. Yet, there is no time to dwell on such concerns. Validating this method swiftly could save countless lives. 10 minutes later, a freshly crafted gold box was delivered, accompanied by several other spirit enforcers. The ordinary staff had long since been evacuated to safer locations. In the event of a crisis, these enforcers would be the first to confront the vengeful spirit. Li Bugui placed all his trust in Yi Tuesday. Yi Tu took hold of the gold box, which Li Bugui had not skimped on, crafting it a full 3 centimeters thick. Such a sizable box would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of gold, but at this critical juncture, wastefulness was not a concern. Indeed, the Spirit Enforcement Bureau was financially robust. Yi Tu contemplated confining the spirit child within and negotiating for some trade items with the old man Bai, holding the red paper umbrella firmly in hand. Everyone present held their breath in anticipation. Fang Weiwei turned to Zheng Fei beside her and inquired, is it truly possible for him to successfully confine a ghost within such a vessel? Zheng Fei shook his head and replied, it's hard to say. However, if he succeeds, it will significantly reduce our mortality rate and cultivate more ghost tamers. Yet, the risks involved are substantial. If this method fails to restrain the spirit, we will have to clean up the ensuing chaos. Exercise caution. Fang Weiwei smiled and said, what is there to fear? With the director present, nothing will go amiss. At that moment, Yi Tu slowly unfolded the red paper umbrella, releasing a swirl of ghostly energy. Now, Yi Tu exclaimed. Upon seeing this, Li Bugui swiftly aimed a golden box at the mist that had transformed into a ghostly child, directing it into the container. He then sealed the box shut, welding it tightly. The ghostly child struggled within the golden box for a moment, causing it to tremble incessantly. At this juncture, all eyes were fixated on the golden box. Should the ghostly child manage to escape its confinement, everyone would need to act together. This was the Yanhuang Ghost Taming Bureau. If anything went awry here, it would spell disaster. After 2 or 3 minutes, silence enveloped the golden box. Did we succeed? Someone called out. In the video, everyone held their breath, uncertain if an anomaly might occur. Meanwhile, Yi Tu nonchalantly engaged in a game of happy match to pass the time. He had confined ghosts using gold countless times before. Even spirits of level 5 and above could be contained with sufficiently thick golden boxes. As the golden box fell silent, the Ghostly Enforcement Bureau erupted in a fervent cheer, as if celebrating the triumph of their experiment. In the video, silence enveloped the room until Elderby spoke first. It appeared that the malevolent spirit had been successfully contained. Li Bugawei, you have executed this task remarkably well. Furthermore, I extend my gratitude to this young friend for their contribution. Henceforth, the ghostly enforcers will possess significantly greater assurance in managing terrifying incidents. Additionally, my promise stands. Should this young friend require anything within my capacity, relay it to Li Bugawei, and I shall exert every effort to fulfill it. With that, Elderby logged off. As the remaining individuals observed Bai's departure, discussions began to ensue. Li Bugawei, it seems you are destined for elevation. It appears the headquarters of the Ghost Control Bureau intends to reserve a promotion for you. Li Bugawei smiled and replied, I find my place in Yanhuang City preferable. I have grown accustomed to this environment. If there are indeed benefits to be had, I kindly request the headquarters to bestow them upon Yi Tu, as it was he who imparted this method to us. This incident illuminated Li Bugawei's reputation. Even those who had previously mocked him fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Were it not for Li Bugawei, they would have encountered numerous obstacles in their experiments, and the potential loss of many ghostly enforcers' lives during the process was a dire concern. Once the efficacy of gold against spirits is validated without any adverse effects, it will be widely distributed among the enforcers, significantly enhancing their capacity and speed in resolving terrifying events. It is not an exaggeration to say that not only does Li Bugawei hold the position of director now, but if he were to express a desire to join the headquarters, they would likely acquiesce without hesitation. As Yi Tu observed that there was nothing more to address, he prepared to return home. The promise owed by Bai Lao has yet to be fully contemplated, for such a formidable ghost master cannot be squandered lightly. When the time arises, he shall seek Li Bugawei to request this commitment. Yi Tu retracted the red paper umbrella, suddenly receiving a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully containing a vengeful spirit. Reward: substitute Ghost X2. Reward: expansion of Ghost Domain to 10 meters. Upon reading this notification, Yi Tu's spirits lifted significantly. It appears this trip was not in vain. Containing this vengeful spirit has indeed augmented his abilities. The substitute Ghost X2 implies that he now possesses 2 lives. If the Ghost Domain is unleashed, it will not merely extend to his eyes, but will now encompass a radius of 10 meters around him. At Yanhuang High School, the vigilant personnel suddenly sensed a darkness enveloping the surroundings. The school's Ghost Domain appeared to be stirring, rapidly advancing into the distance. The direction was the Ghost Officer Bureau. Chapter 69. Invasion of the Ghost Officer Bureau within the Ghost Domain. A woman clad in the attire of an ancient bride slowly emerged from the grave. Her garments were pristine, yet her skin bore a ghastly pale hue, and her withered hands were far from human, proclaiming her as a specter. A crimson scarf concealed her visage, rendering it unseen. She moved in a grotesquely distorted manner as she descended to the ground, beginning her advance forward. The Ghost Domain shifted in tandem with her movement. Inside the Ghost Officer Bureau, Li Bugawei terminated the video conference. He patted Yi Tu on the shoulder and expressed his gratitude, saying, I truly appreciate your efforts. You have brought good news to the entire Ghost Officer Bureau of Daxia. When time permits, I shall treat you to a meal. At that moment, Fang Weiwei and Zheng Fei approached from the doorway. Fang Weiwei remarked, It's quite surprising that the usually stingy Director Li is treating someone to a meal. Yi Tu, you must seize this opportunity and make the most of it. Li Bugawei turned to Fang Weiwei and said, Are you two devoid of work? Hurry and file the details of this recent terror incident, designated Ghost Child. Fang Weiwei stuck out her tongue playfully. Yi Tu waved his hand and replied, You both contributed to the recent shopping mall incident as well. Allow me to share this not-so-secret secret. Securing intelligence for a horror dossier and that old man's promise is quite worthwhile. As for the meal, it is unnecessary. Director Li should focus on the terror incidents in Yanhuang City instead. With that, Yi Tu prepared to depart. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying aura rapidly approaching from a distance. His expression changed immediately. That direction was Yanhuang High School. The Ghost Domain was advancing. Li Bugawei noticed the change in Yi Tu's demeanor and was about to inquire when a thick, inky darkness surged into the Ghost Officer Bureau. In an instant, the lights within flickered ominously, accompanied by unsettling sounds. This is bad. It's the ghost domain, Li Bugui shouted. Fang Weiwei, Zheng Fei, quickly evacuate the personnel and inform the outside to seal off the Ghost Officer Bureau. Fang Weiwei and Zheng Fei dashed outside. In the enveloping darkness, Yi Tu's voice echoed. It's too late. The ghost domain has likely enveloped this place completely. Yi Tu refrained from unleashing the ghost domain, for it served as his lifeline. Through the perception of the substitute ghost within him, he could sense impending danger within this spectral realm. Damn, how could this ghost domain manifest here? Li Bugui exclaimed. This was the Ghost Officer Bureau, the authority responsible for addressing the terrifying incidents throughout Yanhuang City. If this place were to fall, and external aid did not arrive in a timely manner, the entire city would be engulfed in terror. It must be seeking that thing. Yi Tu indicated towards the golden box on the table. Li Bugui's expression shifted dramatically. Could the contents of the box be connected to this ghost domain? Yi Tu shook his head and replied, This ghost child likely lacks the ability to release the ghost domain. Otherwise, we would all have perished in the Wanda shopping mall. However, the spirits within the ghost domain must be linked to this ghost child, as they can sense its location. If I am not mistaken, the ghost domain was indeed unleashed by that spirit. Li Bugui stroked his chin, pondering. If that ghost resides within the golden box, and given that gold possesses the capacity to restrain malevolent spirits, even if that ghost were to locate the box, it would be unable to open it. Yi Tu spoke slowly. It does not need to find the box. It merely needs to eliminate everyone within the ghost domain and then have a ghost servant open the box. Your sword is quite exceptional. Did it not cleave through the ghost domain at Yanhuang High School? Can it do so now? Li Bugui shook his head and remarked. The reason I was able to cleave through the ghost realm was that, at that time, it had not yet awakened to its current state. The power of the ghost realm was comparatively feeble. However, now this ghost realm has fully awakened, and with my present strength, I am unable to achieve that feat. Yi Tu sighed, realizing that he could only rely on himself. He merely hoped that the ghost would refrain from taking too many lives within the ghost realm. If too many perished, resulting in an abundance of ghostly minions, it would become exceedingly difficult to contend with. Currently, his ability to serve as a substitute for death was limited to 2 instances, meaning he could only die within the ghost realm twice. Beyond that, there would be no return to life. Yi Tu glanced at the tools at his disposal, a golden knife, a red paper umbrella, and a 10-meter span of the ghost realm. He felt uncertain about whether these 3 items would suffice to confront that ghost. Yet, he was not the sole ghost tamer present. Li Bugui and others were there as well. After all, this was the headquarters of the Ghost Dispatch Bureau. As the representative of the Bureau, it was his responsibility to take charge. I am unaware of your capabilities, but if you wish to remain uninvolved, I kindly ask you to assist me by watching over the staff. They are ordinary people and lack the ability to protect themselves. Li Bugui said. Yi Tu replied, I will do my utmost. However, my own survival in this situation is uncertain. I can only agree to help you while ensuring my own safety. In the darkness, Li Bugui chuckled and said, That is fair enough. With that, he drew his sword, secured the golden box containing the imprisoned ghost child, and charged forward. Previously, Yi Tu had encountered that sword at Yanhuang High School, distinct from those of Fang Weiwei and her companions. It must possess some unique attributes. Exiting the conference room, Yi Tu recalled the escape route map of the Ghost Bureau, which was firmly etched in his memory. Now, it proved indispensable. Within the ghostly realm, everything could be affected, blurring the lines between reality and the spectral domain. Yi Tu could only rely on his years of experience to navigate the perils ahead. The corridor lay desolate, void of any presence, with the overhead lights flickering intermittently. However, their glow failed to penetrate the ghostly domain. This realm, akin to the shadow of a ghost child, was impenetrable. The relationship between the two remained unclear to Yi Tu's day. His primary objective now was to locate the ghost and ascertain its lethal capabilities, for only then could he hope to survive within the ghostly realm. He made his way cautiously to a door, guided by the escape route map, which indicated that this should be the archives room. While Li Bugui could show him the files on terrifying incidents, other documents, particularly those concerning the ghostly enforcers, would remain inaccessible. Such records were internal to the ghostly enforcers, even more confidential than those of terrifying incidents. Every ghost handler harbored a spirit within, capable of wielding its powers. However, the ghostly enforcers were not the sole organization capable of controlling spirits. Any other entities wishing to confront them would need to possess their intelligence. Understanding the capabilities of the ghostly enforcers was essential to effectively neutralize them. Much like the Dark Forest analogy, those discovered first risk being obliterated. Thus, the archives concerning the ghostly enforcers were shrouded in greater secrecy than those of the terrifying incidents. Unable to discern the contents within, Yi Tu unleashed the ghostly realm. The Crimson Realm of Ghosts swiftly permeated the Obsidian Domain. Chapter 70. The Files of the Ghost Envoy. Yi Tu perused these documents within the archives. Some of the files were secured with a password lock. However, this posed no challenge for Yi Tu, who had not idled away his 3 years in the Ghost Realm. The skill of unlocking was essential, and even the most complex of safes could be effortlessly breached. Yi Tu pressed his ear against the safe and began to turn the dial. Click. The lock of the safe yielded. Inside, there were no valuables. Only a stack of documents. Yi Tu grasped the papers and observed that they bore the inscription, detailed information on the ghost envoys of Dashya City. He leafed through the pages, which contained information on each envoy, including their ranks and the formidable ghostly abilities they possessed. Among the details, he found the entries for Feng Weiwei, Zheng Fei, and the deceased Lu Yang. Their ghostly powers were not particularly potent. Even the current Yi Tu could easily contend with them. Upon finishing the records of the ghost envoys from Yanwang City, he noticed that the final page featured information on Li Bugawei. Li Bugawei, codenamed Ghost Sword. Only a codename was provided, with no further records regarding the capabilities of the Ghost Sword. As Yi Tu concluded his examination of the documents and was about to return them to the safe, suddenly, the dark realm of ghosts stirred. A chilling aura drew near. This is bad. That ghost has found its way here. Yi Tu mused inwardly. The ghost child had been taken away by Li Bugawei, ensconced within the golden box, yet the last trace of the ghost child's presence had vanished in the conference room. The archives were not far from the conference room, and thus, it was only a matter of time before the malevolent spirit would track him down. Yi Tu heard footsteps approaching from a distance and promptly exited the archive room. The spectral domain around him began to contract, shrinking to a mere 2 or 3 meters. A protective barrier that would afford him ample time to react should any danger arise. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed, leaving Yi Tu uncertain whether they belonged to a human or a ghost. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the space toward him, and he turned to see Feng Weiwei. "What are you doing here alone? Where are the others?" Yi Tu inquired, concern etching his features. Feng Weiwei replied, her face etched with anxiety. "So many have been slaughtered. There was no time to rescue them. I got separated from Zheng Fei and lost track of the director. In the end, I could only navigate my way here." As Yi Tu absorbed her words, it became evident that the ghost had already commenced its deadly rampage, claiming many lives within the ghost office. However, he remained uncertain about the nature of the ghost's lethal capabilities. "Did you observe how the ghost executed its victims?" he asked, recognizing that understanding its method was crucial for evading such peril. Feng Weiwei shook her head. "I only caught a glimpse of the ghost. It was a woman clad in red. I refer to it as a woman due to its form, and it was veiled with a crimson headdress. Those who encountered the ghost were slain instantly. I turned my back to it, thus escaping its grasp." Her words sent a jolt through Yi Tu. This female specter bore a striking resemblance to the one he had encountered in the mall, both striking down their victims face to face. However, the specter in the mall had a deadly gaze, where mere eye contact would seal one's fate. However, this female ghost should be distinct from the previous one. For Yi Tu is aware that the lethal capabilities of spirits vary significantly. The prior apparition executed its kills through direct gaze, whereas this one is likely to engage in face-to-face confrontations. This implies that merely encountering this ghost could result in one's demise. Feng Weiwei's information proved invaluable. Yet this was not a suitable place for the two of them, as Ying Jian sensed a formidable suppression affecting his ghostly domain. The ghost was drawing closer. Before they could react, the overhead lights began to flicker with increasing intensity, influenced by the spectral energy of the female ghost. Yi Tu urgently instructed Feng Weiwei to follow closely behind him as they retreated into the distance. Based on Yi Tu's deductions, the female ghost would undoubtedly head towards the meeting room. If they failed to locate the ghost child there, it was likely that the female ghost would commence indiscriminate slaughter. Yi Tu and Feng Weiwei concealed themselves behind a wall. In a short span of time, they observed a ghost clad in red dragging its rigid form towards the meeting room. Remarkably, its hand did not even touch the door, yet it swung open automatically. The doorknob was not crafted from gold. Had it been, it could have prevented the ghost's entrance. The ghost slowly stepped into the meeting room, and upon witnessing this, Yi Tu refrained from pursuing it, opting instead to distance himself. For once the female ghost emerged, it was certain that the first victims would be the two of them. Fang Weiwei, noticing Yi Tu's departure, hurriedly followed him, as the crimson aura surrounding him offered a semblance of security. You harbor many secrets. Possessing a ghostly domain is something I have never witnessed in a human before, Fang Weiwei remarked. There exists a multitude of things you have yet to encounter. Yet it is prudent to remain silent here. Uttering too many words may prolong your existence, as Yi Tu advised. This wisdom stems from Yi Tu's extensive experience in the realm of spirits, which vastly surpasses that of Fang Weiwei and her fellow ghostly enforcers. After all, the terrifying incidents Fang Weiwei has faced pale in comparison to what Yi Tu has encountered within a single week. When one engages with terror on a daily basis, various survival tactics become ingrained in the mind, evolving into instinctual responses. While silence is not a foolproof method for evading malevolent spirits, certain apparitions are known to wreak havoc through the utterances of the living. As Fang Weiwei previously noted, should the spectral figure in red choose to confront someone, it is conceivable that the individual's demise is not solely due to witnessing her visage, but rather the sounds they emit upon such an encounter. This is not mere alarmism. Yi Tu has encountered formidable spirits in the ghostly domain, which he refers to as sound spirits. Anyone who dares to produce even the slightest sound in their presence is doomed to meet their end. Upon hearing Yi Tu's cautionary words, Fang Weiwei promptly covered her mouth. Although she is a ghostly enforcer, her experiences with terrifying events are limited, and she has never faced such horrors within the ghostly realm. Thus, her capabilities are only marginally superior to those of an ordinary individual. The Ghost Enforcer Bureau harbors many secrets unknown to Yi Tu, yet he possesses a general understanding of their abilities, which, during this period, are likely not significantly stronger than those of the Ghost Slayer Alliance. Furthermore, as the frequency of terrifying incidents increases, the demand for ghostly enforcers grows ever greater. Firstly, the selection process for ghostly enforcers is exceedingly rigorous. Only those who survive encounters with terror have the potential to become one. The mere thought of this is exceedingly challenging. Consider Yi Tu's Yanwang High School, where only he and Chen Dali emerged alive. This implies that only they possess the qualification to become ghost messengers. If this qualification were bestowed upon Chen Dali, it is likely that he would be unable to sleep at night, for such ostentatious endeavors are precisely what he relishes. However, Yi Tu harbors no interest in this, unless the organization can ensure the safety of his entire family. Yet, contemplating Augustine's inescapable ghost domain induces a throbbing headache. When the ghost domain descended, even the Ghost Messenger Bureau was rendered powerless. Had they possessed a solution, they would have acted swiftly, preventing so many from being ensnared within. Time is not on Yi Tu's side. He must rapidly enhance his strength and devise a means to confront that dreadful entity. Presently, even facing a ghost domain occupied by a red-clad female specter proves to be a considerable challenge for him. He cannot tend to the multitude, thus. He can only acquiesce to Li Bugui's request, ensuring his own safety while saving even one life if possible. As anticipated, the red-clad ghost departed when she found no ghost child in the conference room. Yi Tu could hear the sound of the door closing behind him as he walked. Oh, this red-clad specter possesses a modicum of politeness, aware enough to close the door gently. Yet, Yi Tu's unease escalated when he realized that the sound of her footsteps followed closely behind them. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. The female ghost had set her sights on them. Fang Weiwei sensed something amiss as well. She was about to turn around when Yi Tu admonished her sharply. If she wished to avoid peril, she must proceed forward without looking back. The words of Yi Tu jolted Fang Weiwei into clarity. Despite being a ghost messenger, her experience paled in comparison to that of Yi Tu when confronted with such a terrifying event. Grateful, she cast a glance at Yi Tu. Had it not been for his warning, she might have turned back, and though she had narrowly escaped death, the thought sent a shiver down her spine. The footsteps behind them grew increasingly closer, and a chilling aura enveloped Fang Weiwei as she followed Yi Tu's day. Why Yi Tu? I sense it has almost caught up with us. Upon hearing her words, Yi Tu swiftly unfurled the red paper umbrella, enveloping both himself and Fang Weiwei within its protective shade. The umbrella, a ghostly artifact, consumed one's energy yet served as a means of protection. Should the ghostly domain be breached, this red umbrella would serve as a barrier. As it opened, the ghostly realm was drawn back by Yi Tu, revealing a crimson figure veiled in red, now less than a meter away from Fang Weiwei. Had it approached any closer, Who could tell what murderous methods might be triggered? Fortunately, Yi Tu had unfurled the umbrella in the nick of time. Within the confines of the umbrella, silence reigned. Fang Weiwei's eyes reflected a hint of terror, while Yi Tu maintained an impassive demeanor, his heart merely fluttering slightly. He had witnessed such scenes far too often. The red-clad female ghost, upon seeing the two sheltered beneath the red umbrella, chose not to attack, but instead moved forward. Only after the ghost had departed did the two finally relax. It appears that the ghost's ability to kill is not triggered by face-to-face encounters. Just moments ago, we were in such close proximity to it. Had its method truly relied on direct confrontation, even with the protection of the red paper umbrella, it would have attacked us. Yi Tu surmised. He called out to the departing figure of the woman in red. She turned her head, yet offered no sign of aggression. However, as the red veil upon her face slightly lifted, Yi Tu sensed a powerful aura of impending attack. "Run!" he shouted, grasping Fang Weiwei's hand as they made their escape. Yet, the assault from the woman in red had already commenced. Yi Tu felt as though the red paper umbrella had been struck by an unseen force, rendering it somewhat unsteady. Although they remained unharmed, one side of the umbrella appeared to be damaged. The strength of the ghost's attack was formidable, capable of compromising the red paper umbrella. Nevertheless, Yi Tu had discerned the ghost's method of killing. It lay in the red veil upon her face. Once that veil was lifted, the ghost was destined to kill. If they could withstand the attack, she would retreat. Yi Tu concluded. What shall we do now? Should we retrace our steps or pursue her? Fang Weiwei inquired. Can you reach Li Bugui? Yi Tu pondered briefly before speaking. Fang Weiwei shook her head. I have no idea where my phone ended up. In the ghost domain, yours certainly won't connect either. Only our specially designed phones work here. It seems our only option is to locate either Zheng Fei or Li Bugui to establish contact. Yi Tu nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that, at present, the two of them were no match for the crimson-clad specter. The only way to turn the tide was to establish contact with Li Bugui. A notion stirred in Yi Tu's mind. Why had Li Bugui chosen to take the golden incense that housed the ghostly child? He understood that the ghost was indeed seeking this very child, yet Li Bugui had opted to remove the child, allowing the female specter to roam chaotically within the Ghost Enforcer Bureau. What could his intentions possibly be? There was but one plausible explanation. Li Bugui intended to use the ghost child as bait, luring the female specter to his side and ultimately confronting her. However, given the multitude of individuals surrounding the conference room, any outbreak of conflict there would likely jeopardize the entire Ghost Enforcer Bureau. Where, then, would be the most suitable location to confront this female specter? Recalling the escape route map he had perused, Yi Tu turned to Fang Weiwei and inquired, Is there anyone in your basement? Fang Weiwei, perplexed by Yi Tu's question, shook her head hastily and replied, The basement is typically a storage area for old items, unattended and rarely visited. Why do you ask? In that moment, Yi Tu deduced Li Bugui's likely whereabouts. He had gone to the basement, intending to confront the female specter there in order to minimize the Bureau's losses. This behavior was consistent with his frugal nature, currently trapped within his own ghostly domain. Yi Tu found himself unable to force a breakthrough. It seemed that only Li Bugui possessed the capability to do so. He could not afford to perish should he fall. The entire Ghost Enforcer Bureau would become a slaughterhouse for the Crimson Spectre, and the repercussions would likely reverberate throughout the entirety of Yanwang City. Yi Tu hastily addressed Fang Weiwei, stating, I am aware of Li Bugui's whereabouts. This female specter is likely headed there as well, which means the area above is currently secure. You should rendezvous with the other ghostly officers and gather all the living. Construct a golden box even larger than the previous one and have Zheng Fei deliver it to the basement. He possesses the ability to stitch spirits back together, so he should be safe. Upon hearing Yi Tu's words, Fang Weiwei seemed to have found her direction, promptly replying, Rest assured, leave it to me. I shall set off at once. With that, she activated the ghostly flashlight and retraced her steps. Yi Tu once again summoned the ghostly domain, the crimson aura illuminating half the corridor as he located the entrance to the basement and slipped inside. He now had to race against time with the lady in red. If he could reach Li Bugui before her and inform him of the specter's murderous methods, there might be a chance to resolve the situation. Conversely, should he arrive after the specter, he feared that Li Bugui might already be lost. After all, one corner of the red paper umbrella had already been damaged by the specter's strike. Chapter 72. The interval of time Yi Tu descended the staircase leading to the basement, where darkness enveloped him. To prepare for the worst, he clutched the red paper umbrella tightly. Given the circumstances, It was likely that the oiled paper umbrella would be rendered useless after enduring just 2 more attacks from the lady in red. He wondered if the system could repair this ghostly artifact. If so, it would serve as an additional means of survival. As he ventured deeper, a growing sense of unease settled within him, for a potent stench of decay emanated from below, far beyond what could be attributed to merely 1 or 2 corpses. It was akin to stepping into a refuse heap. Even Yi Tu could not help but frown at the pungent odor. According to Feng Weiwei, beneath lay a forsaken repository for discarded items, presumably devoid of numerous corpses. Yet, from whence did this overwhelming stench of decay emanate? Yi Tu found himself perplexed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yinhuang High School. This haunted domain had taken shape there, where he had witnessed the demise of countless classmates. Those souls might well have morphed into the ghostly servants of this spectral realm. Such a realization made sense, yet Yi Tu's countenance shifted drastically. If there were indeed so many ghostly servants below, then Li Bugui was undoubtedly in peril. Yi Tu quickened his pace, racing towards the depths below. However, he soon encountered a troubling issue. No matter how he descended, the staircase seemed endless. He perpetually returned to his original position. He recalled having faced a similar predicament at Yinhuang High School, though he had dismissed it at the time, his attention having been drawn to Chen Dali in the restroom. It appeared this female ghost possessed the ability to manipulate the fabric of reality within her domain. Her spectral rank was undoubtedly formidable, far surpassing that of the previous ghost child. The ghost child was in a phase of development. If left unchecked, it might grow to threaten the entirety of Yinhuang City. Any ghost could prove to be a formidable adversary. Even the doppelganger inhabiting Li Siren, a sacrificial entity, belonged to the category of growth-type spirits. It required not many, merely 100 to serve as sacrificial entities, and the situation would become insurmountable. Yinhuang City would inevitably succumb to utter devastation. Upon his return from the abyss, the veil over this world was finally lifted. It became evident that the city of Yinhuang had never been a sanctuary. It was merely that he had evaded the lurking horrors. Confronting the female specter capable of altering the fabric of reality within her haunted domain was beyond Yi Tu's capabilities, as he was still at a relatively low level, unable to contend with her power. The sole means by which he could rescue Li Bugui was to reveal the specter's method of murder. Within the haunted realm, there existed intervals during which time could be altered. If he could locate such an interval, Yi Tu would find a way to access the basement. At Yinhuang High School, this spectral territory had manifested a temporal gap, allowing them to descend from the upper floors. Yi Tu closed the red paper umbrella, enveloping himself in darkness. The Ghost Bureau was eerily quiet, as if the haunted realm had severed all sound. No malevolent spirits assailed him. He was momentarily safe. His gaze remained fixed on the staircase below, and suddenly, it began to rotate. This was the moment. Yi Tu unleashed the ghostly domain and charged downward with remarkable speed, determined to enter the basement during this fleeting interval. Should he fail to gain entry in this moment, he would have to await the next opportunity. However, he was racing against the female ghost. If she reached Li Bugui before him, the latter would be in grave peril. At this juncture, Li Bugui represented the last hope for everyone in the Ghost Bureau. He could not afford to perish, not now. With remarkable swiftness, Yi Tu arrived at the entrance of the basement within mere seconds. Had he made it? He exhaled in relief, having successfully entered the basement before the temporal interval concluded. He glanced back, observing that the staircase appeared unchanged. However, he understood that ascending it now, like before, would lead nowhere. Yi Tu unfurled the red paper umbrella, revealing a heavy stench of decay emanating from within, where at least dozens of ghostly servants lay. Li Bugui was uncertain if he had been assailed by these specters. Opening the umbrella now could thwart any unexpected attacks from the ghostly servants. Although Yi Tu harbored no fear of them, he preferred not to squander time in this place. He advanced forward, the basement lights flickering ominously, yet no sounds pierced the silence. Only the echo of his own footsteps reverberated in the stillness. Suddenly, he caught sight of a shadow flitting ahead. He could not ascertain whether it was Li Bugui. Yet the absence of any sounds of struggle suggested that the female ghost had yet to locate him. After all, Li Bugui was the head of the ghostly enforcement, and it was unlikely he would be swiftly dispatched in the presence of a female specter. The silence was, in fact, a favorable sign for Yi Tu's day abruptly. Yi Tu halted, sensing an inkling of danger, a sixth sense honed from years of confronting such terrors. Just as he prepared to act, a sword whizzed past him, slicing through the air and decapitating the ghostly servant lurking behind him. It was Li Bugui. He was still alive. Yi Tu turned to see the head of his classmate Wang Pao rolling to his feet, already mottled with decay and his eyes hollow. Wang Pao had once met his demise at the hands of Yi Tu in Yanhuang High School, but in this realm of the dead, he had been resurrected. Li Bugui approached Yi Tu, clutching the golden box that contained the ghostly child. He promptly lit a cigarette and remarked to Yi Tu, "I never anticipated there would be so many ghostly servants in this basement. It took quite a considerable amount of time to deal with them." Yi Tu gazed into the distance, noticing that the heads of other classmates had also rolled onto the ground. It appeared that Li Bugui had nearly exterminated the ghostly servants in this vicinity. "I didn't expect you to be so astute to deduce my presence here. It seems that surviving such a terrifying ordeal is no trivial feat," Yi Tu murmured. "As the head of the Ghostly Enforcers Bureau, my foremost thought should have been to minimize casualties. I merely adopted your perspective, and to my surprise, you truly were here." Hearing Yi Tu's response, Li Bugui smiled and said, "It appears you have discovered the method by which the ghost commits its murders." Yi Tu nodded in affirmation. "The ghost wears a red veil. As long as the veil remains undisturbed, the ghost will not kill. Only you possess the ability to unravel this ghostly domain. Hence, you must not perish." Li Bugui acknowledged with a nod. "I understand. Yet with my current strength, I cannot breach a ghostly domain of this caliber unless that particular ghost is subdued, which would weaken the domain enough for me to dismantle it." However, Yi Tu's expression grew serious. "However, what? We must devise a way to eliminate this ghost within its own domain. Otherwise, even if I manage to dismantle this ghostly realm and allow the ghostly enforcers to escape, it will not alter the fact that this domain will continue to exist, perpetuating its murderous spree elsewhere." Chapter 73, Confrontation. It has now become evident that its objective lies within the confines of the box I hold, which contains the ghostly child. First, we must dismantle this ghostly domain, allowing the personnel of the Ghost Enforcement Bureau to exit, while I confront the entity within. Li Bugui spoke coldly. Yi Tu nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was seemingly the only method to contain the ghostly realm here. If we fail to resolve this matter within these walls, once the ghostly domain escapes the Bureau and infiltrates the realm of ordinary mortals, the entire Yanhuang City would be in peril. Therefore, I require your assistance, shortly. I shall open this box that confines the ghostly child, and you must use that umbrella to trap it inside. Once the female ghost senses the presence of the child, she will be able to locate us. Confronting her in the basement will mitigate unnecessary losses, as the establishment of a Ghost Enforcement Bureau is no small feat, and we must conserve our resources. Li Bugui resumed his characteristic frugality. Even in these dire circumstances, he was still concerned about preserving the Bureau's assets. Yi Tu nodded and inquired, "What comes next? Once that female ghost is drawn to us, I cannot guarantee that we will be able to confront her together." Li Bugui smiled and replied, "If the female ghost is indeed lured here, simply retract the umbrella. I shall promptly recontain the ghostly child. It is far more advantageous to deal with one entity than two. If fortune permits, I will restrain the female ghost while you seize the opportunity to subdue her with the umbrella. This way, I can open the ghostly domain and allow them to escape. Ultimately, whether we can vanquish this female ghost will be left to fate." Yi Tu listened to Li Bugui's suggestion and nodded. This was indeed the only course of action left. If Li Bugui could truly sever the connection to the ghost domain, then the personnel of the Ghost Dispatcher Bureau could escape. However, what about himself and Li Bugui, who were trapped in the basement? It seemed Li Bugui had not contemplated this. Yi Tu was not one of the Bureau's agents, and his means of self-preservation were limited. Should he perish here, no one would be able to prevent the arrival of the Augustine Ghost Domain. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck Yi Tu. The reason the Augustine Ghost Domain had not engulfed the Ghost Dispatcher Bureau might be that, prior to its descent, the entire bureau in Yanhuang City had already been rendered utterly incapacitated. In other words, everyone here could be dead. Yi Tu dared not dwell on this chilling possibility, as the Ghost Dispatcher Bureau was currently confronting the horrifying prospect of total annihilation. If his speculation proved true, this might very well culminate in the Bureau's destruction. Yi Tu composed himself. The Bureau could not fall. Should it succumb, he would lose a significant source of critical intelligence, though he had not previously been a self-serving individual. The experiences of despair and a profound disillusionment with humanity compelled Yi Tu to consider his own interests more. Such was the law of survival in this era of terror. Gradually, Yi Tu spoke. "Very well, I am in favor of your plan." Upon hearing Yi Tu's response, Li Bugui was somewhat taken aback, but quickly replied, If that female specter proves challenging to deal with, rest assured, I will find a way to ensure your escape. Your identity is quite enigmatic, unlike that of an ordinary high school student. Should I fail to emerge from this ghost domain alive, I shall bestow upon you a gift. A gift? Yi-Tu was taken aback. Li Bugui took a puff of smoke and said, "Now is not the time for such discussions. You will understand in due course. Prepare yourself. For I am about to open the container of the ghost child." Yi-Tu immediately enveloped the golden box with the red paper umbrella. Li Bugui, wielding his sword, gently sliced open the box, creating an aperture. A viscous, dark liquid, akin to ink, began to ooze forth, gradually taking shape as the ghost child. Li Bugui remained vigilant, sword in hand, alert to his surroundings. Yi-Tu tightened his grip on the red paper umbrella. He had to keep a close watch on this entity. Should it be released, they would face two specters in this ghostly realm, jeopardizing all their plans. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from the staircase, growing closer. "They are coming," Li Bugui whispered. As the footsteps halted at the basement door, Li Bugui caught sight of the figure of the ghostly woman in red. He swiftly placed the golden box over the ghost child, who emitted a piercing scream, struggling desperately within the confines of the box. However, Li Bugui sealed it shut. In the midst of their actions, the ghostly woman in red had inexplicably approached them, accompanied by 4 or 5 ghostly servants. Witnessing this, Yi-Tu felt a chill run down his spine. The ghostly woman was in pursuit of the ghost child, and now that she had found it, it seemed their lives were in imminent danger. The veil atop the red-clad girl began to rise slowly. "Run!" Yi-Tu shouted. He and Li Bugui turned around and fled. The female ghost's attack proving ineffective. However, her figure instantaneously appeared before the escaping duo, blocking their path. This was her domain, where she could teleport at will. The crimson veil of the ghost fluttered once more, this time with a swiftness surpassing before, her head fixed intently on Yi-Tu's day. The red veil lifted, and it seemed the red paper umbrella in Yi-Tu's grasp could scarcely withstand such a terrifying onslaught. The bamboo strips embedded within the paper began to snap one by one. Should the bamboo strips shatter completely, Yi-Tu would likely meet his demise. Observing this, Li Bugui unsheathed his sword, unleashing a sharp, resonant sound aimed at the ghost in red. Yet, as he approached her, she merely waved her hand, sending Li Bugui hurtling like a cannonball into a nearby pillar, which he shattered upon impact. Were he an ordinary person, he would have been utterly incapacitated. Nevertheless, the ghost, in the midst of targeting Yi-Tu, effortlessly dispatched him like swatting a mosquito. Yi-Tu gazed at the red paper umbrella in his hands. Half of the bamboo strips already snapped. He could no longer allow the umbrella to bear the brunt of the ghost's assault, or he would be unable to suppress her later. Resolutely, he closed the umbrella, and the ghost's attack struck him directly. Yi-Tu felt as though his body were being torn apart by 1,000 specters, agony coursing through him, yet in an instant, he regained his composure. A ghostly servant behind him suddenly exploded. The substitute. Yi-Tu utilized the ability of the substitute to have the ghost servant absorb the attack on his behalf. Now, he was left with but one opportunity to invoke this power. He had to seize this moment. In an instant, Yi-Tu unleashed his crimson ghost domain, which gradually encroached upon the red-clad female specter. After launching an attack on Yi-Tu, the ghostly figure did not immediately lift her crimson veil again, indicating that her assaults also required a period of recuperation. Yi-Tu mused within. At that moment, he suddenly lunged towards the female ghost. The crimson ghost domain enveloped her, and then the red paper umbrella unfurled. A terrifying aura unique to Yi-Tu suppressed the supernatural powers emanating from the red-clad specter. Li Bugui, hurry. Chapter 74. Alliance. Yi-Tu strained to keep the female ghost subdued. However, Li Bugui had been sent flying by her strike, leaving his fate uncertain. Just as Yi-Tu began to feel the weight of the struggle, Li Bugui emerged from the rubble, exclaiming, "Damn it, this ghost possesses considerable strength. My back feels utterly wrecked." Upon witnessing Yi-Tu successfully restraining the ghost, Li Bugui grasped his sword, closed his eyes, and swiftly slashed forward. A dark energy radiated from the sword, as if it sought to consume everything in its path. The sword's light cleaved through the basement floor, sending a resounding rumble reverberating through the space, as if the very structure would collapse. Yi-Tu was taken aback by the immense power of Li Bugui's strike, hastily inquiring, did it succeed? After unleashing his blow, Li Bugui appeared drained, sweat beading on his forehead. He nodded at Yi-Tu, saying, "It should have breached that ghost domain. We must hurry and escape, otherwise I won't be able to strike again." Yi2 was steadfastly suppressing the female ghost when suddenly, Feng Weiwei's voice echoed, "Director." "Yi2, I have prepared the golden box." Feng Weiwei and Zheng Fei entered the basement, carrying the box. Upon seeing this, Li Bugui immediately recognized it as Yi2's plan. He quickly urged, "Yi2 must leave at once and instruct all personnel from the Ghost Enforcement Bureau to evacuate. Once outside the Ghost Realm, extend the quarantine zone by 3 kilometers. No one is to approach this area." Listening to Li Bugui, Feng Weiwei and Zheng Fei promptly complied. At this moment, the Ghost Realm had been severed, presenting them with the ideal opportunity to escape. "Give me the umbrella. You should leave as well." Li Bugui smiled at Yi2 and spoke gently. "Leave?" Yi2 was taken aback. Relying on the dual suppression of the red paper umbrella and the Ghost Realm, he had managed to control the female ghost. If he were to relinquish his hold, she would surely seize the chance to break free. "I promised you that if you helped me contain this creature, I would afford you the opportunity to escape. Now is your moment. You should not perish within here. I mentioned I would have a gift for you once you emerged, and I will ensure Feng Weiwei delivers it." Li Bugui's voice resonated. Yet Yi2 remained resolute in his grip. "If I leave, can you contain it alone? Should you perish, the female ghost will still be outside. If she releases the ghost child, countless lives will be at risk within this realm. While I may not concern myself with the fates of others, this entity poses a threat to the entire Yanhuang city. If I do not eradicate it, my family will be endangered as well. Thus, my decision to remain is not born of any great virtue, but rather out of the necessity to protect what I hold dear." Li Bugui gazed at Yi2, a smile gracing his lips. "It seems the gift was bestowed upon the right individual. May we both emerge from this ordeal unscathed." Yi2 found himself on the verge of succumbing to the female ghost's relentless assault. Her malevolent influence was steadily encroaching upon his spectral domain. Now perilously close, less than a meter away, the crimson paper umbrella he wielded was straining under the immense supernatural pressure, feeling as though it might snap at any moment. Time was of the essence. With this spirit still within my grasp, I must swiftly contain it within the box. Yi2 shouted decisively. Without hesitation, Li Bugui hoisted the entire golden box aloft. Crafted from pure gold, it must have weighed several tons, yet it was effortlessly raised by Li Bugui. The female ghost seemed to sense the confinement emanating from the golden vessel, her ethereal powers swelling in response, while Yi2's spectral domain teetered on the brink of collapse. The ghost's head emitted a series of unsettling cracking sounds as it grotesquely twisted to face Yi2's day. A chill ran down Yi2's spine as he witnessed the ghost's red veil begin to float ominously. In that instant, he felt as though he had sustained a grievous blow. His head appeared to cleave open, and numerous wounds erupted across his body, blood gushing forth. Li Bugui looked on in disbelief, grappling with the notion that Yi2 might meet his demise here. In a flash, Yi2 harnessed the power of a substitute ghost, redirecting the lethal force onto a nearby ghostly servant. Miraculously, his body began to mend, the gaping wound ceasing to bleed, ultimately restoring him to his former state. Li Bugui, witnessing Yi2's remarkable ability, was taken aback. "Such power is formidable. I find myself envious of your prowess." With a deep sigh, Li Bugui grasped his sword and lunged towards the female ghost. At the moment he approached her, Yi2 simultaneously retracted the ghostly domain, suppressing her along with the crimson paper umbrella. Li Bugui's blade pierced directly into the ghost's corporeal form. Had he succeeded? He exclaimed with joy. Suddenly, the surrounding ghostly domain began to warp. At one moment, reality flickered into existence, only to dissolve back into the spectral realm, becoming increasingly unstable. Yi2 kept his gaze fixed on the female specter. The current ghostly domain was exceedingly precarious. Resolving the ghost so effortlessly seemed implausible. The specter's form began to flicker, oscillating between transparency and solidity. Yi2 cautiously distanced himself from her and stepped towards the golden box, seizing this opportunity to confine the ghost within. He grasped the golden box and struck towards the female ghost, knowing this was her moment of utmost vulnerability. If all went according to plan, the box should be able to imprison her. Just as Yi2 successfully ensnared the ghost within the golden box, the surrounding ghostly domain vanished in an instant. They had triumphed. Both men rejoiced. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the victory, the abyssal ghostly domain re-emerged, engulfing the entire room once more. "This is bad. The golden box did not contain her. She is not inside," Li Bugui cried out. Suddenly, behind them, the figure of the red-clad female ghost materialized, her crimson veil billowing as she launched an assault towards them. At this moment, Yi Tu had exhausted all the lives of the substitute ghost. In the face of the female ghost's assault, he could only rely on the tattered red paper umbrella in his hand for defense. Gazing at the damaged umbrella, he was uncertain whether it could withstand the impending attack. The supernatural energy emanated from the female ghost, prompting Li Bugui to immediately position his sword before him. As the ghostly force surged forth, a resounding thud echoed, as if something had collided fiercely with Li Bugui's sword, producing a deafening, dull sound. Li Bugui stubbornly endured the female ghost's strike, effectively countering the assault aimed at Yi Tu's day. However, blood gradually trickled from the corner of his mouth. The female ghost's supernatural power was boundless. She could unleash it incessantly. Though there were intervals between her attacks, they did not hinder the relentless consumption of her energy. This was an entity that neither of them could currently contend with, as the prior assaults had depleted their life-preserving measures, which were inherently limited for humans. Once these measures were exhausted, the female ghost's onslaught would come, and within this haunted domain, no one would emerge alive. Chapter 75. 1 year it is draining us. Once we reach her threshold for slaughter, we will be defenseless against further attacks. Yi Tu remarked. Li Bugui forced a smile and replied to Yi Tu, "It's all right. I still have one final move left." With that, Li Bugui drew his sword across his finger, allowing blood to flow over the blade, revealing a peculiar pattern formed by the crimson liquid slowly rising along the sword's surface. After cutting through the ghostly domain, Li Bugui found that his strength had been significantly depleted. The notion of him confronting this female ghost left Yi Tu in disbelief. "Yi Tu, I will strike at the female ghost shortly. Even if I do not manage to slay it, I shall at least inflict grievous harm. If it survives, you must contain it within the golden box." Yi Tu nodded in understanding. Li Bugui had steeled himself, resigned to the notion of his own demise. Even entrusting his affairs to Yi Tu's day, the female ghost was still in the process of recovery, presenting an opportune moment for attack. Li Bugui leaped forward, aiming his strike at the ghost. The intricate patterns on his sword began to multiply, eventually snaking up his arm and spreading across his body. The sanguine markings densely covered Li Bugui. Yi Tu was taken aback. Li Bugui was harnessing the power of the malevolent spirit contained within the sword, which was in turn eroding his own form. He intended to wield the ghostly energy against the female specter. Although Yi Tu was unaware of the methods involved in crafting ghostly artifacts, he recognized that the ghostly emissaries lacked information on using gold to suppress malevolent spirits. They must have employed some means to contain these spirits, likely at a cost. Otherwise, they would not have shown interest in gold's suppressive properties. At this moment, Li Bugui's eyes were ablaze with crimson fury. As the female ghost noticed his advance, her crimson veil began to drift upward, unleashing a supernatural force directed at Li Bugui. Yet, this spectral energy seemed to vanish upon contact with his form, leaving him entirely unaffected as he unleashed a ferocious assault upon the female ghost. In a flash, the gleam of his sword severed the ghost's head from her body. In an instant, the female specter's body and head fell to the ground simultaneously, and Li Bugui appeared to have lost all strength, collapsing beside her. Observing this, Yi Tu swiftly grasped the golden box and rushed forward, confining the specter's head and body within. Uncertain whether Li Bugui's strike had completely vanquished the female ghost, Yi Tu deemed it essential to engage the second layer of security provided by the golden box. After successfully containing the specter, Yi Tu approached Li Bugui, who lay on the ground as the ghostly realm remained unbroken. He assisted him to his feet, exclaiming, "We have succeeded. This female ghost has been captured." Director Li Bugui, "You have done remarkably well." As he listened to Yi Tu's praises, Li Bugui managed a bitter smile. The recent strike, utilizing the powers of the malevolent spirit, had taken its toll. His body was now ravaged by the very force he wielded, leaving him with no hope of survival. "Yi Tu, I have faith in your discernment. Once you exit, Feng Weiwei will deliver my gift to you. As the head of the Ghost Officer Bureau in Yinwang City, I have done all I can. The rest now rests in your hands." Shingu observed Li Bugui and nodded. He harbored no desire to be embroiled in any terrifying incidents. Yet the grim circumstances compelled him to become involved. Li Bugui's hand reached for his sword as he spoke softly. "The malevolent spirit within the ghostly artifact has now infiltrated my body. My time is at an end. Should I survive, once the spirit fully consumes me, I shall lose control. Therefore," before he could finish, he plunged the sword into his chest, blood gushing forth. Yi Tu stood frozen, gazing at the scene in disbelief. In that instant, Yi Tu understood that Li Bugui had traded his own life for a moment of peace for the Ghost Dispatch Bureau. Otherwise, if the malevolent spirit within him were to seize control of his body, the Bureau would once again face a terrifying crisis. The Ghost Dispatch Bureau had already suffered grievously and could scarcely endure further turmoil. With a heavy heart, Li Bugui succumbed, his eyes slowly closing. Yi Tu gazed upon him. As if a realization dawned. In the realm of spirits, his own captain had similarly sacrificed his life for a glimmer of hope. Some live yet are already dead, while others have perished but continue to exist in spirit. Yi Tu gently lifted Li Bugui's lifeless form, and as the ghostly domain gradually dissipated, he carried Li Bugui back to reality. They had emerged. Fang Weiwei and Zheng Fei were the first to spot Yi Tu and hurriedly rushed over. When they beheld Li Bugui's body draped over Yi Tu, they were momentarily struck dumb. They had not anticipated that the inaugural head of the Ghost Dispatch Bureau of Yanhuang City would meet his end in such a manner. Not only was Li Bugui the leader of the Bureau, but he was also a mentor and guide to these spirit tamers, teaching them to master the malevolent forces within their own bodies. Yet, this very individual had perished in the ghostly realm. Even those who faced harrowing incidents daily and understood the inevitability of life and death, like Fang Weiwei and Zheng Fei, could not restrain their tears at the sight of Li Bugui's corpse. Yi Tu reflected on the Ghost Dispatch Bureau, which had been cleaved in two by Li Bugui's sword, and felt a deep sense of admiration for him, aptly named the Ghost Sword. This singular strike had liberated the Bureau's personnel trapped within the spectral domain. The ghostly realm had been vanquished. The golden boxes containing the imprisoned ghost children and female spirits lay in the basement. Please tend to them. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Yi Tu directed his words towards the two individuals, rising with the intention to depart. Wait a moment. Fang Weiwei approached, producing a specially designed phone for Yi Tu to scrutinize. Upon the screen appeared a message sent from Li Bugui to Fang Weiwei. Weiwei, should I perish in the ghost realm, the next director of the Yanhuang City Ghost Bureau will be you, Yi Tuesday. I have already reported this to headquarters. Henceforth, you shall follow Yi Tu, for I believe that under his stewardship, the Yanhuang City Ghost Bureau will flourish far beyond my tenure. I hope he will accept this. Considering my demise is so gloriously tragic, judging by the timestamp, it was evident that this message had been programmed for delayed delivery. Li Bugui had prepared it in advance, ensuring that should he indeed meet his end in the ghost realm, the message would automatically reach Fang Weiwei's phone. Yi Tu contemplated Li Bugui's words, lost in thought. The position of director of the Ghost Bureau, if bestowed upon another, would likely be embraced with fervor. However, he was acutely aware that leading the Ghost Bureau was a perilous endeavor, 100-fold more dangerous than living as an ordinary person. Yet, it was within this very realm that he could expedite his own strength. After all, how could one thwart the impending arrival of the ghost realm within a mere year? Observing Yi Tu's hesitation, Zheng Fei approached and spoke gently. The director has always possessed remarkable foresight. His choice of you as his successor indicates your suitability for the position of head of the Yanhuang City Ghost Bureau. I hope you will ponder this decision earnestly. After a moment's reflection, Yi Tu raised his gaze and replied slowly, for 1 year, I shall assume control of the Yanhuang City in his stead. Chapter 76. Gold and Ghost Money. Yi Tu returned home with his sister, ensuring her safety and well-being. Li Bugui has perished, and Yi Tu has ascended to the position of director of the Ghost Enforcement Bureau. Yet, this is merely the beginning. It will not be long before terror descends, enveloping the entire Yanhuang City in a shroud of fear. With the system at his disposal, he harbors no fear of the impending horror. However, his sister and parents, being ordinary individuals, are vulnerable. If he is not by their side, they may very well fall prey to the malevolent spirits. Yi Tu recalls the time 3 years ago when terror first struck, causing the stock prices of companies to plummet dramatically, and the soft currency became as worthless as mere paper. He survived within the Golden Wall through a unique means, using ghost money. Indeed, ghost money circulates within the realm of spirits. For instance, one can hire a ghost to transport them to their desired destination or secure a night's stay in a ghostly apartment by spending ghost money. With ghost currency in hand, many spectral entities become accessible. Yi Tu managed to find a ghost money shop, where he utilized its currency to sustain his life. Of course, there exist certain spirits that cannot be appeased with ghost money. These are exceptional and formidable beings. As he contemplates this, he remembers that after the onset of terror, the Radiant Council intends to erect a golden wall around Yanhuang City, effectively sealing all its inhabitants within. In light of this, why not assemble a force capable of countering the Radiant Council before the complete arrival of horror? Now, with the Ghost Enforcement Bureau firmly under his control, he possesses absolute authority over it. Should he desire, the entire Yanwang City will heed his command. However, the distinction between humans and spirits is profound. At present, terror has not yet fully descended. Everything must occur within the confines of the law. If I, as the head of the Ghost Bureau, were to engage in unlawful activities, it would not be long before the headquarters dispatch someone to eliminate me, even before the terror completely manifests. The power I currently possess is insufficient to contend with the headquarters. Furthermore, my parents and younger sister are well. There is no need for me to undertake such actions. Suddenly, Yi2 conceived a bold plan and dialed Wei Wei's number. It's me, Yi2. Director, how much funding does the Ghost Bureau currently have? We have 5 million. Why is it so little? Due to the recent ghost attack in Yanwang City, the losses were severe. This is all we have left. After a moment of contemplation, Yi2 responded, withdraw it all. Without hesitation, Wei Wei answered, understood, Director. Yi2 deliberated briefly. A few million would hardly suffice. Additional funds were necessary. He rushed into his parents' room and inquired, Mom, Dad, how much money do we have at home? His parents were taken aback by the question, yet, since their son had asked, they chose not to conceal the truth. After a moment of thought, his father replied, in total, we have about 1 million. This is set aside for your and your sister's education, as well as future funds for your wife. What do you intend to do? Yi2 declared. The world is about to change drastically. Soon, this money will become worthless. In the future, the only two valuable commodities will be gold and ghost money. Father, I need these funds to purchase these items. Upon hearing this, Father Yi was taken aback and exclaimed, Son, are you feverish? Why are you spouting such nonsense? How could ghost money possibly hold any value? Surely, you have not been deceived. Yi2, maintaining his composure, produced the director's identification of the Ghost Officer Bureau, which Wei Wei had procured for him that afternoon. Both Father Yi and Mother Yi gazed at the unfamiliar document, feeling somewhat bewildered. What is this? Chapter 77. Additional Funds Director of the Ghost Officer Bureau? The moment they laid eyes on the credential in Yi2's hand, Father Yi and Mother Yi were visibly astonished. Yi2 promptly recounted the recent events to them. Is it truly possible for such things to occur? Father Yi inquired cautiously. Yi2 nodded earnestly. Such tales would be met with skepticism by anyone, yet I implore you to trust me. All my actions are for your sake and for Shao Xine. I cannot bear the anguish of losing you both again. Yi2's words resonated deeply with them. Eventually, moved by emotion, Father Yi wiped away tears and declared, the money I've earned is meant for my son. Take this. With that, he handed his bank card to Yi2. Yi2 gazed at the card in his hand, his heart swelling with gratitude. It had been 5 years since he had felt such warmth, the warmth of being protected. Looking at Father Yi, he spoke softly, rest assured, Father. From now on, I shall safeguard you both. Yi2 took the bank card and departed. Now, with 1 million from home and an additional 5 million from the Ghost Officer Bureau, he found himself with a total of 6 million. Yet, this sum was scarcely sufficient for acquiring ghost money. To command an army of countless spirits, one must possess at least 100 million in currency to procure ghostly notes. The Radiant Council is immensely powerful, and it is imperative to prepare for the future. At present, the system seems to be in a state of silence, scarcely uttering a word. Previously, the system's directive was to orchestrate the annihilation of the world. However, that realm of spirits has been obliterated, while this world remains intact. What tasks the system will assign in this realm remains uncertain, as Yi2 pondered in confusion. It appears that he must amass some funds, for the 600,000 spent on ghostly notes will not last long. As Yi2 searched along the roadside, he finally spotted an otherworldly plea for help affixed to a telephone pole. The message read, I am the wealthiest individual in Yanwang City, and I have recently sensed a malevolent entity clinging to me, posing an imminent threat to my life. I require an adept ghost hunter to assist me, and I shall offer generous remuneration. A contact number was provided below. Upon seeing this, Yi2 promptly dialed the number listed on the paper. The voice that answered was that of a middle-aged man. Upon hearing Yi2's relatively youthful voice, the man expressed skepticism. Yi2 assured him that he was a professional ghost hunter, and if he failed to deliver, the affluent individual would not be obligated to pay. Upon hearing of the opportunity for a free service, the wealthy man became elated and eagerly urged Yi2 to come at once. Yi2 glanced at the address. Goodness, Isn't this the residence of Chundali? Could it be that the person he just spoke to was Chundali's father? Upon examining the address once more, it was indeed confirmed to be Chundali's home. Had Chundali encountered some unsavory entity? Without hesitation, Yi Tu hurried towards Chundali's residence. Upon arriving, he rang the doorbell, and a middle-aged man opened the door, shrouded in an air of mystery. This is a wealthy villa district, where a single house costs several tens of millions. It is indeed clever to choose such a place. Chundali's father, Chen Daqiang, invited Yi Tu into the room, where he found Chundali sitting on the sofa. Upon seeing Yi Tu, Chundali's face lit up with relief. "Brother Tu, what brings you here?" Yi Tu, noticing the panic in Chundali's eyes, lowered his voice and inquired, "What has happened?" Chundali immediately replied, "Brother Tu, our home is haunted just like at school, and it seems that the ghost hasn't emerged yet. I urged my father to find a ghostbuster, and then it struck me that you are the one." Yi Tu chuckled. "How could you forget? We are like brothers, dear friends. But it will cost extra." Chapter 78, The Shadow of the Ghost. After discussing with Chundali and his father, they agreed on a fee of 5 million for successfully capturing the ghost. Upon hearing the amount, Chundali was overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Brother Tu, don't mention 5 million. I would gladly call you father." Chundali's father, upon hearing this, swiftly smacked Chundali on the head, scolding, "How can you speak to your grandfather like that?" Yi Tu, unfazed, drew his ghost-slaying knife and proceeded toward the room Chundali was pointing to. Suddenly, the brightly lit room flickered and plunged into darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of them. Yi Tu, puzzled, remarked, "Has the power gone out?" Chundali's voice echoed from behind. "I turned off the lights to enhance the atmosphere." Haha. Chundali's father retorted with irritation, "I thought it was the ghost causing this. You nearly scared your father to death. Quickly open it. Do not delay your grandfather's business." Chundali exclaimed, cradling his head, "Understood." The lights flickered back to life, illuminating the room as Yi Tu approached the haunted chamber described by Chundali, placing his hand upon the doorknob. The three of them collectively held their breath. Creak, the door swung open. Their hearts leapt into their throats. Yi Tu forcefully pushed the door wide, yet found nothing amiss. What could this mean? Yi Tu furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, could it be an illusion? But if it were merely a figment of the imagination, why would a ghostly shadow appear outside the door? Could there truly be a spirit here? "Dad, surely there can't be a ghost, right?" Chundali asked, his voice trembling. His father shook his head. "It must be an illusion. Let's proceed inside for now." With that, Chundali's father hurried into the room, while Chundali hesitated momentarily before following suit. At that moment, Yi Tu closed the door, plunging the room back into darkness. Chundali cautiously began to feel his way forward. Creak, creak. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the silence. Chundali halted in his tracks, turning to see a shadowy little dog standing at the threshold, barking at him. The little dog, its small green eyes fixed on Chundali, seemed to be confirming that he was the target it sought. Astonished by the presence of the two little dogs, Chundali inquired, "What are you?" The shadowy pup did not respond to Chundali's question, but instead emitted a sharp bark, its tiny paws gripping the doorframe tightly. In a hushed room, the shadowy little dog emitted a series of persistent squeaks, seemingly beckoning Chundali to enter its domain, though it struggled to articulate the peculiar sensation it evoked. Despite his trepidation, Chundali hesitated to intrude recklessly and cautiously inquired, "Am I not permitted to enter?" The shadowy pup continued its incessant yapping at the threshold, as if urging him to step inside. After a moment's hesitation, Chundali finally ventured into the room. Observing this, the little dog promptly leaped onto his shoulder, nuzzling its head against Chundali's face, attempting to convey some unspoken sentiment. Taken aback, Chundali asked, "What are you trying to say?" The little dog persisted, rubbing against his face before playfully nipping at Chundali's ear. Startled by the sudden pain, Chundali exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, release me. That hurts. Let go." Yet, the shadowy pup continued its playful biting. Chundali, now overwhelmed and adorned with scratches, could no longer endure the torment, and, in a moment of exasperation, swatted the little dog away. The shadowy creature tumbled to the ground, gazing up at Chundali with a look of betrayal, as if harboring a fierce resentment and a desire to devour him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chundali quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry." The little dog grumbled softly for a moment before bounding back onto Chundali's shoulder, resuming its affectionate antics. Observing this tender exchange, Yi Tu chuckled. "It appears this little fellow has taken quite a liking to you." Yi Tu refrained from informing Chundali that this entity was a ghost shadow, though it appeared innocuous. It possessed formidable abilities, capable of infinite duplication. Upon the demise of one, another would instantaneously emerge. Should this creature be harnessed, it would serve as a potent ally in battle. With the imminent arrival of malevolent spirits, it seemed prudent to bestow this ghost shadow upon Chindali, especially after investing 5 million. This way, Chindali would acquire a means of self-protection. Contemplating this, Yitu attempted to summon the system, which finally responded, "Host, congratulations on returning prior to the arrival of the vengeful spirits. Enough with the pleasantries. Establish a connection between this ghostly hound and Chindali swiftly. He shall become a powerful ally." Upon hearing Yitu's command, the system wasted no time in forging a link between the ghostly hound and Chindali. Chindali sensed the green aura of the hound converging upon him, evoking a sense of trepidation. What on earth is happening? I certainly do not wish to become a ghost. Yitu waved his hand reassuringly. Fear not. I have facilitated this connection, enabling you to command the vengeful spirit, thereby granting you the means of self-defense. Chindali's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Brother Rabbit, is this truly the case? I will be able to control vengeful spirits in the future? Yitu nodded affirmatively. If you doubt, you may test it for yourself. Eager to try, Chindali focused his thoughts, and to his astonishment, a small black dog materialized behind him. What on earth? Chindali was left speechless, gazing at the shadowy canine, utterly at a loss for words to express his emotions. The shadowy puppy seemed to sense Chindali's astonishment, disdainfully snorting before leaping onto the bed. The soft whimpering of the puppy resonated gently, causing Chindali to nearly burst into tears. Remarkably, this spectral dog possessed such an effect? Rabbit brother, what on earth is this ghostly dog that can speak? Chindali inquired with curiosity. Yitu chuckled. Its name is Ghost Shadow. As a creature of the underworld, it is aptly named. This fellow possesses formidable abilities, capable of infinite replication and attacking adversaries. Chindali marveled. Is it truly that powerful? The shadowy puppy appeared to comprehend Chindali's admiration, proudly wagging its tail. Well, now you two are acquainted. Henceforth, you shall support one another, Yitu declared. Chindali and the shadowy puppy exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. So, your 5 million was well spent, Yitu remarked. Chindali laughed. With Rabbit brother by my side, what does 5 million matter? By the way, does this ghost shadow merely resemble a dog? Yitu shook his head, explaining. It seems that this ghost shadow has invaded your dog's consciousness, which is why it is so affectionate towards you, although it currently takes the form of a dog. A ghost shadow is akin to a silhouette. Once it becomes familiar with you, it can change its appearance. Upon hearing this, Chindali's excitement surged. I wonder if it can transform into the character from the movie Sakura Island Girl. Chapter 79. The Apocalypse Base. Yitu accepted Chindali's father's bank card, which contained a reward of 10 million. Upon hearing Chindali's father mention the sum of 10 million, Yitu was astounded. He had never imagined that his son would turn misfortune into fortune, suddenly transforming into a superpowered being. As for the additional 5 million, Rabbit brother, take it as pocket money. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me, Chindahai, declared Chindali's father with a grandiose flourish. Yitu nodded in acknowledgement. In the present moment, as malevolent spirits loomed on the horizon, the significance of money was paramount. It represented gold. If he could procure enough gold, he could forge an invincible team, perhaps even a fortress, in the apocalyptic world. This would serve to avert tragedies akin to the Golden Wall incident. Just as Yitu was about to depart, Chindali leaned over and remarked, Rabbit brother, with ghosts now among us, money will soon become worthless. What do you need so much money for? Yitu pondered briefly before replying, You are correct. Money will soon be nothing more than a pile of waste paper, but gold will not. Gold is the sole substance capable of inflicting harm upon the spirits. Therefore, I intend to use this money to acquire ample gold to establish an apocalyptic base. With that, Yitu took his leave. Chindali and Chindahai exchanged glances. And without hesitation, Chindahai pulled out his phone. Secretary Wong, immediately liquidate all company shares and convert them into cash. Exchange all the funds for gold. Yes. You heard correctly, gold. The apocalypse is upon us. Upon returning home, Yitu lay on his bed, contemplating his future. Gold could forge a stronghold, empowering the most vulnerable among humanity in the face of the impending doom. Yitu was acutely aware that if he were to acquire a greater quantity of gold, he might construct a more formidable base and subsequently vanquish the specters that plagued him. Moreover, he could elevate his own strength, surpassing even that of the phantoms. However, Gold was an exceedingly rare commodity. A single piece could sustain a person's ambitions for a lifetime, possibly even leading to wealth beyond measure. Yet, gold scarcity was daunting, and not everyone possessed the capacity to evolve from an ordinary individual into a powerful being as he had. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tu resolved to adhere to his principles, even if it meant exchanging vast riches for gold in preparation for his apocalyptic stronghold. This was the most authentic sentiment residing within his heart. He harbored no desire for his sanctuary to be obliterated, nor did he wish for his own demise. Suddenly, Yi Tu sprang into action, leaping from his bed and making his way to the kitchen. The night had already descended, and he ignited the gas stove to commence cooking. Although it was dinner time, he intended to prepare an extravagant feast, celebrating his transformation into a superhuman and his acquisition of sufficient gold to establish his end-of-the-world stronghold. Once everything was in place, he began his culinary endeavor, first boiling 2 bowls of instant noodles. After relishing the meal, he settled onto a stool to analyze the recent fluctuations in gold prices. Just then, his phone, resting on the table, rang unexpectedly. Upon checking the caller ID, he discovered it was Chen Dali reaching out. "Rabbit brother, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear?" Chen Dali inquired. "Good news," Yi Tu replied eagerly. "After a discussion with my father, we decided to liquidate all our assets and convert them into gold, amounting to a total value of 30 billion. Yi Tu was taken aback. "What about the bad news?" "The unfortunate news is that my father and I are now left with nothing but gold, and we can only afford to rent a place. Brother 2, when do you intend to utilize this gold to establish a stronghold for the apocalypse?" Yi Tu, still in shock, inquired, "Are you suggesting that I should manage this gold?" Chen Dali replied resolutely, "Who else could do it if not you? I trust that. Apart from you, no one possesses this capability. To put it plainly, once the apocalypse commences, my father and I will be relying on you." Yi Tu was astounded by Chen Dali's decisiveness. This might be the most astute decision he would ever make in his lifetime. However, to outsiders, it seemed as if the Chen father and son had lost their minds. Having experienced prior events, Yi Tu had developed a profound understanding of human nature. Thus, even if he were to return to the past, he would only save those deserving of rescue, while ignoring the foolish ones who incessantly ridicule others. Yi Tu ended the call and immediately contacted Fang Weiwei. The resources at the Ghost Messenger Bureau were minimal compared to the vast fortune of gold held by Chen Dali's family. He promptly instructed Fang Weiwei to take charge of the 30 billion in gold and collaborate with Zhang Fei to construct the Golden Stronghold. Nonetheless, the 30 billion was insufficient for establishing a base. At least 100 billion would be required. Yi Tu understood this reality. After some contemplation, he realized there was still a shortfall of 70 billion, which could only be sourced from the headquarters of the Ghost Messenger Bureau. Yi Tu picked up his phone and dialed a number. A youthful voice echoed on the other end. "Who is this?" "Li Bugui is dead. I am the newly appointed director of the Yanhuang City Ghost Bureau. I require 700 billion to establish an apocalyptic base." The recipient of the call sputtered, nearly spilling their tea. 700 billion. You, a newly appointed director, dare to demand such a sum? What kind of vision did Li Bugui possess to select someone like you for the position? All you need to do is report this request to the highest command. Do not concern yourself with anything else. With that, Yi Tu ended the call, a cold smirk creeping onto his face. He knew that few would support his course of action at this moment. However, there was no alternative. Only by constructing a golden apocalyptic base could he truly save Yanhuang City. With the arrival of malevolent spirits, there was no other recourse. Perhaps investing 700 billion into Yanhuang City could yield unexpected rewards. At the headquarters of the Ghost Bureau, an elder remarked, "After all, even Li Bugui has perished. The fact that he survived from such a profound realm of spirits and managed to subdue that entity speaks volumes of his capability. Despite his youth, his potential is limitless." The young man, taken aback, stammered, What do you mean? Did you not hear what I said?" Indeed. A week later, Yi Tu's subordinate, Zhang Fei, delivered the 700 billion worth of gold. "Director, this gold is worth 70 billion, and combined with the previous amount, it totals 100 billion. Shall we commence the forging now?" inquired his subordinate, Zhang Fei. Yi Tu nodded. "Yes, let us begin the forging at once." "Understood, Director." The subordinate promptly set off to prepare the gold. Yi Tu then stepped outside, making his way to his chamber. Within his room lay a plethora of equipment. With a hum, Yi Tu powered on his laptop. His fingers deftly danced across the keyboard, entering a series of passwords, and soon a cascade of code illuminated the screen. Yi2 accessed the system, clicking on a particular button, and instantly, a 3D map materialized before him. It depicted a post-apocalyptic landscape, with cities distributed evenly. The location of the Golden Apocalypse base marked centrally. Observing the name of the base, a cold smile crept across Yi2's lips. Let it be named the City of the Ghost King. I hope that once this base is established, I can ascend to become the Ghost King myself. After all, only the Ghost King can vanquish those specters. Chapter 80. Long time no see. Red Moon Team Yi2 was not idle. He began instructing Feng Weiwei to reach out to the former members of the Red Moon Team. As familiar faces appeared before him, Yi2's eyes glistened with emotion. "Boss," he exclaimed, addressing a bearded man with excitement. "It's wonderful to see you alive, truly wonderful." The remaining members of the Red Moon Team looked at Yi2 with puzzled expressions, for they did not recognize him. However, it seemed that Yi2 recognized them all. In that moment, a wave of bittersweet emotions surged within him. He pondered how many more instances of such poignant farewells he would endure. He could only recall how his comrades had perished for various reasons. The horrors of that fateful night forever etched in their memories. He had once believed he would never return to his homeland or reunite with his loved ones. Yet now, he stood before his companions once more. Although their faces had altered significantly, the familiar aura they emanated confirmed to Yi2 that one among them was indeed their leader, Su Feng. "In the previous life, you sacrificed yourself for me. In this life, I shall protect you, and all of you." Yi2 took a deep breath and turned to address the members of the Red Moon Team. "I know many of you are puzzled as to why you have been summoned here. I shall now make an announcement." He surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating with gravity. "From this moment forth, we shall establish an organization called Red Moon, which I will lead, and you shall serve as the backbone of this entity." After a brief pause, he continued, "I will be the captain of the Red Moon Team, with Su Feng as the vice-captain. I hope that we shall all work together to prepare for the impending catastrophe." The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of Yi2's intentions. Just 10 minutes prior, they had been strangers to the man before them, yet he spoke as if they shared an intimate familiarity. What had he just proposed? A new organization? Although none could comprehend the sudden establishment of a new organization, the poised demeanor of Yi2 suggested that it was anything but ordinary. Observing them, he patiently awaited their assimilation of his words before inquiring, "Is there anyone among you who wishes to leave?" Silence enveloped the room. With a smile, Yi2 continued, "In that case, I hope you will adhere to my directives. As you are aware, our organization not only stands guard against external threats, but primarily aims to rescue those compatriots who remain alive. Therefore, I implore each of you to collaborate with me in forging an indomitable cadre of valiant warriors." Once he had clarified his intentions, Yi2 departed. In his absence, a fervent discussion erupted among the group. Who on earth was that man? What exactly is the organization he mentioned? His words seemed quite formidable. Should we consider joining them? But why is he forming a new organization? The chatter grew increasingly animated. "All right, enough with the speculation," Su Feng interjected. "I believe that man certainly possesses knowledge we lack. Otherwise, he would not have gone through such lengths to summon us here." He clapped his hands and asserted, "Given the circumstances, let us heed his instructions. We do not have a more promising alternative, so why not join this organization and see where it leads us? After all, the outside world is far from tranquil." Su Feng confidently exercised his leadership as the vice-captain. Once back in his hotel room, Yi2 promptly called Feng Weiwei. "We must forge a batch of weapons capable of combating ghosts," Yi2 declared solemnly. "The sooner, the better." "Understood," Feng Weiwei responded decisively. Having experienced the terror of malevolent spirits herself, she had lost all her friends during a harrowing encounter in the ghost realm. It was during that ordeal that she realized humanity could be far more terrifying than the ghosts themselves. Subsequently, she joined the Ghost Enforcement Bureau, where she encountered many like-minded companions, and even a man she admired, though tragically, he had already met his demise. With a sigh, Feng Weiwei said to Yi2, "I will support you wholeheartedly." "Thank you," Yi2 replied. After ending the call, he fell into a contemplative silence. He understood that he would soon confront a formidable and ruthless horde of evil spirits, and he could not face this challenge alone. In the next moment, a haunting vision surfaced in Yi2's mind. He found himself in a boundless, dark wasteland, where the air felt as if it had solidified, rendering even the act of breathing a formidable task. A tremendous sense of oppression enveloped him, as though it sought to tear his very soul apart. He looked up to behold a colossal, circular moon suspended in the sky. At its center lay a crimson gemstone, resembling bloodstained beauty, both eerie and exquisite. Surrounding the circular moon were countless malevolent spirits, some crouching, some spiraling, and others soaring, each shrouded in tendrils of black mist, though their movements appeared chaotic. A distinct order lay beneath. These were the very ghosts that once plagued the golden city of Yanhuang. In the face of these spirits, the Red Moon had summoned its entire force to confront them. Regrettably, those spirits were indeed formidable. Even with all his might, Yi Tu could not vanquish her. And in the process, he lost himself. That battle nearly resulted in their total annihilation. The haunting memories of that day sent a chill down Yi Tu's spine. He must prevent them from wreaking havoc again. Clenching his fists, a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "This time, I shall not permit you to destroy the sanctuary I have painstakingly built." Yi Tu confined himself within a chamber, instructing Zheng Fei to refrain from entering. Regardless of the circumstances, before him lay several golden chests, and a faint smile graced his lips. These chests contained the spirits once contained by the Yanhuang Ghost Bureau. He intended to absorb them all. System, commenced the absorption of these spirits. As Yi Tu's voice resonated, the golden chest sprang open, unleashing a horde of vengeful spirits. In an instant, the room was filled with a chilling, oppressive aura. The malevolent spirits, with their claws bared and faces contorted, lunged towards Yi Tuesday. He regarded them with indifference and declared, "This world harbors too many unfortunate souls. I aim to lead them away from their suffering. If you are willing to follow in my footsteps, we shall forge a future far more glorious than your past. I implore you to contemplate this carefully." With that, Yi Tu turned his attention away from the throng of spirits. In an instant, a cold wind swept through the room, and specks of starlight emanated from him, reminiscent of the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky. The spirits, startled by the display, sought to flee the chamber in haste. However, as they exited the room, they were pierced through the brow by silver needles. The malevolent energy emanating from these vengeful spirits dissipated instantaneously, transforming into a wisp of ethereal smoke that infiltrated Yi Tu's forehead. Yi Tu abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing two beams of piercing brilliance. His pupils were a profound shade of gray, incongruous with his current visage, yet they exuded an imposing authority. Congratulations, host, on successfully assimilating the spirits. You now possess 5 minor spirits. Shall you advance? Advance, Yi Tu commanded without hesitation. In an instant, a torrent of formidable memories surged into his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, revealing a look of satisfaction upon his countenance. The intellect of these vengeful spirits surpassed that of ordinary souls, hence the emergence of their sentience. These spectral warriors were not only formidable in strength, but also capable of combat. To confront the malevolent entities within the ghost realm, relying solely on oneself was insufficient. He must harness the power of stronger spirits. My strength now equates to that of a third-tier spirit, Yi Tu pondered. Yet, I remain far from the Ghost King. I must expedite my ascension to that echelon. Let me elevate my level first. Perhaps I shall practice on the minor spirits recently appearing in Yanhuang City. Yi Tu picked up a nearby notebook, which contained the data and information he had meticulously gathered, including the circumstances of Yanhuang City and intelligence from other nations. This was a comprehensive compendium. As he leafed through its contents, he soon uncovered a new lead, namely, the Ghost Realm. According to the records, there lay an ancient tomb in Yanhuang City known as the General's Tomb, the sepulchre of the illustrious General Yanhuang. This ancient burial site was nestled within the mountainous terrain of Yanhuang City's northern outskirts. Yi Tu resolved to venture there in search of fortune. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Those formidable spirits were indeed immensely powerful. Not only were they astonishingly strong, but their speed was also astonishing. Eluding Yi Tu's attempts to track them, he could only rely on his naked eye to locate their positions, barely managing to pursue them. Were it a common human, they would have perished countless times over. Yi Tu spent an entire night, ultimately arriving at his destination in the depths of the night. Who could it be that had vanquished these second-tier ghost soldiers? Yi Tu furrowed his brow. The General Yanhuang? Chapter 81. General Yanhuang if all went as anticipated. This General Yanhuang was a 5th-tier specter. If he could absorb him, Yi Tu would attain 5th-tier strength, he murmured. At this moment, he had arrived at the capital of Yanhuang, Yanjing, merely a few steps away from the palace where the general resided. Yet, he hesitated to act, for he sensed the formidable aura of the general ahead. This presence was terrifying, undoubtedly exceeding the 5th tier. An existence beyond the fifth tier was beyond Yi2's current capabilities, let alone the prospect of siphoning off their soul. What to do? Yi2 pondered with a furrowed brow. Should he simply abandon his quest? If he surrendered, all his efforts in this lifetime would be in vain, and his very life could be at stake, especially since he had only just broken through to the third tier. Killing a fifth-tier specter was utterly impossible unless through cunning stratagems. It seems there is no other choice. Yi2's gaze flickered with a hint of coldness as he resolved to blend into the palace amidst the chaos and seize the opportunity to eliminate that General Yin Wang. However, at that very moment, the sky suddenly darkened and a tempestuous storm descended. As the raindrops fell, the ground swiftly became a quagmire. Yi2 looked up at the heavens, only to discover snowflakes drifting down, growing increasingly dense, and within moments, a hailstorm ensued. How frigid! What is happening? Why is it snowing? A group of university students passed by Yi2, shivering uncontrollably, their lips quivering. This weather is truly bizarre. The crowd murmured when suddenly, rumble. Thunder reverberated across the horizon, followed by a torrential downpour that drenched everyone. The deluge persisted for a full 2 minutes, and only after the rain subsided did the crowd dare to continue their journey. Oh, look over there, there's a house. Is that so? How wonderful. Let's hurry over. However, it appears to be a tomb, a timid girl remarked. What is there to fear? We are proper university students, materialist warriors. What do we have to fear from a tomb? Is there a ghost lurking? A boy retorted. In this weather, we might as well seek refuge there. An ancient tomb exploration sounds quite appealing. Seeing the others speak thus, the timid girl fell silent. Yi2 observed the group of university students as they made their way toward the ancient tomb, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Truly, such pure foolishness. However, one cannot entirely blame them. Who could have anticipated that there truly were spirits lurking there? Yi2 had initially intended to offer a kind-hearted warning, but recalling his previous experiences, he understood that no matter what he said, they would remain skeptical. Nevertheless, Yi2 approached them. I strongly advise you not to venture there. It is indeed haunted. His voice reached the ears of the university students. One young man scrutinized Yi2 with a smirk. Haunted? Are you attempting to attract the attention of the ladies? I assure you, that tactic is outdated. Out alone at this hour, you appear more like a ghost yourself. The others chimed in with similar remarks. Yi2 waved his hand dismissively. He was aware of how they would respond. Yet, he had conveyed his warning. And if they chose not to believe him, that was beyond his concern. Thunder rumbled ominously above. Did you hear that? There truly are spirits, a girl exclaimed, her face paling in fear. Are you out of your mind? What spirits? The young man glared at her. I'm not lying. I genuinely heard the cries of a ghost, the girl said, her face filled with terror, before she turned and fled in haste. The other girls, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. Humph, coward. The young man scoffed, clearly convinced that the girl was timid, and thus he steeled himself to approach the ancient tomb. Upon arriving at the entrance of the tomb, astonishment etched on their faces as they beheld a plaque that read, Yuan Huang General's Mansion. Instantly, the group of university students felt their legs weaken, unable to stand firm. Yi2 shook his head, disregarding them, and proceeded into the depths of the tomb. He must swiftly resolve the matter of General Yin Wang, for should he escape, it could unleash a tempest of bloodshed and chaos, potentially endangering the innocent populace surrounding him. Yi2 traversed a dimly lit corridor and finally arrived at the heart of the ancient tomb, a grand hall where a middle-aged man stood. Clad in golden armor and wielding a golden spear, he exuded an aura of formidable majesty, resembling a celestial warrior. Beneath his feet lay a thick accumulation of dust and debris, a testament to his prolonged presence in this place. He was a living dead. Yi2 squinted. For despite the golden armor and spear, he could still sense the immense malevolent energy emanating from the man. He was indeed a genuine malevolent spirit, merely a step away from transcending into a realm of corpses and blood. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened ominously as a chilling wind swept through the hall. Yi2 turned slightly, observing a colossal shadow gradually advancing towards him. The figure loomed several meters high, shrouded in a dark cloak, with blood-red eyes that radiated an overwhelming sense of hatred and evil. At that moment, General Yin Wang had approached Yi2, emitting a sinister laugh while locking his gaze on him, his eyes gleaming with a cruel green light. Who dares to trespass upon the domain of General Yin Wang? He bellowed, releasing a tremendous force that surged from within him. This imposing aura was overwhelming, as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing. Yi2 was violently propelled backward by an overwhelming force, crashing fiercely against the wall. He let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. While a searing pain radiated from his chest, this malevolent spirit was formidable, leaving Yi Tu astonished. He could sense that the specter surpassed ordinary ones by a considerable margin. Moreover, during his earlier attempt to deploy his spiritual awareness, he had faintly perceived a terrifying power lurking within the spirit, a force even more fearsome than that of the malevolent ghost he had encountered previously. Truly, this was the infamous General Yin Wang. My name is Yi Tu, and I have come here to slay you, General Yin Wang, he declared with calm determination. Humph, since you are aware of my identity, you should comprehend the rules, depart or perish. The tone of General Yin Wang was infused with authoritative dominance, dismissing Yi Tu entirely. To him, this young man was merely an insignificant insect. Kill me? You are utterly unworthy. Yi Tu retorted with a scornful smile, and without hesitation, he charged towards General Yin Wang, brandishing his dagger and lunging at him, seeking death. General Yin Wang bellowed in fury. The malevolence emanating from him was palpable as he unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! The two clashed with a force that unleashed a terrifying energy from their bodies. Yi Tu felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall. Gasping, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. You are far too weak, General Yin Wang remarked coldly. Is that so? Yi Tu replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a composed demeanor. His garments were tattered beyond recognition, and his body was riddled with cracks, resembling a fragile structure on the verge of collapse, as if it might shatter into fragments at any moment. Yet, he exhibited no fear. Rather, he exuded an air of confidence as if victory were assured. With a sharp intake of breath, a terrifying wave of energy surged through the entire hall, obliterating tables and chairs in its wake, and causing a candle to explode. The intensity of his aura escalated, invisible tendrils of power emanating from his form. General Yin Wang furrowed his brow, sensing the young man's aura growing increasingly ferocious, accompanied by a palpable pressure. With a mighty shout, Yi Tu's right arm trembled, and the demon-slaying blade materialized in his grasp, its sharp edge illuminating the hall. Slash! Yi Tu roared as he leaped, wielding the blade as he aimed it at General Yin Wang. Boom! The strike was imbued with immense force, as if it sought to rend heaven and earth asunder. Humph! Mere trifles, General Yin Wang scoffed, brandishing his golden spear defensively. Clang! A resounding clash erupted, sparks flying as both combatants were thrust back by the sheer force of their confrontation. Swish! General Yin Wang's counterattack was swift. He lunged at Yi Tu with his spear, its tip glinting ominously. Clang! Yi Tu raised his hand to deflect the blow, their weapons intertwining midair. Bang! Both warriors staggered back a step. Ha ha ha! I did not expect you to withstand my strike. General Yin Wang let out a hearty laugh as he regarded Yi Tu, remarking, It seems you are indeed formidable. However, as his words lingered in the air, General Yin Wang raised his golden spear once more, sweeping it horizontally with a forceful thrust. The void trembled, seemingly unable to withstand such power. Clang! Yi Tu again met the assault with his ghost-slaying blade. Yet this time, he was sent flying. A numbing sensation coursed through his arm, and the spear pierced his palm, drawing forth crimson blood. Fortunately, his physique was robust enough to endure. Otherwise, that strike would have severely incapacitated him. Pathetic, hardly a challenge, General Yin Wang taunted. Is that so? Yi Tu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. His aura surged once more, enveloping the grand hall in an even more immense pressure. How is this possible? General Yin Wang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. At that moment, Yi Tu's presence underwent a profound transformation, becoming markedly more formidable, as if he had assumed an entirely different persona. Boom! In that instant, Yi Tu sprang into action. His foot struck the ground, propelling him like a flash of lightning towards General Yin Wang, his speed astonishing, reminiscent of a bolt cleaving the heavens. He unleashed a powerful punch, the wind howling around him, his momentum soaring as if to shatter the very fabric of reality. Boom! Two terrifying forces collided, shattering the wooden structures within the hall. What? Following the punch, General Yin Wang's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed Yi Tu's strength had multiplied exponentially, his stature now towering like a small mountain. Die! Yi Tu let out a thunderous roar as he leaped into the air, the demon-slaying blade in his hand radiating a dazzling brilliance. He swiftly aimed at General Yin Wang's head and struck downwards. Whoosh! A piercing sound of slicing through the air echoed as the blade cut through the void, appearing extraordinarily resplendent under the moonlight. The strike was executed with such swiftness that in the blink of an eye, it reached the side of General Yan Huang's head. Boom. The head of General Yan Huang fell to the ground. The nearby university students, witnessing Yi Tu's valor, were thrown into a state of panic. Upon seeing the demise of General Yan Huang, they rushed over. One male student kicked the severed head and laughed. Is this a movie? Where are the ghosts? Where are the ghosts? However, in the next instant, the male student's body erupted, transforming into a mist of blood that was absorbed by General Yan Huang. Oh! A collective scream erupted from the crowd, many collapsing in terror, some even losing control of their bladders. A group of male students stood frozen, their faces etched with disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. Run for your lives! A female student cried, turning to flee. Just a few steps away, a deafening explosion sounded behind her, shattering her limbs and sending blood splattering. Ah! Another scream pierced the air. This time a male student met a grisly fate, his blood staining the street. What manner of monster is this? Ah! Flee! Everyone screamed in a frenzied rush to escape. You shall not leave. General Yan Huang bellowed, shaking the entire square. As a small mountain collapsed, clouds of dust rising, turning all into ruins. General Yan Huang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with fury and violence. Get back here, you scoundrel! He bellowed once more, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him. Countless clods of earth and stones soared into the sky, transforming into endless blades aimed at the multitude of university students. These earthen projectiles became formidable weapons, their sharp edges glistening as they descended, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Alas, some were cleaved in two, their blood staining the square crimson. The young male students fled in terror, with some collapsing to their knees in fright. They had initially thought this was merely a filmed shoot, but the reality was far more harrowing. We must find a way to escape, they cried. But we cannot flee. It is already locked onto us. The terrain here is so peculiar. How can such a place exist? In their panic, the crowd dashed about, only to discover the futility of their efforts. Damn it, the landscape is completely enclosed. Could it be due to gravitational forces? What shall we do? Enough with the noise, let's devise a plan. They urged one another, brainstorming strategies. General Yan Huang's speed was astonishing. With every strike, another fell, blood flowing like a river. Initially, they managed to hold their ground. But as time passed, more were injured, their fighting spirit rapidly waning. A piercing scream shattered the air. Someone had been struck on the head by a massive boulder. Crushed instantly. Help me. Please do not kill me. Individuals kneel and bow their heads, incessantly pleading for General Yan Huang's mercy. Ah! A chilling scream pierces the air as another student is brutally struck down by General Yan Huang's fist. His palm, stained with blood, fresh from the unfortunate soul, seems to be devoid of any sensation of pain, as he relentlessly pursues his victims, mercilessly taking lives. Soon, the ground before General Yan Huang is strewn with the lifeless bodies of humanity, a river of crimson flowing around them. Ah! Do not kill me. Suddenly, another wretched soul collapses, their body seized by General Yan Huang, who savagely bites through their throat, consuming them entirely. Ah! I was wrong. Yet another person shrieks as they are devoured, flesh and blood scattering, staining the earth in a gruesome display. Ah! Help me. Do not eat me. All are driven to madness. They have never encountered such a ferocious being. They yearn to escape, only to realize that there is no way out. Whether hiding or turning against each other, none can evade General Yan Huang's wrath. Soon, all are reduced to a mere heap of flesh, an unbearable stench permeating the air. Witnessing this horror, many cannot contain themselves and begin to retch. No, I refuse to become a lifeless corpse. Spare me. Some kneel, repeatedly bowing in desperate supplication. Save me, do not consume me. Others wail, pursued by General Yan Huang, utterly devoid of any chance to flee. The speed of General Yan Huang was astonishing, making him the optimal choice for their escape each time. Soon, his gaze fell upon the group of female university students. Do not eat me, do not kill me. Woe is me. I do not wish to perish. I long to live. The girls trembled in fear at the sight of General Yan Huang's piercing stare. A gasp echoed through the air as yet another student was torn to shreds by the general. Terror gripped the hearts of the onlookers, rendering them utterly hopeless. Help! Whoever rescues us shall be a hero. I will reward him with 100,000. One girl cried out in desperation. She then turned to Yi Tu, shouting, Hero, save me. I will give you any amount you desire. I can offer it myself, even though I am not a maiden. Yi Tu, observing the scene, coldly replied, You could have lived, but you chose to court death. Now, not even the deities can save you. General Yin Huang lunged forward, mercilessly shredding the dazed university student. As she was torn apart, a torrent of blood gushed forth, splattering onto the plaza and creating a macabre display. Ah, I was wrong. Grant me my life. Some, witnessing this horror, fell to their knees, bowing in fervent hope for mercy in exchange for their survival. Please, save me, cried several girls, their eyes brimming with despair. No, came a resolute refusal from the crowd. Some male university students stood aloof on the sidelines, unwilling to extend a helping hand, merely observing in silence. With a wave of his hand, General Yin Huang severed the towering trees around him, sending them crashing down upon the pleading students. The ground trembled with the sound of destruction. The trees fell, unleashing a torrential bloodbath. Some were crushed into a pulp, others had their skulls smashed, while yet others were torn asunder. A chilling scream pierced the air as one unfortunate soul was flung away by General Yin Huang's claw, their body reduced to a gruesome mesh. Thud, thud, thud. Heads flew from their bodies, blood painting the plaza crimson, while remnants of flesh were cast into the distant wilderness. In mere moments, every last one had been slaughtered, not a single survivor remaining. Except for Yi Tu. Not a single human being was left alive. Once the massacre of the students was complete, General Yin Huang returned to his zenith. Observing this, Yi Tu couldn't help but curse the foolishness of the crowd. Had they acted differently, you would have finished his task much earlier. It's your turn, General Yin Huang declared coldly, charging towards Yi Tuesday unfazed by the oncoming threat. Yi Tu countered with a powerful punch aimed at the general. Bang! The two collided, each stepping back a pace. Yi Tu, furrowing his brow, regarded General Yin Huang and remarked, "Your strength has progressed remarkably fast." The general laughed arrogantly, dismissing Yi Tu with utter contempt. Yi Tu's expression darkened as he warned, "I advise you to behave, otherwise, your demise will be most tragic." "Ah, I await your attempt to kill me," General Yin Huang retorted disdainfully. Yi Tu's expression grew solemn as he ceased to hesitate, delivering a decisive strike towards General Yin Huang. Whoosh! The air cleaved apart, producing a piercing sonic boom akin to the sound of a blade slicing through flesh. What immense strength! General Yin Huang's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed a lethal danger approaching. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tu had employed an unknown force that instilled such a sense of peril within him. Chapter 82. The Sacred Shrine of Cherry Island now. Fortified by the blood of numerous university students, General Yin Huang's power had surged beyond his previous capabilities. Yi Tu, wishing to avoid further entanglement, summoned the demon-slaying blade. Slash. The blade's radiance shot skyward, transforming into a dragon figure, fierce and menacing. Roar! The dragon figure reared its head and unleashed a furious howl, its colossal form lunging towards the general. With eyes aflame and a countenance as dark as the depths of water, the general prepared to meet the onslaught. In an instant, the surrounding structures crumbled to the ground, thunderous echoes reverberating through the air. Boom! Both Yi Tu and the general were violently propelled backward, crashing heavily to the earth. Yet, they swiftly rose again, resuming their ferocious assault upon one another. The battle had escalated to an intense climax, with debris collapsing around them and clouds of dust swirling, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Yi Tu swung his blade towards General Yin Huang with a force capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones, warping the air in its wake. The general met the attack with a fierce punch, and a resounding thud echoed as their forces collided. The overwhelming impact left Yi Tu's hands numb, nearly causing him to lose grip on his blade. A grave expression settled on Yi Tu's face. How could you possess such formidable physical strength? He was aware that this adversary had consumed the blood of many ordinary people, yet he had not anticipated such ferocity. General Yin Huang let out a cold snort. "A mere ant like you dares to challenge me? It is nothing short of seeking death." As his words fell, he swung his fist towards Yi Tu with lightning speed. Yi Tu hastily retreated, yet was still a moment too late. He was struck in the chest, sent hurtling through the air. It felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, and he coughed up a copious amount of blood, his chest erupting with excruciating pain. Fortunately, his toughened physique prevented him from sustaining severe injuries. Shock filled his heart. How could this man's strength have surged so rapidly? Could it be that the consumption of human blood bestowed him with such formidable combat prowess? As he gazed at the opponent charging towards him once more, he hastily raised his blade to block. However, he was utterly outmatched, sent flying several meters by a powerful kick, crashing into the wall before rebounding and collapsing onto the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha! Boy, today you cannot escape. General Yin Huang cackled, rushing towards him. Filled with rage, Yi Tu fought desperately to defend himself. The ferocity of General Yin Huang's assault was overwhelming. Each strike carried tremendous destructive force, nearly breaking Yi Tu's defenses. Eventually, the general seized an opportunity and landed a devastating blow to Yi Tu's abdomen. Yi Tu felt as if his very organs had been dislocated, the pain forcing him into a curled position, his face pale as a sheet, drenched in sweat, and blood continuously pouring from his mouth. Heh, now it is my turn to send you on your way. General Yin Huang sneered as he approached Yi Tu, ready to take his life. But suddenly, Yi Tu summoned all his strength and swung his blade with ferocity. What is happening? General Yin Huang's expression shifted dramatically. Do you not relish drinking human blood? Today, I shall end your life. A cruel smile crept across Yi Tu's lips as his right hand rose high, poised to strike General Yin Huang. With a resounding thud, General Yin Huang had no time to mount any form of defense. As Yi Tu's blade pierced directly into his heart, the golden flames atop the demon-slaying blade seared through General Yin Huang, reducing his corporeal form to mere ashes in an instant. Yi Tu absorbed the ghostly energy emanating from General Yin Huang, a formidable sixth-tier ghost general. As he felt the energy coursing into his being, veins bulged ominously upon his forehead. The intense, soul-rending sensation was oddly pleasurable, as if every cell in his body was fervently yearning for more. Yi Tu's figure expanded at an astonishing rate, his garments tearing apart as his skin gradually adopted a dark yellow hue, while his eyes blazed a fierce crimson. His muscles swelled like iron, exuding an aura of terrifying dominance. Rising to his feet, he gazed down upon himself, overwhelmed with exhilaration, and raised his leg to stomp down with all his might. With a thunderous roar, the ground fractured beneath him, sending countless shards of stone flying. He had ascended to the sixth-tier ghost general. The excitement in Yi Tu's eyes was unmistakable. He then departed from the general's tomb. With a month remaining until the complete descent of the malevolent spirits, he must elevate his power to the realm of ghost kings within this time frame. As he walked, memories of his previous life flooded back, recollections of the terror that ensued upon the arrival of the malevolent spirits, with reports claiming that an eighth-tier ghost had manifested in Sakura Island, nearly leading to its annihilation. If all goes as anticipated, that specter has likely manifested on Sakurajima, albeit without any news coverage to prevent public panic. Upon returning to the Bureau of Ghostly Affairs, Yi Tu was promptly approached by Feng Weiwei. Chief, as per your instructions, the Golden Base is now 30% complete, and it will be fully operational in 2 months. Hearing the timeline, Yi Tu furrowed his brow. 2 months was insufficient. He needed to ensure the safety of his parents, sister, and those around him by relocating them to the base. We must expedite the process. It must be completed within a month, Yi Tu asserted solemnly. Though Feng Weiwei did not grasp the urgency of his concern, she recognized the necessity of fulfilling the chief's directive and nodded in agreement. By the way, the Sakurajima Shrine has extended an invitation for you to visit. Sakurajima Shrine. Yi Tu paused momentarily, recalling the name. In his previous life, the Sakurajima Shrine was the organization responsible for quelling the terror on Sakurajima, later aligning with the Radiant Council. His sister had fallen victim to their actions, having met her end by a gunshot. Their invitation now suggested they were aware of the recent ghostly incidents in Yanwang City. I have heard whispers of an 8th-tier malevolent spirit emerging there. They certainly harbor ulterior motives. I should decline their invitation, Yi Tu thought. Feng Weiwei continued. I believe it would be wise to refuse. Yi Tu waved his hand dismissively. Since they have extended a sincere invitation, we will accept it. Please make the necessary arrangements for our departure at any moment. Feng Weiwei, taken aback for a moment, promptly replied, Understood. Once she departed, Yi Tu smiled to himself. The 8th-tier malevolent spirit is indeed a remarkable entity. Since Sakurajima has graciously presented such a substantial gift, we should not let it go to waste. Meanwhile, at Sakurajima Shrine, a subordinate inquired of an elderly man with white hair, Sir, will it not reflect poorly on our capabilities if we invite the director of the Ghost Management Bureau from Huasha's Yanwang City to handle this 8th-tier malevolent spirit? The elder chuckled softly. This is an 8th-tier malevolent spirit that has already cost us many lives. Inviting him serves a dual purpose. 1, to assist in vanquishing this spirit. And 2, should he perish here, it would eliminate a potential threat from Huaxia. Your wisdom is commendable. Yi Tu boarded the aircraft, and soon it soared over the skies of Sakurajima. Observing this tiny land, Yi Tu smiled, for he intended to leave Sakurajima with a parting gift, akin to the one bestowed upon them by the M Nation in days of yore. Good day, sir. Is there anything I can assist you with? As the cabin door opened, a blonde woman stepped out. Yitu shook his head. No, thank you. He approached Sakurajima with a tourist's mindset, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, thus opting to travel by commercial flight without concerning himself with other matters. May you have a pleasant journey. Upon witnessing Yitu's refusal, the blonde woman did not press further. Just as Yitu intended to rest his eyes, a familiar voice pierced the air. Brother, help me. A youthful yet terrified cry reached his ears. Following the sound, one beheld a young girl of 7 or 8 years lying in a pool of blood, while 2 burly men stood nearby, coldly observing the scene with cruel smiles, as if such brutality were a commonplace occurrence. Yitu furrowed his brow and approached the 2 men. A hijacking, perhaps? He realized that he might be compelled to perform a noble deed today. Ah, how ungrateful. If that is the case, allow us to send you on your way. One tall, lean man brandished a dagger and lunged at Yitu. Meanwhile, the other man scooped up the child from the ground and began to retreat. Yitu's gaze sharpened, and his right leg lashed out violently toward the lean man. With a resounding thud, the force of Yitu's kick sent the lean man staggering backward until he collided heavily with the wall. His expression shifted dramatically as he drew a firearm from his waist, aiming it menacingly at Yitu's kid. Don't provoke me, or I'll end you. He had anticipated that a single strike would suffice to subdue Yitu, but he had never expected to be overmatched. Moreover, this was merely the result of Yitu's deliberate leniency. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. Yitu shrugged helplessly and remarked, Have you all been kicked in the head by a mule? He could sense that these men were far from ordinary. How dare you insult me? The lean man seethed with rage as he pulled the trigger, a bullet hurtling straight for Yitu's head. With a deft flick of his toe, Yitu deflected the bullet, redirecting it back toward the lean man. The man's pupils dilated in shock as he hastily dodged, yet the bullet still pierced his arm, blood spraying forth. How does it feel? Now it's your turn. With a swift stride, Yitu advanced, his speed unparalleled. The tall, lean man was caught off guard. His chest struck with tremendous force, propelling him several meters away to land in a pool of blood, convulsing. In that moment, the tall man's body trembled a few times before he succumbed to death. Brother, you've vanquished the villain, exclaimed a young girl, who rushed over and hid behind Yitu, trembling with fear. The figure sprawled on the ground was none other than her parents, yet the girl herself remained unharmed. Had it not been for Yitu's recollections of his own sister, he would have remained indifferent to the situation. It's all right now, Yitu reassured her. The girl burst into tears, burying her face in Yitu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Yitu had endured similar experiences before, and he found himself at a loss for words to comfort her. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet, he inquired once her sobs began to subside. The girl lifted her head, wiping away her tear stains, revealing a pale yet delicate face. Her eyes were swollen, with long eyelashes adorned by glistening tears, making her appear pitiful and heart-wrenching. She sniffled and replied, My name is Sasaki Kaori. What is your name, big brother? Yitu gently patted her small head, saying, I'm Yitu, and I'm here on vacation. Sasaki Kaori nodded obediently. I know. The cherry blossoms on Sakurajima are blooming beautifully now. My mother and I adore cherry blossoms. During the festivals, my father would always take my mother and me to enjoy the blossoms, but your parents have passed away, haven't they? Yitu completed her thought. Sasaki Kaori nodded. Yes, that's right. What will you do now? Yitu furrowed his brow. Such matters were indeed troublesome. After all, Sasaki Kaori was merely a minor, and encountering nefarious individuals posed a significant risk to her safety. Moreover, he was merely passing through this area and bore no obligation to assist her. Brother Yi. The young girl lowered her head, biting her lip, and timidly said, If you could help me, I could pay you. Oh, Yitu replied with a faint smile. In that case, once we disembark, I shall escort you to the police station in Sakurajima. He was no saint, incapable of extending kindness purely out of sympathy. As for Sasaki Kaori's offer of payment, he felt no inclination towards it. Upon hearing this, the girl's face lit up with joy. Thank you, brother. Yitu nodded. Although he was not in want of money, he was no superficial individual. Wealth held little allure for him, especially since he currently lacked for nothing. Suddenly, a jarring noise pierced the air as 3 men appeared before Yitu's. He looked up to find that they were clad in black. Huaxia people, surrender quietly. One of the black-clad men boasted arrogantly. Yi Tu's expression darkened. So, you are from Sakurajima? Humph, now you know. The man sneered. Yi Tu had long desired to teach the Sakurajima people a lesson. Sasaki Kaori, frightened, quickly hid behind Yi Tu's brother. What are we afraid of? Yi Tu reassured her, then turned his gaze towards the group. If you leave now, I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, you will soon learn the consequences of provoking me. Oh, so we have a martial artist among us? How delightful. At the forefront stood a man in black, grinning menacingly. It was truly amusing to encounter someone unafraid of death during a hijacking. With that, the man lunged at Yi Tu. His speed astonishing as he closed the distance in an instant. Yi Tu's eyes flickered, and he unleashed a powerful left fist. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a resounding explosion. The man in black's expression changed dramatically as he was forced to retreat several meters, staring in disbelief at Yi Tu's day. He had not anticipated the sheer force behind Yi Tu's punch. In a direct confrontation, he had suffered defeat. How could this be possible? The other men in black also widened their eyes in disbelief. This was their leader, who had been repelled by a mere Chinese man. No, to clarify. The opponent had pushed their leader back with a single palm strike. Such skill was far from trivial. Boss, let us all attack together and eliminate him. One of the men in black shouted fiercely. Yi Tu frowned. These three individuals appeared particularly robust. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to dispatch these men before they could frighten the little girl. Whoosh! His figure darted past like a specter. The men in black merely glimpsed a vague shadow flit before them, followed by an intense pain in their throats, leading to a desperate struggle for breath. Clutching their necks, they fought in vain against their fate. Yi Tu moved with an alarming swiftness, almost terrifying in its execution. Thud, thud. Within a mere half-minute, two lifeless bodies lay sprawled beside Yi Tu, their forms gruesomely mangled. You, the captain of the black-clad men, stared wide-eyed, horrified as he gazed at Yi Tu. His face a mask of terror. He had never imagined that Yi Tu could be so fearsome. His companions had perished in the blink of an eye. Could this man truly be a demon? He trembled all over, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yi Tu slowly approached, stating, I do not favor alarming the unsuspecting. Hence you must perish. The captain of the black-clad men, overwhelmed with terror, pleaded for mercy and master. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Rest assured, I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Yi Tu grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, then reached out, seizing the man's throat, lifting him into the air. And with a forceful twist, crack, the black-clad man's head tilted at an unnatural angle, devoid of life. Yi Tu dusted off his hands as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. In this world, some individuals are fated to live only briefly. Yi Tu turned away, taking hold of Sasaki Kaori's arm, guiding her onward. Sasaki Kaori's face turned pale. She had not anticipated such brutality from this brother figure. However, recalling that he had saved her life, the young girl pressed her lips together, choosing silence. The two boarded a flight and finally arrived at Sakurajima at 4:30 in the afternoon. Yi Tu led Sasaki Kaori off the plane and into a bustling urban area, where they checked into a hotel. Sakurajima is renowned for its famous Mount Fuji highway that traverses the island from east to west, a celebrated scenic spot. Mount Fuji on Sakurajima is Japan's first peak exceeding 40,000 meters in elevation, crowned with temples, shrines, dojos, museums, royal tombs, monuments, cultural heritage sites, and historical relics. The cherry blossom trees and groves are abundant throughout Sakurajima, vibrant and resplendent under the sunlight. The island hosts numerous famous cherry blossom festivals, rumored to be grander in scale than the spring festivals, truly the pinnacle of cherry blossom celebrations. Yi Tu escorted Sasaki Kaori to the Public Security Bureau, leaving his contact number with the young girl in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, Yi Tu made his way to the Sakurajima Shrine. As he stepped into the shrine, a chilling gust swept over him. Lifting his gaze, he was taken aback to find that the surroundings were composed entirely of phantoms. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed through the air, and he witnessed a dozen or so corpses clad in women's attire drifting past him, their bodies marred with splotches of blood. A shiver ran down Yi Tu's spine, causing his pace to falter. Who dares to intrude upon the shrine? A deep, aged voice resonated in his ear, and a shadow materialized before him. The figure, with a grim countenance, lunged forward, brandishing a long sword aimed at Yi Tu's chest. Yi Tu furrowed his brow, extending his right hand to grasp the sword with ease. Impudent! The elder barked, his free left hand generating a fierce gust as it aimed a powerful strike at Yi-Tu's torso. With a focused gaze, Yi-Tu deftly evaded the attack, retreating several paces with a powerful push off the ground. Upon discerning the assailant's appearance, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yi-Tu's face. The individual was diminutive, with dark skin and deep wrinkles etched into their cheeks, yet their eyes sparkled with a penetrating intensity, as if able to see through all. Yi-Tu mused to himself, "This individual is formidable. They must possess the strength of a fifth-tier malevolent spirit." Though brimming with self-assurance, the recent events lingered vividly in his memory. "And who might you be?" Yi-Tu inquired. Amir Jr. "Yet you dare to trespass without ever having visited the shrine," the elder scoffed. As the elder swung his long sword once more, a flurry of icy radiance surged towards Yi-Tu's day. With a cold smirk, Yi-Tu swiftly pivoted his body, evading the onslaught, and in a deft motion, his right hand seized the elder's wrist with precision. With a twist, he simultaneously bent his knee, driving it forcefully into the elder's abdomen. The sound of cracking bones echoed, crack, as Yi-Tu released his grip, gently massaging his knee. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to one knee before Yi-Tu's day. A cruel smile played upon Yi-Tu's lips as he slowly raised his right leg, poised to deliver a kick. "Wait, don't kill me," the elder implored, his voice trembling, revealing the profound fear within. Yi-Tu retracted his leg, standing impassively as he regarded the elder. "Who are you?" The elder wiped the blood from his lips and offered a bitter smile. "I am but a servant here, never expecting to encounter someone of your caliber. I am the director of the Ghost Enforcement Bureau in Huasha's Yanwang City. Take me to see your master." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of recognition sparked in the elder's eyes. "Ah, Director Yi, I did not anticipate your arrival. I truly apologize for the earlier offense." Yi-Tu snorted disdainfully, reflecting on the people of Sakura Island, who grasped at trifles while neglecting greater principles, pondering the depth of their camaraderie. The elder led Yi-Tu into the divine palace, whereupon Yi-Tu was struck by the brilliance surrounding him, as if he had stepped into another realm. Standing there, he felt an immediate sense of relaxation, as if he had been revitalized. Even someone as well-versed as Yi-Tu was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before him. Sitting before him was an elderly figure. "What is your name?" The old man gazed at the young lad before him, his countenance serene, devoid of any tumultuous emotion. Even his tone remained remarkably unembellished. "Yi-Tu," he introduced himself, "Yi as in leaf, and Tu as in slaughtering the world." Yi-Tu's eyes burned with intensity. "Director Yi, the reason I summoned you here is to assist us in dealing with a formidable specter on the island." Yi-Tu nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "No need for formality. Where is this specter located?" "Follow me," the old man instructed. Yi-Tu promptly matched the elder's pace as they ventured forth. Beyond the grand hall lay a staircase leading to the depths below, and as they descended, the atmosphere grew increasingly profound. Eventually, the sounds of the world above faded entirely. Yi-Tu stayed close, aware that the ensuing events would be pivotal. As they continued downward, Yi-Tu sensed a shift in his surroundings. The walls were adorned with talismans and magical arrays, indicating that the specter mentioned by the old man was far from ordinary. Upon traversing the corridor, Yi-Tu's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is this?" he exclaimed incredulously. He had anticipated that the so-called specter would be among the most powerful of its kind, but reality delivered a stark contrast. Before him unfolded a breathtaking sea of blossoms, a veritable tapestry of vibrant flowers blooming in abundance. The beauty was unparalleled, and the fragrance intoxicating. It felt as though he had stumbled into a fairyland, entirely at odds with the tales of a malevolent spirit's dominion. This is the spirit known as the Flower Ghost. This is merely a fragment of her domain. The true Flower Ghost conceals herself among the crowd. Having already claimed the lives of over 1,000 on Sakura Island, the old man lamented softly. Yi-Tu furrowed his brow, seeking further clarification. Though the scene before him was astonishing, he understood that it could not possibly be what was referred to as the Flower Ghost. This was certainly not an ordinary entity. The Flower Ghost excelled in beguiling the heart. "Come with me, and I shall impart some knowledge that may prove useful," the old man stated before turning to proceed ahead. Nodding in agreement, Yi-Tu swiftly followed. Indeed, an eerie atmosphere pervaded the surroundings, but having promised the elder, Yi-Tu felt no inclination to falter. Moreover, he did not believe that the elder would pose any threat to him. The old man's prowess was formidable, ensuring his own safety was more than adequate. Coupled with Yi-Tu's own strength, he harbored no concerns for his personal security. As he trailed behind the elder, numerous diverging paths appeared before them. The elder paused after traversing a certain distance, reaching out to feel along the walls. When he resumed walking, Yitu had already discerned the nature of their location. This was an underground space, intricately linked to the ancient hexagrams of his homeland. These formations bear some relation to the Bagua of Huaxia, the elder remarked as they continued. Bagua. A wondrous image abruptly manifested in Yitu's mind. The 9 palaces, the Bagua, the heavenly stems, the earthly branches, the 6 harmonies, and the yin-yang duality, with the latter being the most intricate. Within this realm, the configurations were imbued with profound mysteries. The Bagua represents the quintessence of Huaxia's ancient civilization, the very foundation of their culture. This is the bedrock of our own ancient civilization in Sakura land, the elder continued. The Bagua is the ancient wisdom established in Huaxia 5,000 years ago. Our nation, Sakura, boasts a rich historical tapestry. Since the conclusion of the Second World War, we have engaged in a strategic rivalry with the land of Huaxia. We have tasted both defeat and victory. On one occasion, we emerged triumphant, inflicting significant losses upon Huaxia. Yet, they did not succumb entirely, instead opting to recuperate and gather strength. Conversely, we have also faced setbacks, as Huaxia has been discreetly fortifying its power. This ongoing contest between us and Huaxia is one that will persist indefinitely, unless we face utter annihilation. Our current objective is one of Huaxia's Bagua, namely Qiankuan, a principle rooted in the philosophy of change. It serves as one of their clandestine weapons. The essence of the Bagua technique lies in the interplay of yin and yang. Mastery of the Bagua enables one to harness these forces to alter one's destiny, even that of an entire lineage. The elder spoke with solemnity. The Bagua technique? Is this not an ancient principle of Huaxia? Yitu inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, the elder replied with a smile. Just as the elder's words hung in the air, an abrupt sound of footsteps shattered the stillness of the space. In that quietude, the footfalls resonated with remarkable clarity. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Yitu's pupils contracted slightly as he fixated on this silhouette. It was a woman, draped in dark garments. Her features obscured from view. However, Yitu keenly observed a golden earring adorning her right ear and a red mole beneath her left eye. She exuded an aura of regal elegance, reminiscent of a queen. What captivated Yitu's attention was those eyes, a pair of blood-red orbs, brimming with malevolence and an icy demeanor, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty demon. A flower specter? This flower specter turns out to be a woman? Yitu's heart quivered, and a flicker of astonishment glimmered in his gaze. He had never fathomed that this so-called malevolent spirit could embody femininity. Such a revelation was rather astonishing. However, the visage of this woman appeared exceedingly peculiar, exuding an aura of youth. Nevertheless, Yitu could sense that her age was beyond his imagination, for the essence of time surrounding her was unmistakable and could not be concealed. Flower Spectre, our losses in Sakura Island have been grievous, with thousands perishing. This grudge must be avenged, the elder proclaimed, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the Flower Spectre. My flower field has withered. Yet you dare to court death, the Flower Spectre retorted, a cold curve gracing her lips. The withering of your flower field is a consequence of your own actions, the elder scoffed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. In the next moment, the elder formed intricate hand seals, murmuring a series of obscure incantations. Soon, the air around them began to swirl with tumultuous winds, as strands of spiritual energy coalesced, swiftly solidifying into a colossal sword of light measuring 3 in length. Go, the elder commanded, waving his hand, and the sword of light shot forth with blinding speed, slicing directly towards the Flower Spectre. A mere parlor trick. The Flower Spectre scoffed disdainfully. As her words faded, she extended her right hand, firmly grasping the lightsaber. Instantly, it became apparent that the weapon was tightly held within her grip, unable to escape despite its desperate struggle. Suddenly, a layer of frost enveloped the lightsaber. Alarmed, the elder's expression shifted, prompting him to release his hold. Freed from its confinement, the lightsaber swiftly dissipated, merging seamlessly into the ether, as if it had never existed at all. Damn it, Flower Ghost, the elder cursed, his gaze towards the specter tinged with astonishment. He never anticipated that the Flower Ghost possessed such formidable power. Its strength far exceeded his expectations. Today I shall personally eradicate you, offering your soul as a tribute to the spirits of the fallen on Sakura Island, he declared through gritted teeth. The Flower Ghost retorted with derision, to kill me. You must possess the capability to do so. With that, the specter lunged forward, appearing before the elder in the blink of an eye, its pallid visage drawing ever closer. Finally hovering near his neck, panic flickered across the elder's face as he felt a chilling aura penetrate his skin, rendering his breath increasingly labored. In a swift motion, the flower ghost's hand transformed into a skeletal claw, thrusting mercilessly towards the elder's chest. Reacting with remarkable speed, the elder flicked his wrist, sending a silver needle hurtling towards the oncoming talon. Clang! However, that claw, with an eerie flick, shattered the silver needles into fragments, breaking them inch by inch. Undeterred, the claw lunged toward the elder's chest. Thud! Instantly, the elder's chest was pierced by the claw, and blood gushed forth. A piercing cry of agony escaped the elder's lips as he staggered backward, his complexion paling further, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His gaze towards the flower demon was filled with trepidation. He had not anticipated that the flower demon could inflict such harm with mere claws. We must leave. Despite his anger and frustration, he understood that he stood no chance of defeating the flower demon alone. Director Yi, please assist me in vanquishing this demon, the elder exclaimed in pain. Upon hearing this, Yi too charged forward, brandishing the demon-slaying blade against the flower demon. This strike bore the weight of thunderous might. Should it connect, even the flower demon, no matter how formidable, would surely fall. Yet, the flower demon neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the blade to strike her directly. Boom! The blade met the flower demon as if it had struck a wall of iron, failing to budge her formidable form in the slightest. Instead, the force reverberated back, causing Yi Tu's grip to shatter, blood spilling from his hand. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him. The flower demon possessed a resilient physique, impervious to blades and arrows. Ordinary attacks were utterly ineffective against her. Only a strike to her head could bring her down. Observing this, Yi Tu's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly uttered a command. Strike! Taking a deep breath, he charged once more at the flower demon. This time, the demon-slaying blade radiated a brilliant light, slicing fiercely toward the flower demon like a shimmering ribbon. Clash! The blade struck directly upon the shoulder of the flower ghost, sparks flying in every direction. The demon slayer blade was unexpectedly halted midair, as the flower ghost remained utterly unmoved, absorbing the blow with remarkable fortitude. Such formidable defense! What kind of flesh could withstand the edge of a blade? Yi Tu's expression shifted dramatically. He had witnessed the terrifying force of this strike firsthand. Even reinforced concrete could have been torn asunder, yet now, a mere mortal form stood in its way, entirely impervious to harm. Is this all the strength you possess? If so, prepare for death. Remember, the one who shall slay you goes by the name of Flower Ghost. The flower ghost uttered a chilling murmur. With a sudden, vigorous motion of her arm, she deflected the demon slayer blade, and in the same instant, her hand lunged towards Yi Tu's. The speed of this strike was astonishing. So swift that Yi Tu could scarcely perceive it, rendering him incapable of evasion. A dull thud resonated as her palm struck squarely against Yi Tu's chest. With a sickening crunch, his sternum caved in, and his body was propelled backward, crashing onto the floor as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision darkening. On the verge of unconsciousness, Yi Tu had not anticipated the overwhelming power of this 8th-tier flower ghost. His own 6th-tier strength proved insufficient to contend with her. Without further hesitation, he grasped the demon slayer blade and charged at the flower ghost. This aggressive approach irked the flower ghost, who sneered, "I advise you to surrender early. Do not squander your time here." Yi Tu retorted with a cold snort. "Even if I must perish, I will take you down with me." The flower demon roared, swinging its enormous hand towards Yi Tu's. A grave expression settled on Yi Tu's face, for he understood the immense power behind that strike. Should it land upon him, he would surely meet a fate devoid of burial. The strength of this flower demon was overwhelming, and Yi Tu could already sense the chilling aura of death enveloping him. No, he could not perish. He absolutely must not die. With narrowed eyes, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed his mind. In the next moment, Yi Tu brandished his demon-slaying blade, striking fiercely at the flower demon. The flower demon was taken aback by Yi Tu's ferocity. This young man dared to challenge me? A look of disdain flickered in the demon's eyes as it reached out to grasp Yi Tu's blade. A surge of elation filled Yi Tu. He had indeed won his gamble. Just then, he noticed the flower demon's hand had suddenly vanished, only to be replaced by a bloody arm plummeting from the sky. Yi Tu was astonished and quickly retracted his blade. A thunderous crash resounded, causing the entire mountaintop to tremble. Yi Tu staggered back several steps before regaining his footing, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He lifted his gaze to behold the massive trunk, now marred with a multitude of fissures. A testament to the sheer force of that earlier blow. Good heavens, this is truly terrifying. Yitu could not help but exclaim, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Young man, let me see what skills you possess to dare challenge me, echoed the flower demon's sinister voice once more. Yitu's complexion turned ashen. This flower demon was indeed formidable beyond measure. In his current state of severe injury, it was utterly impossible for him to stand as a rival. Yitu gritted his teeth, silently resolving, I shall fight to the bitter end, even if it means our mutual destruction. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in Yitu's eyes as he charged at the flower ghost. He had resolved to risk everything. If he did not vanquish this ghastly creature, he would not leave this place alive. With a thunderous crash, Yitu collided fiercely against the flower ghost's chest, and the sound of cracking bones echoed in the air as the creature's ribcage shattered instantly. Before Yitu could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming force emanated from within the flower ghost. What delectable human flesh! The flower ghost reveled in the sweet aroma wafting from its own body, unable to suppress its delight. Yitu was taken aback, astonished by the creature's insatiable greed. What was he to do now? Boy, you cannot escape. Surrender obediently. The flower ghost licked its lips, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. As it spoke, the specter transformed into a blur, hurtling toward Yitu once more. Yitu felt his heart leap into his throat as he hastily attempted to evade. However, the flower ghost's speed was too formidable. There was no way for Yitu to escape. With a resounding impact, Yitu was sent flying by a powerful kick, his body crashing against the mountainside like a meteor. He became entangled in the rubble, struggling desperately before finally managing to extricate himself, albeit in a wretched state. The flower ghost, observing Yitu's disheveled appearance, could not help but mock him, sneering, Ha! With your meager strength, you dare to contemplate killing me? Truly, you are oblivious to your own mortality. Yitu gasped for breath as he gazed at the flower demon, contemplating the gravity of his situation. It seemed that this time, he truly had to fight with all his might. With that thought, Yitu took a deep breath, his legs propelling him forcefully against the ground, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of brilliance, charging towards the flower demon. The flower demon, taken aback by Yitu's audacity to rush at him once more, couldn't suppress a disdainful snort, raising his palm to strike down upon Yitu with ferocity. A thunderous crash echoed as Yitu's body was once again sent flying. This time, the impact was more severe, his features blurred and distorted. In that moment, Yitu resembled a madman, recklessly hurling himself towards the flower demon again. Seeking death, the flower demon scoffed, preparing to unleash another blow. Once more, Yitu was hurled through the air, yet this time, he did not rise again. His consciousness began to fade, his eyelids growing heavier. Observing this, the flower demon could not help but emit a chilling laugh as he approached, intent on devouring this young man. No. As Yitu's awareness dimmed, he caught sight of the flower demon advancing towards him, prompting an involuntary cry of alarm. Get away from me. His eyes burned crimson, veins of blood coursing through them, and his voice resonated as if from the depths of hell itself. With a resounding boom, Yitu sprang to his feet, forcefully pressing his hand upon the flower demon's head, reminiscent of a bygone era, as if the demon king had descended. With a sickening squelch, the flower demon found himself pinned beneath Yitu's grasp, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his entire form beginning to tremble violently. It is inconceivable. How could this be possible? How could this fellow transform into the king of ghosts? This defies the laws of nature. The flower ghost roared in denial. Yitu's form shifted once more, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal skeleton, exuding a black mist that seemed corrosive, assailing the very essence of the flower ghost's soul. No, no. The flower ghost emitted a wretched scream, his voice rife with agony and terror. The black mist from the skeleton consumed the soul of the flower ghost, eliciting a chilling cry from deep within. The skeletal structure underwent a metamorphosis, evolving from mere bones into a corporeal human form. Yitu slowly emerged from the skeleton, advancing step by step towards the flower ghost. Regarding him with a frigid gaze, the flower ghost, not devoid of wit, observed Yitu, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. A sinister expression spread across Yitu's face as he mocked. Aren't you quite formidable? Continue, then. The flower ghost, sensing the growing fear, turned to flee. Upon witnessing this retreat, Yi-Tu pursued with remarkable swiftness. He soon caught up to the Flower Ghost and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The force of his strike cleaved through the air, unleashing a gust that struck the Flower Ghost with tremendous impact, shattering his form to fragments. As the remnants of the Flower Ghost disintegrated, tendrils of black mist wafted into the air, all converging into Yi-Tu's being, infiltrating his mind. The elderly onlookers were somewhat alarmed by the scene before them. Are you a human or a ghost? Yi-Tu remained silent, directly invoking the powers of the Flower Ghost. In an instant, the sea of flowers seemed to come alive, engulfing all in its path. The Divine Palace was nothing compared to this. In Chapter 83, Flower Ghost. Yi-Tu had absorbed the 8th-tier Flower Ghost, granting him the strength of an 8th-tier malevolent spirit, soon to ascend to the prowess of a Ghost King. Observing the floral expanse within the Divine Palace, a smile crept across his lips. It is quite splendid for Sakura Road to have transformed entirely into a realm of blossoms. With those words, he activated the Flower Ghost's abilities once more, instantly transforming the entirety of Sakura Road into an ocean of flowers. Having accomplished this, Yi-Tu stepped onto the surface of the floral sea, traversing it effortlessly as he made his way toward Huaxia. Meanwhile, on Sakura Island, the ninjas were alerted to the news of the Divine Palace's annihilation and swiftly mobilized to eliminate Yi-Tu's day. Countless ninjas boarded ships, intent on intercepting him. Yi-Tu gazed at the dozens of vessels with a sly smile. Very well. Today I shall test the true might of an 8th-tier ghost. The ninjas launched their assault, charging toward Yi-Tu's day. He remained stationary, gradually ascending into the air. Once suspended above the ground, he began to move. Yi-Tu's form darted through the air, each motion a blur to the naked eye. The ninja's attacks failed to land a single blow on him, yet he continued to evade with ease. As the ninjas realized their strikes were futile, the weight of astonishment settled in their hearts, and they began to comprehend the terror that Yi-Tu embodied. The more formidable he appeared, the more intense their murderous intent grew. At last, a ninja could no longer contain his impatience. He brandished his weapon, aiming it at Yi-Tu, and unleashed a swirl of black smoke through his ninjutsu, enveloping Yi-Tu's day. Upon witnessing the encroaching smoke, a smile appeared on Yi-Tu's face, and he abruptly vanished from sight. What? The ninjas were taken aback, hastily searching for him, yet they could not locate even a trace of Yi-Tu's day. Soaring through the air for several seconds, Yi-Tu sensed the shifting currents around him, his smile growing ever more pronounced before he descended abruptly. Your attacks are far too feeble. They bear no effect. The mere utterance of Yi-Tu's words rendered the expressions of all the ninjas rigid with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that someone could render their assaults entirely ineffectual with a single phrase. Yi-Tu continued, declaring, "Your ninjutsu is utterly useless against me." As he spoke, a formidable surge of power erupted from his being, forcefully repelling all nearby ninjas. You have concealed your strength," the ninjas exclaimed in astonishment. With a dismissive snort, Yi-Tu retorted, "Since you are so eager for death, allow me to grant your wish." With that, an even more potent force emanated from him, sweeping toward the surrounding ninjas. The ninjas staggered back, spitting blood, until they were ultimately struck in the chest by Yi-Tu's powerful punch. Ah! The ninjas cried out in agony. Yi-Tu observed the scene before him with indifference, calmly stating, "This is the price you pay for underestimating me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi-Tu's figure flickered and he appeared directly behind the ninja. With a single, forceful punch, he shattered the ninja's body, sending him hurtling through the air, crimson blood splattering across the sky. The remaining ninjas, witnessing the brutal demise of their comrade, were instantly gripped by fear. "Lord Yi-Tu, please spare us. We beg for your mercy," they pleaded, collapsing to their knees in desperation. Yi-Tu let out a cold laugh. "Your deaths are of no consequence." With that, he launched an assault on the remaining ninjas. "Lord Yi-Tu, spare our lives. We implore you, do not kill us. We are willing to serve you as beasts of burden," they cried out in anguish. Yet, Yi-Tu showed no signs of mercy. Before long, the remaining ninjas lay dead, and Yi-Tu, with a chilling smirk, surveyed the sea of corpses and blood, sighing, "So many bodies, this truly poses a challenge." He then cast the ninjas' bodies into the ocean, allowing the waves to carry them away. Upon returning to Yanwang City, the news of his solo annihilation of Sakura Island had spread throughout the Ghost Enforcers Bureau. The enforcers, upon hearing this news, could scarcely believe it. They were aware of Sakura Island's formidable power, yet they never imagined Yi-Tu would dare to obliterate it. Nonetheless, they could not help but acknowledge Yi-Tu's immense strength. The enforcers did not consider intervening. After all, who could possibly manage such affairs? Alone, even the mightiest of warriors could not stand against a collective force. By the following day, the news of Yi Tu's return had reverberated across the entire nation. In the headquarters of the Ghost Messenger Bureau, Yi Tu had just returned when he was summoned. Yi Tu, you are truly formidable, daring to single-handedly annihilate Ing Island, the elder remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Tu slightly furrowed his brow, thinking that the elder was being rather exaggerated. After all, he had merely dispatched a few minor henchmen. Although Yi Tu found the elder's attitude rather contemptible, he refrained from voicing his dissent. Noticing Yi Tu's silence, the elder's smile broadened as he continued. I have heard that after destroying Ing Island, you also eliminated numerous ninjas. Quite impressive, indeed. I admire that. What use is admiration? I would prefer something more tangible. Yi Tu retorted. The elder burst into hearty laughter. Is not 700 billion tangible? So, how is the construction of your base progressing? Yi Tu shook his head, responding. That is not yet completed. What? The elder's anger flared. Yi Tu, do not take me for a fool. You dare claim that the 700 billion is not yet established? What is the point of your position as a ghost messenger? Yi Tu chuckled at the elder's words, saying, as a member of the Ghost Messenger Bureau, I naturally follow the arrangements from above. As for the financial matters, I believe it is not my concern. My sole responsibility is to ensure my own safety. A hint of cynicism colored Yi Tu's tone. After all, he was a ghost messenger. How could he possibly be troubled by monetary concerns? The elder was infuriated by Yi Tu's response, yet he found himself at a loss for words. For Yi Tu was indeed a legitimate ghost messenger, beyond reproach. Yi Tu, you must understand that your every action now represents our Ghost Messenger Bureau. Is it not a grave disrespect to your superiors to behave in such a manner? Do you not realize that this is an affront to authority? Yi Tu smiled and replied, My apologies, I was unaware. Enough, Lao Li. An elder interjected, halting Lao Li's tirade. Let us first discuss the matter of the ghost messengers. This is an issue that requires your explanation. Upon hearing this, Yi Tu nodded and said, Of course. But I implore you not to touch the 700 billion. Do not place me in a difficult position. Lao Li responded, 700 billion is hardly a concern for our Ghost Messenger Bureau. Rest assured, this sum will be compensated to you in full for your services. Yi Tu felt a wave of relief wash over him at the elder's words. However, his apprehension lingered, as this substantial amount was entrusted to him by the cunning old fox. Nevertheless, Yi Tu found himself unable to refuse. Pray tell, what do you require such an immense sum for in constructing a base? Yi Tu replied gravely, the true apocalypse is imminent. The elder fell silent. Could it be that the end times are truly upon us? Elder, do share your thoughts. Someone could not restrain themselves from exclaiming. The elder lifted his gaze to the crowd, each individual eagerly awaiting his words. They all understood that this young elder held the key to the unfolding events. Should he devise a solution, then all would have the chance to escape this dire situation. However, the old man remained silent, simply gazing ahead without any movement, making it difficult to fathom his thoughts. At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly approached the elder, stating, Great Elder, regardless of your agreement or disagreement, we must first resolve the matter at hand. The old man finally spoke slowly, Proceed. The man nodded and continued, Among us, some families have already been obliterated. I have witnessed my own kin transform into the undead. Both my mother and father have perished. Now, we are gathered here because our collective strength is woefully inadequate to contend with the formidable monsters. Thus what? The elder interjected. Thus, we must devise a sound plan, the man replied, his voice dwindling as he spoke, trembling at the prospect of the elder's reproach and fearing a potential rejection. What is your suggestion? The elder inquired. The man spoke. Since the grand elder shows no concern regarding this matter, let us devise a plan. We must seek a formidable team, and it is imperative that we secure ample provisions. Otherwise, when the monsters strike, we shall undoubtedly face starvation. At that point, even if we possess an abundance of food, it is likely we shall not be satiated. I propose that we unite several individuals to form a large mercenary group. I am confident that the strength of us ordinary folk will suffice to repel the monster's assault. At that time, we shall also acquire food and weaponry. We have 23 individuals here, including 3 capable women whose combat prowess is commendable, sufficient to establish a powerful mercenary band. The elder nodded, his demeanor calm, as if he had anticipated such a day. He exhibited no panic, no anger, nor even a trace of concern. The man, observing the elder's lack of anger, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He continued, "Grand Elder, what are your thoughts? We have two women among us. One named Su Wanner and the other Yi Xueqing. Both are exceedingly beautiful and possess remarkable strength, making them suitable for forming our mercenary group." Upon hearing the name Yi Xueqing, the elder's pupils contracted slightly. Yi Xueqing had been his most cherished disciple, tragically lost during a mission. He had always regarded her as a precious gem. This girl possessed extraordinary talent and boundless potential, even surpassing his own. The elder had never anticipated that his most accomplished disciple would perish during the apocalypse, falling victim to a horde of monstrous creatures. Taking a deep breath, the elder declared, "Very well, I shall agree." As soon as the elder's words echoed through the air, a wave of joy surged among the crowd. However, the elder added, "But remember, this matter must remain confidential." The plight of Yi Xueqing was known only to him. "I understand." The man nodded in acknowledgement. The elder instructed, "You should all return now to make your preparations. In 3 days, we shall convene the leaders of the various mercenary groups to discuss strategies for confronting the monsters." The man nodded in agreement and turned to leave. He was aware of Yi Xueqing's situation. His own wife was implicated as well, yet she was already with child, and he wished to shield her from further anguish. Thus, he had chosen to keep this truth from her. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the earth, casting a resplendent silver glow over the city. This city, the epicenter of the apocalypse, stood as one of the largest bastions of survivors in the world. Although it had succumbed to chaos, its population remained considerable, drawn by the abundance of food and an array of peculiar items. Within this metropolis thrived formidable factions, such as a mercenary group and a small hunting guild. Additionally, the city boasted several minor mercenary unions, auction houses, shops, and eateries, though these were merely trivial enterprises. Within a luxurious edifice lies an expansive guest chamber, inhabited by individuals of notable stature and influence. At the window, a young man stands, gazing out at the distant panorama. He possesses a tall and slender frame, his skin is fair as jade, and his features exquisitely sculpted, reminiscent of a masterful carving. Behind him sit 4 women, each poised at their respective tables. These women are breathtakingly beautiful, clad in form-fitting black attire that reveals their alluringly smooth skin and voluptuous figures. Each one is a leader or deputy of a mercenary faction. At this moment, one of the women clad in black inquires, "Young master, what shall we do next?" "We shall first find accommodation at a hotel and await further developments. If our mercenary group can endure for approximately 10 more days, we will then take action." The young man replies, his words barely leaving his lips when a knock resounds at the door, which is then opened. "Young master, the food you requested has arrived." A guard announces respectfully as he enters the room. "Place it there," the young man responds indifferently. The guard nods and sets down bags of food on the coffee table before quietly withdrawing. "Young master, what about these provisions?" one of the women asks, her voice tinged with curiosity. "You need not concern yourselves with the reasons, nor are you permitted to inquire further, should you dare defy my orders." "Humph," the young man retorts with a cold smirk. The woman lowers her gaze, silenced by fear. The young man glances at the 4 women and instructs, "Go wash up and prepare for dinner." "Yes," they reply in unison, before each retreats into the bathroom. In the misty confines of the bathroom, enveloped in steam, 4 elegant women continuously filled the bathtub, submerging themselves in the soothing waters of the hot spring. A wave of comfort cascaded through their bodies. Before long, the 4 had completed their bathing ritual, donning resplendent red robes as they emerged from the bathroom. At that moment, a man sat gracefully on the sofa, sipping red wine. Tall and statuesque, standing approximately 6 feet tall, he possessed an exquisite and refined visage, his features sharply defined. His eyes, particularly captivating, sparkled like distant stars, deep and alluring. An air of noble elegance radiated from him, compelling one to submit to his presence. He was the heir to the city's second most powerful faction, the Mercenary Guild, revered as the guardian of the city. Despite the apocalypse, the Mercenary Guild, as a mercenary organization, had not been completely obliterated. Rather, it emerged as the sovereign authority of the base, instilling both awe and respect in its inhabitants. Even those who had succumbed to the undead did not dare oppose the guild, for it represented the mightiest military force in this world. The Mercenary Guild stood as the foremost power in the city, boasting thousands of elite warriors whose formidable combat prowess enabled their survival in these dire times. "Salute to the heir," the four women said in unison, bowing to the man. He nodded subtly and replied, "Please, take a seat." "Yes, heir," they responded in harmony, moving to the dining table to sit before him. The faces of the four women all displayed a faint smile, having grown accustomed to such occasions. Though this was a small city, each of them was a paragon among its inhabitants. The man's gaze swept over the four enchanting women, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The women, in turn, revealed alluring smiles, their eyes glimmering with a hint of springtime, as if they were silently suggesting something to him, or perhaps extending an invitation. The man furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. "This evening, I have a banquet to attend, and I hope you will accompany me." Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the four women paled instantaneously, their smiles freezing upon their faces, leaving them speechless. Noticing their reaction, the man's demeanor darkened slightly. Anxiety surged within the hearts of the four as mercenaries. They held reputation and dignity in the highest regard. They had already breached their code this time, and failing to comply with his orders could lead to dire consequences in the future. Nevertheless, it was the man's command, and they were bound to obey. After a moment of contemplation, the man declared, "Let us proceed as I have instructed. Remember, you must follow my lead and refrain from acting independently." "Understood." The four women replied respectfully. "Very well, let us set off," the man said as he rose to his feet. One of the women inquired, "Young master, where are you headed?" The man turned to her and replied, "Naturally, we shall find a hotel to rest, for are there not accommodations available here? Furthermore, do you wish to remain in this small city, or would you prefer to accompany me to the banquet?" "We shall accompany you." In unison, the four voices exclaimed. At this very moment, Yitu was reclining on his bed, resting. His physique had been transformed by the power of that malevolent force, enabling him not only to withstand the corrosive effects of zombie toxins, but, more importantly, to harbor boundless potential within. Each time he absorbed the toxins, he could feel his strength intensifying, with subtle signs of impending breakthroughs. Moreover, his mind was now brimming with myriad ingenious ideas. He had already mastered the creation of various weapons, far surpassing the firearms he had wielded on Earth. He harbored aspirations within his heart, yearning to grow stronger, to become more formidable. In doing so, he could pursue leads about his mother without restraint. He was resolute in his determination to rescue his parents. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door was flung open, followed by hurried footsteps. Several women rushed into the room. "Young master, something is amiss." The man lifted his gaze to the newcomers and noticed one of the women, her complexion ashen, her legs trembling slightly. Observing her distress, he furrowed his brow. These women were his devoted attendants, having accompanied him since his arrival in this small city. "What is it? What has transpired?" he inquired in a grave tone. The woman replied, "We have just received a mission from the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, instructing us to accompany you to a banquet tonight." "A banquet? Whose banquet?" The man's brow furrowed deeper. The Mercenary Guild typically scheduled missions for the evening, but this time they had specifically chosen the night. Was there something amiss? Contemplating this, the man was suddenly seized by an ominous premonition. "Young master, it is the banquet hosted by the president of the Mercenary Guild. He has requested that we dress elegantly tonight to win his favor." The maid spoke tremulously. "The president?" At her words, the man's pupils constricted sharply. The president of the Mercenary Guild was a man in his 40s, of distinguished status. This individual was none other than the leader of the Thunder Mercenary Corps, a powerful esper at the initial 6th level. The members of the Thunder Mercenary Corps were the elite among mercenaries, their status exceedingly special, each wielding significant influence over the guild. The headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, the very heart of its operations, was usually accessible only to a select few high-ranking officials, rendering ordinary mercenaries unable to approach. The fact that such a large contingent had been dispatched for the leader's banquet underscored its immense significance. It was undoubtedly no trivial affair. A cold smile spread across the man's face as he considered this. As a mercenary himself, he was acutely aware of the vast benefits that such a gathering entailed. "Humph. Do they truly think me easy to bully?" His expression turned icy, fury igniting within him, fist clenched tightly, his eyes glinting with indignation. When you two awoke, the sky outside had gradually brightened with the dawn. Daylight has arrived, yet we are still quite far from the capital. It seems we must continue on foot, he mused, shaking his head as he slowly rose, rubbing his sore neck before stepping down from the bed. Creak. The door swung open, and a figure entered. Yi Tu gazed at the individual before him, an expression of astonishment etched upon his face. "Is it you?" The person who had intercepted his vehicle on the street the previous night stood before him. As Yi Tu scrutinized the figure, he noted that the man had donned a different attire, and an overwhelming scent of blood emanated from him, indicating a recent act of violence. The man stepped into the room and spoke. "I am grateful for your assistance last night. However, rest assured, I have already forgotten the events of yesterday. I shall provide you with a business card. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to contact me." As he spoke, the man produced a golden card from his pocket and extended it toward Yi Tuesday. Yi Tu accepted the card, his eyes widening as he read the inscription. "Commander of the Thunder Mercenary Corps?" It was a golden card, a symbol of considerable status and privilege. "I appreciate your kindness, but I do not require any assistance," Yi Tu replied, placing the card back down with a nonchalant demeanor. The man furrowed his brow slightly. "This task has been assigned by the Mercenary Guild headquarters. Whether you desire it or not, you are compelled to comply." Yi Tu responded with a cold chuckle. "I have made it clear that I have no intention of attending any banquet." The man's eyes widened in indignation as he retorted sharply. "You are a guest of our family. Your attendance at the banquet is mandatory. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." Yi Tu shook his head lightly. "I apologize, but I am an orphan and have never heard of this family." "What?" The man paused momentarily, then exclaimed, "That is impossible. The Mercenary Guild holds significant influence throughout the Eastern continent and indeed, across the entire world. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me," Yi Tu remarked as he exited the room. The man remained rooted in place, momentarily stunned for a full 5 seconds before regaining his composure and hurriedly pursuing Yi Tuesday. Although he was a guest elder of the Mercenary Guild, his position was merely temporary. Once the opportune moment arrived, he would return to his family, at which point his status as a guest elder would no longer be tenable. Yi Tu arrived at the street and hailed a taxi, promptly settling into the vehicle. As the taxi roared to life, he urged the driver, "Please, step on it." The driver, hearing this, grimaced in discontent but said nothing, pressing the accelerator and swiftly heading towards the western part of the city. Seated in the car, Yi Tu's thoughts surged tumultuously. Although he had attained the realm of a master, he was nonetheless an outsider in this world, necessitating a cautious approach to everything around him, especially in this unfamiliar domain. There is still one task I must accomplish: to seek out a suitable location for my cultivation. It should be situated in the outskirts. I wonder if this country harbors any secret bases or the like. Regardless, I shall proceed there first and contemplate further. With a resolute mind, Yi Tu closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at a certain estate in the suburbs. Chapter 84, Yi Tu Strikes. There is still one task I must accomplish: to seek out a suitable location for my cultivation. It should be situated in the outskirts. I wonder if this country harbors any secret bases or the like. Regardless, I shall proceed there first and contemplate further. With a resolute mind, Yi Tu closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at a secluded manor on the outskirts of the city. Upon disembarking, Yi Tu discovered the estate was heavily guarded, with numerous armed soldiers patrolling the vicinity. Observing their presence, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, the quality of this nation's military is formidable." As he took a few steps forward, he was intercepted by 2 soldiers clad in camouflage. Yi Tu quickly introduced himself. "I am Yi Tu from Donghai City, seeking a sacred place for cultivation." The soldiers exchanged glances, and one of them replied, "Please wait a moment while I report your arrival." He then entered the building, and shortly after, re-emerged, bowing respectfully to Yi Tu. "Please, follow me." Yi Tu was taken aback by the promptness of their response, pondering if he had encountered an insider. It was then he realized that this manor was not what it seemed. It was merely a villa with few occupants. Navigating through a lengthy corridor, they arrived at a grand iron gate, where the soldier knocked. A steady voice resonated from within, "Come in." The soldier then turned and opened the door, inviting Yi Tu inside. Upon entering the room, Yi Tu noticed an array of antique calligraphy and paintings adorning the space. He examined them closely, recognizing that while they may not hold immense value, they were still quite exquisite. Taking a seat on the sofa in the hall, the soldier brewed him a pot of tea before excusing himself. As Yi Tu lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip, a wave of fragrant warmth spread through his mouth, invigorating his senses. This is an exquisite tea, sweet and delightful, soothing to the soul, leaving one feeling refreshed, as if basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. It is evident that this place is no ordinary locale, truly deserving of its reputation as an ancient stronghold of nobility. Thought Yi Tuesday. After a brief wait, an individual gradually descended the staircase. Yi Tu looked up to see an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, tall and slender, appearing to be in his 60s, clad in a black tang suit and leaning on a cane. As he walked, he coughed intermittently, his complexion pale and lips chapped, exuding an air of profound fatigue. I am Yi Tu, hailing from Donghai City. I seek a sacred ground for cultivation, and I humbly request your guidance, sir. Yi Tu promptly rose, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. The old man reached the bottom of the stairs and approached him with a faint smile, saying, "You wish to find a sacred ground for cultivation. You must have heard of the 4 realms of the cultivation laws: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, correct?" Indeed, these 4 cultivation laws represent the pinnacle of the secular world, often referred to as heavenly, earthly, and profound levels, corresponding to martial artists, those with extraordinary abilities, and the immortal realm. Above the heavenly level lies the legendary supreme realm, transcending the mortal domain, attainable only by immortals. The profound level denotes a state surpassing ordinary beings, known as martial emperors and immortal emperors. Beyond the supreme realm are the immortal lords, immortal kings, and immortal emperors, representing the heavenly tier of existence. The immortal realm is a remnant of the mythological era, signifying the apex of the immortal domain. Above the heavenly tier is the sage realm, the highest state of the mythological age. As he spoke, the elder turned to Yi Tu. "Since you hail from Donghai City, the provincial capital of our Huaxia, I surmise that you are also a practitioner. You must have heard of these 4 cultivation laws, correct?" Yi Tu nodded. "Indeed, I am familiar with them. These 4 laws correspond to the 3 tiers of warriors: supernatural beings and immortals, each possessing distinct attributes and varying degrees of power, thus each excelling in its own right. Generally speaking, these 4 laws are regarded as legendary. Even we practitioners are deemed unworthy to engage with them. However, I do have a friend who, a year ago, came into possession of a fragmented ancient tome that chronicles these 4 laws." Upon finishing his statement, Yi Tu retrieved the tattered book from his bosom and presented it to the elder. After receiving it, the elder opened the pages and furrowed his brow. This was indeed something that only immortals could possess, yet among the multitude of practitioners in our Huaxia, there has been no mention of a realm beyond the immortal sovereign, known as the Saint Realm. Furthermore, such laws had long been lost to time, the elder remarked with concern. Yi Tu, equally perplexed, shook his head. "I am unaware of the details. However, my friend once encountered this cultivation method in a film, which seems to have been specifically devised for transcending the immortal sovereign realm, and it possesses a unique efficacy. It allows for the absorption of the practitioner's spiritual energy, thereby accelerating one's cultivation speed. This could potentially aid in breaking through bottlenecks, yet it does not facilitate ascension to higher realms. However, the backdrop of this film is rather unique, which leads me to cautiously assert that this principle may only exist within the realm of mythical cinema, accessible solely to those of extraordinary prowess who possess the capability to study it. Moreover, my friend has informed me that the cultivation speed associated with this principle is nothing short of terrifying, surpassing even that of his ancient tome by 100-fold, verging on the extraordinary. Should he have the opportunity to experiment with this method, it is likely that he could ascend successfully to the realm of the celestial sovereign. What? Is that even possible? The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, that is how he articulated it. I believe my judgment stands unchallenged. As Yi Tu spoke, a thought suddenly struck him. By the way, sir, what exactly is the Tai Chaos technique? I heard from that friend that this cultivation principle is exceedingly precious and carries certain risks. Has he encountered some predicament that compelled him to part with it? Ah, so you are referring to that martial arts novel. The elder stroked his beard and replied, I have perused that novel as well. Yet the cultivation principles within are not as you have described. However, the protagonist of this tale is indeed a practitioner, potentially a martial arts master, and it is conceivable that he gleaned this principle from that very novel. A martial arts master, a practitioner? Could it be that this esteemed elder derived his cultivation methodology from a martial arts novel? That is truly remarkable. Yi Tu's face was a canvas of shock, filled with admiration for the elder. Who exactly was this venerable figure? I cannot fathom that such perverse laws could exist in this world. As for this, I am uncertain. The elder spoke bitterly, revealing that he had never encountered the protagonist of this novel. To the best of my knowledge, The main character is merely a humble cultivator, and his master is also a modest practitioner. However, by a stroke of fate, he has experienced an extraordinary encounter, transforming from a mere cultivator into an immortal. Yi Tu was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the protagonist of this novel was just a small cultivator. It was truly astonishing, and no wonder even immortals could not comprehend the cultivation principles he practiced. Such occurrences are utterly inexplicable. Regardless, this novel is indeed a treasure. If possible, I hope you can procure it for me as a gift from my friend. The value of this work is self-evident, and with its aid, we could provide my friend with a substantial supply of elixirs in the future, the elder asserted. Yi Tu nodded, saying, "Of course, I will certainly assist you in bringing that individual back." "Then, I thank you in advance," the elder replied with a smile. "You are Yi Tu, correct? It is an honor to have you as my guest elder. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Thank you for your hospitality, sir," Yi Tu responded. The elder exchanged a few more words with Yi Tu before rising to take his leave, preparing to attend to this matter. After all, his status was not ordinary. Having a practitioner as a friend was a momentous event for him. "Wait." Suddenly, Yi Tu called out to him. The elder turned around, regarding him with curiosity. "Could you assist me in locating that girl? I wish to meet her," Yi Tu inquired. "Are you intending to see that girl?" the elder asked. Frowning, Yi Tu nodded resolutely. "Indeed, I must see her. It has been decades since we last met. Is she well? Do you know her?" the elder questioned. "Yes. She saved my life. I owe her a debt of gratitude," Yi Tu replied. "Under those circumstances, I shall assist you in your search," the elder declared. "Excellent. One moment." "Sir," Yi Tu interjected, "I have another question I wish to pose, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." "Go ahead." "You mentioned earlier that I could utilize this novel to transcend the realm of the immortal sovereign. May I inquire if you have truly achieved that?" Yi Tu asked, his tone tinged with apprehension, fearing a disappointing response. What difficulty lies therein? However, I require you to agree to one condition first," the elder chuckled. "What condition?" "My disciple is a girl. Should you be willing, I would like you to protect her in the future. What say you?" "Of course, I would be delighted," Yi Tu affirmed. "Very well." The elder patted Yi Tu on the shoulder. "You may take your leave for now. I will inform you when there is news." "Understood." Yi Tu bowed and departed. Once Yi Tu was gone, the elder retrieved a jade slip, opened the stored information, and began to read. Moments later, a smile graced his face. "At last, there is an intriguing individual." The elderly man slightly curled the corners of his mouth, contemplating within. "This novel is indeed a treasure beyond compare. Should I integrate it into my martial arts, it might very well propel my disciple's cultivation to unprecedented heights. Yet, the cultivation principles within this work are exceedingly profound. Even my martial skills may not fully grasp its essence. Thus, I must temporarily relinquish this endeavor and seek another technique suitable for my disciple, hoping to discern its underlying laws." In a secluded cavern deep within the mountainous regions of the capital, Yi Tu sat cross-legged upon a mat, his eyes tightly shut, utterly still, as if he were in a deep slumber. Suddenly, his eyelids quivered, and he opened his eyes, two beams of divine light flickering from their depths. What? Was that merely an illusion? What transpired moments ago? Yi Tu rubbed his eyes, only to discover that everything he had just witnessed had vanished. Could it be that my perception was flawed? He shook his head, confident that he would not fall prey to illusions. What indeed transpired? "I recall seeing an old man just a moment ago." Yi Tu furrowed his brow, pondering, but why had I seen a youth clad in black instead? Filled with confusion, he continued to sit cross-legged on the mat, diligently contemplating the scene he had just witnessed. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, as if he had caught a glimpse of something elusive, yet it slipped away just as quickly. "I remember now. What I saw resembled a child. His appearance bore some resemblance to the young boy I had just encountered. Could it be that he is a descendant of that individual?" Yi Tu murmured to himself, increasingly convinced of the possibility. Thus he resolved to hasten to Jiangnan City immediately, regardless of whether this individual was the one he sought. He needed to verify it personally to find peace of mind. With this thought, Yi Tu retrieved a jade talisman from his bosom and softly began to chant. Moments later, the talisman radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the cave abode within its glow. In another secluded valley stood a 3-story villa, beside which loomed a towering tree. This magnificent tree was none other than a mighty tree demon known as the Purple Gold Tree, a formidable entity among the demon clan, having once slain a being of celestial emperor caliber. At this moment, the tree demon stood silently, gazing up at the heavens. Suddenly, the tree demon stirred. Yi Tu's apocalyptic base had been completed in its entirety. "Young man, your design for this base is quite impressive," remarked a middle-aged man, clad in a white lab coat and sporting glasses. Though he appeared to be in his 40s, he was actually just in his early 30s. His name was Wu Jian, one of the foremost scientists in the military of Huaxia, who had led research projects across various nations, making him a singular talent capable of rivaling nuclear weaponry on a global scale. At that moment, Wu Jian's face was alight with admiration and joy, profoundly astonished by what Yi Tu had created. Yi Tu chuckled and replied, "It's rather acceptable, though it lacks specific planning and facilities. It would be even better if we could construct a few houses for accommodation." Wu Jian shook his head and sighed at these words, saying, "You are far too greedy. Others cannot even beg for such treatment, yet you wish to turn it into reality. I can assure you that if your base is constructed according to your whims, it would not take a week before it is reduced to nothing but rubble." Wu Jian, having a background in technology, understood the formidable nature of these new weapons, particularly the energy bombs. Without considering defensive capabilities or other factors, the sheer weight of several hundred kilograms of energy bombs could obliterate even a tank. To manufacture this batch of energy bombs, he had expended approximately 2,000 kilograms of raw materials. Moreover, due to a lack of sufficient metals, each bomb could only be launched 5 times. For ordinary zombies, 5 energy bombs would suffice to reduce them to ashes. Wu Jin inquired, "Is there any way to enhance the power of the energy cannon here?" Yi Tu furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before shaking his head, replying, "I have yet to devise a solution. After all, energy is a crucial issue. If we could find higher purity energy ores—" "Stop dreaming," Wu Jin interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. "Do you think those high-purity energy ores grow on trees? I estimate that in this impoverished region, producing even a ton of high-purity energy ore would be about the limit. Venturing further into the mountains or large cities, and even our lives would be at stake." Just as he was saying this, he suddenly halted, his expression animated as he pointed at the wall, exclaiming, "Hey, look quickly." Yi Tu followed the direction pointed out by Wu Jian, and to his astonishment, he noticed a crack suddenly appear in the corner of the wall, which rapidly expanded. With a faint sound, a fist-sized black crystal slipped through the fissure and landed on the floor. Momentarily taken aback, Yi Tu picked up the crystal and examined it closely. Could this be the energy mineral? Wu Jian, rubbing his hands in excitement, remarked, "I recall this substance being featured in the film The Martian. It is a high-concentration energy mineral with an exceptionally high energy content, rivaling that of diamonds." "Oh, is it truly that remarkable?" Yi Tu raised an eyebrow, lifting the palm-sized black energy crystal, and suggested, "If this object is so powerful, why not utilize it to create a nuclear bomb?" Wu Jian chuckled, exclaiming, "Why must you always resort to such violence? While it is true that your energy reserves are ample, manufacturing a nuclear bomb seems excessive, especially considering the number of people to sustain in this base." Yi Tu shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "Regardless of whether they are human or animal, sustenance always takes precedence. If someone were to perish from starvation, they would forfeit the right to discuss any other matters." Wu Jian nodded in agreement. "True, your perspective is valid. However, the energy contained within this mineral is not particularly high." As he spoke, he squatted down and cradled the palm-sized energy mineral in his hands. Yet, just as he was about to absorb its energy, he was met with an overwhelming resistance that prevented him from drawing any energy from it. Wu Jian was taken aback and raised his head to look at Yi Tu, inquiring, "Is there an additional barrier within this? No wonder I was unable to absorb the energy inside." Yi Tu nodded and replied, "Indeed, this energy barrier isolates the external airflow, preventing our energy from dispersing." "Then why not attempt to dismantle it?" Wu Jian urged. Yi Tu chuckled, saying, "That is not feasible. If I were to dismantle it, the energy contained within would escape." Wu Jian was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Yi Tu seemed to have an epiphany and remarked, "I understand now. This is a closed space, and this barrier must be formed by some sort of array. Only by deciphering this array can the energy barrier be eliminated." "An array? You can arrange arrays?" Wu Jian exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You have knowledge of this?" "I possess a basic understanding." Yi Tu modestly smiled and continued, "I have a penchant for studying such matters in my spare time, often contemplating the arrangement of various arrays to enhance my combat capabilities. That way, should I encounter danger, I would have a chance to escape." Wu Jian could not help but express his admiration, I never anticipated that you could also arrange arrays. It truly astonishes me. You are indeed a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Such talent is rare. Yi Tu humbly replied, it is nothing of significance. Do you currently have a method to break this array? Wu Jian pressed on. Indeed, Yi Tu hesitated, but it will require some time. I need to familiarize myself with the surroundings to avoid inadvertently triggering the mechanisms of the formation. Furthermore, before we attempt to decipher it, I believe we should endeavor to alter the environment here. Wu Jian inquired, how do we intend to change it? Yi Tu replied, firstly, this building is quite dilapidated. It is situated far from the city, and the scarcity of energy or in the vicinity suggests that energy supply will undoubtedly be challenging. Therefore, I propose transforming this place into an energy warehouse, specifically designed for the storage of energy stones and energy liquids. Wu Jian pondered, I understand energy liquids. They are essential materials for manufacturing energy firearms. However, I have not heard of energy stones. What exactly are they? Yi Tu succinctly explained, our nation, Huaxia, possesses an abundance of rare metals, such as titanium steel, chromium iron, and titanium silver. However, the molecular structures of these rare metals are exceedingly intricate. If one were to attempt to extract them forcefully, even a minuscule amount would likely prove useless for the fabrication of synthetic energy firearms. Consequently, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the government classified these precious metals under military secrecy. Components made from titanium and chromium alloys are entirely imported from military factories, and we are permitted to purchase only 10 units each year. 10 units. Wu Jian exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Tu nodded affirmatively. Wu Jian, scratching his head with a wry smile, remarked, does that mean we will never acquire even 10 synthetic energy firearms in our lifetime? It is not certain, Yi Tu remarked. I have heard that there exists a large-scale team of biologists in the capital, diligently working on a special synthetic metal known as superconductive. It is said that if we can locate this superconductive metal, we will be able to manufacture synthetic firearms. Wu Jian nodded thoughtfully. Although his understanding of superconductive metal was not profound, he was acutely aware of its immense value. Prior to the apocalypse, the largest arms dealer in Huaguo, the Huaguo Aerospace Bureau, had expended a fortune to procure a piece of superconductive ore from the international arms market, a process that took a full 3 years to yield any practical application. This clearly illustrated that the price of superconductive metal would be exceedingly high. Moreover, it was rumored that the production cost of superconductive metal was double that of titanium alloy, equating to 10 million pounds of titanium alloy exchanged for a single kilogram of superconductive metal. Such a cost was indeed exorbitant. Nevertheless, for a military powerhouse like Huaguo, this expense was not insurmountable. After all, Huaguo's defense enterprises spanned a multitude of industries, and only in the realms of weaponry, aircraft design, mechatechnology, and energy technology did they maintain a monopolistic grip. Other sectors were merely fledgling enterprises that, regardless of their success, could not compete with Huaguo. Thanks to these monopolistic technologies, Huaguo was able to achieve significant economic benefits in a short time, gradually rising to the status of a world-class power, thereby affording itself greater leeway for survival. However, should the technology of superconductive materials fall into the hands of outsiders, it would spell catastrophic consequences for Huaguo. Thus, it is imperative that this secret remains concealed from external entities at any cost. Otherwise, the risk of annihilation for Huaguo is absolute. By the way, I recall you once mentioned that your participation in the trade fair was commissioned by higher authorities responsible for transporting a crucial consignment. It has now safely arrived at its destination. Yet why did your team not contact the homeland, instead opting to venture into danger? Wu Jian inquired with curiosity. Oh, this matter is rather lengthy to explain. Yi Tu sighed briefly and began to narrate the unfolding events. Wu Jian suddenly comprehended. Oh, I see. It is due to the domestic energy scarcity, with affluent individuals and government officials desperately in need of funds, which compelled them to send out people to resort to robbery. However, these individuals are utterly insane. How dare they engage in such acts in broad daylight? These scoundrels, do they not fear capture? Capture? Do you truly believe they harbor such fear? Yi Tu scoffed derisively, stating that these individuals have long been blinded by rage, having lost all sense of nationality. Moreover, after the onset of the apocalypse, they have ceased to possess any nationality. How many survivors do you have on your side? Yi Tu paused momentarily before replying. 3. Wu Jian furrowed his brow and asked, weren't you constantly engaged in missions? How could there only be 3 of you? Yi2 sighed. Our Hualong group is a highly meticulous department, and executing missions requires some personnel to remain at headquarters. However, in the early stages of the apocalypse, the members of the Hualong group were preoccupied with retreating, while I was tasked with safeguarding the base. Once our personnel evacuated, no one remained. At that time, the number of zombies was overwhelming, and I could not afford to be overly cautious. Such matters are beyond my assistance. However, since you have sought my help, I shall not remain indifferent. Let us venture together to observe those mutated beasts. If my conjecture holds true, the mutated creatures you have brought for trade are likely the main attraction this time, correct? Yi2 shook his head and replied, I cannot be certain. According to the records, although these mutated beasts are colossal and immensely powerful, their intelligence is remarkably low. Logically, they should be social creatures. Yet we only observe them in solitude. This is rather peculiar. Wu Jian chuckled and remarked, perhaps they are seeking a breakthrough. Such occurrences are not unheard of. Yi2 continued, in the film Resident Evil, there was a zombie dog that, through relentless effort, eventually ascended to the 6th tier, gaining a degree of intelligence and even the ability to command ordinary zombies. This mutated canine in Resident Evil is referred to as the zombie dog. This may very well be the evolutionary path for these mutated beasts. Perhaps, Wu Jian conceded. Very well, let us hasten to take a look. Wu Jian promptly rose to his feet. Yi2 added, then you should carry this dog as well. Its sense of smell surpasses that of a hunting dog, which may prove beneficial for our forthcoming endeavors. Agreed. Yi2 cradled the small black dog in his arms and proceeded towards the cave's entrance. This small hill, towering at 100 feet, is an active mountain peak, its summit adorned with lush vegetation while a vast plain sprawls at its base. To the north of the plain, 2 rivers meander gracefully, while to the south lies a quaint lake. The lake spans approximately a dozen acres, its waters a pale green hue, emanating a pungent, fishy odor. Surrounding the lake are numerous trees and thickets, clearly the territory of mutated beasts. Furthermore, the mountainside is adorned with various types of vegetation. On the open ground by the lakeshore, 5 large mutated wolf dogs lie sprawled in disarray. They seem to have encountered some form of assault, their fur stained with blood. Yet, they remain motionless, as though lifeless. Witnessing this scene, Yi2 cannot suppress a gasp. What has happened? Have these mutated dogs already been slaughtered? Who can say? Wu Jian shrugs, speculating that perhaps someone inadvertently wandered into this area and seized the opportunity to ambush them. However, they are now deceased. If they truly are enemies, then they shall soon find themselves in trouble. No sooner have the words left his mouth than the sounds of fierce combat erupt from the forest at the foot of the mountain. Wu Jian's expression turns grave as he declares, let us see what transpired. Indeed, Yi2 replies, hastening towards the source of the commotion. The two navigate through thickets and brambles, disturbing several mutated creatures along the way. These creatures are all 5th-tier beings, yet they lay defeated on the ground. Upon reaching the site of the battle, they behold 4 men and women armed with swords, besieging a woman clad in white. The intensity of the conflict is palpable, each clash accompanied by sprays of blood. The woman in white is Zhao Xueqing. Upon catching sight of the enchanting maiden clad in white, Yi2 felt a sudden flutter in his heart, and a rosy hue swiftly adorned his cheeks. Since childhood, he had been captivated by beauty, harboring a particular fondness for exquisite young women, especially those with strikingly flawless features and figures akin to Zhao Xueqing. Moreover, Zhao Xueqing stood among the military personnel he held in the highest regard, which compelled him to hasten from Yanjing upon receiving news of her presence. Captain Yi, one of the men began, these individuals are all extraordinary abilities users from within Huaxia. The 2 other men were equally acquainted with Zhao Xueqing, and they proceeded to elucidate. One of them was known as the Thunder God, ranked 2nd among the exceptional talents in Huaxia, wielding formidable lightning elemental powers. The other woman, the Thunder Goddess wife, bore the name Qin Ruhan, possessing ice-based abilities. Her ice arrows were terrifying, with tremendous lethality. Yi2 nodded in acknowledgement. Although he had yet to witness Zhao Xueqing in person, he had heard descriptions of her beauty. The other man gestured towards the 2 companions, declaring, these 2 are the Iron Eagle and Silver Fox of the Hualong group. Iron Eagle? Silver Fox? Yi2 replied, momentarily bewildered. Weren't they referred to as Golden Eagle and Silver Serpent? How did they come to be called Iron Eagle and Silver Fox? That is the moniker bestowed upon them by the nation of Huaxia, came the explanation. I see. Yi2 nodded thoughtfully, then raised a hand to point at the lightning user, inquiring, "And what of this fellow?" Additionally, the individual introduced, "This is a new member of the Huolong group, the disciple of the thunder god, Laming. Laming is also an elite within the Huolong group." Laming. Yi2 murmured to himself. He recalled that this individual had only recently joined the Huolong group shortly after its formation. However, Laming appeared to be a prodigious talent, possessing the strength of an A-class ability user at such a young age, making him a remarkable figure within the Huolong group. Moreover, Laming was indeed a formidable lightning attribute ability user, capable of summoning thunder and lightning. Laming, no wonder his attacks are so powerful, Yi2 muttered quietly. Continuing to observe the lightning ability user, the lightning wielder was enveloped in arcs of electricity, eyes tightly shut, engaged in a fierce struggle with two other ability users. Bang! Bang bang! Crackle! Violent arcs of electricity erupted under the lightning user's command, striking the nearby trees and shattering them into countless fragments. As Yi2 watched, he remarked, "This young man's methods of attack are truly ruthless. Indeed, he lives up to his name." Another person responded with admiration, before inquiring, "Captain Yi, should we lend a hand?" Yi2 shook his head and replied, "No need. This is a personal grudge between them. We need not interfere." However, at this point, he suddenly paused, turned his gaze towards the distance, and said, "It seems something is approaching." "Something? You stay hidden. I will deal with it." Yi2 immediately dashed forward. Stopping about 100 meters away from the fray, Yi2 came to a halt. Then, he drew his bow, aimed intently, and released the arrow. Whoosh! The sharp arrow soared forward, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. Thud! The lethal projectile pierced the skull of the lightning-type ability user. Roar! Suddenly, a pinnacle-level mutated beast of the third tier lunged forth. The death of the lightning user drove it into a frenzy. As it howled and charged toward Yi2. With a cold snort, Yi2 knocked another arrow and shot it forth. Thwack! This time, the arrow pierced directly through the beast's forehead and lodged into the trunk of a nearby tree, the tail of the arrow quivering incessantly. Howl! The mutated beast let out a pitiful cry, collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before its head hung limply, motionless. Observing this, Yi2's lips curled into a slight smirk. Haha, this creature is rather feeble, isn't it? This pinnacle-level mutated beast resembled a large feline. Its body length exceeded 5 meters. Cloaked in a deep black coat, its claws, sharp as if forged from steel, glimmered with a faint blue chill. Crack! Yi2 withdrew the arrow and tossed it to the side, where Wu Haitao stood, before advancing closer. At that moment, the three individuals were engaged with the remaining 2 pinnacle-level mutated beasts. Their coordination was impeccable, complementing one another seamlessly. A fireball spell struck one of the beasts, while the other 2 ability users unleashed powerful punches to its abdomen. In an instant, the 3 pinnacle-level mutated beasts were vanquished. Phew, phew, I am utterly exhausted. The 3 sat on the ground, panting heavily. "Thank you for your hard work," Yi2 remarked, subsequently retrieving 2 bottles of mineral water from his pocket and handing them to the duo. "Thank you, Captain Yi." They both promptly stood up and expressed their gratitude. "What are your names?" he inquired. "Li Minghui," they replied. Yi2 smiled and nodded. "That name suits you well." His gaze shifted to Zhao Xueqing, who lay motionless on the ground. Although he had frequently spoken with her over the phone in recent days, he had never met her in person until now. Upon seeing her, he felt a sense of strangeness and awkwardness. Ahem. I am Yi. Yi2. Yi2 found himself momentarily at a loss for words, struggling for quite some time before finally stating his name. "How is it that you find yourselves here?" Yi2 asked curiously. "I recall that when the Huolong team was established, no members were dispatched to join it." Wu Zhangkue responded, "Captain Yi. We indeed had not recruited any new members for the Huolong team prior to this." Upon hearing this, Yi2 couldn't help but furrow his brow and remarked, "If that is the case, why did Instructor Zhao assign his students to us? Isn't that rather ungracious of him? Does he not fear that these 3 lads might encroach upon his territory?" Captain, you may not be aware, but this matter has nothing to do with our captain. We voluntarily signed up to join the Huolong team," Li Minghui said with a forced chuckle. Yi2 was taken aback. "Voluntarily? Why?" "Alas," Wu Zhongkue sighed, "we are left with no choice. Currently, across the globe, the survivor camps in various base cities are being besieged by waves of zombies. Initially, we believed that this wave of zombies was not particularly severe and that a mere deployment of skilled personnel would suffice to fend it off. Hence, no reinforcements were dispatched. However, to our astonishment, this zombie outbreak has proven to be exceptionally terrifying, spreading throughout the entire mountain range. The entire mountain range? Indeed. It is said that this outbreak is larger in scale than any previous occurrence, with a vast coverage that even extends to neighboring provinces. According to statistics from the Hualong Group, this outbreak has spread across 7 provinces, each suffering devastating casualties, with numerous base cities reduced to rubble, and the survivors dwindling to near extinction. Currently, the international community is in disarray as various armed forces desperately attempt to aid the afflicted populace. Yet their efforts are but a drop in the bucket. Wu Zhongkue stated that, in light of this, we intend to seize this opportunity to bolster the strength of the Hualong Group. Chapter 85. The Squad Within the Base. Yi Tu conducted a thorough inspection. Is everyone here? He inquired with a smile, but the cold glint in his eyes was impossible to overlook. The captain has returned, someone exclaimed, prompting an immediate surge of attention from all present, who turned their gazes towards Yi Tu's day. How did it go? Was the mission successful? The crowd clamored. Of course. You need only consider who I am. How could a mere horde of zombies pose a challenge to me? Yi Tu responded with an air of confidence. Hearing such audacious words, the crowd erupted in cheers, with several female soldiers excitedly rushing to embrace his arms. Yi Tu momentarily stiffened before relaxing. By the way, where is Old Wang? He suddenly recalled, posing the question. It seems you have gone to the training ground, a cautious voice murmured nearby. Indeed, upon hearing those words, a shadow of gloom flickered across Yi Tu's face, and he swiftly exited the training area. Outside, Lao Wang stood at the edge of the playground, lost in thought. Just as he was enveloped in his reverie, a voice pierced through his contemplation. He abruptly looked up to see Yi Tu standing before him. Captain, did you call for me? He hurriedly composed himself and approached Yi Tu with an inquiry. Yes, Yi Tu nodded, gesturing towards the distant lawn. There are numerous zombies over there. Eliminate them. At this, Lao Wang was momentarily taken aback, but soon sprang into action, dashing towards the lawn without a second thought. Yi Tu observed silently, a hint of indifference curling at the corners of his mouth. After Lao Wang dispatched all the zombies, a span of 2 to 3 minutes had elapsed. Covered in blood, he returned to Yi Tuesday, Captain. Why did you instruct me to kill those zombies? Because I want you to grow stronger, to become formidable, Yi Tu replied, his gaze intense as he regarded Lao Wang. He extended his right hand, placing his index finger against his lips in a gesture for silence. Instantly, Lao Wang understood and closed his mouth. Yi Tu fixed his gaze upon him and lightly uttered, Gather at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember, you must come. With that, he turned and departed. Lao Wang watched his receding figure, a serious expression settling on his face, and murmured to himself, to become stronger. As dawn broke, the first light barely illuminating the sky, Lao Wang was roused from his slumber by the sound of a whistle. He opened his eyes and sat up, intending to dress and freshen up. However, he discovered that his clothes were in tatters, exposing numerous wounds, and a faint, unpleasant odor emanated from him. Moreover, his body was sticky and felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Damn it! He muttered under his breath as he hastily donned his clothes and rushed into the bathroom to cleanse himself with water. Once he had washed away the grime, he took out the last remaining packet of powder medicine and sprinkled it over himself, ensuring the odor would not escape before he lay back down on the bed, closing his eyes to continue resting. At 6:30, the assembly call sounded punctually. Old Wang, with dark circles under his eyes, climbed out of his dreams and quickly dashed into the bathroom. He washed himself at the fastest pace and donned his newly purchased military uniform before hurrying to the training ground. Upon arrival, he found everyone else already prepared, with only 2 other ability users aside from himself. Old Wang glanced around at his fellow team members, his brow furrowing. You are late. Reporting to the captain. I encountered some difficulties on the way, Old Wang replied respectfully. Humph, do you think your abilities can thwart our quest for the crystal cores? Scoffed a tall man disdainfully. Old Wang pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze in silence. Enough. Yi Tu, discontent with the situation, waved his hand for everyone to quiet down and fixed a serious gaze on Old Wang. Since you are late, you must accept the punishment. He paused momentarily and said, Today's training will be conducted by instructors Zhao Feng and Chen Wei. They will craft the examination papers based on your performances. Should you succeed, there will be no repercussions. However, should you fail, you will face the penalties for your tardiness. After speaking, he cast a glance at the 2 men beside him. Yes. Upon hearing their words, everyone held their breath, directing their gaze towards the two. Zhao Feng and Chun Wei were notorious within the school for their ruthlessness. They relished in tormenting others, and their abilities were exceedingly peculiar, allowing them to control zombies and even manipulate animals. Thus, whenever their names were mentioned, fear gripped the hearts of all. After Yi Tu finished speaking, he turned to leave, nonchalantly instructing, "Commence training today, and do not forget to regurgitate what you consumed last night." With that, he departed without hesitation, leaving behind a group of individuals in the training ground. They exchanged glances before each drew their weapons, preparing for the training. Although Zhao Feng and Chun Wei possessed formidable powers, they were not invincible. Only through victory could one alter their fate. Thus, despite knowing the strength of Zhao Feng and Chun Wei, none dared to retreat or show fear. The training commenced swiftly, and under the guidance of Zhao Feng and Chun Wei, the soldiers diligently engaged with the zombies. However, under the pressure exerted by the two, few managed to endure until the end, let alone achieve victory. After overseeing the training, Yi Tu returned to his quarters to rest, while Old Wang quietly concealed himself in a corner, secretly observing Zhao Feng and Chun Wei. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed behind him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He hastily crouched down to conceal himself in the grass, holding his breath. "Huh, hiding here are we?" Chun Wei sneered at Lao Wang, then approached him and slowly crouched beside him. "So, you are the new Esper?" He regarded Lao Wang with keen interest. Lao Wang remained silent, his forehead pressed against the ground, too fearful to lift his head, lest he arouse Chun Wei's suspicion. "Oh, quite stubborn, aren't you? I like that," Chun Wei said with a grin, giving Lao Wang's shoulder a light pat. "Hey, I warn you, I possess abilities. If you provoke me, do you believe I could end your life?" Lao Wang gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly seething with rage. "Ha, if you have the capability, then go ahead and kill me." Chun Wei laughed arrogantly, seizing Lao Wang by the collar. "Let me tell you, I despise people like you. You worthless individuals should remain at home, living off others, rather than embarrassing our human base by venturing out. Get away." Lao Wang struggled fiercely, yet he discovered that the more he fought, the tighter Chun Wei's grip became, as unyielding as a vice. In desperation, he cast a pleading glance toward Zhao Feng. However, at that moment, Zhao Feng was preoccupied with fending off zombies and paid him no heed. Lao Wang felt a wave of despair wash over him. Just as he felt on the verge of asphyxiation, Zhao Feng suddenly released him. With a resounding thud, he collapsed, air rushing into his lungs, prompting a fit of intense coughing. "Tui!" Old Wang desperately spat out the soil from his mouth, then shot a fierce glare at Zhao Feng and Chun Wei before rising to continue his training. Time gradually slipped away. As night fell, the group finally concluded their training for the day. Yi Tu led everyone to the dining hall for a meal, during which they discussed the tasks for the afternoon. "I suggested that we first clear the front entrance on the first floor." At that moment, someone raised their hand to propose an idea. "That is not appropriate." A girl immediately dismissed the suggestion, furrowing her brow as she glared at the one who had spoken. "We remain uncertain about the exact number of zombies. If we proceed recklessly, it may provoke an attack, which would be disastrous. Indeed, I concur with this perspective. We can wait and observe the situation before making a decision. After all, it is still early, and dawn is far off. There is no need for haste," Zhao Feng added. "Yes, I support Brother Zhao's words," another ability user echoed. Hearing their remarks, Old Wang could not help but smirk disdainfully, watching their debate with indifference. Due to the scarcity of ability users, their usual rations were meager, akin to swine fodder. However, he was unwilling to contend with others for food, as he needed to conserve strength to confront the zombies. Enough. At that moment, Yi Tu abruptly set down his chopsticks and declared in a low voice, "Cease your arguing. This is how we shall proceed. You may all disperse now, Old Wang. Stay behind. I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent and began to disperse. Zhao Feng and Chun Wei also departed, leaving the vast dining hall with only Old Wang and Yi Tu remaining. Old Wang gazed at Yi Tu with a complex expression, his heart filled with trepidation. He surmised that Yi Tu sought to inquire about his extraordinary abilities, for last night he had witnessed Yi Tu vanquish zombies with remarkable ease. Although Yi Tu merely unleashed a casual punch, it was sufficient to obliterate several zombies, underscoring the formidable nature of his strength. Old Wang harbored concerns that Yi Tu might have discerned the truth behind his concealment. "Old Wang, what is your ability?" Yi Tu shattered the silence, fixing a penetrating gaze upon him as he inquired, "How did you achieve that speed and strength, along with that recent maneuver?" caught off guard by Yi Tu's pressing questions. Old Wang stammered for a moment before ultimately deciding to speak candidly. My ability is wind-based. I can manipulate the wind and condense it into arrows to be shot forth. Ah, I see. Yi Tu nodded in understanding. No wonder I sensed a certain lightness in your physique. Your ability must have the potential for evolution, correct? Upon hearing this, Old Wang's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Yi Tu's day. How did you know? With his admission, Yi Tu smiled and replied, I possess wind-based abilities as well, which allows me to distinctly perceive the robust power within you. You must be a dual ability user. Lowering his gaze, Old Wang's demeanor darkened, and he bitterly nodded. Yes, I am a dual ability user, which is why I have managed to survive in this apocalyptic world. And what is your current level? Yi Tu inquired. 4th tier, Old Wang responded. Oh, 4th tier? Yi Tu raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. At the dawn of the apocalypse, the majority of supernatural abilities were generally at the 2nd tier, with even the 1st tier being a rare occurrence. Moreover, to his knowledge, aside from himself, the only other superpowered individuals were those of the 5th and 6th tiers, and apart from the 3 chief commanders, none had made an appearance. Therefore, it was quite remarkable for Old Wang to have traversed to this extent with merely a 4th tier ability. Since your powers are so formidable, why then do you choose to live in such a cowardly manner? Yi Tu's words plunged Old Wang into a moment of contemplation. I seek vengeance. But I am powerless against them, Old Wang eventually murmured, his tone laced with frustration. Upon hearing this, Yi Tu shook his head. You're mistaken. What? Old Wang stared at him, clearly bewildered. If you wish to cease being a victim, you must grow stronger, Yi Tu stated with gravity. I hope you understand that in this apocalypse, if you do not strengthen yourself, you will merely become a delectable meal for the zombies. He took a deep drag from his cigarette before continuing. Although the number of zombies you encountered this time was considerable, they are merely ordinary zombies. As long as we remain vigilant, we should not face any significant troubles. Upon hearing Yi Tu's remarks, Old Wang fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke slowly. You are right. It is good that you can grasp this, Yi Tu replied with a comforting smile. He had never envisioned that he would one day impart such wisdom to Old Wang. All right, I understand. Now, hurry and finish your meal so you can leave. Oh, certainly. Once Old Wang left the cafeteria, Yi Tu retracted the gentle smile that had graced his face, retrieved his communicator, and dialed a number. The call was swiftly connected, and an elderly male voice resonated from the other end. Yi Tu, what brings you to contact me? Master, I have a task that requires your assistance. Yi Tu replied with utmost respect. On the other end, Yi Tu's mentor, He Yaozu, the vice captain of the supernatural abilities team, possessed strength surpassing that of Yi Tu, thus maintaining a rather indifferent demeanor towards him. A task? Pray, enlighten me, He Yaozu said with a hint of detachment. I wish to request your help in training a group of our team members, regardless of gender. All are welcome. They simply need to utilize their abilities in appropriate scenarios. Yi Tu stated earnestly. Are you certain that you only require their abilities? He Yaozu inquired, somewhat perplexed, given that Yi Tu's power was of the mental variety. Training a group of supernatural beings seemed like a misallocation of resources. His tone grew increasingly disdainful as he continued. Why are you being so foolish? While abilities are indeed precious, you cannot squander these treasures on a bunch of inept individuals, can you? Of course not. Then where do you intend to arrange them? I recall you never used to involve yourself in such trifles. This is my responsibility, Yi Tu insisted. Very well, since you are so adamant. I shall dispatch 2 teams to assist you, He Yaozu conceded, feeling exasperated by Yi Tu's persistence. Thank you, Master. Yi Tu exclaimed with enthusiasm. All right, it is settled then. Indeed. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tu proceeded to make several more calls, informing the remaining supernatural beings that he had secured employment and urging them to return to the base promptly. Once the calls were concluded, he made his way towards the dormitory area. Passing by the playground, he spotted Zhang Hao, Li Jia, Yang Lin, and Wu Lei among others. Yi Tu paused, waved at them, and said, Come over here. Team leader, did you call for us? The group approached Yi Tu with palpable excitement. Yes, Yi Tu nodded, gesturing towards his vacant table. Take a seat. We need to talk. Yang Lin hesitated momentarily but ultimately complied, realizing they were currently at the mercy of others. Here are the new room keys. Yi Tu handed a set of keys to the group. Thank you, team leader, they exclaimed jubilantly. Once everyone settled down, Yi Tu scanned the group before casually inquiring, Are you all eager to enhance your abilities? Of course. They nodded in unison. They had long desired to elevate their powers, yet opportunities had been elusive. Now that a chance had finally presented itself, they were determined to seize it. Yitu nodded. I am already aware of your situations. I have decided to take you all away from the military camp. Upon hearing this, the group erupted with excitement, their expressions radiating joy akin to that of eager infants awaiting nourishment. Yitu smiled at them and slowly continued. However, I have conditions. Please, speak freely. As long as it enables us to enhance our abilities, we would not mind if you had to eradicate every zombie in the world. Wu Lei pounded his chest and assured, I promise. Upon hearing this, Yitu's lips twitched slightly before he replied, I can assist you in enhancing your abilities, even guide your training. However, you must sign a contract, and under no circumstances should you engage in malevolent deeds. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure, affirming, we guarantee we will not engage in immoral actions. Yitu nodded in approval. Then let us proceed to sign this contract. The group took the document and scrutinized it thoroughly, finding no discrepancies, and willingly pressed their blood seals upon it. I trust in your integrity. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, none of you shall perish, Yitu proclaimed to the assembly. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. The crowd expressed their gratitude, some even shedding tears of joy. Yitu smiled quietly, gathering the contract, then stood up, dusting off his clothes, and said, let us be on our way. Where to? Wu Lei inquired, puzzled. Follow me, Yitu teased, making his way directly to the door. Wu Lei and the others hurried to keep pace. Soon, Yitu led them to the academy's small square. At that moment, a multitude had gathered there, numbering in the hundreds. They were either seated or standing, yet their collective gaze was fixed intently upon Yitu and the group. These are the members of our current mission, Yitu introduced. Greetings, everyone. I am Yitu, and from this day forth, I shall serve as your captain. You may refer to me as Captain Tuesday. No sooner had Yitu finished speaking than several ability users stepped forward to challenge him. Why should we heed your command? Yitu cast a fleeting glance at them and remarked, I possess a method to enhance your abilities. The group exchanged glances, and one individual stepped forward, declaring, in that case, I must decline. Decline? Yitu furrowed his brow, gazing at the person. On what grounds do you refuse? Is it not within my capacity to assist you in amplifying your powers? The individual resolutely responded, no, you are our instructor, and you lack the understanding of how a practitioner should elevate their abilities. Should you mismanage this, do not blame us for turning against you. Yitu raised an eyebrow at the response. Do you doubt me? The individual scoffed, it's not that I doubt you. I simply believe you are unfit to be our leader. With a slight huff, Yitu retorted, oh, do you consider your strength superior to mine? Or do you believe my commands hold no significance? The individual coldly replied, neither. Oh, then what is it? Yitu inquired. The person replied icily, I perceive you as merely an ordinary individual. Oh? Yitu smirked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. If I am ordinary, then are you truly an adept? Indeed. The individual declared proudly. Yitu suddenly erupted into laughter, a sound laced with irony. What if I were to tell you that I possess combat prowess far exceeding that of my peers? Everyone can boast, the individual retorted dismissively. Chuckling softly, Yitu shook his head. Since you have stated so, let us engage in a contest. He then turned to Yang Lin beside him and instructed. You all may rest aside. I will spar with him. All right. Once the crowd dispersed, Yitu extended his right palm towards the individual and declared, since you wish to validate my words, let us commence. Huh. The man snorted coldly, clearly skeptical of Yitu's assertion. In the next moment, a sharp crack resonated in the ears of those present. The man's eyes widened in horror, his face contorted in disbelief, as his arm became twisted under the immense pressure of a formidable energy. Simultaneously, Yitu clenched his fist and, with a resounding thud, struck the man in the abdomen, propelling him through the air with overwhelming force. Spurt. Blood erupted forth, splattering across the small square. Hiss. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? How could he be so powerful? Someone shouted in utter disbelief, while others stood in stunned silence. The man's extraordinary ability was of the earth element, known for its high defensive capabilities. Even a sniper's bullet would struggle to penetrate his armor. Yet, in the face of Yitu's assault, he was rendered injured and vomiting blood. A truly incomprehensible sight. You have lost, Yitu stated calmly. If I encounter you again, your fate is sealed. The man lay on the ground, speechless, utterly defeated. The pride he took in his defense had proven woefully inadequate, and his face burned with humiliation. Let us go, Yi Tu remarked, turning to leave. Hey, Captain. Wu Lei hurriedly pursued him. Captain. Li Dongshan and others followed closely behind. Yi Tu turned back and inquired, what is it? Wu Lei scratched his head and asked, Captain, can you truly transform us into beings with extraordinary abilities? The others also regarded Yi Tu with curious eyes, clearly intrigued by his words. Yi Tu glanced at them and replied nonchalantly, I am not deceiving you. He was truthful, although he lacked the power to metamorphose them into beings with supernatural abilities. He could indeed bestow upon them formidable strength for a limited time. Upon hearing Yi Tu's admission, excitement surged among the group. So, does that mean we can also become extraordinary beings? Do you all possess such abilities? Yi Tu inquired. The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, Lu Yang stepped forward to respond. We all do. Very well, Yi Tu said. In a moment, you shall demonstrate your various abilities in the center of the square. Each manifestation must endure for no less than 5 minutes. Remember, after 5 minutes, you must cease your displays. Otherwise, not only will you fail to gain power, but you may also lose the abilities within you. Lu Yong nodded in acknowledgement, and the others exhibited expressions of earnestness. All right, you may proceed, Yi Tu gestured. Understood. The group replied and departed the small square. Once they had dispersed, Yi Tu, accompanied by Wang Tao and a few others, made his way to the heart of the base. As soon as they stepped inside, someone approached them, exclaiming, Hello, Ego? Yi Tu nodded in greeting. Where is Lao Zhao? The individual pointed towards an office not far away, saying, Zhao Gu is inside. Yi Tu proceeded towards the office, and upon entering, he found Zhao Feng with his head bowed, appearing despondent. Brother Yi, you have arrived? Upon seeing Yi Tu enter, Zhao Feng lifted his gaze, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. He truly hesitated to divulge the events of the previous night to Yi Tu, yet now that Yi Tu was already aware, concealing it further would likely hinder their future collaboration. Brother Zhao, you called for me? Yi Tu inquired. Indeed, Zhao Feng nodded, letting out a sigh. Brother Yi, I feel remorseful for what transpired last night, but it's of no consequence. Yi Tu interjected. I had anticipated it all along. Zhao Feng was taken aback. You had guessed it? Yes, Yi Tu affirmed, his demeanor calm. After we departed last night, those individuals would undoubtedly seek to cause us trouble. You mean? Zhao Feng began, realization dawning. Precisely, they will come seeking vengeance. However, I refrained from informing you, primarily hoping you would find a way to resolve it on your own. At this, Zhao Feng felt an even deeper sense of guilt. Alas, Brother Zhao, Yi Tu said, I understand your decision to compromise was to protect me, and I hold no resentment. Zhao Feng could not help but sigh. Such a pity for a talent like you. Hey, Yi Tu chuckled softly, declaring, I have come to a resolution. Since this place is no longer the apocalyptic world of your, why should I linger here any longer? Zhao Feng was astonished. Where do you wish to go? To live the life I truly desire. Zhao Feng could not help but sigh, lamenting the loss of such a remarkable talent. Yi Tu chuckled softly and replied, I have come to a clear decision. Since this place is no longer the end of the world it once was, why should I linger here any longer? Taken aback by her words, Zhao Feng inquired, where do you intend to go? To live the life I desire, Yi Tu said, a faint smile gracing her lips. Zhao Gu, although you have treated me with great kindness, I sincerely cannot accept the role of your wife, for I have fallen for someone else. Hence, I must apologize. I can only leave this place. Upon hearing Yi Tu's declaration, Zhao Feng became furious, exclaiming, You wretched creature. How dare you betray me? Do you believe I won't end your life immediately? Zhao Gu, if you were to kill me, you would surely regret it. Yi Tu replied coolly, After I depart, it would be wise for you to eliminate my parents as well. They possess too many secrets. Zhao Feng snorted coldly, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. You little brat, it seems you are provoking me. Rest assured, as long as you vacate this place, I shall leave your remains intact. There is no need to wait for that day. I shall reveal the truth to you today, Yi Tu said, a strange curve forming at the corner of her mouth. She then retrieved a suitcase from her possession, opened it, and extracted several remote-controlled bombs. Zhao Gu, you must have seen the Iron Man from the film Titanic, the kind of super bomb that can annihilate an entire ship. Do you think these bombs can rival its power? As Yi Tu unveiled the explosives, Zhao Feng trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his legs rendered weak, collapsing against the edge of the bed. His face a mask of terror. Observing Zhao Feng's expression, Yi Tu inwardly cursed him as a coward, yet he refrained from uttering further words. instead casting his gaze into the distance, his eyes reflecting a profound and contemplative depth. "Brother Zhao, I was wrong. I beg you to spare me. I shall never dare again," sob. Suddenly, the man lying in the hospital bed bolted upright, bowing his head in submission before Zhao Feng, desperately pleading. Yi Tu turned to the man and stated, "I do not care what your reasons may be. You must comprehend the consequences of betraying the organization. Do you understand? When I was captured years ago, I too knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Yet the organization remained utterly indifferent, offering no comforting words, and simply locked me away in a dark room, allowing me to suffer from hunger each day." At this juncture, a flicker of hatred and pain illuminated Yi Tu's eyes. "Brother Zhao, I was wrong, truly wrong. I implore you to spare me. I am willing to serve you like an ox or a horse, repaying your kindness and saving my life. I beg you, show me mercy." The man remained kneeling by the bed, incessantly bowing his head, beseeching Zhao Feng for forgiveness. "Serve like an ox or a horse? Humph. Do you believe you are worthy of that?" Yi Tu scoffed disdainfully. "Do you remember the first few months after I arrived?" The man nodded, tears streaming down his face. "During that time, I felt as though I was living in hell, tormented daily. Each night before sleep, I dreaded the possibility of awakening to find myself dead or transformed into a zombie, a monster. I even attempted to escape. As I burst forth from the confines of my room in search of employment, I was confronted by a battalion of soldiers, weapons drawn and aimed directly at me. Without a moment's hesitation, they apprehended me and delivered me to the military prison, where I was compelled to serve. 3 long years ensued. During that time, apart from the meager sustenance of nightly meals and a solitary cup of water, I found myself utterly isolated from the outside world, bereft of any opportunity for communication, teetering on the brink of madness. Fortunately, during that tumultuous period, an individual came to my aid. Without their intervention, I would have surely succumbed to insanity. Who was that person? Yi Tu inquired. Yi Tu continued, "Zhao Feng." "Zhao Feng? How did he liberate you?" "He brought me to Nanyan City and then clandestinely transported me to Beihai City. At last, I was granted a new lease on life. Henceforth, I resolved to forsake my past and commence anew. Zhao Feng became my sole companion in this life. Are you certain you will not betray me?" Zhao Feng fixed his gaze upon Yi Tu, his voice icy. "Brother Zhao, how could I ever deceive you?" Yi Tu shook his head. "Moreover, you do not trust me either, do you?" After a moment of silence, Zhao Feng abruptly queried, "By the way, I do not yet know your name." "My surname is Chen," Yi Tu replied, "Chen Haoyan." "Oh, now I recall. You are the betrothed my parents arranged for me, my future bride." Zhao Feng exclaimed with sudden realization, slapping his forehead. "Haha, at last, I understand why you seem so familiar. We grew up together." Yi Tu smiled and asked, "You do not find me objectionable?" "How could I?" Zhao Feng hastily waved his hand and said, "Chen Haoyan, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in Nanyan City, and you have even saved my life. How could I possibly find you unappealing?" At this juncture, Zhao Feng suddenly leaned closer to Chen Haoyan and whispered, "Chen Haoyan, we could take our time to foster our feelings. After all, there is no rush." Upon hearing Zhao Feng's candid words, Chen Haoyan's cheeks flushed, and she playfully retorted, "Zhao Gu, you are incorrigible. If you truly like me, let us return and consummate our union right now." "Oh, but not just yet. My injuries have yet to heal. In due course, I promise to take you back to our bridal chamber. I will ensure you cry out in despair before I relent." Zhao Feng chuckled mischievously. "Oh, you naughty rascal," Chen Haoyan exclaimed, both embarrassed and annoyed. "All right, enough of this. I have conveyed everything I needed to. You should be on your way," Zhao Feng urged. Chen Haoyan rose and said, "Zhao Gu, take care on your journey. I shall wait for you at home." Her expression was somewhat conflicted. She truly did not wish to part from Zhao Feng, yet survival necessitated her departure. After leaving the hospital, Zhao Feng headed straight for the bus station, purchasing a train ticket to Yanjing City. The train was scheduled to depart at 4:30 in the morning. Zhao Feng spent 500 yuan to secure a sleeping berth in the hard seat compartment, lying on the rigid bed and gazing at the overcast sky above. Zhao Feng's thoughts were tumultuous. He had never imagined that he would find himself in such a dire predicament in this lifetime. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhao Feng exhaled a deep breath, closed his eyes, and commenced his martial arts training. Suddenly, the telephone on the bedside table began to ring. "Hello?" Zhao Feng furrowed his brow as he pressed the answer button. A cold voice belonging to an unfamiliar man resonated from the other end. "I am Wang Hu. I presume you are feeling quite distressed at this moment. However, I have a gift for you, which I hope you will appreciate." With that, the call abruptly ended. A crisp sound echoed as a vibrant green seed rolled from beside the phone. Zhao Feng picked up the seed, scrutinized it for a moment, and murmured, "Wang Hu. What do you mean by this?" The following morning, as dawn barely broke, a fist shattered the window glass, hurling in from the outside. Zhao Feng opened his eyes, instinctively grasped the seed that had flown into the room, and upon careful examination, his expression shifted dramatically. "Wang Hu, you scoundrel! How dare you harm my brother? I will not rest until I confront you." Chapter 14. The Dragon World. A sleek black Audi sped along the highway, eventually coming to a steady halt in front of an opulent office building. As the car door swung open, a young man, around 20 years of age with slightly tanned skin, stepped out. Young Master Lin. At the entrance of the office building, two suited bodyguards bowed respectfully to the young man. He nodded and strode directly into the building. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He fumbled to retrieve it, and upon seeing the caller ID, his expression turned to one of shock as he quickly pressed the answer button, exclaiming, "Lin Bo, it's a you." Lin Bo inquired, "Young Master, where are you now?" Young Master Lin replied, "I am in Jiangzhou, attending to some personal matters, which is why I did not return yesterday." "Oh?" Lin Bo remarked casually. "Do you have friends in Jiangzhou?" Young Master Lin responded, "Of course, I have many friends here." Lin Bo continued in a soft tone, "I'm currently at the Tianqi Hotel in Jiangzhou. Please come to meet me." Young Master Lin paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right. I will be there shortly." After hanging up the phone, young Master Lin hurried towards the elevator, taking it directly to the 16th floor, where the office of Lin Guorong, chairman of the Lin Group, was located. At this moment, the desk was cluttered with a thick stack of documents. Standing beside the desk was a robust man in his 30s, sporting a crew cut. He was Lu Zhongfu, the driver and personal bodyguard of Lin Guorong. As Lin Guorong was reviewing a document, a knock on the door interrupted him. He looked up and said, "Come in." As the office door swung open, a young female secretary entered, dressed in a professional suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, her appearance both refined and attractive. "Chairman, you called for me?" the young secretary said gently, though she felt a twinge of curiosity as to why Lin Guorong sought her out at this hour. However, she dared not show any sign of surprise, for she knew Lin Guorong to be an exceedingly stern and demanding individual, particularly regarding work, where tardiness and rule-breaking were utterly intolerable. Lin Guorong set aside the documents and addressed the secretary. "Secretary Li, what arrangements do we have for today?" Secretary Li smiled and said, "This morning, several executives and board members attended a business luncheon. There will be a banquet at noon and a dinner in the evening." Lin Guorong replied, "All right. Please notify those attending the banquet to arrive at this address by 6 o'clock this afternoon. Additionally, inform the department heads that a board meeting will be held at 3 o'clock. "Understood. I will contact them shortly," Secretary Li affirmed. "Good. You may proceed with your tasks." Shifting his gaze to the folder that Secretary Li had just brought in, Lin Guorong mentioned, "By the way, please hand me that document." Secretary Li nodded, picked up the folder from the table, approached Lin Guorong, and handed it over, saying, "Chairman, this is the document you need to sign. I have printed it out for you." "Thank you," Lin Guorong replied, taking the folder, glancing through it before signing his name. After Secretary Li tidied up and took her leave, a knock was heard at the door. Lin Guorong called out, "Come in." As the door opened, two men clad in black entered the room. Lin Guorong glanced at them and spoke in a calm tone, "What have you discovered?" A middle-aged man with a bushy beard replied, "Mr. Lin, we retrieved the footage from last night. According to the camera records, Wang Hu dined at a small restaurant before heading to an abandoned warehouse nearby, where he dragged a corpse inside. Following this lead, we investigated the body." Lin Guorong inquired, "What? Has the body gone missing again?" The bearded man shook his head and replied, "It hasn't gone missing." Lin Guorong frowned. "Then how could it have been dug up?" The bearded man explained, "It was cut away with a knife." "What?" Lin Guorong abruptly stood up, his voice low and grave. "Who did this?" The bearded man responded, "We reviewed the surveillance footage and identified two assailants, both masked. Moreover, their physical characteristics are quite similar. I suspect they are twin brothers." "Two masked assailants?" Lin Guorong's brow furrowed deeply. "Who were they targeting?" The bearded man hesitated before stating, "It seems they were after the Chu family." "The Chu family?" A glint of cold fury flashed in Lin Guorong's eyes as he gritted his teeth. "The remnants of the Chu family. Mr. Lin, what shall we do now?" A man in black asked. Lin Guorong smiled ominously. "I intend to see who dares to provoke us." As he spoke, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before it was answered. Lin Guorong? A deep, hoarse voice came through. Mr. Zhou, I have a matter I wish to trouble you with, Lin Guorong said politely. What is it? Mr. Zhou inquired from the other end. Lin Guorong replied, I have lost some goods under my command. Could you assist me in finding out who is responsible? As for the price, I will add an additional 50,000 yuan. Understood, came the response from the other end. The two exchanged a few more words before concluding their conversation. Ending the call, Lin Guorong's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Within the entirety of Yanjing City, only a handful of families could be deemed formidable, namely the Yi, Chun, and Song families among the elite. The remaining influential clans were 4 in number: the Lin Guorong family, the Zhao family, the Zhou family, and the Wang family. Among these, the Wang family stood as the premier family in Yanjing, second only to the Chun family, and the sole large clan that transcended the Chun family's influence. The Wang family boasted profound heritage and unparalleled financial resources. If the Chun family were likened to a towering mountain, the Wang family would be akin to an expansive and boundless ocean. In a modest rental room in Jiangnan City, Zhao Yuankui lay quietly resting on the bed. Suddenly, a sound reverberated through the door. Zhao Yuankui opened his eyes, retrieved a dagger from beneath his pillow, and cautiously glanced toward the window. Though the window was closed, an icy aura of menace still pervaded the air. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a slender man clad in a white shirt and white trousers, who entered holding a bag of medical supplies. The lean man tossed the supplies onto the bed and glanced at Zhao Yuankui, instructing, "Clean and bandage your wounds." Without delay, Zhao Yuankui picked up the medical kit, retrieving bandages, gauze, and iodine to tend to his injuries. "Boss, your wounds are severe. I fear you may not endure," he remarked as he cleaned the lacerations on Zhao Yuankui's chest and abdomen. "You need not concern yourself with me," Zhao Yuankui replied coldly. "Yet you are losing excessive blood," the man expressed his concern. "Leave," Zhao Yuankui insisted, his tone remaining icy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanxiu sighed, silently exiting the room and gently closing the door behind him. Alone, he stared vacantly at the pristine ceiling, his gaze reflecting a profound emptiness as a tumult of emotions swirled within him. At that moment, vivid memories began to surface in his mind, ultimately settling on the image of a charming and beautiful visage. His eyes gradually glistened with moisture as tears cascaded down his cheeks. He murmured, "Sister Yiming, I long to see you again, even if only for a fleeting glance. That would suffice." Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone pierced the silence. "Hello?" came the deep voice of a middle-aged man on the other end. It was Lin Guorong. "Old Lin, there's an urgent situation that I must report," Lin Guorong stated solemnly. Furrowing his brow, he listened intently, and upon hearing the details, his demeanor shifted to one of agitation. "What? Such a thing has occurred? Are you certain?" "Absolutely," replied the middle-aged man on the line. "Our investigation reveals that this theft is linked to the same group responsible for the Lin family's disappearance." "Scoundrels!" Lin Guorong erupted in fury. "Old Lin, this matter cannot be left unresolved. Since they dare to target your people, they must face consequences," the man declared vehemently. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Guorong responded, "Immediately dispatch a team to apprehend them, alive. They must not escape. I want to witness their legal retribution firsthand. They shall pay dearly for this." "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Lin Guorong sat in contemplation, his mind conjuring a hazy image that transported him back to his teenage years when his parents were still alive. During that time, he experienced immense happiness. His parents treated him with utmost kindness, and he diligently studied, aspiring to gain admission to Huaxiao Medical University, aiming to become a noble and illustrious doctor dedicated to alleviating the suffering of humanity. However, fate dealt a cruel hand, as a tragic car accident claimed the lives of his parents. Closing his eyes, Lin Guorong recalled the moments leading up to their untimely demise. A wave of sorrow washing over him, causing his fists to clench involuntarily, his nails digging deep into his flesh, crimson blood seeping into his palms. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, wiping away the traces of tears, and rose from his chair. He reached for the cigarette box on the table, withdrew a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. With a flick, he ignited the cigarette, inhaling deeply and releasing a cloud of dense smoke. Then, he took out his phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, Lin Guorong spoke in a low voice. "Assist me in investigating a matter, details regarding the Wang family of Yanjing." Having issued his command, he abruptly terminated the call. In Yanjing, Lin Guorong wielded significant influence. Within a mere 20 minutes, the information on the Wang family was laid out before him on his desk. The Wang family was a reclusive yet powerful clan, their wealth rivaling nations. With assets amounting to hundreds of billions, the head of the family, Wang Zhendong, served as the commander of the Yanjing military district, holding the rank of at least a major general. The family's connections were formidable. As Lin Guorong perused the documents, his eyes brimmed with rage and hatred. His wife had perished because of Wang Zhendong. The Wang family was the root of his suffering. In Lin Guorong's eyes, a fierce killing intent flickered. Wang family, Lin Guorong, shall one day seek retribution. At that moment, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Upon glancing at the screen, Lin Guorong's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He hastily answered the call, his voice steady yet cautious. Hello, this is Lin Guorong. May I ask who is calling? A slightly mocking voice emerged from the other end. Vice Chairman Lin, I never imagined you would forget my number. You truly are a person of high standing prone to forgetfulness. Li Boss, is that you? Lin Guorong inquired solemnly. Li Jinlong. Lin Guorong recognized the voice belonging to Li Jinlong, the chairman and executive general manager of the Li Group. Indeed. Li Jinlong responded with a calm smile. Vice Chairman Lin, did you call me because you've encountered some trouble? If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Li Boss, Lin Guorong replied. I already have a lead and am preparing to investigate. However, I do not wish to trouble you at this moment, considering how busy you are. Haha, it's nothing. We are friends, after all. Li Jinlong laughed heartily before adding, by the way, Vice Chairman Lin, I have a sum of money to transfer to you. Transfer to me? What do you mean? Lin Guorong asked, puzzled. Here is the plan, Vice Chairman Lin. I will provide you with an address. You can come by tonight at 8:30 to pick up the money. Li Jinlong said with a smile. Li Boss, what exactly do you mean by this? Lin Guorong hesitated. Do not ask too many questions, just come quickly to collect the funds. Li Jinlong chuckled. Lin Guorong pondered for a moment before replying, Mr. Li, I believe it is best for us to maintain some distance in the future. Otherwise, if we are seen together, it could reflect poorly on both of us. Moreover, I trust you are well aware of my temperament. No one shall take anything that belongs to Lin Guorong. Vice Chairman Lin, I think you have misunderstood me. I intend to present you with a gift, not to seize your possessions, Li Jinlong replied. Please come over to collect your money. A gift? What gift? Lin Guorong was momentarily taken aback before responding in a deep voice. Very well, I shall come over now. With that, Lin Guorong hung up the phone, tidied himself up, and dressed appropriately before heading downstairs to drive to his small courtyard on the outskirts of the city. Though reluctant to admit it, Lin Guorong recognized that this path offered by Li Jinlong was his only opportunity for redemption, as he understood that only Li Jinlong could assist him in exacting revenge. Upon arriving in the living room of the small courtyard, Lin Guorong noticed 3 individuals seated on the sofa, 2 women and a child of about 4 or 5 years old. Uncle Li, you're back, exclaimed the little boy as Lin Guorong pushed open the door. Yes, Lin Guorong smiled at the child, then approached another sofa and respectfully inquired, Minister Wang, what brings you here? I came to Yanqing specifically to visit you. The middle-aged man replied with a cheerful smile. Oh, may I ask what matters you wish to discuss, Minister Wang? Lin Guorong responded with surprise. He chuckled, reflecting on the triviality of their quarrel, considering it absurd that at their age, they would be so troubled by petty grievances. Alas, in the grand tapestry of life, one seeks merely wealth, power, influence, and beauty. Yet, in the end, we find ourselves devoid of all these. Minister Wang bitterly shook his head and spoke. Lin Guorong remained silent, bowing his head in quiet contemplation. Lin Guorong, I have come to present you with a choice, Minister Wang said solemnly. I'm aware that your wife's demise is intricately linked to the Wang family. Should you choose to collaborate with me, I can ensure the complete eradication of the Wang lineage. Collaborate with you? Lin Guorong scoffed. What do you believe are the chances of that? I can assist you in avenging your loss. After a moment of silence, Minister Wang suddenly lifted his gaze, fixing Lin Guorong with a serious stare. Lin Guorong, I can indeed help you seek vengeance. I'm not greedy. All I require is the transfer of the Lin Group. I shall relinquish any remaining shares. What do you say? Lin Guorong furrowed his brow. I do not comprehend the minister's intentions. Lin Guorong, I know you harbor doubts about my sincerity. Minister Wang continued. However, I implore you to trust me. The events of the past were indeed unrelated to Wang Jinyu and his associates, and throughout the years, they have significantly aided your company. Without the Wang family's support, could the Lin Group have achieved its current standing? Thus, I urge you not to question my motives. Should you decline, bankruptcy awaits you. Lin Guorong. I advise you to ponder carefully before making your decision. Chapter 87. The arrival of the Ghost King. Yi Tu has ascended to the rank of Ghost King, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of ghostly energy. At this moment, he stands in mid-air, wielding a black sword, his gaze piercing as he surveys the individuals before him. A sigh escaping his lips. Previously, he contemplated how to assist that unfortunate uncle in alleviating his suffering. Now, however, he must devise a plan for his own fate. To his astonishment, they have indeed located the underworld. Could it be due to his presence? Yi Tu furrows his brow, lost in thought. If this is truly because of him, it can only imply that these individuals are drawn to the Hall of Yama. Suddenly, he lifts his gaze toward the distant castle, his eyes narrowing. Since they have come this far, he shall not hold back. With a disdainful snort, he sheathes the black sword and transforms into a streak of light, swiftly ascending toward the castle. Upon landing, a wave of piercing cold energy assaults him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Yi Tu raises his head to behold the ancient structure ahead, an inexplicable sensation stirring within him. These individuals appear to possess considerable knowledge. Though he presents a facade of ease, Yi Tu is acutely aware of the preparations he must undertake. It is possible to subdue these foes with minimal cost. Hence, he must remain vigilant in every circumstance. Silently, he approaches, his footsteps unnoticed as he glides past them. A sudden shriek pierces the air, rousing several nearby individuals from their stupor, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Who? They whirl around, only to find Yi Tu standing there. His face a mask of frost, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is it him? Something feels amiss. How could this demon lord appear so suddenly? And we remain oblivious. Quickly, slay him. The crowd roared in unison, brandishing their weapons toward Yi Tu's. Be gone. Yi Tu bellowed coldly, his form expanding dramatically, transforming in the blink of an eye into a towering beast. With a single swipe, he shattered over a dozen long blades. Immediately, he clawed down 3 or 4 specters, then charged fiercely at the remaining individuals. Ah, help! A chorus of anguished screams reverberated through the air, as the last 2 survivors, paralyzed with fear, fled the scene. Heh, only now do you think of escaping? Isn't a tad too late? Yi Tu laughed menacingly, his claws outstretched as he lunged at the 2 ghost cultivators, tearing them apart and devouring them. That wretched beast! Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the void, revealing a man enveloped in a blood-red cloak, suspended in midair. This man's visage was grotesque, his skin a fiery red, akin to flowing magma, with 2 sharply curved horns protruding from his forehead, emanating an ominous crimson glow. Oh, have you finally mustered the courage to show yourself? Yi Tu grinned, unperturbed as he fixed his gaze upon him. I had originally intended to deal with you, this vile spirit, before gradually dispatching the lesser ghosts. Now that you have chosen to reveal yourself, do not blame me for my mercilessness. You dare to harm my followers? You seek death. The blood-cloaked man scoffed, a dense aura of ghostly energy erupting from him. A mere specter, and you dare to claim such a title? Yi Tu scoffed, his eyes flickering momentarily, before extending his sharp claws to fiercely strike at the man in the blood-stained attire. A thunderous boom echoed as the 2 made contact, unleashing a powerful shockwave that reverberated through the ground. The blood-clad man's complexion paled, and he staggered back several dozen meters. In stark contrast, Yi Tu remained utterly unmoved. Damn it! The blood-clad man cursed under his breath, astonished by the fact that this demon's strength exceeded his expectations. Gritting his teeth, he cast a lingering glance at Yi Tu, and then slowly faded from view, leaving behind an ethereal voice that echoed in Yi Tu's ears. Yi Tu, the humiliation you have suffered today shall surely be avenged. Upon hearing those words, Yi Tu's expression shifted dramatically, and a surge of fierce ghostly flames erupted from his being, radiating outward in all directions. Yet, to no avail, the flames were strangely absorbed and coalesced into a gigantic flower bud. Ha ha, Yi Tu, the day I resurrect will mark your demise. The voice of the blood-clad man gradually faded into the distance until it was entirely gone. Yi Tu clenched his fists, his face darkening with fury as he gazed at the distant ancient structure. He had not anticipated that his emergence would attract such a troublesome adversary. Had it been an ordinary ghost cultivator, he would have been confident in his ability to vanquish them with his current strength. Unfortunately, the entity he faced was no ordinary ghost cultivator. It was one of the leaders of the Ghost Clan, an exceedingly perilous existence. There was no time to waste, otherwise that Ghost Clan member would come seeking trouble once more. Yi Tu shook his head, his form shimmering as he vanished once again into the night. Meanwhile, 50 kilometers away from Yi2, a dense black fog surged towards this location with alarming speed. Within the mist, several figures concealed themselves. They were all ghost cultivators, possessing considerable strength. This time, we have brought only the elite, and we are certain we can vanquish that demon. Indeed, not only can we exact our vengeance, but we can also seize the secret tome from his grasp. How splendid is that? Ha ha ha. The group erupted into boisterous laughter, their exhilaration palpable. Is someone approaching? Just as their merriment reached its peak, they suddenly spotted a dark figure racing toward them with astonishing speed. Wait, is that a snake? What on earth is that creature? Stop dawdling, intercepted at once. The ghost cultivators quickly regained their composure and unleashed their spells in a flurry of attacks. In an instant, a myriad of talismans coalesced, imbued with a chilling intent, raining down upon the shadow. Break for me. Yi2 scoffed, extending a paw that shattered the incoming spells with sheer force. Thud, thud, thud. The ghost cultivators spewed blood, their bodies hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Yi2 gazed down upon them with indifference, uttering coldly, "You all deserve to die." With that, he opened his maw wide and unleashed a torrent of ghostly energy. The ethereal essence, as if guided by an unseen force, swiftly coalesced into a long spear, which then pierced the body of one ghost cultivator. A chilling scream erupted, sending shivers down the spines of the remaining ghost cultivators. Let us join forces. The remaining ghostly figures promptly formed a formation, emanating a dense, dark aura that enveloped them in a protective barrier. With a resounding crash, the spear collided with the shield, causing it to tremble violently as though it might shatter at any moment. Damn it, we are no match for him. We must retreat and report to the master. Retreat. Shadows of the ghosts swiftly fled, soon vanishing without a trace. As Yi2 observed their retreating figures, a sardonic smile graced his lips. You pitiful ants dare to conspire against me? How utterly foolish. His gaze fell upon the ancient structure in the distance, and he murmured, "What exactly lies there, that it conceal a 9-nether phantom dragon?" Taking a deep breath, his figure abruptly vanished from the spot. The following morning, Yi2 arrived early at the ancient edifice, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the silence. "Oh, what brings you here?" Opening his eyes, he beheld a woman clad in a black gown entering the room. Her brows hinted at alluring charm, and her demeanor exuded grace and elegance, akin to a celestial being stepping forth from a painting, stunningly beautiful. "It is I. I passed through here yesterday and chose to rest for the night," Yi2 casually explained. "Ah, you have my gratitude," the woman in black replied with a slight nod before inquiring, "Did you come to see me for a particular reason?" Yi2 gestured towards the ancient building, stating, "There lies an exceedingly malevolent entity sealed within, and I seek your counsel regarding it." "Is that so?" The woman in the black dress wore a peculiar expression, and after a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. "In truth, I am aware of what lies there, yet I have no intention of divulging it to you." "Why?" Yi2's heart was filled with bewilderment. He had already provided ample detail, yet she remained reluctant to share. "Because it pertains to our ghost clan," the woman in black replied calmly. "Ghost clan?" Yi2 furrowed his brow, seemingly struggling to comprehend. "Long ago, the progenitor of our ghost clan entered into an agreement with a formidable being, entrusting him with the duty of guarding the seal to preserve our lives," she continued. "I recall that this powerful entity was known as the Underworld Emperor, whose strength was indeed remarkable." Yi2 acknowledged with a nod. "Indeed, he was the Underworld Emperor. Our ancestor," the woman in black sighed, then added, "However, as time passed, he ultimately broke his vow and imprisoned us here." "Why would he violate his oath?" Yi2 inquired. "Because our ghost clan requires the cycle of reincarnation, we cannot remain in the underworld for eternity." "Oh, I see." Yi2 nodded in sudden understanding, then asked, "What is your ancestral decree? If you assist me in accomplishing a certain task, I can aid you in being reborn." At this declaration, a glimmer of hope ignited in the woman's eyes, and she could not help but exclaim, "What? You are willing to help us?" "Yes. I can forge a pact with you, enabling you to reconstruct your forms and granting you a new lease on life." "Thank you so much." The woman in black expressed her gratitude earnestly. She was acutely aware of Yi2's formidable prowess, one so terrifying that even the Onmyoji could do little against him. Having his assistance in reclaiming her essence seemed almost effortless. However, Yi2 shook his head, expressing, "I am currently too weak to assist you." "What?" The black-clad woman's expression froze, a flicker of despondency flashing in her eyes. Yet, Yi2 continued, But once I enhance my strength, I shall find a way to aid you. Can you truly help us? The woman in black inquired, her anticipation palpable. Indeed, Yi Tu affirmed with unwavering resolve, his tone resonant. I promise that when I am sufficiently powerful, I will assist you in reconstructing your corporeal forms, allowing you to reincarnate once more. Very well. I believe in you, the black-clad woman exclaimed, her excitement overflowing. Thank you. Yi Tu waved dismissively. It is of no consequence. Regardless of whether you can fulfill this promise in the future, I am grateful to you. Should I find myself in need of assistance one day, perhaps I may lend you a hand. Agreed. After their conversation, Yi Tu suddenly felt hunger gnawing at him and prepared to head to the kitchen for a bite to eat before retreating to his room to replenish his spiritual energy. However, just as he was about to take a step, a cacophony of noise erupted nearby. Flee. There are ferocious beasts here. Do not approach. A panicked voice called from outside. Roar. A chilling cry followed, reverberating with an unsettling intensity. Shortly thereafter, Yi Tu heard an enraged roar, brimming with overwhelming resentment, striking his heart like a piercing sword. What manner of creature is this? Yi Tu's pupils abruptly constricted, a look of terror manifesting in the depths of his gaze. In that instant, every hair on his body stood on end, as an icy chill enveloped his heart. Flee. The ferocious beast has emerged. Quickly, retreat into the ancient manor. Run. The cacophony outside grew increasingly raucous, followed by several piercing screams that sent Yi Tu's heart racing. Curse it. What has that fool done to provoke such a beast? Yi Tu cursed under his breath and hastily dashed into the ancient manor. Bang! With a resounding crash, he collided with a wall. Simultaneously, a swirling mass of black mist seeped through the crack of the door, transforming into a ghastly shadow clad in dark garments. It was a male specter, towering at 3 meters, with skin as dark as night and long, flowing white hair. Suspended in midair, Yi Tu looked up to behold the specter's ghastly visage, pale beyond belief, with hollow eye sockets and a grotesque, terrifying countenance. Its arms were extended in an arc, and upon its back rested a rusted iron hammer, covered in corroded patches, exuding an ominous aura that was palpable. Such a fierce malevolence. This was undoubtedly a ruthless spirit. Yi Tu felt a deep sense of dread emanating from the specter. You dare intrude upon my domain. You deserve nothing less than death. The male specter glared at Yi Tu, its voice cold as ice. Yi Tu scoffed, retorting, Enough of your nonsense. Clear the way, or I shall end you. The male specter smirked with a hint of mockery and remarked, Do you truly believe a mere mortal like yourself can threaten me? Suddenly, as the words left his lips, a tempestuous wave of darkness surged around him. In quick succession, robust chains shot forth, slicing through the air towards Yi Tu's day. Yi Tu's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew his blood-stained blade, unleashing a flurry of crimson arcs to sever the chains that assailed him from all directions. With each strike, blood erupted, and he staggered back, a deep gash measuring 5 to 6 inches marring his chest. Such razor-sharp chains. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Tu's countenance grew grave. Despite not employing any techniques and relying solely on his physical prowess, his body was endowed with innate mastery. Even an ordinary martial artist would struggle to inflict harm upon him. Yet, this ghostly infant nearly pierced his shoulder, a truly terrifying feat roaring. The male specter suddenly opened his gaping maw and shrieked skyward, unleashing his pin-up wrath. In an instant, dark clouds churned ominously, as if thunder and lightning brewed within. Yi Tu's expression shifted once more, and he hastily channeled his spiritual energy into his blood blade, striking towards the male specter. With a swift motion, the crimson blade soared into the air, imbued with overwhelming force, tearing through the atmosphere with a sharp whoosh. In the next heartbeat, the male specter raised his right hand and brought it crashing down. With a crack, the blood-red blade shattered instantly, and he grasped its remnants in his hand. Yi Tu's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly took several steps back. Do you wish to escape? The male ghost grinned, revealing a gruesome, blood-stained mouth, and cackled. No one can save you today. As soon as the words left his lips, he lunged at Yi Tu's vile creature. Do not be so arrogant. Yi Tu bellowed, stepping forward with determination, wielding his blade with both hands to meet the oncoming attack. The clash of the crimson blade against the male ghost's fist resonated with a sharp metallic ring, sending ripples of force radiating from the point of impact. Yi Tu stumbled back several paces, his face flushed, and a bitter taste rose in his throat, nearly causing him to spit blood. How curious. This mere ant possesses such strength. The male ghost paused, evidently taken aback by Yi Tu's resilience. "You seek death," he roared, accelerating with ferocity, appearing before Yi Tu in the blink of an eye. He then raised his clawed hand, aiming a strike at Yi Tu's head. "Humph!" Yi Tu scoffed, his gaze turning icy. With a swift bend of his right leg, he unleashed a powerful kick. The sound of impact echoed as he sent the male ghost hurtling away, causing it to roll several times across the ground. The ghost rose, eyes wide with astonishment. It had not anticipated that this seemingly frail young man could unleash such formidable power. Could this fellow be a body cultivator? The male ghost furrowed his brow, intrigued. Keek. Who would have thought I would encounter such a powerful body cultivator in this desolate land of savages? The male ghost exclaimed, excitedly licking its crimson tongue, its face twisting into a more grotesque and horrifying visage. "Young man, willingly offer your body. Dream on." Yi Tu cast a cold glance at the male specter before swiftly turning to flee. Since he had arrived, he might as well stay. The male specter let out a bizarre laugh and suddenly leaped forward, pursuing Yi Tu's day. Yi Tu swung his blade, the glimmer slicing through the air like lightning. A tremendous explosion resounded as the chest of the man in black was torn asunder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yi Tu retracted his blade, observing as the adversary crumpled to the ground. His complexion paled slightly, yet he did not falter. With renewed vigor, he swung his long knife once more. At that moment, he felt a sudden heaviness in his head, as if a veil of mist had descended before his eyes. Nevertheless, Yi Tu dismissed the sensation, for the most pressing matter was to eliminate those before him and safeguard the village. He advanced a step, crushing an enemy's skull beneath his foot, followed by another fierce slash directed at a different foe. With a sickening thud, a head was sent soaring through the air. "Be cautious. Do not grant Yi Tu a moment's respite," a voice echoed from a distance. Upon hearing this, Yi Tu furrowed his brow, but nonetheless turned to confront the threat. Suddenly, dozens of razor-sharp gusts of wind rushed towards him, all intent on attack. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Tu parried several strikes in succession before launching himself into the air. A long sword pierced his shoulder with a brutal force. Yi Tu let out a cold snort, gripping the sword and twisting it fiercely to extract it from his flesh. With a surge of strength, he struck his palm against the enemy. A dull thud reverberated as the foe screamed in anguish, their body hurtling away. Just as Yi Tu was about to give chase, he suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping his body, as if an immense weight were pressing down upon him. At the same time, a ringing echoed in his ears, and the world spun chaotically around him. What was happening? Gritting his teeth, Yi Tu struggled to open his eyes. At that moment, he was surrounded by a blinding crimson light. His vision was obstructed, rendering the surroundings indistinct, but he could vaguely see shadows darting swiftly towards him, launching attacks. Yi Tu fought desperately to evade them. Yet, the onslaught was far too rapid. He could only manage to dodge with great difficulty. However, the attacks were relentless and densely packed, leaving him no room to escape. In mere seconds, an array of sharp weapons had pierced his body. His movements became increasingly sluggish, and ultimately he collapsed to the ground. "You have been deeply poisoned. Surrender now. Submit obediently," a sinister voice echoed ominously. Before the words could fully resonate, Yi Tu's pupils contracted sharply, and his body surged with renewed vigor. With a swift twist of his wrist, a blade of light erupted forth. A piercing scream followed as one of the assailants was impaled. Simultaneously, the remaining attackers revealed themselves, charging towards him with ferocity. Yi Tu squinted, his gaze as frigid as ice. "Today, I shall make you pay in blood for your debts," he roared, wielding his long knife to create a flurry of deadly blossoms. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of blood. The anguished cries echoed to the heavens. Bodies lay strewn around Yi Tu, and rivers of blood flowed, staining the earth and coursing through the forest. Yi Tu's face turned pale, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he remained unyielding. Standing firm, his eyes glowed with a crimson hue. Yi Tu scanned the surroundings. The lifeless bodies lay strewn about, each neck severed, blood gushing forth. Their eyes, wide with terror, reflected disbelief, unable to fathom that Yi Tu had truly dared to slay them. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and approached a female corpse, gently caressing her cheek. "Rest assured, I shall avenge you," he murmured. He picked up a bow and arrow from the ground, nocking an arrow with precision. Whoosh! An arrow flew swiftly towards a figure clad in black nearby. Anticipating the attack, the black-clad individual raised a sword to deflect it. Clang! Sparks erupted as the arrow splintered into fragments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Several more arrows followed, striking the dark figure, yet only leaving shallow wounds. Intriguing. Yi Tu's gaze sharpened. He refrained from further archery. The threat was limited. If that were the case, he would engage in hand-to-hand combat. With that thought, he dashed towards the black-clad figure. Bang! Crack! The sound of colliding fists echoed ominously, resembling the shattering of bones. The black-clad figure let out a pained howl, staggering backward. Nevertheless, Yi Tu also stumbled a few steps, his right arm trembling slightly. The dark figure clutched his broken arm, casting a resentful glare at Yi Tu, sneering, "Yi Tu, you are utterly exhausted. Prepare to meet your end." With a fierce charge, he lunged at Yi Tu. Boom! The cacophony of their fierce struggle rang deafeningly. Both were drenched in blood, neither gaining the upper hand. However, the figure clad in black robes grew increasingly emboldened. For Yi Tu's momentum had plummeted to its nadir. Though Yi Tu was indeed valiant, he had surpassed the age of 40 and had been engaged in a fierce battle with this group of ruthless adversaries for quite some time, severely exhausting his physical strength. "Yi Tu, you are no longer capable. Surrender," the black-robed man bellowed with a laugh. Yi Tu remained silent, fully aware that his opponent was deliberately provoking him. As expected, the black-robed man seized the opportunity while Yi Tu was distracted and lunged with a claw aimed at Yi Tu's throat. A flash of brilliance ignited in Yi Tu's eyes as he swiftly countered with a powerful strike. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the black-robed man let out a pained cry. His finger bones shattered in an instant. Yet, Yi Tu was not unscathed. His entire hand swelled, resembling that of a pig's trotter. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yi Tu struck at the man's abdomen. Wah! The black-robed man spat forth a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Without hesitation, Yi Tu retrieved his long knife and charged forward, delivering a flurry of merciless blows. A sickening sound echoed as the black-robed man's head severed from his body, his eyes wide in death, dragging his weary form. Yi Tu staggered onward. He was utterly drained, his eyelids growing heavier by the moment. Yet, he knew he must escape. Otherwise, his demise was inevitable. Just as Yi Tu covered a distance of 100 meters, a sudden chill enveloped him from behind. He spun around abruptly. There! The long knife was poised at his throat. Yi Tu's eyelids twitched. He had not anticipated that despite his swiftness, he would still face defeat. "I have lost." Yi Tu sighed. "You have triumphed." The black-robed man sneered sinisterly. "I told you, you cannot escape. Is it so that you have summoned so many accomplices to end my life?" Yi Tu inquired with a tone of indifference. "Your lack of cooperation leaves me no choice but to take matters into my own hands," the figure in the black robe replied, grinning maliciously. "Oh." A mocking smile curled at the corners of Yi Tu's mouth. "I merely wish to live a tranquil life as an ordinary farmer. Yet, you insist on forcing my hand," he murmured. "Since you are determined to kill me, then come forth." With that, he closed his eyes, letting his head droop to one side. The black-robed figure snorted coldly and raised his foot to kick Yi Tu's leg, intending to bring his life to a swift end. However, in the next moment, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. With a swift motion, Yi Tu opened his eyes, which now gleamed with an alarming intensity. He extended his hand, wielding his long knife in a sweeping arc. With a swift slash, the blade severed the black-robed man's throat. Blood gushed forth. Hiss! The black-robed man clutched his throat, staring in disbelief at Yi Tu. How could this be? His windpipe had indeed been cut, leaving him unable to utter another word. His body gradually slumped, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Panting heavily, Yi Tu wiped the sweat from his forehead. The recent struggle had drained him immensely. Were it not for his indomitable will, he would not have been able to endure. "You scoundrels, I shall not spare you." Yi Tu cursed in fury, then, with great difficulty, leaned against the wall to rise. He staggered towards the exit, utterly devoid of the strength to climb a tree. Yet, even if he had to crawl, he was determined to escape this wretched place. Just then, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed ominously in the air. I did not anticipate encountering such a beautiful prey in this desolate wilderness. Who goes there?" Yi Tu gripped his long knife tightly, his muscles taut with tension. Swish! Suddenly, a cloud of dark mist surged forth from the shadows. "Be cautious," Yi Tu hastily warned. But it was too late. The dark mist struck like lightning, enveloping him in an instant. Ziz! Bolts of lightning raged through the air, leaving Yi Tu charred and blackened. Ugh! Yi Tu groaned in pain, dropping to one knee, gasping for breath. He felt as though his body were being torn apart, the agony overwhelming. As the dark mist gradually receded, a figure emerged from within. "It's you?" Upon recognizing his adversary, Yi Tu's expression shifted dramatically. The newcomer was none other than the Bronze Knight. The Bronze Knight regarded Yi Tu with a twisted smile, saying, "I never expected you to be this formidable. You've slain over 20 people, and even 2 martial masters. TSK, quite a rarity indeed. No wonder the leader took such drastic measures. What brings you here?" Yi Tu furrowed his brow. The Bronze Knight licked his lips, wickedly proclaiming, "Naturally, it is to take your life." Yi Tu replied coldly, "My injuries are severe. I cannot possibly escape." "He." The Bronze Knight sneered dismissively. "Today, I shall personally escort you to the afterlife." With that, the Bronze Knight lunged forward. Clang! The long knife was drawn, glinting ominously. A chilling aura of death descended upon him. Yi Tu inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes, preparing to embrace his fate. However, at that very moment, he heard a dull thud. A short sword pierced the chest of the Bronze Knight from behind. "You." The Bronze Knight's expression shifted drastically as he whirled around. Whoosh! A spray of crimson erupted. Thud! The short sword penetrated the Bronze Knight's chest, leaving a trail of blood. How could this be? The Bronze Knight was filled with disbelief. He could not fathom how a short sword could appear so suddenly and pierce his chest. Yi Tu abruptly opened his eyes. It turned out that, in that fleeting instant, Yi Tu had performed an astonishing feat. He had suddenly summoned his vital essence. Channeling the spirit stones within his dantian, he intended to infuse his vital essence into the long blade, delivering a fatal blow to his adversary. The intention was noble. He succeeded. Yet, he had miscalculated one aspect. When the vital essence flowed into the long blade, it was instantly drained away. Consequently, the remaining strength within him was exhausted once again. Thus, he could only wield a common weapon, barely managing to fend off the figure in black. Even so, he persevered for a considerable duration until his stamina waned, ultimately falling to the black-clad assailant. Nevertheless, his scheme had not met with success. Just before the cloaked figure's demise, he summoned his companions. Yi Tu had no choice but to evade. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough to escape the impending doom. "Ha! You truly possess a remarkable fate." The figure in black coldly fixed his gaze upon Yi Tu. "Yet this time, you shall not evade." Swish, swish, swish. The black-clad figure's wrist flicked, and 3 gleaming blades of cold light surged toward Yi Tu's day. Chapter 88. The Tomb of the Demon King. Yi Tu wielded his blade with a fierce determination, striking at the man clad in black. His technique was sharp, and his speed remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he had carved several deep wounds into the opponent's flesh, exposing bone beneath. Yet, astonishingly, the figure did not falter. Instead, he grew increasingly frenzied. "Kill!" The black-clad man bellowed, gripping his great axe with both hands and launching a fierce downward strike towards Yi Tu's day. In that instant, Yi Tu was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. A dreadful realization struck him. The strength of this adversary far surpassed that of the 3 he had faced previously. If he were to withstand this onslaught, his demise was all but certain. With this grim thought weighing heavily on his mind, he hastily withdrew his blade and attempted to retreat. However, at that moment, he felt a sudden lurch beneath his feet, as if gravity itself had betrayed him, sending him plummeting downward. "What is happening?" A wave of alarm surged through Yi Tu as he struggled to comprehend the cause of his misfortune. Before he could gather his thoughts, a piercing sound sliced through the air, heralding the black-clad man's opportunistic assault. The axe came crashing down upon his shoulder with brutal force. Instantly, crimson blood gushed forth, staining half of his body, and he felt as though he had been struck by a boulder, the pain overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to rise. But as soon as he regained his footing, a heavy weight pressed against his chest, causing him to collapse once more. "Damn it!" Yi Tu cursed inwardly, summoning every ounce of strength to leap backward, striving to escape the relentless pursuit. Yet, the black-clad man appeared to have anticipated this very reaction. At the moment Yi Tu sprang into the air, the assailant followed suit, raising his axe once more to cleave down towards Yi Tu's head. "Curse it!" Yi Tu muttered a low curse, understanding that there was no escape. He ceased his evasions and positioned his long knife horizontally against his brow. With a swift motion, the cleaver effortlessly severed the long knife, delivering a heavy blow to Yi Tu's neck. He felt as if his head had shattered like a watermelon. Crimson blood and white brain matter splattering in all directions, staining the ground around him. Observing Yi Tu's lifeless form, The figure clad in black let out a cold chuckle before bending down to discard Yi-Tu's mangled body into the nearby thicket, then turning and departing. Moments later, two shadows darted swiftly from the distance, landing beside Yi-Tu's corpse. One of them, a diminutive and frail elder, inspected the scene and frowned slightly as he remarked, "Brother." He was slain with a single blow. Upon hearing this, the other middle-aged man nodded, his expression grave as he responded, "To kill Yi-Tu with one strike." This foe is no ordinary adversary. As they exchanged glances, the two men meticulously surveyed their surroundings for any clues. Finding none, they shared a wry smile before parting ways. At dawn, sunlight cascaded into the valley. As the rays penetrated the layers of mist, Yi-Tu gradually awakened. He opened his bleary eyes, gazing vacantly at his surroundings until his gaze settled upon the rusted iron knife beside him. "Where am I?" Yi-Tu murmured, slowly sitting up. At this moment, he found that his injuries had largely healed. Yi-Tu flexed his muscles and reached for the iron dagger resting beside him, gently caressing the ancient patterns etched upon its surface. This dagger was the sole memento left to him by his master. A tender expression graced Yi-Tu's face as he reflected on the 2 decades that the dagger had accompanied him. Although he had never wielded it in combat, its presence had been a source of comfort, instilling in him a profound sense of appreciation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, and a wistful look flickered across his features. It had been over 20 years. He wondered how his parents were faring and if they still remembered him. With a sigh, Yi-Tu continued to survey his surroundings. He found himself within an ancient tomb, cloaked in an eerie silence, devoid of any presence save his own. Who could have constructed this sepulchre? Was it truly the work of restless spirits? Curiosity swelled within him. Yet he swiftly dismissed such a ludicrous notion. If practitioners of the arcane existed in this world, then surely there were countless extraordinary beings as well. If malevolent spirits truly roamed, they would have long since been vanquished. With this thought invigorating him, Yi-Tu rose to his feet and ventured into the tomb's grand hall, casting his gaze around in search of an exit. Suddenly, something caught his attention, prompting him to approach it without hesitation. What could this be? His eyes fell upon a wooden box lying on the ground, and joy illuminated his countenance as he bent down carefully to retrieve it. This was the only relic his father had left him, and he was determined to protect it from harm, especially during these tumultuous times. The wooden box, while not particularly ornate, was adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuding a subtle yet commanding presence that deterred direct gazes. Yi-Tu cautiously opened the box and retrieved its contents. Inside lay a jade-green orb, roughly the size of a thumb, translucent and radiant, emanating a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Could this be the spirit pearl? Feeling the immense energy radiating from the orb, Yi-Tu could hardly contain his excitement. This spirit pearl was a treasure purchased by his father with his life savings. It was said that the pearl contained vast spiritual energy capable of aiding martial artists and absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. For an ordinary martial artist, harnessing the energy within could lead to exponential growth in their abilities. Truly, a magnificent acquisition for which his master had paid a handsome sum, Yi-Tu remarked with enthusiasm. As he admired the spirit pearl, it suddenly erupted in a dazzling blue light, releasing a tremendous force that surged through Yi-Tu's arm and rapidly coursed throughout his entire being, ultimately converging at his dantian. Simultaneously, he felt his blood boil, igniting with an intensity akin to molten lava. He distinctly sensed a formidable and domineering power coursing through his veins, spiritual energy. Remarkably, his century of cultivation had been amplified. Yi-Tu's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face as he struggled to comprehend the outcome. He had never anticipated that merely consuming a spirit pearl would enhance his century of cultivation by an entire century. If that were the case, had he not now reached the pinnacle of the early innate stage? A mixture of surprise and joy surged within Yi-Tu, causing him to momentarily forget his unhealed wounds. He swiftly circulated the vital energy within his body, subsequently guiding the influx of newfound spiritual energy through the meridians in accordance with the incantations of the 9 mysterious arts. Although this additional spiritual energy was limited, it possessed an extraordinary magnitude, akin to a mighty river roaring and surging, continuously integrating into Yi-Tu's meridians. He closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the essence of the spiritual energy. Before long, he became immersed in his cultivation, practicing diligently throughout the night. As dawn broke the following day, he suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, Yi-Tu's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, and his demeanor transformed into one of unparalleled sharpness. At that moment, he appeared almost like a different person, exuding an aura that was cold, fierce, and piercing. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist and struck forward with tremendous force, generating a series of ear-splitting sonic booms. With a resounding crash, his fist collided with the floor, shattering the solid stone into dust. Witnessing this, Yi-Tu smiled broadly, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Although he remained a practitioner at the early innate stage, his recent display of power had transcended the limitations typical of that realm. His physical form had become immensely robust, rendering ordinary firearms ineffective against him. Moreover, due to the spiritual energy orb, his strength had multiplied several times, enabling him to lift a colossal stone weighing 3,000 pounds with sheer force. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Yi-Tu rose to his feet and began to survey his surroundings. Yi-Tu wandered through the ancient tomb, ultimately choosing to enter the inner hall, the very heart of the mausoleum. He lingered there for nearly half an hour before returning to the original burial chamber, intent on continuing his search for an exit. At that moment, he noticed that the once desolate chamber had suddenly expanded in size, its walls now adorned with lifelike skeletons densely lining the entire room. Could these remains belong to my parents? They were laid to rest here after their demise, yet who knows how many years have passed, their bones having decayed beyond recognition. Yi-Tu sighed quietly to himself, then meticulously surveyed his surroundings, reassured by the absence of immediate danger, before resolutely making his way toward the main hall of the tomb. Upon arriving at the entrance of the grand hall, he refrained from hastily pushing the door open. Instead, he circled the magnificent palace twice before settling into a cross-legged position to meditate in silence. After a moment, Yi-Tu opened his eyes, which now sparkled with insight. This ancient tomb was undoubtedly designed by a master, containing various traps and mechanisms. However, it seemed that all the contraptions had now fallen into disrepair, indicating that the tomb's master had long since perished. Yi-Tu felt a sense of relief wash over him as he stepped forward into the palace. The scale of the palace was truly imposing, its interiors lavishly adorned in resplendent gold and elegance. Moreover, a rich fragrance lingered in the air, suggesting that sandalwood had once been burned within its confines. Yi-Tu pondered silently, yet now, the aroma had dissipated, likely carried away by the desert winds. The ancient tomb is composed of countless coffins, each containing a lifeless body, and the number of souls interred within remains unknown. Nevertheless, this place is his home, and Yi-Tu is determined to thoroughly explore every inch of this tomb. Soon, he discovers a pitch-black coffin nestled deep within the tomb. The coffin is both petite and exquisitely crafted. However, upon extending his hand to touch it, an icy chill envelopes him. How cold it is! Yi-Tu's hair stands on end, and he hastily withdraws his hand, his gaze fixed on the coffin, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. Could it be that a living person resides within? With a raised brow, Yi-Tu proceeds to lift the coffin lid. Upon witnessing the scene inside, he gasps in disbelief. It is a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. She is adorned in a gown as white as snow, her figure graceful and her skin whiter than the purest snow, her beauty akin to that which could captivate an entire nation. Most strikingly, she appears to be in a deep slumber, lying motionless within the coffin, devoid of any signs of life. A necklace adorns her neck, from which dangles a vivid red rose, a truly enchanting sight. Yi-Tu's gaze is drawn to the rose pendant, and he gently lifts it, caressing it delicately. The necklace exudes an ancient charm, seemingly weathered by the passage of time, yet its vibrancy remains, as if it had just been plucked, a truly exquisite piece. Just as Yi-Tu was about to don the necklace, it unexpectedly began to writhe with an unsettling life of its own, slowly slipping from his grasp. What was happening? Yi-Tu was taken aback and hastily flicked his right hand, yet the necklace remained unyielding. With a sharp crack, the necklace freed itself from his control and soared outside the coffin. In the next instant, it emitted a faint red glow, drifting slowly towards the coffin. What on earth was this? Alarmed, Yi-Tu retreated several steps, his gaze fixed apprehensively upon the necklace, revealing a deep-seated wariness in his expression. The necklace, as if imbued with sentience, hovered beside the coffin and gently touched the lifeless body of a woman before vanishing into her form. Could it be that this corpse was still alive? Yi-Tu's eyes widened in sheer horror. Just as he was grappling with disbelief, the corpse suddenly stirred and slowly raised its head. A breathtakingly beautiful face appeared before Yi-Tu, yet its pallor was akin to that of a corpse, devoid of any color, rendering it particularly ghastly and terrifying. Most alarming of all, a sharp sword was inexplicably lodged in her forehead. This Faced with the corpse's deathly visage, Yi Tu was utterly terrified, stumbling backward in fright. Suddenly, the corpse's eyes flew open, locking onto Yi Tu with a chilling gaze. In an instant, it lunged forward, extending its withered claw towards Yi Tu's throat. Prepared for this moment, Yi Tu stamped his right foot and darted aside. With a resounding crash, the corpse's claw missed its target, shattering the stone slab, and it lunged once more. A tremor coursed through Yi Tu's heart as he swiftly drew his dagger, slashing towards the female corpse. The corpse moved with astonishing speed and agility, evading his every attempt to perceive her actions. Suddenly, with a swift motion, her left hand shot out, finger splayed, seizing Yi Tu's wrist and twisting it violently. The sound of a crisp fracture echoed as his arm contorted painfully. With a cry of anguish, Yi Tu retreated hastily, while his other hand trembled, causing the dagger to slice through the air, aiming fiercely at the corpse's chest. The female figure leaned slightly, deftly dodging the assault, and retaliated with a palm strike to Yi Tu's abdomen, causing him to convulse violently before he spewed a mouthful of blood. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, utterly incensed at this moment. This ancient tomb, evidently abandoned for centuries, perhaps even millennia, harbored such a dreadful creature. A ferocious roar erupted from the female corpse as she leaped into the air, descending upon Yi Tu with a forceful stomp. "Get back!" he shouted, delivering a powerful punch that struck her chest, sending her flying. A piercing wail escaped her lips as she crashed back into the coffin, falling silent. Yi Tu stood there, momentarily stunned. My goodness, this coffin is terrifying. I must flee for my life. Chapter 89. The Ghost-Slaying Blade. The stone coffin having vanquished the female corpse, Yi Tu advanced towards the graveyard, which lay atop a hillside. Atop the slope stood a gravestone. "Yi Tu, do you dare venture further within? This is a dead end." A voice called from behind. Yi Tu turned to see his brother, Yi Tianlong. "Come, let us venture inside," Yi Tu said. Yi Tianlong shook his head. "I advise you against seeking death within at this moment. Even if there is something inside, you will not return alive." "What do you know?" "I am here to find someone," Yi Tu retorted. "Find someone?" Yi Tianlong was taken aback. "Who within the Yi family requires your search?" "I do not know. I only know that I must find him. If I cannot locate him, I will not rest," Yi Tu asserted resolutely. Upon witnessing the determination in Yi Tu's eyes, Yi Tianlong ceased his objections. "Very well, I will accompany you inside. However, before we enter, you must answer me one question. Is there truly no connection between you and my sister?" Yi Tu fell silent for a moment before replying. "Indeed, we have no entanglements." "Then why?" Yi Tianlong began, his words trailing off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Yi Tu discerned the doubt lurking in the depths of Yi Tianlong's gaze. This moment stirred a sense of melancholy within Yi Tu's Tianlong. "Do not question your brother's orientation. Perhaps your sister merely sought solace in my company out of loneliness." "Are you certain this is the truth?" Yi Tianlong inquired. "Then why did she seek you out again after your departure? Does she not realize that such actions may lead to misunderstandings?" Yi Tu remained silent. "Well, regardless, after this venture, I hope we shall not meet again," he said coldly. "Why? Don't you like my sister? Don't you want to marry her?" Yi Tianlong inquired. Yi Tu glanced at Yi Tianlong and replied, "You are mistaken. Regardless of my feelings toward your sister, we can never be together, let alone wed." "Why?" Yi Tianlong pressed. "Because I am but a mere shell of my former self," Yi Tu said slowly. "Ah, what does this mean?" Yi Tianlong exclaimed in surprise. Yi Tu shook his head and stated, "I cannot clarify this matter for you right now. In short, please refrain from disturbing my life from now on." With that, Yi Tu resumed his steps toward the cemetery. Yi Tianlong stood there, dazed, his heart brimming with confusion. Various images flashed through his mind, ultimately settling on the visage of a man clad in white. This was the individual Yi Tu spoke of, was it not? A strikingly handsome man with a tall stature. Yi Tu wore a smile that seemed to envision a hopeful future. Step by step, Yi Tu ascended the stairs. Along the way, he encountered numerous gravestones, one of which bore an inscribed poem. "A leaf obscures the eye, blind to 1,000 miles, afar, unaware of the return path, a lifetime in haste, solely to seek you." Upon reading this verse, a smile graced Yi Tu's lips. He then lifted his foot to step over the stair. Flanking the steps were rows of stone pillars, each emanating an eerie aura. Yi Tu's gaze sharpened. He surveyed the pillars with narrowed eyes, as if attempting to see through them all. Yi Tu advanced, continuing his journey forward, his hand reaching towards the right. The moment Yi Tu's fingers grazed the stone pillar, an icy chill erupted from within him, penetrating deep into his very soul. Suddenly, the entire tomb trembled violently, emitting a piercing sound. Yi Tu's hand lingered in midair as he furrowed his brow, gazing at the grave before him. What on earth was happening here? Yi Tu pondered silently. As he surveyed the surrounding tombs, an instinctive sense of danger washed over him. He swiftly turned to look at the tomb on his left. A resounding rumble echoed once more, and the entire tomb shook violently. Yi Tu was struck with terror, sensing a palpable aura of death. Something undoubtedly resided within this tomb. Casting a glance at the grave on his right, he gritted his teeth and declared defiantly, "I refuse to be intimidated. I shall not yield." With determination, he clenched his fist once again and struck the tomb before him. A tremendous force surged back, propelling Yi Tu backward. He fell heavily to the ground, clutching his chest as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Raising his gaze, he beheld a pair of blood-red eyes, reminiscent of a wild beast, brimming with ferocity and savagery. The sight of those eyes sent shivers coursing through Yi Tu's body. What manner of creature was this? He marveled inwardly. At that moment, a withered arm burst forth from the earth, seizing Yi Tu by the throat and lifting him off the ground, relentlessly pulling him closer. Yi Tu's feet dangled in midair, swaying incessantly, his face flushed with color. At that moment, he gazed at the hand before him. It was a withered hand, yet it was cloaked in dark hair, its nails sharp as daggers. Yi Tu found himself gripped by this emaciated hand around his neck, rendering him breathless, and he even perceived the palm gradually constricting, drawing his neck closer. A sense of dread enveloped his heart. He had never anticipated that he would meet his demise in this manner. At that instant, a low growl echoed in Yi Tu's ears. It was the sound of a rat, and upon hearing it, a chill coursed through him. Immediately, countless rats surged towards him, swiftly enveloping his form. Yi Tu brandished his demon-slaying blade, striking down upon the swarm of rodents. The air thundered with the chaos of battle. His strikes grew increasingly rapid, soon decimating the horde of rats, leaving the ground strewn with carnage and the echoes of lamentation. "Hurry!" Yi Tu called out, and soon, other entities surged towards him. With swiftness, he maneuvered, delving deeper into the fray. Slowly, crimson trails began to merge, the corpses of the rats disintegrating into ash. Yi Tu recognized this ominous sign, understanding that he could no longer linger in this place. Thus, he fled with urgency. At last, he arrived before a stone door, dilapidated and seemingly on the brink of collapse. Strangely, a suspended coffin hung above the threshold. Upon witnessing this, Yi Tu's hair stood on end, and in an instant, his domain unfurled. At that very moment, the coffin suddenly erupted, and a dark, hairy hand burst forth from within, unleashing a chilling aura that swept across the entire scene. The sound of thunder resounded as all the doors slammed shut. Yi Tu held the demon-slaying blade tightly, bracing himself for the emergence of the malevolent being from the coffin.